In the dimly lit room, Chun Mo stared vacantly at the ceiling on a disheveled king-size bed. Beside him lay a woman. The woman was lying on her side, her glossy black hair cascading like a waterfall, while the contours of her alluring figure were accentuated beneath the air-conditioned blanket. Her long legs, exposed to the air, were as pale as snow. Chun Mo's mind was a blank slate. Just an hour ago, he could scarcely have believed that at the age of 35, he would find himself sharing a bed with Lin Wan, the most beautiful and affluent resident of their apartment complex. Even more astonishing was the semi-transparent window floating in his line of sight. Weekly superpower system. 10 hours, 15 minutes, and 47 seconds remaining until unlock. Chun Mo rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the translucent window remained suspended in his view, the countdown ticking down relentlessly. This was no mere illusion. He cautiously sat up, fearful of disturbing the slumbering woman beside him. The luxurious silk air-conditioned blanket slipped from his body, revealing his somewhat slender torso marked by several faint scratch marks. The air was laced with the subtle fragrance of high-end perfume mingled with the faint scent of alcohol, a reminder that the events that had transpired were no dream. 2 hours prior, in Jiangnan City, the summer night was stifling, akin to a steamer. The Westgate kiosk of Jinhu Bay residential complex. An old electric fan creaked as it spun, blowing nothing but warm air. Chun Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead, his blue security uniform soaked through, clinging to his back, but he glanced at his phone. It was 11:30. Only half an hour remained until his shift ended. Oh, goo. I don't see Miss Lin's car returning from Building 3. His colleague Xiao Zhang's voice crackled over the intercom. She's probably out drinking again. These wealthy folks are truly enviable. Chun Mo picked up the intercom. Focus on your duties and refrain from discussing the residents. Sure thing. You're such a stickler, Xiao Zhang chuckled before ending the call. Chun Mo set down the intercom. Gazing out the window at the T-35, nearing 40, his eyes were lined with fine wrinkles, and fatigue belied his age. In this city where every inch was precious, he had worked as a security guard for a decade, his salary rising from 1,800 to 4,500. Yet he could never keep pace with the surging housing prices and living costs. In recent years, his wife, Zhang Ting, had berated him daily for his lack of ambition. The thought of her weighed heavily on his heart. Once, she had married him without concern for his financial state, but now, everything about him seemed to irk her. Indeed, what man, after half a lifetime, remained merely a gatekeeper? The mere anticipation of facing her monotonous complaints upon returning home made Chun Mo dread the end of his shift. Ding! As he lost himself in thought, the automatic door recognition system suddenly chimed, and a white Porsche Panamera glided to a stop at the entrance. Chun Mo looked up as the window rolled down, revealing the driver. An exquisitely breathtaking face, appearing to be under 30, bore a hint of intoxication, yet maintained an air of elegance and distance. Please open the door. Thank you. Her voice was cool, laced with a trace of fatigue. It was Lin Wan, the alluring resident of apartment 2801. Chun Mo hurriedly pressed the button to open the door. Miss Lin, have you changed cars? Do you need assistance? Lin Wan waved her hand, but the car abruptly stalled. She attempted to restart it several times, but to no avail. Chun Mo stepped out of the kiosk. Miss Lin, perhaps you've had a bit too much to drink. Should I help you park the car by the roadside? You could drive it tomorrow or call for a designated driver. Lin Wan rubbed her temples, irritation creeping in her tone. I'm fine, just a bit tired, as she spoke. She opened the car door, but her high heels faltered, nearly causing her to stumble. Chun Mo instinctively reached out to steady her. A wave of delicate perfume mixed with the scent of alcohol enveloped him. He recoiled instinctively, yet still felt the smoothness of her skin. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. It's all right. Lin Wan steadied herself, casting a lingering gaze upon him, her enchanting eyes shimmering with an unusual allure. What's your name? Chun Mo, the security guard at the Westgate. Lin Wan nodded, retrieving her wallet and extracting 300 yuan notes, offering them to him. Please help me park the car in the underground lot of Building 3. This is a tip. Chun Mo quickly shook his head. There's no need for that. It's our duty. Take it, Lin Wan insisted, pressing the money into his hand, her fingertips brushing against his palm, sending a slight shiver through him. I'll wait here. When you've parked, please help me upstairs. I feel a bit dizzy. Chun Mo hesitated momentarily. By regulation, Security guard were not permitted to leave their posts or enter residents' homes. Yet seeing the unsteady woman before him, he couldn't help but worry. Make it quick, Lin Wan urged, her tone imbued with drunken insistence. I have an early meeting tomorrow. All right, please wait a moment. Considering the tip, Chinamo finally acquiesced, informing his colleague Xiao Zhang before taking the driver's seat and adjusting the seat. This car was luxurious, a comfort he could never afford in his lifetime. After carefully parking in the designated spot, he returned to the entrance. Lin Wan leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, only opening them upon hearing his footsteps. I've parked, Miss Lin. Lend me a hand. Lin Wan casually draped her arm over his shoulder. Chunmo's body stiffened. He could feel her softness and warmth, the fragrance intensifying. He dared not dwell on it. Carefully assisting her toward Building 3, the elevator whisked them directly to the 28th floor, an opulent layout with one apartment per floor. Lin Wan unlocked the door with her fingerprint, the entrance lights illuminating softly, casting a warm glow over the spacious, luxurious living room. Could you pour me a glass of water, please? Lin Wan sank onto the leather sofa, massaging her temples. The kitchen is to the right, Chun Mo replied, heading that way. The open kitchen was astonishingly vast, adorned with an array of high-end appliances he could not name. He found a cup and filled it with warm water. Upon returning to the living room, he noticed Lin Wan reclining on the sofa, the top two buttons of her shirt inexplicably undone, revealing a delicate collarbone. Chun Mo hurriedly averted his gaze, placing the glass on the coffee table. Miss Lin, I've set the water here. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lin Wan regarded him intently for a moment before suddenly smiling, her laughter imbued with a sense of wildness and allure. What? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Not at all. I'm still on duty. I can simply call your property manager. She took a sip from the glass, her gaze hazy as it lingered on him. Sit down and keep me company for a while. Chinamo stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to leave or state out what's wrong. Do you look down on me? Lin Wan's tone suddenly turned frosty, and oh no, Miss Lin, Then sit down. She patted the spot beside her on the sofa, her gaze fixed on Chunamo with an undeniable authority. Chunamo had no choice but to sit down, his body rigid and tense, making an effort to maintain some distance from her. Lin Wan observed his anxious demeanor and chuckled. How long have you been a security guard? 10 years. Are you married? Yes, I've been married for 10 years. Chunamo answered honestly though. Lin Wan gave him a meaningful glance and suddenly leaned in closer. Is your wife happy? Chun-mo caught the scent of her breath, tinged with alcohol and a hint of sweetness, causing his heart to race involuntarily. Miss Lin, you've had too much to drink. Perhaps I should call a family member or friend to take care of you. Family? Friends? Lin Wan suddenly smiled sadly, her eyes becoming glazed and sorrowful. They all come for my money. Not a single one is sincere. Today is my birthday, did you know? Not even one person to offer genuine wishes. As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Chunamo could hardly bear to see a woman cry, feeling utterly helpless. Miss Lin, happy birthday. Though belated, Thank you. Lin Wan abruptly took hold of his hand, her dreamy eyes locking onto his. You are the only one who has wished me a happy birthday today. Chunamo attempted to withdraw his hand, but she gripped it tighter. Her palm was soft and warm, a stark contrast to his rough hands. Miss Lin, please don't. Just call me Lin Wan. Lin Wan moved even closer, her voice becoming soft and alluring. You know, you bear a striking resemblance to my first love. Chunmo's internal alarm bells rang, that he was acutely aware that such situations often led to trouble. Yet his body remained unresponsive, rooted in place. A beautiful, affluent, inebriated woman was approaching him, a fatal temptation for a middle-aged man long belittled by his wife. He left me for a wealthy heiress. Lin Wan's voice trembled with emotion. Now that I have money, he has married another woman. Chun-mo felt her head resting on his shoulder, her silky hair brushing against his neck, the intoxicating fragrance nearly overwhelming him. He felt as though he were on pins and needles, his rational mind urging him to push Lin Wan away and leave at once. Yet his body betrayed him, remaining still. Lin Wan, you've had too much to drink. Let me get you some hangover soup? Please don't. She suddenly lifted her head, gazing directly into Chun-mo's eyes. Can't you just stay with me for a little while? Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, glowing breathtakingly under the soft light. Chunimo sensed his defenses crumbling bit by bit that a decade of a bland marriage and years of diminished self-worth found a momentary outlet in this encounter. His heart raced, blood pounding in his ears. Reason screamed at him to flee immediately. Yet another voice, suppressed for over a decade, urged him on with fervor. 10 years, in his home, he had always been the one criticized and belittled. Zhang Ting constantly reminded him of his inadequacies and failures. And in this moment, a beautiful, noble woman, someone he could only admire from afar, was actively showing him affection. This was not love, nor even mere attraction. He understood that implicitly. But it was a deadly affirmation, proving that as a man, Chen Mo still possessed some semblance of worth. Just this once, just allow myself this indulgence. The tension that had tightened for a decade snapped like a taut string. And then, the events that followed felt like both slow motion and fast forward. He could not recall who initiated it first, only remembering the softness of the genuine leather sofa, the delicate texture of her skin, and the intoxicating scent that enveloped him. After leaving room 2801, Chunimo hurried home without pausing to ponder the mysterious system he had encountered. By the time he returned home, it was already 3 in the morning. As he quietly opened the security door, the living room lights suddenly blazed to life. His wife, Zhang Ting, stood at the bedroom door in her pajamas, arms crossed, her expression dark enough to rain. So you know how to come back? I thought you were dead out there. They had been sleeping in separate rooms for over a year, and Chunimo had assumed Zhang Ting would be asleep, allowing him to slip by unnoticed. He had not anticipated her waiting specifically for his return. This was trouble. Chunimo felt a pang of fear and forced himself to appear calm. I had to work late tonight. Didn't I message you about it? Work late? Zhang Ting scoffed, stepping closer, her nostrils flaring with anger. What kind of work makes you smell like perfume? Chunimo's heart sank. He had specifically washed his hands and face with soap at the guard station before coming home. How could there still be a scent? What are you talking about? It was just regular overtime. Regular overtime? Zhang Ting suddenly reached out and pinched a long strand of hair from his shoulder. Is this also part of your overtime? Chunimo, you've really outdone yourself. Have you learned to cheat outside? That strand of hair was clearly not Zhang Ting's short hair, but long, chestnut-colored curls. Chunimo's mind went blank, panic setting in as he stammered. Ting, let me explain. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Zhang Ting's voice sharpened. Let me smell. This perfume seems quite luxurious. Which rich woman is wearing it? With your meager salary, you think you could attract a wealthy woman? She grew more agitated, snatching Chunimo's phone. Unlock it. I want to see which shameless harlot it is. Stop it. Chunimo quickly reclaimed his phone, knowing that his chats with friends criticizing Zhang Ting were on WeChat. If she saw them, it would be disastrous. I was just helping a drunken client park and assisted her upstairs. It might have accidentally gotten on me. Accidentally gotten on you? Zhang Ting laughed sharply. Can accidents lead to the bedroom? Chunimo, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Suddenly, she lunged at him, furiously hitting and scratching that I married you, a penniless man, and endured so much suffering. How dare you mess around outside? Do you have any respect for me? For this family? Chunimo allowed her to hit him, not dodging or flinching, filled with guilt and panic that he knew he was wrong. Terribly wrong. Ting, I was wrong just this once, I promise. Promise? What's your promise worth? Zhang Ting panted, glaring at him. Divorce. We'll divorce tomorrow. You leave with nothing. Never show your face to me again. Chunimo felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his face losing all color in an instant. Ting, is it really necessary to divorce over this? I truly am innocent. I just helped a client. Innocent? Zhang Ting suddenly calmed, a strange smile spreading across her face. Fine, if you say you're innocent, then let me check. As she spoke, she reached for Chunimo's belt. What are you doing? Chunimo recoiled in panic. That aren't you claiming you're innocent? Zhang Ting's gaze turned icy. Let me see if you have anything left. A simple check will reveal the truth. Given Chunimo's age, having just strayed, he certainly had nothing left and immediately clutched his belt tightly. In the midst of their struggle, 300 yuan slipped from Chunimo's pocket. One of the bills bore a vibrant lipstick mark. The air instantly froze. Zhang Ting, with swift reflexes, picked up the 100 yuan note, twisting it in her fingers, revealing a faint trace of lipstick, evidently a recent imprint. Chunimo's face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to explain himself. Yet words failed to escape his lips. As Zhang Ting gazed at the note in her hand. Her fingers trembled, her complexion shifting from red to white, eventually turning a deep shade of pallor. Well, Chinamo, her voice was unervingly calm. It sent chills down his spine. You sneak out for an affair and come back with money. It seems I have underestimated you. No, Ting Ting, this is... Chinamo was at a loss for words. When Lin Wan had handed him the money, he had not even noticed the lipstick mark. Keep lying. Go on. Zhang Ting sneered. Are you going to claim you were just helping a client park, and they rewarded you with a tip? Suddenly, she hurled a note into his face. Divorce. We will head to the Civil Affairs Bureau first thing tomorrow morning. If you refuse, I will create a scene at your workplace. And in your hometown, let everyone know about your disgraceful deeds. Look at how shameless you are. Chun Mo stood frozen, as if plunged into an icy abyss. He realized that this time, it was truly over. Having spoken her piece, Zhang Ting retreated to her room and locked the door. Chun Mo slumped onto the sofa, his gaze vacant, fixated on the translucent countdown window that still ticked away. Weekly superpower system, 8 hours, 12 minutes, and 33 seconds until unlocking. A superpower system. He bitterly chuckled. Even if it were real, what difference would it make? He had lost everything. The following morning, the air conditioning in the Civil Affairs Bureau was intense. Yet Chun Mo felt a scorching heat enveloping him. The staff member, with an impassive expression, methodically verified the documents, asking a few routine questions. Zhang Ting responded fluently, her tone devoid of warmth, as if she were merely disposing of a piece of trash, repeatedly insisting on no cooling-off period and demanding an immediate divorce. Chun Mo mechanically echoed her words. After several confirmations, the staff member produced the official seal. The red stamp pressed down. Chun Mo felt as though his heart had been pierced, all his strength and spirit draining away through that wound. In less than half an hour, he transformed from a man with a home and family into a divorced, middle-aged man with nothing. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the sunlight was blinding. Zhang Ting did not spare him a glance, striding directly towards a black Mercedes waiting curbside. The window rolled down, revealing the smug face of his old classmate, Wang Jun. All set, Ting Ting. Wang Jun's voice dripped with condescension. Yes. Zhang Ting opened the door and slid inside, brazenly embracing Wang Jun and kissing him, clearly indicating an inappropriate relationship. After parting, she cast Chun Mo a disdainful glance and urged Wang Jun, "Let's go. Seeing him just brings bad luck." Wang Jun laughed triumphantly as he started the engine, the car speeding away, exhaust fumes splattering Chun Mo's face. Chun Mo stood there, clutching a cheap travel bag containing his scant belongings. His pockets held only the 300 yuan Lin Wan had given him the previous day. Everything else had been severed from his life. In this vast world, there was no place for him. He wandered aimlessly. Unwittingly returning to the vicinity of the Jinhu Bay community, he feared to return to the community, dreading encounters with colleagues, especially Lin Wan. He found the cheapest motel, renting a room for 40 yuan, simply seeking a space to lie down and gather his chaotic thoughts. The room was cramped and suffocating, the air thick with the stench of low-grade disinfectant and mildew. Chun Mo lay on the creaking bed, staring at the ceiling marred with water stains. Anger, resentment, humiliation, regret, but a tumult of emotions surged within him. He had long suspected Zhang Ting's ambiguous relationship with Wang Jun, but for the sake of family harmony, he had chosen to endure. But why was it that she could carry on with her affair while pretending nothing was amiss? Why should he pay a heavy price for a single mistake? Was it solely because he was poor, lacking ambition? Wang Jun, by all appearances, was not a good man. What kind of future could Zhang Ting hope for with him? The thought of his wife, with whom he had shared a bed for nearly a decade, now embracing another man, pierced Chun Mo's heart like a dagger. And oh, I cannot let this end here. I must strive and vow to make Zhang Ting regret leaving me. But how to strive? I lack education, connections, and resources. Now, I am left with nothing, not even a roof over my head. With these circumstances, how could I possibly make Zhang Ting regret her decision? Despair washed over him like a tidal wave, engulfing Chun Mo once more. In the afternoon, the hour in the motel came to an end. The impatient owner urged him out. He trudged along the street, burdened by his travel bag, like a wandering soul. As evening fell, a light drizzle began to fall. With nowhere to go, he sought refuge in a park pavilion. There was already a homeless man sleeping inside, surrounded by a collection of discarded bottles and cans. Chun Mo settled in a corner, gazing at the rain outside, his heart a desolate wasteland. He once led a life that, though frugal, was relatively stable. In a single night, he had been reduced to competing with a homeless man for space. What a bitter irony! The rain intensified, and darkness enveloped the sky. The park's streetlights cast a dim glow, illuminating only a small area. Cold and hungry, he hesitated to touch the remaining 260 yuan. That was his last reserve. Huddled in the corner, he attempted to dry his damp clothes with his body heat. He pulled out his phone to check the battery, which had turned red, with less than 10% remaining. He forced a bitter smile, switching off mobile data and Wi-Fi, leaving only the call function active. This last bit of power was his fragile connection to the world. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Zhang Ting's mother, his former mother-in-law. Chun Mo hesitated but ultimately answered. Chun Mo, you worthless scoundrel. How dare you betray Ting and fool around outside? May your family suffer misfortune. His former mother-in-law's voice was as acerbic as ever, launching into a tirade without any preamble. And you owe me 50,000 yuan. You have 3 days to repay every last cent, or prepare for jail. Chun Mo felt his head spin, stunned into silence. Auntie, when did I ever owe you 50,000 yuan? His former mother-in-law scoffed derisively. How could you not? My June spent 50,000 yuan looking for a job through connections 2 years ago. You promised to cover it as his brother-in-law. Now you want to back out? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo erupted in anger, desperately defending himself. Auntie, you need to understand, I have divorced Zhang Ting. Besides, that money was spent on your son, wasn't it? I don't care. His former mother-in-law interrupted sharply. That was your own admission. If you don't pay up, I'll report you to the authorities. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Chun Mo gripped the feverish phone, his arm trembling violently from sheer rage. His stomach twisted painfully, having gone without food all day. The cold, rain-soaked clothes clung to him, sapping away the last remnants of his warmth. An irresistible sense of fatigue enveloped him, transcending mere physical exhaustion, emanating from the very depths of his soul, rendering him incapable of even moving a finger. The audacity of it all. Truly, the audacity. He abruptly rose to his feet and struck the pillar of the pavilion with a fierce punch. The coarse cement surface grazed his knuckles, causing blood to mingle with the rain. Yet he felt not a trace of pain. A tidal wave of fury and despair engulfed him. Why? Why must they force me so? Is it merely because of my poverty? Because I am an easy target? He silently roared within, veins bulging on his forehead, his visage contorted in a manner that startled a nearby homeless man awake. The homeless man cast a terrified glance at him, clutching his meager belongings, and fled into the rain with haste. Alone in the pavilion, he was left to contend with the chilling rain, which, driven by the wind, struck his face at an angle, mingling with his scalding tears. He slid down to the ground, leaning against the frigid pillar, utterly drained of all strength and hope. With my former mother-in-law now fixated on me, it seems I can no longer retain the security job. Otherwise, given her nature, she would undoubtedly cause disturbances every so often. This midpoint in life, divorced and stripped of my job. What meaning does such a failed existence hold? Perhaps it would be better to end it all. Once this dreadful thought took root, it could not be contained. Yes, death would be a relief. A clean break, free from such humiliation. Chun Mo stared vacantly into the pitch-black, rain-soaked night, his heart ashen, as he stepped out of the pavilion and made his way toward the nearby artificial lake. Just as he was about to plunge into the waters, ding! With the sound of that inexplicable chime, an intense tremor erupted from the depths of Chun Mo's very soul. It was as if the first ray of light at the dawn of the universe had instantaneously dispelled all darkness and cold. System unlocked, initiating this week's extraordinary ability, Insightful Perception. Chapter 3. The first week of insight into the subtle. Chun Mo abruptly opened his eyes, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. The park remained unchanged. The rain continued to fall, and the artificial lake retained its dark, profound depths. Yet, something was different. The world through his eyes had become astonishingly clear. He could perceive the delicate trajectories of raindrops, witness the faintest tremors of leaves swaying in the wind, and even discern an ant several meters away laboriously dragging a crumb of bread. What stunned him further was the myriad of overlooked and forgotten details that now surged into his mind, connecting and analyzing themselves, leading to conclusions. In the center of his vision, the translucent countdown window had vanished, replaced by a succinct line of text. Weekly superpower system activated successfully. This week's superpower: insight into the subtle. Superpower description: your observation skills, memory, and information integration and analysis abilities have been greatly enhanced. You can notice the minutiae that ordinary people often overlook and effectively correlate the details of past experiences to unveil the truth. Note: the effectiveness of the superpower is positively correlated with the host's mental focus. Special reminder: this superpower will refresh and be replaced at the end of the week. A wave of indescribable warmth enveloped Chunimo, dispelling the cold and fatigue that had previously consumed him. Although hunger persisted, the despair that had weighed heavily upon him was supplanted by an incredible astonishment and a flicker of hope. Superpowers? Did such a thing truly exist? He pinched his thigh fiercely. The sharp pain confirmed that this was no dream. Ha ha ha. Chunimo suddenly broke into laughter, the sound emerging from his throat, mingled with the salty taste of tears and rain. I finally possess superpowers. Was it his earlier profound despair and unwillingness that had elicited this gift? Perhaps the heavens had finally taken notice, casting down a lifeline before he plunged into oblivion. No, this was not merely a lifeline. This was a celestial ladder. Insight into the subtle. Chunimo sprang to his feet, closed his eyes, and concentrated on recalling the objects he had seen moments ago. With a thought, a torrent of overlooked information flooded in. There was an inconspicuous, faint etching on the pillar of the pavilion that read, 201538, Sun Xiaohu loves Luwan. 7 meters away in the grass lay a discarded cigarette butt from a pack of Hongtao Mountain, costing 7 yuan, half-smoked and thrown away in haste. Not far off, a shallow high-heeled shoe print marked the muddy ground, size 36, belonging to someone weighing approximately 95 pounds. He even recalled his worn-out backpack, instantly calculating that it had accompanied him for precisely 7 years, 3 months, and 7 days, with the scratches on its side incurred last year while helping a friend move furniture. At that moment, his brain transformed into a supercomputer capable of discerning everything in sight. Having proven the authenticity of his extraordinary abilities, Chunimo found himself engulfed in an overwhelming euphoria. However, he swiftly compelled himself to regain his composure. Now that he possessed the power to defy fate, the most critical question loomed. How could he utilize it to alter his circumstances? Money. He required an initial capital to escape the dire situation of living on the streets. And then there was Zhang Ting, Wang Jun, and that scornful former mother-in-law. A chilling fury ignited within him. Did you not label me as worthless? Did you not trample me into the mud? Just wait. I shall reclaim the humiliation you've inflicted upon me, with interest. But first, he needed to identify a breakthrough. Zhang Ting, his former mother-in-law? No, it was futile. That mother-daughter duo was notoriously miserly. Attempting to extract money from them was a fanciful dream. Wang Jun. Yes, that unscrupulous man was indeed affluent. Chunimo recalled how Zhang Ting often used Wang Jun to belittle his self-esteem, boasting of his luxury cars and opulent villas. However, as far as he knew, Wang Jun's wealth appeared to stem from dubious ventures, connected to various gambling websites and underground casinos, most of which involved illicit funds. Thus, extracting gold coins from Wang Jun seemed to be the most prudent course of action. With this thought, Chunimo promptly closed his eyes and concentrated fervently. Activating his insight ability to recall every detail about Wang Jun moments later, he finally struck gold. There was a time when Wang Jun had invited him and his wife to dinner, ostentatiously flaunting his financial prowess by showcasing a 6-figure balance in his account. That account, it seemed, was not a domestic bank card. Indeed, a person like Wang Jun would never resort to a bank account with stringent domestic scrutiny. He would undoubtedly opt for a foreign virtual wallet with lenient management. Such a specialized virtual wallet, as long as one possessed the account number and password, could be accessed by anyone at will. It might even bypass SMS verification entirely for transfers. Truly, fortune favored him. With this realization, Chunimo felt a surge of excitement. With insight in full operation, he delved deeper into the account information utilized by Wang Jun. The app interface seemed to start with AV, set against a backdrop of a blue moon, and the account number appeared to be 65784XXXX. He found it. Chun Mo's eyes flew open, and he sought refuge beneath a rain-sheltering eave, disregarding the glaring red battery warning. Eagerly, he opened his phone to download a VPN. Seizing the opportunity while the VPN was free, he connected to the external network and downloaded a virtual card app. He had a classmate abroad who specialized in gaming and understood some of the intricacies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have located Wang Jun's app so swiftly. Damn it! This shameless couple was not only entangled in an affair, but that audacious scoundrel had the gall to flaunt his wealth before him. Wang Jun, I will make you regret this. Soon, the app was successfully downloaded, and Chun Mo hurriedly entered his account details. However, when it came to the password, he found himself in a quandary. The last time Wang Jun had boasted, he had coincidentally needed to make a transfer. Unfortunately, while entering the password, he had been positioned sideways to Chun Mo, rendering the specific numbers invisible. Chun Mo was acutely aware that although managing a virtual account was straightforward, exceeding 3 incorrect password attempts would result in an immediate card lock. His concern was not whether Wang Jun would discover this. Rather, he was unwilling to squander this serendipitous opportunity that could enable him to avenge the scoundrel while simultaneously amassing gold coins. Taking a deep breath, Chun Mo refocused his mind. Employing his ability of insight to its fullest extent, striving to recollect the intricate details of Wang Jun's movements at that moment, the swing of his arm, the angle of his fingers, and the frequency of his clicks. With the amplification of his powers, Chun Mo fervently deduced the potential arrangements of the password. Such full-throttle activation of his abilities placed an immense strain on his brain. Soon, he felt lightheaded, on the verge of fainting. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Just as he felt he could bear no more, an ecstatic realization struck him. He had finally calculated the password. Without a moment's respite, he trembled as he typed in the password, drenched in sweat from the tension as he clicked the confirm button. In the next instant, the progress bar leapt dramatically. He had successfully logged in. Chun Mo's heart raced to the point of nearly leaping into his throat. He had succeeded. Gazing at the nearly 700,000 USDT in his account, his adrenaline surged uncontrollably. USDT, tethered to the dollar, had an exchange rate of 11. Yet the cross-border transfer fees were significantly lower than those of the dollar, making it a favored choice among those in the gray market or multinational laborers. Wang Jun's 700,000 USDT equated to $700,000, roughly $5 million in soft currency. Chun Mo's eyes gleamed with envy. This was $5 million in cash. Even if he were to abstain from eating or drinking, he would never earn such a sum in a lifetime. Astonishingly, with his extraordinary ability, it was now within his grasp. Suppressing his excitement, Chun Mo transferred all the funds to his pre-established virtual wallet, leaving not a single cent for Wang Jun. Although he dared not use the money until it was laundered, the mere thought of Wang Jun's expression upon discovering his wallet had been emptied brought Chun Mo immense satisfaction. Zhang Ting, are you not the one who craves vanity? Let us see if Wang Jun's fortunes turn to ruin and whether he will continue to treat you well. Wang Jun, do you not delight in pursuing other men as wives? Let us observe if Zhang Ting will still love you in your time of need. As Chun Mo reveled in the anticipated reactions of the treacherous duo, the screen of his phone suddenly blacked out. It turned out that the battery had entirely depleted. Yet, he stood beneath the eaves, clutching the now warm phone, silently laughing to himself. Though the rain continued to fall, his world had unequivocally cleared. In the distance, the text remains vivid. This week's superpower, insight into the minutiae. Time remaining, 6 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 12 seconds. Chun Mo clenches his fist, feeling the surge of peculiar power within him. His life is on the verge of a monumental transformation. Chapter 4. The immediate consequences of loss in wealth and relationships in Jiangnan City, within the opulent suite of the Pullman Hotel. A mist of steam wafts from the partially opened bathroom, casting 2 intertwined silhouettes upon the frosted glass. Expensive champagne spills across the bed, unattended, while scattered clothing trails from the doorway to the bathroom entrance. The exhilarating sounds emanating from the shower culminate in a woman's ecstatic sigh, signaling the end of their passionate engagement. Brother Jun, when will you take me to buy the limited edition LV bag you promised? Returning to the grand circular bed, Zhang Ting nestled against Wang Jun, her cheeks flushed. Her fingers traced circles on his hairy chest, her voice dripping with sweetness. a stark contrast to her earlier cold demeanor at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Jun, filled with self-satisfaction, embraced the soft warmth of her body, his hands wandering unashamedly. What's the rush? As long as you serve me well, not just 1 bag, but 10, I shall procure for you. He is a domestic partner of a gambling company, exploiting his position to embezzle a substantial sum over the years. Nearly 700,000 US dollars, equivalent to around 5 million RMB. Having executed this grand scheme, Wang Jun feels ready to retire, thus recently severing ties with the gambling company. Once he cleanses the money, he anticipates a life of leisure and financial freedom. Really? You're so wonderful, Brother Jun. Zhang Ting's eyes sparkled as she planted a passionate kiss on him, mentally strategizing to extract even more benefits. I've also set my sights on a set of Bulgari jewelry. Buy? Let us buy it all. Wang Jun laughed heartily, his hands roaming freely over Zhang Ting's supple form, igniting a haze of desire in her gaze, breathless and entranced. Casually wiping his hands of the remnants on the bed, Wang Jun reached for his phone, instinctively intending to open the familiar virtual wallet app to check on his secured digital assets for the future. However, before he could do so, Zhang Ting snatched the phone away. Brother Jun, I'm still not satisfied. Don't play with your phone. Zhang Ting pouted playfully, pulling his hand back to rest on her body. Her alluring charm captivated Wang Jun, causing him to forget all about his accounts as he rolled over, pinning her beneath him with a mischievous grin. Come, let me indulge you once more. Half an hour later, after their second rendezvous, Zhang Ting gazed at Wang Jun, who was enveloped in smoke, sensing the moment was ripe to revisit an old promise. Brother Jun, now that I'm divorced, you promised to take me on a world tour. When will you fulfill that promise? Moreover, regarding that set of jewelry, I have boasted about it to my close friend. At this moment, Wang Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He chuckled heartily and once again picked up the phone from the bedside table. What's the rush? I am not your worthless ex-husband. Do you think I would go back on my word? Come, let me show you my confidence. With that, he skillfully scaled the firewall, connected to an overseas network, and opened his virtual wallet app. Zhang Ting curiously leaned in, asking, what is this? So mysterious. A good thing. My little treasure trove, Wang Jun replied proudly as he entered his account details. In front of Zhang Ting, he swiftly typed in his password, believing that even if she saw the combination, she would be unable to remember it. He clicked to log in. Upon entering the main interface, the smile on Wang Jun's face froze instantaneously. The account balance glaringly displayed 000 USDT. In the transaction history, there was a record of a transfer made an hour ago, amounting to 70,982 for 117 USDT, with the receiving address consisting of a long string of unfamiliar characters. No, this cannot be. This is impossible. Wang Jun abruptly sprang from the bed, his eyes wide as saucers, bloodshot veins rapidly spreading across his sclera. He frantically refreshed the page, logged out, and logged back in, his fingers trembling uncontrollably as he struggled to hold the phone. The balance remained 0. That blinding number pierced his heart like a searing dagger. Where is my money? He let out a primal roar, violently hurling the phone against the wall. With a deafening crash, the screen shattered, fragments scattering everywhere. Zhang Ting screamed in fright, curling up in the corner of the bed, her eyes filled with terror as she watched the suddenly frenzied Wang Jun. What's wrong? What money is missing? All gone. Completely gone. All the money I painstakingly saved for 5 years. It's all fucking vanished. Wang Jun's eyes were bloodshot, resembling a wild beast as he paced the room in a frenzy, seizing the nearby lamp and smashing it against the floor. $70,000. A whole $70,000. He clutched his hair, appearing utterly deranged. Which damned hacker is responsible for this? I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. When Zhang Ting heard the figure of $70,000, her heart skipped a beat. 5 million yuan. Wang Jun was indeed so wealthy. Yet he had only promised to buy her a bag and a set of jewelry. However, at that moment, she was more concerned about another matter. How could the money have disappeared? Could it be a system error? Jun, please take another look, she cautiously probed, suppressing her own calculations. Look at what? It's all gone. Completely clean. Wang Jun suddenly turned, his fierce gaze fixated on Zhang Ting. Was it you? Did you have a hand in this? Did you sneak a peek at my password? The overwhelming shock of his sudden loss had driven him to irrationality, and he began to accuse those around him indiscriminately. Zhang Ting was utterly terrified by his fearsome demeanor, shaking her head repeatedly. No, I don't know. I had no idea you had that account. Jun-gu, please remain calm. Calm? How can I possibly remain calm? That account is my lifeline. Wang Jun surged forward, seizing Zhang Ting by the shoulders and shaking her forcefully. Tell me, did you conspire with that worthless Chun Mo against me? Huh, it hurts. Please, let go of me. Tears streamed down Zhang Ting's face as she struggled vigorously. Have you lost your mind, Wang Jun? How could I possibly collude with Chun Mo? We are already divorced. I belong to you now. You belong to me? Wang Jun abruptly released her, his gaze turning icy and filled with suspicion. Who knows what you're truly about? You were willing to climb into my bed for money. Who knows if you might betray me for even more? Those words struck Zhang Ting like a venomous needle, piercing her most sensitive nerves. All her grievances and fears instantly transformed into rage. Wang Jun, you bastard! She screamed, grabbing a pillow and hurling it at him with all her might. I sacrificed a decade of marriage for you. I became the villain in the eyes of friends and family for you. And now, just because you lost some money, you dare to doubt me? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Conscience? What is that worth? Wang Jun scoffed, tearing open the pillow and sneering. If it weren't for your scant beauty, a promiscuous woman and a wife, would I ever have looked at you? Now that I'm broke, why do you still pretend to be innocent? His malicious and venomous words rained down upon Zhang Ting like hail, shattering her last shred of hope. She finally recognized that this man before her was not someone worthy of lifelong devotion. He and Chun Mo were entirely different types of individuals, the latter being a far more decent human being. Even when Chun Mo was forced to leave with nothing, he had never resorted to such vile language to humiliate her. Wang Jun, you are inhuman. Zhang Ting trembled with fury, cursing uncontrollably. You deserve to lose money. You are a wretched person, and your misfortune is divine retribution. You look down on Chun Mo, yet you are even inferior to him. At least he has a job as a security guard and won't starve. That last remark ignited Wang Jun's fury. You vile woman, how dare you compare that good-for-nothing to me? He lost all sense of reason, raising his hand and delivering a sharp slap across Zhang Ting's face. The sound of the slap echoed through the suite. Zhang Ting was knocked back onto the bed, her cheek instantly swelling and her ears ringing as she stared incredulously at the man before her, who now bore a monstrous visage. He actually hit me? In that moment, Zhang Ting was utterly stunned. She recalled how Wang Jun had once spent lavishly and showered her with sweet words, making countless promises to win her over. In a moment of folly, she had succumbed to Wang Jun's deceitful words. Wang Jun, taken aback, gazed at the redness of his palm, then at the imprint on Zhang Ting's face. A flicker of remorse surfaced, only to be swiftly engulfed by overwhelming anger and panic. The loss of $700,000 was not merely a matter of financial ruin for him. Wang Jun had yet to sever ties with the gambling company and was too fearful to touch the saved 70,000 yuan. To project an image of affluence and to pursue Zhang Ting, he had borrowed several $100,000 at exorbitant rates. Now, with the money gone, should the loan sharks discover this, his fate would be dire. Flee. He must escape immediately. He could not remain in the country any longer. He no longer looked at Zhang Ting, who was softly sobbing on the bed. In a frenzy, he hastily donned his clothes, stuffing his wallet, passport, and car keys into his pockets. Where are you going? Zhang Ting asked, her voice laced with tears. Where? Of course, I'm running away. Am I supposed to stay here and wait for death? Wang Jun replied, his back turned, his tone frantic and disordered. Let me tell you, Zhang Ting, if anything happens to me, you won't fare any better. Once dressed, he dashed to the wall, picked up his shattered phone, and attempted to turn it on. But it showed no signs of life. Damn it, he cursed, running a hand through his hair in agitation. He cast a final glance at the pitiable woman on the bed, who only served to further unsettle him, and without uttering another word, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The resounding bang of the door sent a shiver through Zhang Ting. In an instant, she was left alone in the suite. The disarray around her, combined with the lingering sweetness of champagne and the scent of desire in the air, now felt starkly cold and ironic. The searing pain on her face reminded her of everything that had just transpired. She had betrayed her marriage and abandoned her family, believing she had secured a future of wealth and luxury, only to find herself in such a dire situation. She was left with nothing, both her money and dignity stripped away, and she had been humiliated and beaten. The man who professed to love her had revealed his true colors in the face of calamity, discarding her without hesitation. even resorting to violence against her. Then her thoughts drifted to her ex-husband, Chin Mo, whom she had always regarded with disdain for his lack of ambition. She suddenly recalled the hollow yet resolute look in his eyes just yesterday at the Civil Affairs Bureau, sending an inexplicable chill down her spine. Could all of this somehow be connected to him? No, it was impossible. How could a poor security guard have orchestrated such a turn of events? Yet, how could the $700,000 vanish at such a critical moment? A tumult of regret, fear, confusion, and the pain on her face converged, ultimately shattering Zhang Ting's psychological defenses. In the lavish yet empty room, her desperate, helpless sobs echoed. She had lost her husband, her lover, her wealth, and all dreams of a promising future. The retribution of the present had arrived with alarming swiftness and cruelty. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, her ex-husband, Chin Mo, stood by the window of a cheap motel, watching the rain gradually cease. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold and tranquil arc. Surely, those two unscrupulous individuals must now be aware that their money has been pilfered, right? He chuckled at the thought, wishing he could witness their reactions firsthand. Yet, this notion was swiftly cast aside by Chin Mo. He was no longer the destitute security guard he had been mere hours ago, armed with the weekly superpower system. He believed his fate had embarked upon a new trajectory. Wealth and beauty beckoned to him. Chapter 5. Negotiation with Lin Wan, Part 1. As dawn broke, the sky began to display a pale hue, and the relentless rain from the night gradually subsided. Chun Mo awoke early, feeling a sense of unprecedented clarity despite the hard, odorous bed of the budget motel. In fact, he felt as though last night had been the best night of sleep he had enjoyed in a decade. After freshening up, he descended to check out and casually purchased a few buns from a roadside vendor before making his way to a nearby park. To avoid entanglement with his ex-mother-in-law, the proverbial vampire, he directly called the company to resign, then began contemplating how to manage the $700,000. This sum was obtained through dubious means, and the method by which he acquired it was far from reputable. Transferring it directly to his account would likely attract the prying eyes of financial investigators before the money even warmed his hands. It was imperative to launder the funds thoroughly before feeling secure in their usage. However, as a lowly security guard, where could he find avenues for money laundering? After careful consideration, Chin Mo identified two crucial elements. First, a channel, one that was safe and reliable. Second, a capable individual, someone adept at handling such gray transactions and equipped to fend off subsequent troubles. Upon recognizing these key factors, a figure swiftly emerged in his mind, Lin Wan. This accomplished beauty, a young and powerful CEO, had previously shared intimate moments with him. Collaborating with her would undoubtedly be the most expedient and effective approach. Nevertheless, this was a perilous decision, one that could backfire. Yet, given Chun Mo's current social connections, Lin Wan was the only one who could offer assistance. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply, then closed his eyes to ponder how best to solicit Lin Wan's help. First and foremost was the source of the funds. He could not simply confess to having stolen money from his ex-wife's lover. That would be too shameful and easily weaponized against him. Next, he needed a point of entry, a captivating angle that would pique Lin Wan's interest and encourage her to assist him with this troublesome situation. With the enhancement of insightful perception, his mind raced, rapidly conjuring every detail about Lin Wan from his memory. Publicly available information from the news, ambiguous rumors circulating in the neighborhood, and the unforgettable expressions and tonal shifts she had displayed last night. All the countless unnoticed details were now magnified and intricately woven together by the miraculous capabilities of insightful perception. The final fleeting glimpse captured in time, Chun Mo finally discovered the entry point he had been seeking. It was a collaboration intention letter placed on Lin Wan's bedside table. Originating from a company named Hanyuan Building Materials Company Limited, Chin Mo was familiar with this enterprise, recognized as one of the leading companies in the locality. The page he had seen fortuitously was the one detailing the terms of the agreement. However, the specifics appeared somewhat peculiar, and this page exhibited a greater degree of wear compared to others, clearly indicating that Lin Wan had often perused and scrutinized it. Previously, when Wang Jun had been boasting, he had casually mentioned Hanyuan Building Materials, insinuating that the company had a complex background and an ambiguous connection with the underworld, often ensnaring partners under the guise of collaboration. Moreover, Lin Wan had inadvertently revealed that she had indulged in excessive drinking last night, seemingly to drown her sorrows over the stalled cooperation with Hanyuan Building Materials. Fragmented pieces of information rapidly interconnected and were analyzed. Chun Imo suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of understanding crossing his mind. He had a hunch as to what was troubling Lin Wan. This represented an opportunity, an occasion to demonstrate his worth and subtly present a request. With that thought, he hesitated no longer, picked up his phone, retrieved Lin Wan's private number from the residential registry, and dialed. After 4 rings, the call connected. "This is Lin Wan." Her voice emerged, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness, yet retaining its calmness. "Who is this?" "Lin Zong, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Chun Imo, the security guard who escorted you upstairs last night." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's breath noticeably quickened. Then she feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "Oh, it's you. Do you need something?" Chun Mo's voice was steady and self-assured, a stark contrast to the despondency of the previous day. "It is this. I inadvertently came across the collaboration intention letter concerning Hanyuan Building Materials in your room last night, and I might possess some information that could be detrimental to you. I felt it imperative to report it to you immediately." There was a 2-second silence on the other end. The mention of Hanyuan Building Materials evidently struck a nerve with Lin Wan. "Speak," she commanded tersely, succinctly, embodying the scrutiny of a superior. "It is inconvenient to discuss over the phone." Chun Imo carefully considered his words. "Would it be possible for us to meet today? I assure you, it will not consume much of your time." Another brief silence ensued as Lin Wan weighed her options. She was analyzing the veracity of Chun Mo's statements and his true intentions. A lowly security guard claiming to possess detrimental information about her business adversaries naturally elicited suspicion. Furthermore, she had been inebriated and had shared a bed with him the previous night. Should he attempt to extort money from her, it would spell trouble. Yet, there was an undeniable conviction in Chun Mo's tone that compelled one to believe him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Wan resolved to meet Chun Imo once more. An hour later, in the cafe beneath Jinwan International, Lin Wan's tone revealed no discernible emotion. "I hope your information is worth the time I am dedicating to you. You will never be disappointed, President Lin." After hanging up the phone, Chun Imo let out a long sigh of relief. The first step was accomplished. He quickly packed his belongings and promptly took a taxi to the agreed-upon cafe. However, to his surprise, even though he had arrived half an hour early, he discovered that Lin Wan had arrived even earlier than him. In a secluded booth, Lin Wan was swiftly perusing documents on her tablet. Today, she was dressed in a sharply tailored navy blue women's suit, her makeup exquisite, exuding a powerful aura that belied any remnants of last night's inebriation or the fatigue she had displayed during their earlier phone call. President Lin, Chun Imo approached the table, greeting her with a smile. On the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally he marveled at Lin Wan's astonishing beauty. She was not only strikingly attractive, but also possessed exceptional intelligence. Otherwise, she would not have built such a significant enterprise from scratch at such a young age. It could only be said that some individuals are simply destined to evoke envy in others. The very superiority of Lin Wan only intensified Chun Mo's sense of unreality regarding their enchanting encounter the previous night. Lin Wan lifted her gaze and regarded him with eyes as sharp as blades, as if she sought to dissect him and see through to his very core. "Sit." She gestured as she set down her tablet. "You have 10 minutes. Chun Imo took a seat opposite her, bypassing any pleasantries and speaking directly. "President Lin, I shall be succinct. I have a distant cousin who once worked at Hanyuan Materials. He once casually mentioned to me that this company enjoys setting traps for its partners. He deftly distanced himself from the information by attributing it to an abstract cousin, thus providing the most prudent cover for his revelations." "Oh, what kind of traps?" Lin Wan raised her coffee cup, her expression seemingly indifferent. Yet, Chun Mo's keen observational skills detected a fleeting flicker of focus in her gaze, indicating that she was evidently not uninformed. The most common tactic employed by Hanyuan Materials is to tamper with the critical data reports of their partners, subsequently intertwining seemingly related, yet ultimately irrelevant, additional transactions and potential debts. Chun Imo spoke with a steady pace and clear enunciation. Their intention in doing so is to gradually erode the partner's control over the project by exploiting contractual loopholes and these concealed debts once the collaboration is underway. Ultimately, through various maneuvers, they aim to not only seize the collaborative project, but also entrap the partner in a breach of contract situation, thereby profiting from substantial penalties. demonstrating their insidious intent to reap multiple rewards from a single venture. Lin Wan's hand, holding the coffee cup, froze midair. Her gaze bore into Chun Imo, searching for any trace of deception upon his face. Chun Imo met her gaze with unwavering confidence, his eyes clear and self-assured. What he conveyed was derived from yesterday's glimpse of contractual details, fragmented remarks from Wang Jun, and a rapid informational analysis of Han Yuan Materials' background, leading him to arrive at the most plausible conclusion. His logic was sound, directly addressing the crux of the matter. Chapter 6: Negotiation with Lin Wan, Part 2. After a few moments, Lin Wan slowly set her coffee cup down, leaning slightly forward and lowering her voice. Who exactly is your cousin? Can you ensure that this information is credible? How will Han Yuan Building Materials specifically operate? These three inquiries were precise, incisive, and struck directly at the heart of the matter. Chun Imo inwardly admired her. She was indeed a seasoned professional in the business realm. Hearing Lin Wan's anxious questions, he deliberately responded with ambiguity, a smile playing on his lips. My cousin is merely an inconsequential figure. It is of no importance who he is. As for the veracity of the information and the specific operational methods, you are far more knowledgeable in these commercial strategies than I. Simply employ someone to conduct a thorough investigation and the truth will be revealed, won't it? Lin Wan leaned back in her chair, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the table as she fell into deep contemplation. The information Chun Imo provided aligned remarkably with the doubts and risks her team had identified in their assessments. It even elucidated several enigmas that had long puzzled her. If this were true, then the intentions of Han Yuan Building Materials were indeed exceedingly sinister. She glanced at Chun Imo again, her gaze becoming exceedingly complex. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man appeared, at this moment, to possess an air of profound mystery. The core business secrets of Han Yuan Building Materials were certainly not accessible to just anyone. Furthermore, his demeanor today was confident, his reasoning clear and logical, entirely unlike that of an ordinary security guard. Was there a hidden expert guiding him? Why are you telling me all this? Lin Wan directly voiced her suspicions. Or rather, what do you wish to gain from me? Chun Imo recognized that the pivotal moment had arrived. He took a deep breath, revealing an expression that was both slightly awkward and sincerely earnest. Ms. Lin, to be candid, I do have a request. My cousin has been less than scrupulous. During his time at Han Yuan Building Materials, he exploited his position to surreptitiously amass a sum of money, approximately over $100,000. He intentionally downplayed the amount to reduce the other's wariness. 100,000 and one is still over 100,000. Just as 700,000 is also over 100,000, wouldn't you agree? Subsequently, he was discovered by the company and had no choice but to flee. As you well know, this money is of dubious origin. Although Han Yuan Building Materials would not report it to the authorities, my cousin is terrified. Hence he implored me to devise a way to cleanse the funds. Chun Imo feigned a troubled expression, chuckling awkwardly. But I am merely a security guard. How could I possibly have such capabilities? After much deliberation, among those I know, only you, Ms. Lin, might possess a solution. Of course, you need not worry. I would not ask for your assistance without compensation. The commission would be calculated appropriately. All I seek is safety. His words were a blend of truth and deception. The genuine aspect was the plea for help in laundering money, while the fabricated elements were the amount and the so-called cousin. This explanation not only elucidated the dubious nature of the funds stemming from Han Yuan Building Materials, but also clarified their origin, embezzlement by an underling, expressed his helplessness and sincerity, and finally proposed a reasonable condition for remuneration. Lin Wan listened intently, her fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping. A realization dawned upon her. The commercial intelligence that Chun Imo had just provided was but a mere facade. Money laundering was the true intention behind it. Over $200,000, a sum neither trivial nor exorbitant. For her, managing it would not pose a challenge, as numerous avenues lay before her. The real dilemma was whether to place her trust in Chun Imo. She scrutinized him carefully. His expression was taut yet earnest, reflecting the helplessness of an ordinary person facing a monumental dilemma. Yet deep within his gaze lingered an unusual calm and clarity. This man was indeed riddled with contradictions. Lin Wan swiftly weighed the pros and cons. The information he offered regarding Han Yuan Building Materials held value far exceeding the commission from this laundering scheme. Moreover, this situation might allow her to observe Chun Mo's character more closely. Where is the money? She inquired, her tone measured. In a virtual wallet overseas, Chun Mo replied cautiously. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wan reached a decision. I can assist you with the funds, but I will require a 15% fee. You need not concern yourself with the details of the process. Within 3 days, you will receive a pristine domestic bank card, replete with post-tax renminbi. Chun Mo exhaled a sigh of relief internally upon hearing her terms. He had not anticipated that Lin Wan would only demand a 15% fee. In the realm of cinematic portrayals, money laundering often entailed exorbitant percentages, typically ranging from 30 to 40, with some egregious cases even reaching 50. It seemed Lin Wan was deliberately offering a concession. Of course, it was also possible that she simply deemed his modest sum unworthy of significant effort. Nevertheless, there was no denying that Lin Wan had indeed rendered substantial assistance. Gratitude washed over Chun Mo's features as he expressed, "Thank you, General Manager Lin. Thank you." "Do not rejoice too soon," Lin Wan interjected, her tone growing frosty. "I have 2 conditions. Please, go ahead. First, keep a tight lid on your cousin. Ensure he remains discreet. This matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. Should any trouble arise, her unspoken threat hung heavily in the air. Understood. I assure you, there will be no complications." Chun Mo immediately promised. Second, Lin Wan leaned forward, her gaze piercing. "If you hear of any similar news in the future, you must inform me at once. Do you understand?" Chun Mo felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing his flimsy excuses would not deceive her. It was evidently another test of his reliability. He nodded solemnly. "No problem, General Manager Lin. I will inform you immediately should any updates arise." Satisfied, Lin Wan reclined back into the sofa, lifting her now lukewarm coffee to take a sip. "All right, the 10 minutes are up. You may leave. Just send the account details to my phone." "Yes, General Manager." With that, Chun Mo rose, bowing respectfully as he prepared to take his leave. "Wait a moment." Lin Wan suddenly interjected, as if casually inquiring, "By the way, I was quite inebriated yesterday. Did I say anything strange?" Chun Mo's heart stirred as he realized that Lin Wan was subtly reminding him that last night's events must remain undisclosed. He turned around and instantly caught sight of Lin Wan's seemingly casual, yet taut profile. With a gentle smile, Chun Mo calmly replied, "You merely mentioned feeling a bit fatigued and asked me to escort you upstairs for some rest." He added, "Your composure with alcohol is commendable. You spoke nothing out of turn." Lin Wan appeared to exhale in relief, her body slightly relaxing as she nodded and chuckled softly. "That is reassuring. You may return to your tasks now." Chun Mo smiled, but said nothing more, turning away to leave. Once outside the cafe and basking in the sunlight, he suddenly realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. Interacting with someone of Lin Wan's intelligence felt akin to walking a tightrope, filled with immense pressure. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Not only had he preliminarily addressed the issue of money laundering, but more importantly, he had reaffirmed his value to Lin Wan, establishing a closer, albeit more enigmatic, collaboration. Contemplating Lin Wan's strikingly beautiful visage, Chun Mo felt a stirring within. With their paths now intertwined, perhaps there would be opportunities in the future to revisit the enchantment of that unforgettable night. Chapter 7. The allure of the beautiful CEO. Chun Mo found a cyber cafe, intending to immerse himself there for the next 3 days. He had no choice. With less than 200 yuan remaining, he could barely afford a meal, let alone entertain other desires. Once seated at a computer, he anxiously sent the account details for the $700,000 to Lin Wan's phone. Although he was quite confident that Lin Wan would not betray him, the unease of entrusting such a substantial fortune to another lingered. Strangely, Lin Wan did not call to chastise him over the considerable discrepancy in the agreed amount. Perhaps she had anticipated that Chun Mo was withholding information. With matters as they were, Chun Mo decided not to dwell too deeply on the situation and instead took advantage of the remaining duration of his insightful acumen to embark on an intense course of study. It must be said that insightful acumen significantly enhanced his analytical learning capabilities to an extraordinary degree. Under the influence of this ability, Chun Mo's capacity for learning and processing information reached a terrifying level. He voraciously absorbed every piece of knowledge available online: foundational finance, business case studies, legal statutes, and even some psychological and interpersonal skills. Both his efficiency and speed far exceeded that of ordinary individuals by over 100-fold. The most remarkable aspect was that once something was memorized, it could never be forgotten. He possessed an almost photographic memory. Unfortunately, The duration of insightful acumen dwindled to less than 6 days. Otherwise, Chen Mo had the potential to become this century's most extraordinary polymath. Time flew by in focused intensity, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. On the morning of the third day, having just concluded an all-night study session, Chen Mo was preparing to grab breakfast and catch up on some sleep. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan's phone call arrived. "Come to my office at once." Her tone revealed no emotion, yet it bore an undeniable command. Regarding the substantial sum of $700,000, Chen Mo dared not hesitate and promptly settled his account before disembarking. He hurried to the restroom to don the only inexpensive suit he possessed, then took a taxi to Lin Wan's company, the esteemed Jinwan International Group Limited, situated in the prime CBD of the city. This marked his inaugural formal entrance here. Their previous encounter had merely taken place in a cafe downstairs. The imposing glass facade and the lofty, spacious lobby were striking. Dapperly dressed, bustling white-collar elites filled the space, and it seemed as though the very air was imbued with the scent of wealth and efficiency, perfectly aligning with Chen Mo's vision of a large corporation. The receptionist, well-trained, politely guided Chen Mo to the exclusive elevator for the upper floors after confirming his appointment. The elevator whisked him directly to the executive office on the top floor. Lin Wan's secretary, a capable woman in her 30s, appeared to have been briefed in advance and led Chen Mo straight inside. The office was vast, offering a commanding view that seemed to overlook half the city. Decorated in a modern minimalist style, each detail exuded understated luxury. Lin Wan stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, engaged in a phone call with her back to the entrance. Today, she wore a classic Chanel suit, her curvaceous figure accentuated by the fitted dress, presenting an alluring silhouette. The secretary discreetly exited, closing the door behind her. Chen Mo stood quietly in the reception area, refraining from taking a seat, his gaze swiftly and cautiously scanning the office's decor. Among the commercial literature on the bookshelves, he surprisingly spotted a few volumes of manga. The documents on the desk were meticulously organized, and an Apple computer was operational, accompanied by a charming astronaut figurine. The air was laced with a faint, crisp scent of perfume, reminiscent of her own. His keen insight allowed him to swiftly conduct a psychological profile of Lin Wan. The beautiful CEO appeared rational and restrained, pursuing order, yet the presence of manga and the whimsical figurine hinted at a hidden innocence and emotional depth. The stark perfume represented a contradiction, a defense of her professional persona intertwined with a touch of personal ambiguity, further deepening his understanding of her character. Moments later, Lin Wan completed her call and turned to face him. Her gaze fell upon Chen Mo, appraising him from head to toe. Having exchanged his security uniform for a suit, he still bore a hint of subtle awkwardness between his brows, yet he exuded a more polished demeanor, even conveying a sense of composed gravitas. "Please, take a seat," she instructed, moving behind her desk and gesturing toward the chair opposite her. Chen Mo complied, sitting upright. "I have essentially verified the matters concerning Honyuan building materials," Lin Wan stated directly, her tone calm, though Chen Mo sensed a flicker of appreciation and inquiry beneath her composed exterior. "The direction you provided was crucial, allowing us to avert a significant loss and even to seize some leverage against the opposing company." Chen Mo felt a resolute calm within. "Grateful to be of assistance to General Manager Lin. Your cousin's hard-earned money," Lin Wan said, shifting the conversation as she retrieved a bank card from the drawer and slid it across the table. "After deducting commissions and various fees, everything remaining is here. The password is 6/8. Feel free to change it." Chen Mo's heart raced momentarily. He contained his excitement, refraining from immediately taking the card, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, General Manager Lin. I owe you this. Over 4 million, an immense sum for an ordinary person. Yet, to truly establish oneself in this city, to ascend to genuine prominence, it was still far from sufficient. He required a platform, a springboard, and Lin Wan was undoubtedly the ideal candidate. However, gaining her trust and proximity would not be an easy endeavor. Should he apply directly? His qualifications and experience were glaring shortcomings. Could he rely on their muddled connection from that night? Such a strategy was merely a last resort, likely to diminish Lin Wan's regard for him. He needed to ensure that she would come to see his value. A glint of sharpness flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. Lin Wan scrutinized his reaction, seemingly elevating her perception of his composure. "Money is but a minor concern," she said, leaning slightly forward, hands clasped on the table, her gaze piercing. I heard you resigned from the property management. What are your plans next? Will you continue to let your cousin gather information? Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Lin Wan's keen interest, even in his resignation. However, he quickly recognized this as a potential opportunity. After a brief contemplation, he raised his head, smiling confidently, and responded obliquely, General Manager, it suddenly occurs to me that my cousin mentioned Hanyuan Building Materials has a penchant for exploiting a legal loophole known as cross-default triggers. I suggest your legal team closely examine the contracts for such vulnerabilities. Boom. This statement struck Lin Wan's mind like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a fog of uncertainty. A young lawyer in her legal team had mentioned this possibility, only to be dismissed by seasoned attorneys citing its low probability and obscure terms. Chen Mo's words instantly magnified this overlooked risk. Lin Wan's heart raced once again. She looked at Chen Mo anew, her demeanor transformed. Last time, it was business intelligence. This time, it was a precise legal risk alert. This was no coincidence, nor was it insight typical of an ordinary security guard. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Lin Wan's mind. She leaned forward slightly, her gaze intense as she regarded Chen Mo, her tone shifting from formal to one imbued with genuine invitation. Chen Mo, you are quite remarkable. Being a security guard is an unfortunate waste of your talents. Chen Mo felt a stir within, yet maintained his outward composure. You flatter me, General Manager. I merely consider myself fortunate to have heard some insights. There is no need for excessive modesty. Lin Wan interrupted him, asserting without room for debate. I am in need of a trustworthy driver who can also serve as an administrative assistant. This position offers a chance to observe and learn a great deal. She paused momentarily before presenting her terms. The monthly salary is 12,000, with a 1-month probation period. Should your performance fall short, I shall replace you at any time. However, should you excel, your compensation will double, and you will gain access to core business operations. Lin Wan gazed at him, a knowing smile curving her lips. Are you willing to take on this challenge? Chen Mo met her gaze, noting the blend of admiration, testing, and a fierce desire for control reflected in her eyes. And he understood that her plan had succeeded. He refrained from giving an immediate response, feigning contemplation for a moment before slowly lifting his head to meet her eyes, revealing a similarly confident smile. I am grateful for your generous offer, Ms. Lin. I assure you, I will not disappoint. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The role of driver and assistant, seemingly inconspicuous, would allow him to be in close proximity to Lin Wan, observing her interactions and decisions, while also granting him access to vital insider information and enabling him to rapidly build a network. It perfectly aligned with his current goal of utilizing his extraordinary abilities for learning and experience accumulation. Lin Wan nodded and pressed the intercom button. Anna, please come in. The secretary entered promptly. Take him to complete the onboarding process. He will serve as my dedicated driver and administrative assistant, reporting to the general manager's office, Lin Wan instructed, her tone reverting to her usual composed and efficient manner. Understood, Ms. Lin, Anna replied, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, yet her professionalism prevented her from inquiring further. She politely addressed Chen Mo, Mr. Chen, please follow me. Chen Mo nodded respectfully to Lin Wan before following the secretary out of the office. Wait, Lin Wan suddenly called out to Chen Mo. I do not tolerate those lacking a sense of time. You are to pick me up at my other villa by 7:30 tomorrow morning. Do not be late. Chen Mo replied with an unassuming smile, of course, Ms. Lin. As he exited the opulent office and walked along the softly carpeted corridor, Chen Mo felt as though his steps were buoyant. Not only had he successfully laundered a significant portion of his funds, but more importantly, he had secured a pivotal platform and opportunity, the dedicated driver and assistant to the president of Xinhuan International. Chapter 8. The Intoxicated Neighbor. After completing the formalities, Chen Mo took leave to leave work early. He needed to secure a rental apartment promptly, or he would have nowhere to sleep that night. On the way, he found an ATM to check his account balance. 4,005, 896 yuan. Although he was aware that Lin Wan would not covet such a trivial amount, it was only upon confirming the balance that his mind finally settled. With the assistance of a real estate agent, he rented a studio apartment in close proximity to the company. By the time he finished organizing the space, it was already late into the night. Skipping dinner entirely, Chen Mo hurriedly washed up before heading to bed, preparing for sleep. Tomorrow marks his first day at work, and especially since Lin Wan had thoughtfully sent a message reminding him not to be late, he must depart for the company by 6 a.m. to collect the car. ensuring he arrives at the designated location before 7. As he closed his eyes, just beginning to cultivate a sense of drowsiness, he was abruptly disturbed by the clanging of metal from next door. Although the noise was not particularly loud, it resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. The single apartment was convenient and straightforward, but the thin walls offered little sound insulation, far inferior to that of a typical residential community. Moreover, the majority of the residents were young individuals, predominantly night owls, often reveling until the early hours. Chinemo initially attempted to ignore the ruckus, even burying his head in his pillow, but the incessant clamor persisted, resembling a demolition site. Frustrated, he wondered about the lack of civic responsibility from his neighbor. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he angrily rose from bed, prepared to confront the seemingly deranged neighbor. To his surprise, he turned to find a girl with long hair leaning against the doorframe. She had her hair dyed a light golden hue, her makeup exquisitely applied, and her gaze was hazy. Clad in a black tank top, the snug garment accentuated her graceful curves, delicate collarbones, and elongated neck, while her bare arms were exposed to the evening air. She wore a pink mini-skirt, her long, slender legs encased in white stockings, and on her feet were a pair of Lolita platform shoes. What a youthful and vibrant beauty! Chinemo was momentarily captivated by her stunning appearance. The girl leaned her forehead against the door, fumbling with a key in her hand, repeatedly attempting to insert it into the lock, which was the source of the noise. Unfortunately, she was so inebriated that she could not align the key with the keyhole. Suddenly, she let out a hiccup, the smell of alcohol wafting over and causing Chinemo to furrow his brow as he could not help but admonish her. "Hey, it's the middle of the night. Could you keep it down? You may not want to sleep, but others do." The girl, momentarily taken aback by his words, turned, her bleary eyes struggling to focus. "Who are you? Why are you saying that to me?" she slurred. As she attempted to lurch toward Chinemo. Startled, he quickly stepped aside, causing her to tumble to the ground, and with a sudden gasp, she vomited profusely. The air was instantly filled with the acrid stench of a mixture of alcohol and vomit. Chinemo felt a wave of despair wash over him. Observing the girl struggling in her own mess, he contemplated offering assistance but hesitated, fearing potential false accusations of misconduct. Such incidents were far too common in society. Yet, he could not bear the thought of leaving her to wallow in her own filth all night. After much deliberation, he resolved to call the authorities, allowing them to handle the situation and avert any trouble for himself. At 5 a.m., at the Taiping Road police station, Chinemo stifled a yawn, his fatigue evident as he addressed the officer across from him. "Officer, I need to be at work by 6 a.m. Can I leave yet?" He genuinely could not comprehend why, despite his good intentions, he found himself in this predicament. But why did the police prevent him from leaving and call him into the interrogation room? The situation seemed to be taking a peculiar turn. The officer glanced at Chunmo's records and said, "Chinemo, surely you haven't been inappropriate with that young lady, have you?" Startled by the remark, Chunmo's fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of indignation. "Surely, that girl wouldn't repay kindness with malice, claiming I took advantage of her, would she?" Ironically, the very thing he feared had come to pass. Fortunately, at that moment, he had not been captivated by desire and had not even touched her, which gave him a firm sense of assurance. "Please don't be enraged. The girl is only 19. She is young and lacks a sense of security. Please try to understand," the officer said with a wry smile, hastily attempting to placate him. In this world, the scarcity of good deeds is not without reason, as it is all too easy to be wrongfully accused. Not only does it waste the time of the well-intentioned, but it also leaves a bitter taste, leading many to choose to remain indifferent in the future. However, in the face of such situations, they too felt helpless, but the girl's complaint necessitated an investigation. "It is the duty of the people's police. I can understand, but I am still quite angry," Chinemo replied, his expression darkening. Had he known it would be this troublesome, he would have resolutely steered clear of meddling. Subsequently, he answered all the officer's inquiries. Half an hour later, he emerged from the interrogation room. The girl sat on the opposite side, drinking water, too timid to meet his gaze. Chinemo stole a glance at her, but said nothing, waiting for the returning officer with the evidence collection. Fortunately, the surveillance camera in the apartment corridor was functioning properly, and the footage was clear, depicting that Chinemo had had no direct contact with the girl whatsoever. "Liu Yamen, do you have any further questions?" After reviewing the footage multiple times, Liu Yamen's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. She should sincerely apologize, as she had merely intended to help, yet had been embroiled in this ordeal for the better part of the night. An officer nearby reminded her, if he hadn't kindly reported your situation, you might have spent the night outside and could have caught a cold. Uncle, I'm so sorry, truly. Lu Yamen quickly bowed in apology upon hearing this. It's no trouble. I shall take my leave now, Chen Mo replied coldly, showing no intention of accepting her apology. Having been insulted and now falsely accused of taking advantage, he felt little warmth towards a girl who could not discern right from wrong, regardless of her beauty. The officer hesitated, then sighed, Chen Mo, thank you for cooperating with our work. Assisting law enforcement is the duty of every citizen. After exchanging farewells with the officer, Chen Mo departed from the police station. As the clock approached 6, he could not afford to return home and hailed a taxi directly to his company. Once Chen Mo had left, Lu Yamen remained anxious and restless, unable to suppress her urge to seek reassurance from the officer. Officer, he lives next door to me. He won't cause me trouble. Will he? Go buy some fruit and sincerely apologize to him. He shouldn't be so petty, the officer suggested. Another senior officer reassured her, saying, it's all right. If any issues arise, feel free to contact us. Thank you, Lu Yamen replied. After a long moment of hesitation, she decided to heed the officer's advice. Having just moved in, she was reluctant to seek new accommodations, so she purchased a bag of fruit, intending to apologize to Chen Mo. However, upon her arrival, she found him absent, leaving her feeling frustrated and stamping her feet in anger. Chapter 9. Daily encounters with the beautiful CEO. Chen Mo arrived at the company just before 6:30 p.m. Hastily retrieving the keys from the security office before locating Lin Wan's business vehicle, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz S500. By the time he reached the villa designated by Lin Wan, it was already 7:20 a.m., leaving him a mere 10 minutes to spare before he would be late. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but grumble about Lu Yamen, whom he deemed troublesome. At precisely 7:30 a.m., Lin Wan emerged from the villa. She was impeccably dressed in an ivory-white professional suit, her skirt stopping gracefully 3 inches above the knee, exuding both competence and elegance. In her hands, she carried a laptop bag and a rather substantial document folder. Chen Mo promptly exited the vehicle and opened the rear door for her. Good morning, CEO Lin. Good morning. Lin Wan replied with a slight nod as she settled into the car, placing her laptop bag and folder beside her. Chen Mo closed the door and returned to the driver's seat, smoothly starting the engine. First, we are heading to the company. There is a quarterly financial report analysis meeting at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau at 9:30. The materials are on my desk in the green folder. Please retrieve them for me shortly. Lin Wan's voice came from the back seat, brisk and infused with the clarity and efficiency of the morning. Understood, CEO Lin. Chen Mo responded, his gaze focused intently on the road ahead. A silence enveloped the car, broken only by the low rumble of the engine and the gentle hum of the air conditioning. Lin Wan seemed to be perusing documents, the soft rustling of paper occasionally punctuating the quiet. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Mo observed her brow slightly furrowed, her fingers delicately tapping on a line of data, seemingly pondering a challenging problem. His keen insight allowed him to discern that the document she held was a detailed account of marketing expenses, marked with red ink, indicating her dissatisfaction. However, Chen Mo quickly diverted his gaze, concentrating on driving. He understood that he had yet to earn the right to voice his opinions. For now, his focus needed to be on learning, observing, and accumulating knowledge. Upon reaching the company's underground parking, Chen Mo jogged upstairs, successfully locating the green folder on Lin Wan's spacious desk. As he descended, he suddenly recalled that Lin Wan had made a sound in the car that suggested she had not eaten breakfast. After a moment's hesitation, he hurried to the cafeteria on the second floor and purchased 2 breakfast meals before making his way back to the garage. When he presented the folder along with the breakfast to Lin Wan in the back seat, she glanced up at him, her eyes momentarily resting on his slightly heaving chest. Without uttering a word, she accepted the items, yet Chen Mo sensed an added warmth in her gaze. Throughout the day, Chen Mo resembled a sponge cast into the vast ocean, fervently absorbing everything around him. He accompanied Lin Wan in and out of various meetings, often merely standing in the corner of the conference room like a shadow or quietly waiting outside the door. Yet, he summoned all of his perceptive abilities to listen, observe, memorize, and analyze. The logic in Lin Wan's speeches during meetings, her angles when questioning subordinates, her rhetoric in handling differing opinions, and even the precise moment she signaled her secretary to interrupt a lengthy report from a manager. All these nuances were greedily assimilated into Chun Mo's mind. Undergoing rapid integration and analysis, he utilized the fragmented moments of waiting to consult his phone regarding any unfamiliar terms, concepts, or industry dynamics he encountered during the meetings. His observational acuity rendered his learning efficiency astonishing, with an eidetic memory and an understanding that surpassed that of the average individual. In the afternoon, Lin Wan needed to meet with a crucial client, notorious within the industry for being a slippery old fox, known for nitpicking details and frequently delaying payments. Before departing, she reviewed the contract clauses one last time in the car. Chun Mo drove quietly, yet his ears were attuned to the sound of each page being turned in the back seat. During a pause at a red light, he hesitated momentarily before speaking up, striving to adopt a tone that conveyed caution and uncertainty. "Ms. Lin, I apologize for the interruption. I happen to notice an additional clause regarding the payment for the third batch of goods in the contract you hold. The acceptance standards mentioned are contingent upon confirmation by Party A. Isn't that a bit too vague? Could it potentially lead to complications in future collections?" Lin Wan's hand paused mid-turn of the contract. She lifted her gaze, peering through the rearview mirror at Chun Mo's silhouette, surprise flickering in her eyes. This clause had been vetted by her team's legal counsel. Although somewhat ambiguous, it was a common practice in the industry, and she had not paid it particular attention during her quick review. How could a mere driver be attuned to such details and even raise a question? She scrutinized the clause once more, her brow furrowing gradually. Chun Mo's concern was not unfounded. The flexibility granted by the confirmation from Party A was indeed excessive, allowing them to find countless reasons to delay payment. "What do you suggest?" she inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor tinged with an evaluative undertone. Chun Mo's heart quickened. He recognized that an opportunity had presented itself. He swiftly organized his thoughts, drawing upon the contract law knowledge he had diligently acquired over the past 2 days and his insights into Lin Wan's working style. Cautiously, he proposed, "Perhaps we could add a stipulation that if Party A does not raise a written objection within 7 working days of receiving Party B's written acceptance notice, it shall be deemed automatically confirmed as qualified. This would both respect Party A and provide us with a clear timeline for payment." A brief silence enveloped the car. Lin Wan gazed at the back of the focused driver in the rearview mirror, her astonishment deepening. The suggestions for modification were astute, directly addressing the crux of the matter, even surpassing the considerations of some legal experts within her own team. Was he oblivious, or was he aware? She refrained from expressing her thoughts, merely acknowledging with a subdued response before swiftly retrieving her phone to message the company's legal director, subtly refining Chun Mo's recommendations before forwarding them. During the ensuing negotiations, when the opposing party indeed attempted to manipulate the acceptance criteria, Lin Wan discreetly introduced the amended clauses, clearly taken aback by the thorough preparation of the Hua Wan team. The other side hesitated but ultimately acquiesced to the more equitable terms under Lin Wan's assertive and professional demeanor. Once the negotiations concluded and the client had departed, Lin Wan settled back into the car. Although her expression remained calm, the furrow of her brow had noticeably eased. "Return to the company," she instructed, casually adding, "You performed admirably today. Head to HR and collect a bonus of 5,000 yuan. "Thank you, General Manager Lin. I merely guessed, and luck favored me." Chun Mo humbly replied, his palms slightly perspiring from nerves. "Luck is a form of strength," Lin Wan remarked with a meaningful glance, leaning back against the seat to rest her eyes, falling into silence. Nevertheless, Chun Mo sensed a subtle shift in the dynamic between them, a delicate chemistry that transcended the conventional employer-employee relationship. In the evening, after escorting Lin Wan back to her villa, Chun Mo did not depart immediately. He needed to seize the final moments of his insight, reflecting upon the day's events and strategizing his learning objectives for tomorrow. Sitting in the car, he extracted his notebook, rapidly documenting his observations, insights, and lessons learned from the day. The key points from the meetings, negotiation techniques, Lin Wan's methods, and even her preferred coffee temperature, the brand of pen she favored, and the fleeting moments of appreciation or impatience she displayed towards certain subordinates. All these details were meticulously categorized and analyzed. He understood that time was of the essence. His ability to perceive insights was dwindling, with less than 2 days remaining. He needed to extract as much value as possible in that brief period. Simultaneously, He felt an almost imperceptible emotional connection burgeoning between him and Lin Wan. Her occasional inquisitive glances, the fleeting admiration she exhibited when he offered a useful suggestion, and her serene visage when she unwittingly relaxed in the car during moments of fatigue, all these nuances lightly grazed his heart like feathers. Chun Mo could not deny the complex feelings he harbored for this beautiful, exceptional woman with an air of icy aloofness, feelings that transcended the typical employee-boss dynamic. Yet, the vast chasm of their differing statuses served as a constant reminder, a splash of cold water that urged him to remain alert and maintain his distance. Taking a deep breath, Chun Mo dismissed the tumultuous thoughts and refocused his attention on the notebook. Now was not the time for such contemplations. Strengthen oneself, seize opportunities, and first establish a firm foothold in this city. He cast a glance at the frigid countdown in his view. Insightful time remaining. 1 day, 12 hours. 47 minutes. The time left for him was truly scarce. Chapter 10. Superpower Refresh. Mind reading. In the ensuing 2 days, Chun Mo pushed himself to the limit. He resembled a tireless learning machine, fervently extracting every ounce of value from the insightful ability. By day, he served as Lin Wan's silent yet efficient driver and assistant. His gaze was sharp, his movements precise, always anticipating her needs a step ahead. He adjusted the car's interior temperature before she expressed her discomfort, handed her the desired documents before she uttered a word, and presented a perfectly tempered cup of coffee just when fatigue set in. Chun Mo could even discern whether she required a revitalizing cup of black coffee or a soothing fruit tea by observing the subtle shifts in her micro-expressions. This unspoken, exquisite attentiveness and insight afforded Lin Wan an indescribable sense of comfort and understanding. She grew increasingly accustomed to the presence of this taciturn man, occasionally seeking his opinion on non-essential business matters. The insights derived from Chun Mo's superpower, though sometimes naive, often struck at the heart of the matter with a unique perspective, providing her with considerable inspiration. The rapport between them deepened day by day. Within the confines of the car, a tranquil atmosphere prevailed, one that required little verbal exchange. Occasional exchanges of glances would swiftly avert, leaving behind subtle ripples of unspoken connection. By night, Chun Mo immersed himself entirely in the ocean of knowledge. He studied with such fervor that he nearly forgot to eat and sleep. His mind remarkably alert and active due to insightful. His rented studio apartment was adorned with various mind maps and study notes. Marketing, financial management, business models, legal regulations. His repertoire even included seemingly trivial knowledge such as luxury appreciation, golf rules, and Western dining etiquette. He understood that to truly integrate into Lin Wan's world, mere business acumen would not suffice. He was akin to a soldier in the final sprint, frantically stockpiling provisions, desperately cramming every conceivable knowledge into his mind. On the final afternoon of the week, Lin Wan asked him to deliver a document to a cooperative partner engaged in business discussions at a golf course. It was a prestigious private golf club, lush with verdant grass and serene surroundings, frequented by elites and affluent patrons. Chun Mo parked the car at the entrance of the clubhouse, dressed in a new suit sponsored by Lin Wan, and gracefully handed the document to the partner's assistant. While waiting for the signature, he stood quietly to the side, his gaze calmly surveying the golf course. Enhanced by insightful, no detail escaped Chun Mo's notice. He could infer whether the ball would find its way into the hole simply by observing the partner's swinging motion. Merely relying on fragmented phrases inadvertently mentioned during conversations with others, Chun Mo astutely deduced the critical information regarding collaborative projects. Even the subtle changes in his counterpart's assistant's expressions and unconscious gestures revealed to him that the relationship between the assistant and his superior was indeed extraordinary. It is worth noting that both individuals were male. This seemingly omniscient state, akin to that of a deity, captivated Chun Mo, instilling within him both fascination and trepidation. 4. After midnight tonight, his extraordinary abilities would reset, meaning he would relinquish this superlative state. With a sigh, Chun Mo steeled himself, silently committing the intelligence he had just inferred to memory before returning to the office to pick up Lin Wan after her shift. During their journey, Lin Wan appeared to be in good spirits and casually inquired about Mr. Zhang. Chun Mo, while maintaining a steady grip on the wheel, replied with caution. The documents have been successfully signed. However, I sensed that Mr. Zhang seemed somewhat preoccupied. In his conversation with another executive, He repeatedly mentioned the land in the southern district and the funding chain, as if he were facing some difficulties. Upon hearing this, Linwan gazed thoughtfully out of the window. No wonder he agreed so readily today regarding the southern land. She chose not to elaborate further. But Chun Mo understood that this inadvertently captured information could prove invaluable to her. That evening, upon returning to his cramped apartment, he felt an unprecedented wave of anxiety and disarray. As the countdown approached its conclusion, the sense of having the world at his fingertips, with information readily accessible, was about to vanish entirely. Although his mind had accumulated a vast reservoir of knowledge due to intense study, his processing speed and analytical depth had evidently reverted to that of an ordinary individual. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he noted that while his gaze had sharpened and stabilized significantly compared to a week prior, the transcendent insight he once possessed was no longer present. He realized that the capabilities of the first week had come to a definitive end. Awaiting him next was a wholly new and uncharted power. In his line of sight, the countdown had reached its conclusion, replaced by a new, blinking notification. This week's ability has ended. New ability loading 000059. With less than a minute remaining, Chun Mo inhaled deeply, feeling both anticipation and apprehension. What new ability awaited him? Would it be as practical as insightful perception? Would it aid him in swiftly ascending within this ruthless world? Approaching the window, he gazed upon the resplendent urban nightscape. The experiences of this week felt dreamlike. From a desperate, destitute security guard, he had miraculously acquired substantial funds and become an aide to the president of a multinational corporation, rapidly absorbing knowledge at an astonishing pace. All of this depended on that mysterious system. What if the new ability proved to be of little use? What if it could no longer assist him? A profound sense of crisis seized him. Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. He had already savored the taste of extraordinary powers and could no longer endure reverting to his former, powerless existence as an ordinary security guard. Heavenly deities, all gods and spirits, I implore you to bless me with a practical superpower, preferably one that can be directly monetized or a miraculous ability to enhance my intellect. Just as Chun Mo was fervently praying, the system completed its loading. Loading complete. This week's superpower, telepathy. Ability description. You can directly intercept the psychological thought streams of living beings within your line of sight, manifesting as clear inner monologues. Note, after this week, the ability will refresh and be replaced. Last week's superpower will remain, but with limitations. The longer it is used, the more it exhausts physical stamina, and exceeding the limits may pose life-threatening risks. Exercise caution. Upon reading the system's information, Chun Mo could hardly contain his elation. Telepathy. This week's superpower was indeed the legendary telepathy. With such a skill at his disposal, he could discern the true thoughts of others amidst the complexities of business and interpersonal relationships, ensuring unparalleled success. This meant that for the upcoming week, everyone before him would be devoid of secrets. To Chun Mo's further delight, the system even retained the previously refreshed ability, insight. Although it could not be wielded as recklessly as this week's superpower, there remained hope for its use. That was sufficient. Chun Mo suppressed his exuberance, forcing himself to regain composure. The immediate priority was to familiarize himself with and test the efficacy of his new superpower, telepathy. However, as night had fallen, where could he find someone to test it on? Just as Chun Mo pondered this dilemma, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he beheld Lu Yamen, standing at the threshold with a bag of fruit in hand, appearing quite charming. Chun Mo's expression shifted. Here was his test subject arriving just in time. Chapter 11. An unexpected intimate encounter. As Chun Mo opened the door and found Lu Yamen standing there, he could not help but wrinkle his brow in distaste. Good evening, Uncle. Lu Yamen's voice was as soft as a whisper, laced with evident remorse. Her light golden hair was neatly styled into twin ponytails, and her face bore a hint of awkwardness and anxiety, far removed from her disheveled state that night. Holding a bag of seemingly expensive imported fruit, her gaze flickered, unwilling to meet Chun Mo's eyes. Almost simultaneously with her greeting, a ripple of clarity washed over Chun Mo's mind, akin to stones cast into a tranquil lake. That old man's gaze is so fierce. Could he be a murderer? Chun Mo? What is this? How did I become a murderer? He was caught off guard, nearly recoiling from Lu Yamen's bizarre inner thoughts. However, the new superpower, telepathy, proved to be even more astonishing than he had anticipated. Though Lu Yamen spoke sweetly, asking how he was, he could hear her true thoughts resonating within him. The sensation of piercing through another's inner secrets in person is truly marvelous. Upon noticing Lu Yamen's anxious demeanor as she clutched a bag of fruit, Chen Mo immediately discerned that she had come to apologize. The displeasure that had arisen from being disturbed and previous encounters dissipated significantly. However, he maintained a facade of indifference, wishing to further assess the efficacy of his newfound superpower. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chen Mo inquired in a flat tone, leaning against the doorframe, indicating no intention of allowing Lu Yamen to enter. "I am here to apologize." Lu Yamen mustered her courage, lifting her gaze, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "I had too much to drink last night and caused you considerable trouble, even misunderstanding you. I am truly, sincerely sorry." As she spoke, she extended the bag of fruit towards him, saying, "This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Hurry up and take the fruit. Accept my apology. I, the young lady, am eager to return for my beauty sleep." Listening to the girl's slightly self-absorbed inner monologue, Chen Mo found her unexpectedly endearing. Yet, he deliberately remained silent for a few seconds, furrowing his brow and refusing to accept the fruit bag, appearing increasingly aloof. "Uncle, I truly recognize my mistake. Please don't be angry," Lu Yamen implored, her eyes glistening with the threat of tears. She feared that Chen Mo might not forgive her, leading to a strained neighborly relationship. She had recently moved in, and the landlord had warned her that if she did not stay for at least a month, her deposit would not be refunded. She was unwilling to forfeit several thousand yuan over such a trivial misunderstanding. Observing the girl's pitiful and apprehensive demeanor, and hearing her almost desperate thoughts, "Please, you must forgive me. I cannot lose the deposit." Chen Mo's lingering displeasure evaporated completely. He was not one to harbor grudges. "Very well. What has passed is in the past." Chen Mo's tone softened as he stepped aside, allowing her to enter. "I shall accept the fruit. Come in and have a seat. It is inappropriate to stand at the door." He wished to further explore the capabilities of his mind-reading ability. Upon hearing this, Lu Yamen's thoughts erupted with joy. "Wonderful. He isn't angry. What a relief. The deposit is safe." "Really? Thank you, uncle." Lu Yamen's face brightened with a radiant smile, as if she had received a grand pardon, and she hastily bent down to change her shoes. Chen Mo's apartment was a compact single unit, consisting of a small living area that doubled as a dining and sleeping space, simply furnished. As Lu Yamen entered, she curiously surveyed her surroundings, appearing somewhat reserved as she cautiously perched on the edge of the sofa. Chen Mo went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of water. "Do you live here alone?" he asked casually while handing her the glass, then took a seat opposite her. "Yes, I just moved in not long ago, and at present, I am an intern broadcaster at an MCN agency," Lu Yamen replied earnestly, cradling the glass with both hands. "An intern broadcaster? No wonder she looks so beautiful." Chen Mo understood in his heart. "That day truly caused you trouble, even making you go to the police station in the middle of the night." Lu Yamen brought this up again, a blush rising on her face once more. "It's nothing. The officer mentioned that cooperating with the investigation is a civic duty." Chen Mo waved his hand, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over her. Having just come from home, Lu Yamen was dressed rather casually. She wore a slightly oversized cotton t-shirt, the neckline a bit loose, paired with a pair of short shorts. Due to her seated position, the hem of the t-shirt barely covered the tops of her thighs, revealing a pair of long, slender legs, with her delicate little feet clad in cartoon crocodile slippers, exuding an air of youthful vitality. Chen Mo, being a normal man in the prime of his youth, despite being divorced, still possessed an inherent appreciation for the opposite sex. His gaze inevitably lingered on those strikingly beautiful legs for a few extra seconds. In that fleeting moment, what is he looking at? Am I sitting too openly? Oh dear, how embarrassing. My toes are already digging into the ground. Lu Yamen evidently caught his glance, her cheeks instantly flushing. Instinctively, she brought her legs together and tugged at the hem of her t-shirt, her body tensing slightly, her eyes darting around in a fluster. So awkward that her toes seemed to be digging out a 3-bedroom apartment. Chen Mo quickly realized the situation, his face heating up as he hastily averted his gaze. Goodness, this girl is quite dramatic in her thoughts, making him feel embarrassed as well. The atmosphere grew somewhat stagnant. "What does your uncle do for a living?" Lu Yamen attempted to shift the topic, breaking the suffocating silence. her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "I drive for my boss," Chen-mo replied succinctly, striving to calm the racing heartbeat provoked by her intense sense of embarrassment. "Oh, a driver. That's impressive," Liu Yamen nodded, followed by another stretch of silence. The awkwardness continued to brew. Chen-mo felt that this could not persist and resolved to say something. He cleared his throat, preparing to speak. Suddenly, "Help! Ah!" Almost simultaneously with her outcry, Liu Yamen let out a short, sharp scream, her entire being jolting upright from the sofa as she pointed in panic towards the corner of the room. "There's a cockroach. Over there, a huge one." Her startled reaction was quite exaggerated, and in her sudden movement, she collided with the coffee table. Losing her balance, she stumbled toward Chen-mo. Chen-mo had no time to think. Instinctively, he reached out to steady her. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped by her warmth. Liu Yamen nearly toppled into his embrace, the force of her impact causing Chen-mo to lean back, fortunately landing against the soft backrest of the sofa, both of them sinking into its plush embrace. In an instant, the faint, sweet aroma of the girl's shower gel wafted into Chen-mo's nostrils. His arms encircled her slender and supple waist. His palm, through the delicate fabric of her t-shirt, distinctly felt the warmth and firmness of her skin. Liu Yamen's strands of hair brushed against Chen-mo's chin and neck, tickling him softly. Their bodies were pressed closely together, the posture exceedingly intimate. "Ah, how frightening. Wait, how did I end up in his embrace? This position is so embarrassing. Uncle is so warm." Liu Yamen's thoughts surged like a tidal wave, bombarding Chen-mo's nerves. His mind, overwhelmed by this chaotic and intense stream of consciousness, momentarily forgot to release her. Liu Yamen, evidently terrified by the sudden appearance of a cockroach, momentarily overlooked their awkward proximity, clinging tightly to Chen-mo's shirt, burying her face in his shoulder, her voice laced with panic. "Over there. It ran that way. How terrifying." Her soft body trembled slightly in his embrace, her warm breath brushing against Chen-mo's neck, mingling with the tumultuous and intense thoughts that fervently stirred his senses. Chen-mo, being a normal man, found it impossible to remain unaffected by such an alluring scene. Holding a vibrant, stunning girl in his arms, claiming a place in his heart was impossible. His body inevitably responded physiologically, and his breath quickened slightly. "Huh, what is happening? I can feel it. How embarrassing. Let me go?" Liu Yamen seemed to finally regain her senses from the fear of the cockroach, realizing the dangerously intimate position they found themselves in. She could feel the changes in Chen-mo's body and the quickening of his breath, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." In a flurry, she attempted to climb away from him, but in her haste, her hand inadvertently pressed against his thigh for leverage. The placement was delicate and the pressure considerable. Chen-mo let out a muffled groan. The stimulation was rather direct. Liu Yamen instantly recoiled as if scalded, losing her balance and nearly falling back into Chen-mo's embrace once more. After a flurry of frantic struggles, she finally stood up, her face flushed and hair disheveled. Stepping back several paces until she found herself against the wall, her head lowered, unable to meet Chen-mo's gaze, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she gasped for breath. Chen-mo straightened himself, awkwardly adjusting his wrinkled clothing, acutely aware of the subtly charged and heated atmosphere enveloping them. "Oh my, how mortifying. What have I just done? I must leave this place immediately. The cockroach." Liu Yamen's voice was barely a whisper, still preoccupied with the source of her distress. Chen-mo followed the direction she had indicated earlier and indeed spotted a shiny cockroach scuttling swiftly along the baseboard. Taking a deep breath to suppress the conflicting emotions of allure and embarrassment, he rose, retrieved several tissues, and hastened over. With deftness, he ensnared the cockroach, discarding it into the toilet with a flush. Upon completing this task, he returned to the living room. Liu Yamen remained pressed against the wall, appearing as if she wished to vanish into the floor. "It's done now." He attempted to keep his tone composed. "Thank you," Liu Yamen murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as her head drooped lower. "It's getting late, so I'll head back now. Good night, uncle." With that, she hurriedly pulled open the door and slipped out, the door slamming shut behind her. The room fell into an immediate silence, leaving Chen-mo alone, accompanied only by the faint, lingering sweetness of the girl's fragrance in the air and the warmth and creases left on the sofa. Standing still, Chen-mo reflected on the chaotic yet enchanting scene that had just unfolded, along with the unprecedented experience brought about by the newfound telepathy. He suddenly began to understand why affluent older men often sought to sponsor young female students. Disdain for the wealthy, skepticism towards their excesses, understanding their motivations, and ultimately, aspiring to become one of them. Meanwhile, Lu Yamen, having retreated to her own room, slid down against the door, covering her face with her hands, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. How humiliating, truly humiliating, she muttered, her cheeks aflame. Replaying the moment she had thrown herself into Chun Mo's embrace and felt the change in his physique. A warmth began to spread between her thighs. Flushed with embarrassment, Lu Yamen gulped down several glasses of cold water to quell her inner turmoil, silently reminding herself to avoid excessive contact with Chun Mo in the future. Chapter 12. The feast at Hongmin. As a new week approached, Chun Mo set out with an invigorated spirit. However, upon stepping onto the street, he soon realized his error. I'm so tired. I just want to go home and sleep. I truly dread this class. Ugh, last night that old hag mocked me for being a quick shooter. Should I get checked at the hospital? Damn, I'm going to miss the subway. Move faster, you fat lady, don't block the way. Ugh, my stomach hurts. I need to find a place to relieve myself. Ouch, I just went before leaving. Why do I need to go again? Where's the restroom? The cacophony of countless voices flooded Chun Mo's mind like a deluge, almost threatening to shatter his senses. Enough. Everyone, be quiet. Who wants to hear your trivial complaints? On the bus, Chun Mo rubbed his temples in agony, internally screaming. If given the choice, he would prefer to uninstall this wretched telepathy at once. Eavesdropping on one person's thoughts could be exhilarating, but listening to the cacophony of hundreds was nothing short of mental torture. The harsh reality swiftly extinguished the thrill he had felt at acquiring this new superpower. After a long struggle, Chun Mo hurriedly dashed into the security room to collect the keys. Only after settling into the driver's seat and closing the door did he find a temporary refuge from the cacophony of external thoughts. Slumping in his seat, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. If one wishes to revel in the convenience of superpowers, one must be prepared to bear the accompanying costs. He had been rather hasty. The randomly refreshing abilities each week were as much a blessing as they were a curse. He mustn't allow himself to descend into madness. With a sigh, and noticing the time slipping away, Chun Mo swiftly started the car, heading towards Lin Wan's villa. Upon receiving Lin Wan's call, he instantly perceived her thoughts. Sigh. I'm so tired. I shouldn't have stayed up late reading comics last night. Taken aback, he almost lost control of the steering wheel. What are you doing? Lin Wan exclaimed, startled and displeased. Apologies, Miss Lin, a stray cat just darted across my path. Chun Mo replied, awkwardly chuckling to mask his embarrassment. He hadn't expected Lin Wan to possess such a contrasting side. She appeared so composed and aloof. Yet she indulged in late-night comic binges, a delightful surprise. Drive carefully, Lin Wan admonished, furrowing her brow before immersing herself in her work. After arriving at the company, Chun Mo parked the car and bought a cup of invigorating black coffee from the cafe downstairs. As he placed the coffee before Lin Wan, he caught her inner voice. Oh? Quite thoughtful. It seems my efforts in mentoring him weren't in vain. This murmured praise alleviated some of the mental noise that had plagued him. The day was packed with engagements. Lin Wan took a sip of her coffee, rubbing her temples. In the morning, she was scheduled to attend a meeting at the city government, and in the afternoon, a meeting with Zhao Kun, the young heir of Hongyuan Building Materials parent company, Dingxin Group. She paused, expressing a hint of frustration. I have a dinner gathering tonight that I can't decline. Be prepared to work late. Understood, Miss Lin, Chun Mo acknowledged, while sensing her exasperation regarding Zhao Kun. I can't stand that Zhao Kun. He always looks at me with those lecherous eyes, as if he wants to devour me whole. He thinks he can do whatever he pleases just because of his family's wealth. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't want to see him, even at gunpoint. Dingxin Group S. Zhao Kun? Chun Mo rapidly recalled relevant information. Dingxin Group was a formidable force, one of the city's giants, with a scale at least 10 times that of Zhenwan International. However, the young heir Zhao Kun seemed to have a rather unsavory reputation, infamous for his lewdness and reckless behavior due to his affluent background. It was no wonder Lin Wan felt so helpless regarding this dinner. Will you need me to accompany you tonight? Chun Mo cautiously inquired. As a driver and assistant, working late was commonplace, and waiting was to be expected. Yet, he sensed Lin Wan's unease, prompting him to ask. Lin Wan hesitated for a moment, then slowly shook her head and said, It's best if you don't attend for now. Your presence may not be appropriate in such a setting. Chun Mo immediately fell silent. Later, during the afternoon meeting, Chun Mo, attending as an assistant, encountered Zhao Kun in person for the first time. He was a young man clad in a flamboyant pink shirt, with a frivolous gaze, speaking with an air of superiority that suggested a condescending attitude. What infuriated Chun Mo the most were the crude thoughts Zhao Kun harbored about Lin Wan. It seems that Lin Wan has grown bustier over the past few months. Could it be that she has undergone some cosmetic enhancement? Wow, she truly is becoming more alluring, with that figure and face. One wonders how enticing she must be in bed. The saying goes, when the master is humiliated, the servant must perish. To witness his goddess and employer subjected to such degrading treatment was enough to gnaw at Chun Mo's insides, yet he felt utterly powerless. It was undeniable that Zhao Kun, whose body was already ravaged by indulgence, was no match for Chun Mo in terms of physical strength. He could easily overpower Zhao Kun with one hand. But what of it? Though delivering a beating to Zhao Kun would bring some relief, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Chun Mo could only grit his teeth and endure, vowing to teach Zhao Kun a severe lesson at the first opportunity. The purpose of this informal meeting was rather straightforward. It was merely a case of Hanyuan building materials suffering a setback and seeking Zhao Kun's intervention after being caught in a compromising position by Zhenwan International. Zhao Kun, brash and domineering, quickly framed the situation as a misunderstanding, demanding that Lin Wan set aside her prejudices and continue collaborating with Hanyuan building materials. Throughout the discussion, his gaze shamelessly roamed over Lin Wan, his words often laced with lewd insinuations. Lin Wan maintained a professional smile in response. Yet Chun Mo could hear her inner rage. Caught in the act and still daring to turn the tables. Does this scoundrel have a face made of stone? Just looking at him makes me want to vomit. Meanwhile, Zhao Kun's thoughts were filled with disdain. Competing with me? This little girl thinks she can turn the tide? Ultimately, under the pressure from Ding Xin, Lin Wan had no choice but to concede temporarily. As the meeting concluded, Zhao Kun intentionally leaned in closer. Lin, I've reserved the entire venue at Sihu Xian for tonight. Let us have a thorough discussion. Chun Mo distinctly heard his inner sneer. If I don't completely subdue this flirt tonight, I'll write my name backward. Lin Wan forced a smile and nodded, her thoughts spiraling into exasperation. Heavens, how can someone be so disgusting? I just want to hurl my high heels at his face. His ugly mug makes me want to retch. He's even less appealing than Chun Mo. Chun Mo felt a twinge of offense. On the way to Sihu Xian, the atmosphere in the car was stifling. Chun Mo glanced at Lin Wan's furrowed brow in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but speak up. Manager Lin, that Zhao Xiao seems difficult to handle. Should I prepare for anything? Lin Wan withdrew her gaze from the window, her weary face reflected in the mirror. Just wait for my call in the car. I can manage this situation. Chun Mo refrained from saying more, silently ensuring a smoother drive. He understood that Lin Wan possessed her own pride and approach to matters, and she would not easily show weakness in front of her subordinates. Soon, the Maybach came to a halt at the entrance of Sihu Xian. Zhao Kun was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Wan alight from the vehicle, he promptly greeted her with enthusiasm, attempting to wrap his arms around her waist, only to be deftly evaded by Lin Wan. General Manager Lin, what an honor. The private room is ready, the finest lakeside view. Zhao Kun smiled, though his gaze was as insidious as a serpent. Lin Wan took a deep breath, signaling to Chun Mo to wait for her, and followed Zhao Kun inside. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's eyes were fixed intently on Zhao Kun's retreating figure. In that fleeting moment of turning, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Kun's inner thoughts. Humph, this arrogant woman thinks she can deny me? Let her not blame me for my methods. Soon, she will learn the consequences of offending me. Chun Mo parked the car in a nearby lot, his vigilance heightening as he stared at the heavy door of the clubhouse. Zhao Kun seemed to harbor ill intentions. It appeared that tonight would undoubtedly unfold into a treacherous banquet. Chapter 13. A fury for the fair one. As time passed, the sky darkened, and the lights began to twinkle. The lake shimmered under the moonlight, presenting a facade of tranquility. However, Chun Mo's unease steadily intensified. He retrieved his phone, repeatedly glancing at the time. An hour and a half had elapsed, yet there was no word from Lin Wan. He attempted to call her, but the ringing continued unanswered. After another 15 minutes, the call was finally picked up, revealing Lin Wan's voice, somewhat muffled and laced with an unusual softness. Hello, Chun Mo. No, it's fine. We're almost done. Just wait for me a moment. Her voice was intermittent, and in the background, Zhao Kuan's laughter could be faintly discerned. General Manager, have another drink. No, I can't drink anymore. Don't be such a spoilsport. Have another glass, and then we can indulge in something thrilling. No, please, Chen Mo, help. At this moment, a loud buzzing filled Chen Mo's mind. Without a second thought, he flung the car door open and dashed out. Like an enraged leopard, he sprinted toward the clubhouse entrance. A staff member attempted to block his path. Step aside. I'm looking for Zhao Kuan. Chen Mo growled, his eyes ablaze with fury, causing the staff member to instinctively yield. Bang! Chen Mo forcefully pushed open the heavy door to the private room. The scene within sent his blood rushing to his head. There lay Lin Wan, slumped on the sofa, her complexion flushed, eyes dazed, her hair damp with sweat, and her jacket half removed, revealing a thin silk blouse beneath. She seemed to be struggling with the last vestiges of her rationality, her limbs weak and powerless. Zhao Kuan loomed over her, one hand holding a glass, attempting to pour more liquor into her, while the other hand indecorously reached for the buttons of her blouse. A lewd grin plastered across his face. Remove your filthy hands from Lin Wan. Chen Mo bellowed in fury. Damn it! Who allowed you to enter? Zhao Kuan was startled by the shout and turned around to see Chen Mo, instantly erupting in fury. Get out! Security! Chen Mo's eyes were ablaze with rage. He wasted no time, lunging forward and seizing Zhao Kuan's unruly wrist, twisting it mercilessly. Ah! Zhao Kuan let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his wineglass shattering upon impact with the floor. How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? Zhao Kuan grimaced in pain, unleashing a torrent of curses. Chen Mo ignored his threats entirely. With a clenched fist, he struck Zhao Kuan's repulsive face with a powerful blow. Thud! The punch landed solidly on his nose, sending Zhao Kuan staggering backward with a howl, blood gushing from his nostrils. Without sparing him a glance, Chen Mo swiftly removed his suit jacket and wrapped it around the trembling, feverish Lin Wan, whose dazed eyes reflected a fragile consciousness. President Lin, can you hear me? He urgently whispered. Lin Wan seemed to possess a flicker of awareness. Her long lashes fluttered slightly, and her lips moved to form faint murmurs. It's so hot. I want water. Her voice quivered, tinged with a plaintive cry, tugging at Chen Mo's heart like a kitten. An overwhelming fury threatened to consume his reason. Something was gravely amiss with Lin Wan. It appeared she had been drugged. He abruptly turned to Zhao Kuan, who was clutching his nose, howling and cursing, his eyes aflame with menace. What did you give her? Chen Mo's voice was low and gravelly, imbued with a palpable sense of danger. Zhao Kuan shivered under his glare, but stubbornly clung to his bravado. What is it to you? A filthy driver dares to hit me? I'll make you regret this. You're finished. Both you and your boss will pay for this. In Jiangnan City, there will be no place for you. Chen Mo had no time for idle threats. He scooped up the feverish Lin Wan and strode purposefully toward the exit. Stop him. Block them. Zhao Kuan screamed desperately behind him. Several security guards rushed to the door, their expressions unfriendly. Chen Mo's gaze was razor-sharp, resembling a beast poised to pounce, as he advanced with Lin Wan in his arms. Those who wish to avoid trouble, step aside. He growled. The security guards, intimidated by his presence and witnessing the clearly compromised state of Lin Wan alongside the bloody Zhao Kuan, hesitated, instinctively parting to allow him passage. With Lin Wan cradled in his arms, Chen Mo hurried through the corridor and, under the astonished gazes of the staff, exited the venue with swift strides, carefully placing her in the back seat of his Mercedes. He quickly started the engine, which roared to life, and the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, merging into the flow of traffic under the night sky. In the rearview mirror, Lin Wan curled up in the back seat, restlessly shifting her body, unconsciously tugging at the jacket enveloping her, emitting distressed groans while her cheeks flushed a vivid crimson. It's so hot. I need water, she murmured. Chen Mo, frantic with concern, focused on the road while attempting to soothe her. Mr. Lin, just hold on a little longer. We will take you to the hospital soon. No, no hospital. Lin Wan seemed to cling to a shred of rationality. At the mention of the hospital, she struggled even more fiercely, her voice laced with a plea and an unusual sense of shame. Take me home. I can't let anyone know. Chen Mo instantly comprehended her concerns. As the president of Jinwan International, her identity was sensitive. Should rumors of her being drugged and sent to the hospital surface, regardless of the truth, it would be a devastating blow to her reputation. All right, home it is. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, abruptly yanking the steering wheel to change direction, speeding towards Lin Wan's villa. He could only hope that the effects of the drug would not be life-threatening. If anything were to happen to Lin Wan, he vowed that Zhao Kuan would pay dearly. As time passed, the effects of the drug had completely consumed Lin Wan's reason. She ceased to moan and instead began to unconsciously tear at her clothing. Her blazer had already been kicked off, and 2 buttons of her shirt had been ripped open, revealing large swathes of pristine skin and delicate collarbones. "It's so hot. Help me." In a dazed state, she reached out, unexpectedly grabbing Chun Mo's arm as he steadied the steering wheel. Chun Mo's body stiffened, nearly losing control of the wheel. "Mr. Lin, this is dangerous. Please calm down and sit back," he rasped, attempting to withdraw his hand. However, Lin Wan clung to him like a lifeline, her body leaning softly from the back seat, her heated breath brushing against his ear and neck, mingled with an enticing fragrance and a painful whimper. "Help me. I feel terrible." The soft touch, the searing temperature, the helpless pleas, all intertwined with the intoxicating atmosphere induced by the drug, crashed against Chun Mo's reason and senses like the most ferocious tide. Fortunately, they had returned to the villa. The car came to a sudden halt at the entrance. Chun Mo gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, unsure if it was from tension or something else. He turned to look back. Lin Wan had nearly slumped entirely against the seat, her gaze unfocused, lips a vivid red, hair tousled against her flushed cheeks. That vulnerable, pluckable appearance was a stark contrast to her usual poised and proud demeanor as a CEO. Chun Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, almost overwhelmed by desire. Suppressing his more wicked thoughts, he bent down to carry Lin Wan out of the car, only to find her wrapping around him like an octopus. Her burning cheeks pressed against his neck, her moist lips inadvertently brushing against his skin. "Help me, please," she mumbled in a muddled plea, entirely under the drug's influence. Embracing her soft, feverish body, he stepped into the empty, silent villa. His last vestige of rationality wavered under the weight of her desperate entreaties and fragrant warmth. The night deepened, and the villa's door slowly closed, sealing off the outside world. Chapter 14. A night out of control. The air within the villa seemed to solidify. Only the suppressed and painful gasps of Lin Wan remained, accompanied by Chun Mo's heart pounding like a drum. He carefully laid Lin Wan down on the spacious leather sofa in the living room, attempting to rise and fetch her a glass of ice water or a damp towel to cool her down. However, Lin Wan's arms clung to his neck like vines, refusing to release their hold. "Don't go. It's so unbearable." She tilted her face upward, her dreamy eyes shrouded in a mist of longing, gazing at him with helpless desire. Her crimson lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids, yet radiating a searing warmth. I want, give it to me." Under the influence of the medication, Lin Wan's desires surged to an apex, her soul echoing with a primal longing potent enough to stir even the heart of a centenarian monk. The impact of this raw emotion on Chun Mo was immense. He was no sage, faced with such an unattainable yet vulnerable beauty. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no temptation, especially considering their prior unexpected intimacy. His breath grew heavy, his reason teetering on the brink between desire and responsibility. "Mr. Lin, please remain calm. I will fetch you some water." Chun Mo's voice was hoarse as he attempted to pry her hands away. Yet, his touch seemed to ignite the final fuse. Lin Wan let out a soft whimper, not only refusing to let go but, driven by her lingering instincts and the potent effects of the drug, leaned closer to him with greater fervor. Her burning cheeks pressed against the crook of his neck, seeking a remedy for the heat within. "Help me, I beg you," she murmured unconsciously, her supple body writhing like a serpent, inadvertently brushing against Chun Mo's taut nerves. Boom. The last strand of reason snapped completely. Chun Mo let out a low growl, suppressing the primal impulse of his masculinity, akin to a flood breaking through a dam, instantly obliterating all defenses. No longer attempting to push her away, he tightened his embrace, drawing her soft, feverish body deeper into his arms, and lowered his head to capture those enticing red lips in a fervent kiss. Lin Wan seemed startled by this sudden invasion, emitting a brief whimper. Yet she was soon overwhelmed by the intensified effects of the drug and physiological responses, passively enduring it, even beginning to respond unconsciously. This tentative reply acted as the most potent catalyst, igniting Chun Mo completely. Soon, their bodies intertwined on the sofa, reason cast aside. Clothes were carelessly torn off, scattered across the floor. The luxurious leather sofa creaked under the strain, mingling with the woman's intermittent moans, indistinguishable between pain and pleasure, and the man's heavy breathing. That night was long and chaotic. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the disheveled living room. Lin Wan's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she struggled to open her eyes. A sudden and intense headache, coupled with a pervasive ache throughout her body as if it had been dismantled and reassembled, overwhelmed her, causing her to furrow her delicate brow. Instinctively, she attempted to raise her hand to soothe her temple, only to realize that she seemed to be weighed down by some heavy force. In bewilderment, she turned her head, and in the next instant, her pupils dilated in shock. A familiar male visage loomed close at hand. Chinemo. His eyes were closed, seemingly lost in slumber. The lines of fatigue etched across his handsome brow, his breathing steady. To her astonishment, she found herself resting upon his arm, nearly nestled within his embrace. A mere thin blanket draped over them, and beneath it, she discovered her body was entirely unclothed. A deluge of fragmented and chaotic memories from the previous night surged into her mind like a tidal wave. Zhao Kuan's sinister grin, the peculiar taste of that strange drink, her gradually fading consciousness, Chun Mo's fierce demeanor as he burst through the door, the suffocating heat and entanglement in the car, and the subsequent, blushingly fervent, and shameful moments on the sofa. Each scene struck her like a heavy hammer, relentlessly battering her nerves. She had once again been intimate with Chun Mo. A tidal wave of shock, shame, anger, and an indescribable panic instantly drowned Lin Wan. She bolted upright, clutching the thin blanket tightly around herself, her sudden movement awakening Chun Mo beside her. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Lin Wan's ashen face, her gaze filled with alarm, shame, and a desire to distance herself from him. He too was jolted into awareness, and seeing her expression as if the sky had fallen, his heart sank. He quickly sat up. Lin, he attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Should he admit that her intoxication had led her to entangle him, and that he had failed to resist? Such an admission would sound like an evasion of responsibility. Shut up. Lin Wan's voice was sharp and trembling, laced with an unprecedented chill and estrangement, even tinged with a hint of fear. She dared not meet Chun Mo's gaze, her fingers gripping the edge of her coat, with knuckles turning white. How dare he? How could he? The last time she had unwittingly ended up in bed with Chun Mo, Lin Wan had been engulfed in unexplainable rage. However, she had later numbed herself with unexpected excuses, and as the days passed in close proximity to Chun Mo, she had unearthed many of his virtues, gradually allowing the memories to fade. Little did she expect that the embarrassment she had tried so hard to forget would resurface without warning, leaving her feeling utterly humiliated. Chun Mo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He understood that the situation had become dire. Leave. Lin Wan pointed towards the door, her voice strained to the utmost, even carrying a hint of sobbing, yet she still endeavored to maintain her last vestige of dignity and poise. Now, immediately leave. Chun Mo opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. He recognized that any explanation at this moment would be futile, only serving to further provoke Lin Wan. He silently rose, gathering the scattered garments from the floor and swiftly donning them. Throughout this process, Lin Wan maintained her gaze averted, her body taut as stone, refusing even to glance at him from the corner of her eye. Once dressed, Chun Mo gazed at her fragile yet resolute silhouette and spoke softly. Lin, I apologize for last night. However, concerning Zhao Kuan, I am worried about you. I told you to leave. Did you not hear me? Lin Wan abruptly turned, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. My affairs are none of your concern. Go away. Chun Mo chose silence, casting one last profound glance her way before hastily departing the villa. As the sound of the door closing echoed, Lin Wan's rigid form crumbled, and she slumped wearily onto the sofa, burying her face in the cushion that still held their shared warmth, her shoulders trembling slightly. Confusion, humiliation, fear, and an indescribable complexity of emotions rendered her mind a blank slate. It was over. Everything was in disarray. Meanwhile, Chun Mo emerged from the villa into the cool morning air, his heart burdened with a similar weight of complexity. He glanced back at the opulent yet oppressive villa, his brow furrowed. Lin Wan's emotions were exceedingly unstable, dominated by anger and shame. Their relationship had likely plunged to a freezing point. An even graver concern loomed in the form of Zhao Kun. That scoundrel had drugged her with nefarious intent and had even been struck down by him. Given Zhao Kun's vengeful nature, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. The storm was merely beginning. Taking a deep breath, his gaze transformed into one of icy resolve. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he must protect Lin Wan and ensure that Zhao Kun faced the consequences of his actions. Chapter 15. The dawn of a vengeance plan. The morning's chill brushed against his face, yet it could not disperse the heaviness and agitation within Chen Mo's heart. He stood before Lin Wan's villa like a forsaken statue. The opulent door behind him not only obstructed his view, but also acted as an invisible barrier, sealing the burgeoning feelings between him and Lin Wan in ice. He understood her anger and shame. It stemmed not solely from the pride of a female CEO, but also from a fear of losing control and the vulnerability of being seen. However, understanding did not imply passivity. Zhao Kun, this debauched scion, had employed the most despicable means, nearly destroying Lin Wan, which had ignited his fury. Given Zhao Kun's arrogant disposition, he would not rest easy after being thwarted and humiliated. Retribution would soon descend, and it would be swift and ruthless. The target might not only be Chen Mo, but could encompass the entire Zhanwan International and Lin Wan herself. He must act before Zhao Kun could strike. A glint of ferocity flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. He had never been one to passively endure, especially now that he possessed the means to fight back. He hastily departed from the villa district, parking his car at a tranquil corner park. His mind raced as he began to devise a counterattack plan. Zhao Kun, emboldened by his illustrious family background, had always been arrogant and overbearing. Over the years, the media had exposed no fewer than 10 of his absurd escapades, making it seemingly effortless to bring him down. The crux of the matter lay in unearthing his Achilles heel, delivering a decisive blow. This, however, proved to be the daunting challenge. After much contemplation, Chen Mo found himself at an impasse. Given his current standing, confronting Zhao Kun, who was firmly backed by the Zhao family, in a direct confrontation would likely yield no significant impact. With brute force ruled out, he had no choice but to rely on cunning strategy. Chen Mo steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he silently roared, "Insight into the minutiae, activate." A surge of energy coursed through his brain, awakening an extraordinary sense of omniscience, as if he were privy to the secrets of the universe. Yet, simultaneously, an overwhelming wave of dizziness crashed over him. It felt as though a searing iron rod had pierced his temples, darkness clouding his vision, and a profound weakness enveloped his limbs, nearly rendering him powerless against the ground. The system had mentioned that last week's abilities could be retained, albeit at the cost of physical stamina. However, he could scarcely fathom that the toll would be so terrifyingly immediate. Yet, this was inconsequential. As long as he could eliminate Zhao Kun, he would willingly expend every last ounce of his strength. Chen Mo clenched his jaw, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall, instantly saturating his temples and back. Leaning against the seat, he gasped for breath like a fish out of water, desperately clinging to the fragile thread of his thoughts. Under the miraculous enhancement of insight into the minutiae, a preliminary plan began to coalesce. Chen Mo's most significant, if not the only, asset was his dual superpowers, insight into the minutiae and mind reading. The former would orchestrate the analysis and planning, while the latter served as a razor-sharp dagger, capable of piercing the heart and unearthing the deepest secrets. Moreover, as it was this week's superpower, it could be utilized without restraint. If he wished to bring Zhao Kun to his knees, it was indispensable. However, while mind reading was extraordinarily effective, its limitations were equally pronounced. Firstly, its range of application required Zhao Kun to be within Chen Mo's line of sight. The closer, the better the effect. Yet, given the intensity of their enmity, any rash approach would not only jeopardize his ability to uncover Zhao Kun's secrets, but also risk incurring his wrath. Additionally, without the support of Zhao Kun's secrets, even if Chen Mo were to disregard his own safety and overextend his use of insight into the minutiae, it would be futile. He needed to identify a viable entry point. Enduring the discomfort, Chen Mo continued to think at breakneck speed. Since directly probing Zhao Kun's inner secrets seemed implausible, why not adopt an alternative approach? At his core, Zhao Kun was merely an incompetent wastrel, surrounded by sycophants who thrived in his corrupt milieu. If no breakthrough can be found through Zhao Kun, why not approach his confidants? The secretary, assistants, bodyguards, and even the seemingly insignificant individuals surrounding Zhao Kun may hold the key. By capturing fragments of information from their fleeting words and inner thoughts regarding Zhao Kun, one could potentially uncover valuable insights. Subsequently, employing the formidable capabilities of insightful analysis to integrate and analyze this information might yield unexpected discoveries. While this method may seem clumsy and exceedingly exhausting, for the sake of Lin Wan and himself, he must give it a try. A flicker of determination flashed in Chun Mo's eyes as he retrieved his phone, swiftly searching for all publicly available information related to Zhao Kun and the Dingxin Group, including gossip, commercial reports, frequented nightclubs, affiliated companies, recent projects, and trusted associates. Soon, he identified a key individual. In several reports, a personal assistant named Li Hongfa consistently appeared alongside Zhao Kun. This individual had recently been spotted frequently at a high-end nightclub called Crown. Suddenly, Chun Mo emitted a pained groan, unable to maintain his connection to insightful analysis. The abrupt withdrawal of his superpower left him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. The throbbing pain in his head and the weakness in his body ebbed like a receding tide, yet an extreme exhaustion lingered. Slumping in the driver's seat, he gasped for breath, his complexion alarmingly pale, as if recovering from a severe illness. Merely a few minutes of overexertion had nearly drained all his strength. Nonetheless, it was all worthwhile. He had discerned the direction for his pursuit, seeking a breakthrough through Li Hongfa. With a clear objective, Chun Mo sprang into action. First, he returned home to replenish his energy with a good sleep. When night fell, he donned inconspicuous casual attire, complete with a hat and mask, and made his way to the high-end nightclub named Crown. Upon entering the nightclub, Chun Mo's mind exploded with a cacophony of chaotic, trivial, and utterly valueless thoughts flooding into his consciousness like a breached dam. The noise was sharp and overwhelming, the sheer volume of information threatening to burst his mind. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the side effects of such a crowded venue proved to be terrifying. Gritting his teeth against the agonizing headache, he found a corner, ordered a drink, and settled in for a lengthy vigil. As time ticked by, Chun Mo's complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This sustained mental strain was far more exhausting than a day of laborious physical work. Just as he felt he could no longer endure, two figures entered through the door. Chun Mo's spirit jolted. The leading figure was none other than Zhao Kun. The young man bowing and scraping beside him was indeed Li Hongfa. Initially, Chun Mo had merely hoped for a stroke of luck in surveilling Li Hongfa, but unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon the very target himself, a true stroke of fortune. At this moment, it was particularly surprising that Zhao Kun was without his bodyguards. He quickly rose to his feet and discreetly followed the two men. Seated in an opulent private booth, Zhao Kun wore a grim expression, his nose bandaged, presenting a rather ludicrous sight. Yet the venomous glare in his eyes threatened to spill forth. Beside him, Li Hongfa fawned over him, pouring drinks and lighting cigarettes. In a venue such as this, where the music throbbed with intensity and noise reverberated ceaselessly, conversation relied heavily on shouting. Even at a distance, words might not be clearly heard, allowing the two men to converse freely without fear of eavesdropping. Chun Mo feigned inebriation, concealing himself in a corner 10 meters away, concentrating intently on their dialogue. Soon, a series of voices reached his ears. "Damn it, that wretched Lin Wan. And that filthy driver. I swear I will make you pay. It's infuriating. That vile mother-son duo constantly slanders me before the old man, causing me to lose my allowance. They will be thrown out sooner or later. Fortunately, I'm clever. I found a way to make money early on. Tonight, I must find a few girls to vent my frustrations. Young Master Kun is in a foul mood today. We must be cautious in our service. The new batch of candies that arrived last night is of good quality. It should please him. The payment for the smuggled cars is still outstanding. We must press Black Dog on that." Candies? Smuggled cars? Chun Mo's heart raced as he instantly recognized he had captured crucial keywords. He fought against the sharp pain in his head and the ringing in his ears, determined to continue eavesdropping. However, the distance and surrounding distractions made it difficult to glean any further useful intelligence. Soon, their conversation concluded, and Zhao Kun departed the nightclub, entwined with two beautiful women. Li Hongfa did not follow. Instead, he sought a secluded spot to make a phone call. Chun Mo quickly trailed behind him. "Hello, Brother Black Dog. When will young Master Kun's batch of cars be available?" The risk of holding on to them is too great. What? Customs has been strict lately? That's your problem. Figure it out. Also, about the last batch of candies, send over some more. They need to be more potent. Young Master Kuan requires them. Rest assured, money is not an issue. As usual, use the account of that shell company under Dingxin and clean it up first. The conversation was brief, yet the information was substantial. Smuggling, illicit drugs, money laundering. Furthermore, it appeared to involve a shell company under the Dingxin group. Chen Mo could almost hear his own heart pounding. He swiftly noted the keywords mentioned by Li Hongfa: candies, smuggled cars, black dog, shell company accounts. With his objective accomplished, he dared not linger and promptly departed. Once in a deserted area, he could no longer hold back. He leaned against a tree and retched violently, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. Gasping for breath, his face as pale as a sheet, yet a cold smirk played upon his lips. As always, the sacrifices made were worthwhile. The fox had revealed its tail. Next, it was time to follow the clues and locate a sharp blade capable of delivering a fatal blow to Zhao Kuan, thereby neutralizing this ticking time bomb once and for all. Chapter 16. The Dance of the Blade. Damning evidence. Chen Mo returned to his apartment, dragging his nearly exhausted body and collapsing onto the bed, as if every bone in his body had been extracted. His mind throbbed with the pain of countless needles, and a persistent ringing echoed in his ears, with his temples pulsating violently. The burden of employing mind reading in crowded places had far exceeded his expectations, akin to an indiscriminate mental bombardment. With great effort, he retrieved his phone and set an alarm for 2 hours. Then, he closed his eyes and instantly succumbed to a deep, comatose slumber. He was utterly fatigued, in dire need of rest. Otherwise, he risked a sudden, fatal collapse. 2 hours later, the alarm rang sharply. Chen Mo shot up like a startled bird, his heart racing, cold sweat instantly soaking his temples. The brief sleep had not fully restored his energy, but the excruciating headache that felt as though it might fracture had finally eased somewhat. He splashed cold water on his face and gazed into the mirror at his pale, haggard visage, the lingering traces of bloodshot eyes contrasting with an unusually bright and resolute gaze. Time waits for no one. Zhao Kuan's revenge could strike at any moment. He had to race against the clock. He took out his notebook and meticulously wrote down the keywords he had heard yesterday: black dog, smuggling vehicles, candy, a euphemism for illicit drugs, and shell companies laundering money. After much contemplation, Chen Mo ultimately settled on the shell company as his target. This was the most promising avenue for uncovering clues online. With the target established, he would now employ the formidable analytical prowess of insight to comb through the vast ocean of online information for any sign of a lead. This task was undoubtedly akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, yet he welcomed the challenge. Opening his computer, he took a deep breath and forced himself to concentrate once more. His brain immediately protested with sharp pangs, but he gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze on the screen. Insight activate. He first searched for the shell company associated with Dingxin Group. The results were overwhelming, numbering in the thousands, most of which were useless commercial information. He focused on filtering those with low registered capital, seemingly unrelated representatives, yet possessing vague business scopes with clandestine links to Dingxin. As time ticked away, the light from the computer screen illuminated Chen Mo's increasingly pallid face. Sweat dripped down his jaw, but he remained oblivious to it. Suddenly, a company named Junshi Media caught his attention. This company had a registered capital of only 1 million, and its legal representative bore an entirely unfamiliar name. Yet, its registered address coincided with the former location of another enterprise under Dingxin Group. Moreover, its business scope included seemingly innocuous, yet easily manipulable items like cultural goods import and export. This was it. Chen Mo's heart raced. An instinct told him he had found his target. As for the other keywords, they were promptly abandoned by Chen Mo. If evidence of money laundering could be uncovered within this company, combined with illicit smuggling and banned substances, a complete chain of evidence could be formed, sufficient to bring Zhao Kuan to his demise. However, how could one acquire the internal accounts of a company? To be frank, it is quite challenging, especially for a company clearly engaged in illegal activities, which would undoubtedly have stringent security and confidentiality measures in place. Chen Mo fell into deep contemplation. Breaking in? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Hacking skills? He lacked them. Bribing internal personnel? He had no acquaintances, and time was of the essence. It appeared that the situation had reached an impasse. Wait. A spark of inspiration struck Chen Mo. Li Hongfa. He was Zhao Kuan's personal assistant and was privy to many of Zhao Kuan's illegal dealings. He might even directly oversee those unsavory accounts. Soon, an exceedingly daring plan began to take shape in Chun Mo's mind. He would employ mind reading to create an opening through Li Hongfa. This, too, was no easy feat. As Zhao Kuan's confidant, Li Hongfa would undoubtedly be on high alert at all times. Approaching him was inherently risky, and maintaining mind reading at close range for an extended period would be a tremendous test for Chun Mo's body. Yet, this was the fastest and most direct method available. Without hesitation, Chun Mo immediately began to utilize insight to analyze Li Hongfa's behavioral patterns. Based on observations from the previous day and fragmented information, he deduced that Li Hongfa would likely visit the Crown nightclub again soon. Besides seeking entertainment, this nightclub was very likely a distribution point for their illicit goods. Thus, staking out Li Hongfa at the Crown would be a prudent decision. Days passed without any results for Chun Mo. However, he remained patient and firmly believed that Li Hongfa would appear soon. One evening, as usual, Chun Mo donned his disguise and made his way to a concealed corner across from the Crown nightclub, where he could observe the venue. Around 8 o'clock, the long-awaited Li Hongfa finally made his entrance, cigarette in mouth and phone in hand, sauntering into the nightclub. Chun Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his fatigue and discomfort, lowered the brim of his hat, and followed swiftly. The moment he entered the nightclub, the familiar torrent of inner voices surged over him once more. Yet, with prior experience, he managed to adapt, taking up a position at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, concentrating all his attention on Li Hongfa. Indeed, there are no workers who do not grumble about their leaders behind their backs. Before long, Chun Mo began to gather insights. Damn, Kuan Xiao only knows how to play with women. All the dirty work falls on me. The accounts for Junqi this month are still unresolved. The tax bureau nearly caught on. It's truly infuriating. That idiot He Go can't handle even the smallest tasks. I still have to clean up his mess. The vexation with the wretched bank was palpable. Merely a few days of delayed renewal had led to the abrupt repossession of his safe, compelling him to urgently seek a new haven for his USB drive. He needed to secure it swiftly, for it contained sensitive financial records that, if lost, would unleash a tempest of wrath from Quan Xiao upon his family. Chun Mo's heart raced, nearly propelling him to his feet in a surge of exhilaration. A USB drive potentially containing evidence of Zhao Quan's nefarious activities? The unexpected delight was overwhelming. If he could acquire that USB drive, it would pave the way for his long-desired revenge against Zhao Quan. Stifling his excitement and the throbbing in his mind, he fixed his gaze intently on Li Hongfa. According to his intuition, that USB drive was likely in the man's possession. Determined to take a risk, Chun Mo resolved to seize the USB drive, even if it meant resorting to theft. Hours slipped by, and it was not until just past 1 in the morning that Li Hongfa, inebriated, embraced a heavily made-up woman and hailed a taxi. Chun Mo quickly procured a cab of his own, carefully tailing them. Instead of returning home, Li Hongfa escorted the woman to a chain hotel. A spark of opportunity ignited within Chun Mo. In the relatively enclosed environment of the hotel, the chances of finding an opening to act were significantly enhanced. He disembarked and watched as Li Hongfa and the woman entered the elevator, then swiftly made his way to the front desk. "Excuse me, that gentleman is my boss. He is intoxicated and requested I bring him some hangover remedies. Could you please inform me of his room number?" Chun Mo endeavored to appear anxious yet sincere. The front desk attendant hesitated, and seizing the moment, he discreetly produced a few hundred yuan in cash, lowering his voice. "Please, miss, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. Otherwise, my salary may be at stake." The attendant, weighing the bills in her hand and observing Chun Mo's earnest expression, finally relented and whispered a room number, 1808. "Thank you," he expressed gratefully before promptly making his way to the elevator. Upon reaching the 18th floor, he located a fire escape near room 1808 and concealed himself quietly behind the door. Activating his mind-reading ability, he strained to penetrate the walls and capture the sounds within the room. The cacophony of lewd noises was unbearable. Chun Mo filtered out the extraneous information, focusing intently on Li Hongfa's thoughts. This batch of candy is indeed potent. No wonder Quan Xiao favors it for his endeavors. This woman has turned to mush. Yet, I'm so exhausted. Let us finish this quickly and rest. For tomorrow, I must find a new bank to store the USB drive. USB drive? Oh, I must take a look at it. Phew, no worries. It's stowed securely in my shoe's hidden compartment. Time to sleep. I'm utterly drained. A hidden compartment in the shoe. The USB drive was nestled there. Truly, he had encountered fortune without the need for arduous searching. Chun Imo felt an exhilarating joy surge through him as he patiently continued to wait. It is still too early to act. One must wait until Li Hongfa and that woman are fast asleep. As time slowly drifts by, the commotion in the room gradually subsides, until the faint sound of snoring can be heard even through the walls. Chun Imo patiently waited for another half hour, confirming that the individuals inside were soundly asleep before cautiously peering out, ensuring the corridor was devoid of life. He approached the door of room 1808 and retrieved a credit card from his pocket. Utilizing his meticulous skill of keen observation, he examined the structure of the door lock, then carefully inserted the card into the crevice of the door. His movements were exceedingly gentle, his focus reaching its zenith. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, yet he remained blissfully unaware. With a barely audible click, the lock yielded to his deft touch. Holding his breath, Chun Imo slipped into the room as silently as a cat. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and the lingering odor of post-revelry. With clothes strewn about the floor, Li Hongfa and the woman lay on the bed, sleeping soundly, thanks to the faint light filtering in from the window. Chun Imo immediately spotted a pair of leather shoes scattered beneath the bed. His heart raced as he stealthily approached, fingers trembling as they explored the shoe. Soon, he discovered a hidden compartment in the heel of one shoe. Upon opening it, his fingers brushed against a cold, hard metallic object. He gently extracted it, a black USB drive. Seizing the opportunity, he dared not linger, returning the shoe to its original place before swiftly exiting the room and softly closing the door behind him. It was not until he boarded a taxi, distancing himself from the hotel, that Chun Imo finally allowed himself to breathe deeply. He clutched the small USB drive tightly, as if it were a bomb capable of obliterating the entire Dingxin group. Upon returning to his apartment, he eagerly inserted the USB drive into his computer. He accessed the drive, revealing only an encrypted folder. Yet this posed no challenge for Chun Imo previously, in his quest for free streaming. He had obtained a decryption software from a classmate who ran a gaming studio overseas, which now proved fortuitously useful. He promptly downloaded the decryption software anew, plugged in the USB drive, and began the process of brute forcing the password. After 2 hours of relentless effort, the USB password was finally cracked. In an instant, a plethora of meticulously recorded spreadsheets, bank statements, smuggling receipts, and even several vague audio recordings related to candy transactions appeared before Chun Imo's eyes. The evidence was irrefutable. Beyond doubt, it clearly documented Zhao Kuan's laundering of smuggled funds through the shell company Junshi Media, as well as his dealings in illicit drugs, with amounts staggering enough to leave one speechless. Gazing at the damning evidence on the screen, a cold smile crept across Chun Imo's face. Zhao Kuan, your time of reckoning has arrived. Chapter 17. Igniting Public Opinion. Zhao Kuan faces justice, standing before the window of his apartment. Chun Imo gazed out at the city's neon lights. Though his body was utterly exhausted, his spirit soared in a state of exhilarating fervor. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved his phone. Ignoring the late hour, he dialed Lin Wan's number. The phone rang for an eternity before it was finally answered, met with a suffocating silence on the other end. Chun Imo took a deep breath, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. President Lin, I have uncovered certain information regarding Zhao Kuan and Dingxin Group, enough to ensure that he can no longer harass you or pose any threat to Zhenwan International. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if Lin Wan's breath had caught in her throat. After a prolonged silence, her voice emerged, cold yet trembling ever so slightly. Chun Imo, what do you mean? I will resolve this issue for you once and for all. His response was succinct and potent. Please trust me just this once. After tomorrow, all will be clear. Without waiting for Lin Wan's reply, he abruptly hung up. He did not require her assistance, nor did he seek her understanding. All he needed was for Lin Wan to know the lengths he had gone for her. Turning off his phone and casting it onto the bed, Chun Imo gazed out at the oppressive night sky, the last remnants of his hesitation dissipating, replaced by a chilling resolve and an almost frenzied ferocity. Without a moment's doubt, he swiftly categorized all the evidence he had gathered. Then, using an overseas IP relay, he sent the incriminating materials to the relevant authorities and major media platforms overnight. Once this was accomplished, the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. Chun Imo collapsed into a chair, his complexion as pale as parchment, his body feeling utterly drained. Even lifting a finger felt arduous. The relentless strain had pushed his physical limits to the brink. Yet, as he watched the words email sent appear on his computer screen, a cold, weary smile curved upon his lips. Everything was now in place. It only awaited the right moment. A few hours later, as the city's clamor stirred to life, an unforeseen tempest swept through the business community. At precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, several of the nation's most influential media outlets simultaneously released a series of in-depth investigative reports. Shock. Zhao Kun, the young heir of Dingxin Group, suspected of smuggling automobiles and selling contraband, is now under judicial investigation. Exclusive revelation. The downfall of top tycoon Zhao Kun. The articles were richly detailed and logically structured, featuring multiple clear screenshots of accounts and a processed audio recording. The recording allegedly captured Zhao Kun negotiating the sale of illicit confectionery. These reports detonated like bombs dropped into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of massive upheaval across the country. Dingxin Group's stock price plummeted to its limit with no room for doubt. Countless investors, stunned and aghast, were engulfed by a wave of panic. The public relations department of Dingxin Group was thrown into disarray, bombarded with calls, desperately attempting to retract the articles, only to be informed that the evidence was irrefutable and withdrawal was impossible. However, this was merely the beginning. Around 10 o'clock, the largest gossip forum in the country and several social media platforms were simultaneously inundated with a series of even more sensational and shocking posts. Real name accusation against Zhao Kun of Dingxin. Drugging, sexual assault, and threatening with secretly filmed videos. Sisters' blood and tears testify how we were destroyed by the demon Zhao Kun. Exclusive exposure. Screenshots from Zhao Kun's private party, showcasing debauchery. Dozens of women shared their harrowing experiences through videos or lengthy texts, accusing Zhao Kun of drugging them and sexually assaulting them, while also secretly filming intimate photos and videos to exert long-term threats. Although the accompanying evidence was heavily coded, Zhao Kun's figure and those grotesque scenes remained clearly identifiable. Additionally, some explicit and threatening WeChat chat logs were also disclosed. Public opinion was instantly ignited and erupted with overwhelming force. While Zhao Kun's involvement in drug smuggling had not yet fully incited public outrage, these topics involving sexual crimes and the violation of women transcended all social strata, sparking immense attention and outrage across the nation. Zhao Kun is inhuman, simply a beastly scoundrel. The public unanimously wishes to sentence Zhao Kun to death. Old Master Zhao's failure in raising his son must be addressed. The Zhao family owes the public an explanation. Zhao Kun's depravity and utter disregard for the law strongly suggest that there may be a protective umbrella behind the Zhao family. Countless comments targeting Zhao Kun swiftly overwhelmed all related pages. The social media accounts of Dingxin Group and Zhao Kun were promptly flooded by enraged netizens. The rising tide of public sentiment was unstoppable, like a tsunami. This momentum even took the instigator, Chen Mo, by surprise. He had merely exposed evidence of Zhao Kun's drug smuggling, never anticipating that the man had secretly harmed so many women. It was likely that Zhao Kun had long been hated by the masses, but the vast influence of the Zhao family had obscured the public discourse. Chen Mo's unintentional actions triggered a domino effect, leading to a cataclysmic chain reaction. Realizing this, Chen Mo felt even more exhilarated. Zhao Kun's numerous misdeeds were inexcusable. Now, having thoroughly enraged the public, even with his powerful background, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Almost simultaneously, customs and police authorities urgently mobilized, targeting Zhao Kun. In the early hours of this morning, they received anonymous reports containing incriminating evidence against him. The completeness of the evidence chain and the detailed content shocked the recipients. Coupled with the current uproar in public opinion, there was no choice but to apprehend Zhao Kun. Everything unfolded so swiftly, intensely, and cohesively, leaving the Zhao family no opportunity for response, public relations, or even a moment to breathe. At this moment, Zhao Kun remained in the hotel's presidential suite, still embracing the female companion with whom he had spent the night, lost in a drunken stupor. The jarring ringtone of his phone incessantly pierced the air, akin to a death knell, and he irritably answered the call. Before he could utter a single curse, the elderly man erupted in a fit of rage and despair. His voice filled with wrath. "You wretched fool, what calamity have you brought upon yourself out there? It's over, It's all over. The internet is ablaze with scorn for you, and the joint task force is likely on your trail. If you must meet your end, do so alone. And do not drag the Zhao family down with you. Do you hear me? Zhao Kun, momentarily sobered by the gravity of the situation, scrambled to open the news on his phone. The headlines and images that greeted him felt like ice encasing his veins, leaving him in a state of utter shock. No, it can't be. Who did this? Who? A panicked scream escaped his lips as his face turned as pale as paper, his hands trembling so violently he could scarcely hold the device. Just then, a firm and authoritative knock echoed from outside the door. We are the Joint Enforcement Agency. Zhao Kun, we know you are inside. Open the door immediately. Do not resist. Cooperate with the investigation. In a state of sheer terror, Zhao Kun flitted about the room like a headless chicken, desperately searching for an escape route. But being on the 32nd floor of a hotel, where could he possibly flee? Moments later, disheveled and stricken with fear, Zhao Kun was escorted out of the hotel by stern-faced law enforcement officers. The instant the cold handcuffs clamped around his wrists, a multitude of reporters, drawn by the unfolding drama, captured his disheveled and terrified visage, freezing it in time. This image would swiftly ascend to the front pages of major news outlets. Zhao Kun, the young heir of Dingxin, arrested on multiple charges of illegal conduct. Upon the revelation of this news, Dingxin Group's stock plummeted dramatically, leading to an indefinite suspension of trading. The board of directors convened an emergency meeting, ultimately resorting to a desperate statement claiming that Zhao Kun's actions were solely personal and unrelated to the company, attempting to distance themselves for self-preservation. Yet, it was clear to discerning eyes that the seemingly magnificent edifice of Dingxin Group had its foundations irrevocably shaken. Its collapse was merely a matter of time. Banks withdrew their loans, partners terminated contracts, and investors filed lawsuits. Countless troubles had only just begun. The once mighty Dingxin Group, which had loomed large and invincible, now teetered on the brink of disintegration. Chapter 18. Linwan S. Hart, Jinwan International, President's Office. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Linwan gazed down at the bustling streets below, teeming with vehicles and throngs of people. After the clamor, an almost palpable silence enveloped her. The tablet in her hand displayed a close-up of Zhao Kun as he was taken away. The visage that once exuded arrogance and defiance now reflected sheer terror and despair. Her emotions were a tangled mess, akin to a ball of yarn violently unraveled. She felt overwhelmed by the ferocity and completeness of the storm that had erupted. Chinemo, that reticent, somewhat humble middle-aged man. How had he orchestrated such a turn of events? He unexpectedly shattered Zhao Kun and the forces behind him in an almost overwhelming manner. This display of power and strategy sent a shiver of trepidation through her, yet more profoundly, it evoked an indescribable resonance within her. Accompanied by a subtle warmth and sense of security she was reluctant to explore. She recalled the phone call from Chunemo in the dead of night, his calm voice concealing a terrifying promise. I will resolve this issue for you completely. Now, he had not only addressed the problem, but had ruthlessly eliminated all potential threats and repercussions. The anger, shame, and violation she felt a few nights prior seemed to blur and complicate in the face of his dazzling achievements. The intense sense of protection he provided even managed to suppress some of her negative emotions. A gentle knock on the office door interrupted her thoughts. Come in. Linwan turned, her voice lacking the usual chill and infused with a trace of barely perceptible warmth. Secretary Anna hurried in, her face alight with repressed excitement and a hint of vindication. President Lin, Dingxin is in complete disarray. Zhao Kun has been officially arrested. We have just issued a formal termination of cooperation and a demand for accountability to Hongyuan Building Materials as per your instructions. They are utterly unprepared to respond. Linwan replied nonchalantly, taking her seat behind the desk, her fingers unconsciously tapping the surface. Closely monitor the subsequent developments. All dealings related to Dingxin are to be suspended, and a new risk assessment must be conducted. Understood, President Lin. Anna promptly noted this down, but hesitated before quietly asking, President Lin, everyone is speculating about who is behind this. Do you know the details? Focus on our own tasks. Linwan interrupted, her tone regaining a touch of its usual coldness. As for the rest, do not inquire what should remain unasked, nor discuss what should remain undiscussed. Understood, Anna replied, a shiver of realization coursing through her, and she nodded respectfully as she exited. Once again, The office was left with only Lin Wan. Her gaze fell upon the coat rack in a corner, where Chun Mo's suit jacket, which had enveloped her that night, hung. Compelled by an unseen force, she approached, her fingers gently brushing the rough fabric. It seemed to still carry a trace of the man's essence, mingled with a faint scent of tobacco and an indescribable, yet comforting sense of security. Unbeknownst to Lin Wan, the icy wall within her heart was melting at an unprecedented pace. Instinctively, she retrieved her phone, her finger hovering over Chun Mo's number for an extended moment. Initially, her feelings towards him had been utilitarian and tinged with curiosity, which later morphed into anger and aversion. Yet now, Lin Wan found herself at a loss on how to confront Chun Mo. Should she express gratitude? What then would his actions towards her signify? Should she chastise him? Yet he was indeed acting to safeguard himself, accomplishing feats that seemed beyond his capability. Could he pretend that nothing had transpired? Was that even feasible? Ultimately, Lin Wan pressed the dial key. As the call connected, her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. President Lin. Soon, Chun Mo's voice resonated from the other end, tinged with fatigue and a slight rasp, yet remarkably composed and tranquil, as if he had merely completed an inconsequential task. Was this deed yours? Lin Wan heard her own voice, imbued with a hint of stiffness, endeavoring to maintain the authority of her position, yet betraying a subtle dryness and tension. After a brief silence, Chun Mo responded with unwavering calmness. Zhao Kuan's wrongful actions will inevitably lead to his downfall. It is only a matter of time. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Yet, this nonchalant demeanor only intensified Lin Wan's conviction and trepidation. Gripping her phone, her fingertips tightened slightly, and her voice unconsciously softened, laced with genuine concern. Are you all right? With such a significant event, the Zhao family won't let this slide. If they trace it back to you, thank you for your concern, President Lin. I am well. Chun Mo's tone revealed no hint of turmoil, exuding a reassuring certainty. They will find nothing. All traces have been meticulously erased. Lin Wan fell silent, realizing she was at a loss for words. This man was far more intricate and formidable than he appeared. By the way, President Lin, there is something I wish to consult with you about. I intend to wait. An inexplicable wave of anxiety surged within Lin Wan, prompting her to instinctively interrupt Chun Mo's ensuing words. Her mind raced, concocting a clumsy yet viable excuse to see him. Come to the villa tonight and bring my car back. Without awaiting his response, she swiftly ended the call. Setting down her phone, Lin Wan felt a slight flush on her cheeks. She approached the window, gazing at the bustling scene outside, where everything seemed ordinary. Yet, within her, a tumult of complex emotions surged like an unrelenting tide. The ice had melted, but where the flowing water would lead, she remained utterly uncertain. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Chun Mo listened to the dial tone, slowly placing his phone down, and couldn't he help but let out a deep sigh. After enduring this crisis, he had come to a clear understanding of his own inadequacies. If he truly wished to protect Lin Wan and even win her heart, relying solely on his status as a driver was evidently insufficient. Having experienced a previous failed marriage had further illuminated a fundamental truth. The lament of impoverished couples is rooted in their lack of wealth, status, and power. Without these, everything is but a castle in the air. In pursuit of aligning himself with Lin Wan and realizing his own aspirations thus, just moments ago, Chun Mo intended to resign before Lin Wan. Unexpectedly, Lin Wan seemed to possess an uncanny foresight, offering him no opportunity to voice his intentions. Perhaps it is for the best. Some matters are better articulated face to face. He cast a glance at the countdown displayed before him. Mind reading. Remaining time, 100502. The second week of abilities had finally reached its conclusion. What, then, might the superpower of the upcoming week behold? Chapter 19. The eve of power renewal as dusk descended and the city lights flickered to life. Chun Mo navigated his black Mercedes S500 smoothly into the upscale community where Lin Wan's villa resided. The interior of the car was enveloped in tranquility, the only sound being the gentle hum of the air conditioning. However, his emotions were anything but serene. A blend of anxiety and resolve stirred within him. Gazing at the opulent scenery rushing past outside, he could not help but recall his modest rented apartment. The chasm between the two was akin to an insurmountable divide. Today, he had personally sent a formidable figure like Zhao Kuan to prison, relying on his extraordinary abilities and a stroke of serendipity. Yet, this was ultimately a clever ruse. A stroke of luck, neither replicable nor sustainable. He could not, nor did he wish to, perpetually dwell beneath the capricious gifts of the system and the protection of Lin Wan. Lin Wan was a phoenix soaring high in the heavens, while he could not remain a mere mudfish gazing up at her, waiting for her favor. He must grow his own wings to stand alongside Lin Wan, regardless of how arduous the journey may prove. The vehicle came to a halt before the villa, and Chen Imo took a deep breath, straightening his attire before pressing the doorbell. The door swung open almost immediately. Lin Wan stood within, having changed from her professional ensemble into a soft silk loungewear. Her long hair fell casually over her shoulders, shedding the sharpness of the day for a softer domestic elegance. Yet, her gaze retained an intricate complexity, laden with scrutiny. President Lin, Chen Imo inclined his head slightly. "Please, come in." Lin Wan gestured for him to enter, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. As he stepped into the living room, his eyes inadvertently skimmed over the lavish leather sofa, and a tumultuous, fervent memory flickered through his mind. His ears flushed slightly, prompting him to avert his gaze. Lin Wan seemed to sense something amiss as her cheeks quickly flushed as well, rendering the atmosphere subtly awkward. In an effort to divert attention, Lin Wan approached the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Chen Imo. "Thank you for today," she said, raising her glass, her eyes fixed on the deep crimson liquid, seemingly reluctant to meet his gaze. "I did not expect you to handle it this way." Her gratitude came across as somewhat stilted, imbued with the characteristic reserve of a superior, though Chen Imo could discern a hint of sincerity beneath it. "You need not thank me, President Lin," he replied, placing the glass gently on the coffee table without taking a sip, his tone calm yet resolute. "Zhao Kuan brought this upon himself. I merely gave him a nudge. Moreover, safeguarding you is my duty." In the final utterance, he spoke somewhat slowly, imbued with a barely perceptible, distinct emotion. Lin Wan's fingers tightened slightly around the wine glass. The soft glow of the living room light fell upon her face, casting a delicate shadow from her long eyelashes, obscuring the true sentiments within her eyes. "Is protecting me merely a duty? Or, he seems a bit different today." Chun Mo's intuition discerned the subtle fluctuations of her heart at that moment. However, his purpose for being there today was not to delve into her thoughts. Taking a deep breath once more, Chen Imo lifted his gaze, meeting Lin Wan's eyes directly. He articulated the words he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. "Ms. Lin, I am here to tender my resignation." The moment the words left his lips, the air in the living room seemed to freeze instantaneously. The hint of softness on Lin Wan's face vanished, swiftly replaced by a shock that transformed into a chilling fury. "What did you say?" Her voice rose sharply, laced with incredulity. "Resignation?" Indeed, Chen Imo met her suddenly piercing gaze, striving to maintain an expression of sincerity and composure. "I am truly grateful for the opportunities and trust you have extended to me during this time. However, after recent events, I increasingly feel that my current role and capabilities cannot genuinely alleviate your burdens." He carefully chose his words, attempting to convey his desire for growth and the aspiration to become stronger to be worthy of her. "I wish to venture forth and carve out my own path, rather than remain perpetually as a mere driver and assistant." Yet, to Lin Wan, his words took on an entirely different connotation. In her eyes, Chen Imo had exploited her to cleanse a vast sum of money, while simultaneously amassing connections at her side, and had even committed unforgivable acts against her. Just as she began to view him in a slightly more favorable light, even feeling a flicker of gratitude and unfamiliar affection, he sought to withdraw immediately. Was this not akin to burning bridges? Was this not a matter of being used and then discarded? A sensation of being utterly exploited, betrayed, and humiliated struck Lin Wan's heart like a venomous serpent. All her guilt, gratitude, and that nascent, unacknowledged affection evaporated in an instant, transforming into a tempest of fury and icy derision. "Huh." Lin Wan suddenly let out a cold laugh, filled with sharpness. "Chen Imo, I truly underestimated you." She advanced step by step, her gaze as frigid as a blade, slicing across Chen Mo's face. "Jinwan International has just emerged from its crisis, and you are already fearful? Concerned that subsequent troubles may affect you. So you hasten to sever ties with me, seeking to soar away? Do you feel aggrieved having driven me for a few days? Now that you possess a bit of capital, your wings have strengthened, and you can no longer contain your desire to establish your own domain?" Her tone was sharp and cutting, each word striking Chen Mo's heart like a hammer. He was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Lin Wan's misinterpretation of his intentions. President Lin, you have misunderstood. That was not my intent at all. He hastily explained, his brow furrowed. It is precisely because I hold you in such high regard that I do not wish to remain perpetually beneath your wings. Nor do I want others to refer to me solely as President Lin's driver. Do you not wish to be my driver? Lin Wan interjected sharply, her chest rising and falling with barely contained anger. Then why did you meticulously seek to approach me? Why did you feign such unwavering loyalty? Why did you do so much for me? Was it all merely an act? Her barrage of questions left no room for Chun Mo to defend himself. A fraud. Shameless. I thought he was different. It turns out all his loyalty and protection were calculated, driven by ulterior motives. Chun Mo's ability to sense her emotions revealed the torrent of anger and disappointment within her, leaving him feeling helplessly anxious. No, President Lin, he attempted to convey his genuine feelings, but the words faltered on his lips. Did he really want to admit that it was his affection for her that motivated him to strive for greater achievements? Given his current status, expressing such sentiments felt like an affront to both himself and her, especially in the face of her wrath, which would likely be dismissed as a feeble excuse or deceit. Seeing Chun Mo's speechlessness and inability to justify himself only solidified Lin Wan's convictions. The intertwining of heartache and fury rendered her words reckless. Chun Mo listened closely. Her voice was as frigid as the air around them. You wish to leave? Go ahead. But I, Lin Wan, am not some discarded refuse that you can use and cast aside at will. You aspire to establish your own identity, correct? Very well. I shall watch closely. I will keenly observe how far you, a mere security guard, can venture without me, without Jinwan International. Now hand over the car keys. Disappear from my sight at once. She pointed toward the door, her body trembling slightly with overwhelming rage, her gaze icy and resolute, as if a mere glance at Chun Mo would tarnish her vision. Chun Mo stood rooted to the spot, gazing at this woman, once warm but now rendered extraordinarily sharp and indifferent by a profound misunderstanding, and felt a chill seep into his heart. All explanations seemed futile. A sense of absurdity and sorrow washed over him. He had thought he was laboring for their shared future, yet in her eyes, every action of his was tinged with selfish calculation. A deep weariness and sense of powerlessness engulfed him. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing, merely casting a deep, lingering glance at Lin Wan. In that gaze were disappointment, helplessness, and an overwhelming sense of being misunderstood. Then, he placed the keys on the coffee table. Turning away, he strode out of the villa without uttering a single word. There were no explanations, no arguments. Only the silence of his retreating figure and the heavy sound of a door slamming shut. The resounding bang echoed like a heavy blow upon Lin Wan's heart. She stood frozen in place, gazing at the tightly closed door. The resolute and icy demeanor she had just maintained quickly ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving behind a profound sense of emptiness and a twinge of pain that she was reluctant to acknowledge. Had she spoken too harshly? Chun Mo's recent gaze seemed to echo in her mind. No, Lin Wan, awaken. He is merely using you. Such a man is not worth a shred of your compassion. She vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the image of that desolate look from her thoughts, forcing herself to harden her heart. Meanwhile, Chun Mo, having left the villa, took a taxi back home. He lay on his bed, wearily closing his eyes. The confrontation that evening had veered completely off course from what he had anticipated. Not only did he fail to convey his feelings, but he also inadvertently deepened the misunderstanding between him and Lin Wan. It seemed that there always existed a lamentable barrier between them, an insurmountable wall of sorrow. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, when suddenly the system panel began to blur, flickering like a faulty light bulb. This week's superpower is about to end. New ability loading in progress. Countdown 000050403. Chun Mo's eyes shot open in alarm. The second week's superpower, mind reading, was coming to an end on this night, fraught with misunderstandings and fatigue. And a new, unknown superpower was about to refresh. Would it be a boon or a new trouble? At the very moment when his relationship with Lin Wan had plummeted to an icy nadir, losing the advantage of mind reading while facing the uncertainty of a new ability caused his heart to flutter with apprehension. The future was suddenly shrouded in a new fog. New ability loading 00001. Loading complete. This week's superpower, Super X-ray Vision. Chapter 20. The overwhelming superpower of Super X-ray Vision. This week's superpower, Super X-ray Vision. Ability description: you can see through all non-living materials, gaining insight into their internal structures and components. The depth and clarity of your vision correlate with your mental focus. Note: this ability will refresh and be replaced at the end of the week. In an instant, Chun-Emo sat upright, the weariness and disappointment in his eyes replaced by shock and disbelief. Goodness, this week's superpower is Super X-ray Vision. This ability arrived at the most opportune moment, seemingly tailor-made for him, especially as he was determined to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. While mind reading allowed him to glimpse into the hearts of others, X-ray vision would enable him to penetrate the essence of all things. With this formidable combination of superpowers, the entire world held no secrets before him. Chun-Emo was eager to test the effects of his newfound superpower. Without hesitation, he rolled out of bed and made his way to the sofa. Behind the wall lay the room of his enchanting neighbor, Liu Yamen. Instinctively, Chun-Emo concentrated, directing his gaze toward the wall. In the next instant, a wondrous visual experience unfolded. His eyes effortlessly penetrated the barrier, revealing Liu Yamen's room in its entirety. The pink curtains, bed sheets, pillows, and sofa covers all exuded a dreamy aura befitting a young girl. However, much to Chun-Mo's surprise, although the lights in the room were on, Liu Yamen was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow behind the translucent glass door of the bathroom. In a heartbeat, his heart raced as if struck by a sudden blow. Liu Yamen was taking a shower. Upon realizing this fact, a shiver ran down Chun-Mo's spine. Adhering to the principle of modesty, he intended to avert his gaze. Yet, he underestimated the potency of his supervision. Instinctively, he lingered his gaze in the bathroom for just a moment, and to his astonishment, the power activated automatically. The obstructing wall became hazy, and when his vision cleared, he was nearly overwhelmed. Within the bathroom, steam swirled around a captivating figure, blissfully unaware, as she bathed with her back turned to him. Water cascaded from the showerhead, dampening her flowing hair. The young woman's fair and delicate skin shimmered beneath the mist, exuding an irresistible allure. Further down, her slender waist, perfectly rounded backside, and long, graceful legs were tantalizingly revealed. A surge of heat rushed to Chun-Mo's head. His face flushed instantly, and his heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. To be honest, at 35 years old, he was no inexperienced novice. He had even shared the bed with stunning beauties like Lin Wan on multiple occasions. Logically speaking, Liu Yamen's mere silhouette should not have rendered him so uncomposed. Yet, in this almost voyeuristic scenario, her allure was magnified beyond measure. No, I must not look any longer. Chun-Emo urgently admonished himself, yet his gaze seemed glued to Liu Yamen's back, utterly immovable. Just then, Liu Yamen appeared to have finished rinsing her front and was about to turn around. In that precarious moment, Chun-Emo summoned all his willpower and forcefully shut his eyes. The world returned to normalcy. However, the tantalizing image he had glimpsed was indelibly etched in his mind, impossible to erase. Liu Yamen remained blissfully unaware that, unbeknownst to her, the lecherous neighbor next door had indulged in a visual feast. Chun-Emo gulped down a large mouthful of cold water, struggling to suppress the surge of heat and guilt within him. While this power was undeniably formidable, it proved exceedingly difficult to control. Especially in the presence of the opposite sex, it was nothing short of a calamity. He must learn to master this ability with precision post-haste, lest he encounter dire consequences. Chun-Emo chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Chun-Emo, you are, after all, a chosen one endowed with a system. How could you willingly descend into the depths of voyeurism, peering upon innocent young maidens? The heavens have bestowed upon you such remarkable superpowers, and you squander them on mere spying? It is nothing short of a travesty. After a thorough self-reproach, his heated mind finally began to cool. As he finished the remaining half of his cigarette, an exhilarating idea suddenly surged within him. He had been grappling with how to embark on his career, but now, an unprecedented, audacious, and reckless thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Gambling on stones. In the western suburbs of Jiangnan City, there exists a sizable antique market, where an underground stone gambling auction takes place every weekend, drawing countless gamblers and collectors yearning for overnight wealth. It is a realm where fortunes can be made or lost in an instant, fraught with endless excitement and peril. Previously, while working as a security guard, he had overheard boastful tales from some merchants, but that world had always seemed unattainable. Now, however, everything had changed. With his superhuman X-ray vision, The jade stones encased in their unseemly exteriors would be laid bare before him, devoid of any secrets. This would be the swiftest and most direct path to amass his first fortune, and it would also serve as a means to prove himself to Lin Wan. With newfound ambition, Chen Mo was instantly elated. Yet, he refrained from acting immediately and continued to test the effects of his superpower. This time, however, he did not indulge in the indecency of watching Liu Yamen bathe. That had been a momentary lapse. To repeat such an act knowingly would invite his own disdain. After 2 hours of rigorous testing, Chen Mo grasped the nuances of his ability. As long as he did not focus intently on any area he ought not to behold, his vision would remain normal. This was fortuitous. Otherwise, he would find himself inundated with images of naked men and women on the streets the following day, a scenario too vivid to contemplate. With a self-deprecating smile, he opened his computer and began fervently researching everything related to stone gambling, the types and qualities of jade, colors, patterns, skin characteristics, and the specific information and rules of the underground auction in the antique market of the western suburbs. Insightful perception activated. With the unparalleled learning capabilities granted by insightful perception, Chen Mo absorbed this knowledge at an astonishing pace. Soon, he was well acquainted with the auction set to take place that very night. As for his startup capital, he had approximately 4 million in hand, which would serve as his principal investment in the stone gambling venture. Though 4 million seemed substantial, in a realm where daily turnovers often exceed hundreds of millions, it was hardly sufficient. It wouldn't even suffice to purchase a few decent raw materials. However, for Chen Mo, it was more than enough. He did not need to compete with others for premium raw materials. He merely needed to seek out those undervalued, unremarkable stones that concealed true treasures within their rough exteriors. With minimal cost, one can leverage maximal profit. A sleepless night ensued as Chen Mo became wholly immersed in a sea of knowledge and dreams of future riches. It was not until midday the following day that he concluded his studies. After a refreshing shower, he opened his wardrobe and was momentarily taken aback. Aside from a few old garments, the only respectable attire was the suit that Lin Wan had gifted him. The sight of the suit evoked memories of the misunderstanding from the previous night, causing a pang of pain in his heart. With a deep breath, he adeptly donned the suit. Those who frequently frequented the gambling stone markets were invariably either affluent or esteemed. In such a setting, it was imperative for Chen Mo to dress formally to avoid being underestimated. Although the suit was not a bespoke luxury piece, it imbued him with a newfound vigor, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented confidence. Methodically, he tucked his bank card and identification into the inner pockets before stepping out of his room and hailing a taxi. Driver. To the antique street in the western part of the city. Chapter 21. A narrow path for rivals. The antique street in the suburbs of the western city is renowned as the Jiangnan version of Panjiayuan, a bustling market where the discerning eye is paramount. Countless visitors arrive daily, harboring dreams of overnight wealth, unwittingly playing into the merchants' hands. While fortunate bargains do occasionally occur, many more are deceived into financial ruin. It can be said that some find joy while others face despair. Upon arriving at his destination, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Yet, as night fell, the area became even more vibrant than during the day, with neon lights flickering and a throng of people bustling about, the cries of various vendors filling the air. However, the true spectacle lay within the unassuming 3-story building at the end of the street, Jujin Auction House. While it ostensibly dealt in antiques, beneath the surface lay a different world, with the weekly stone gambling auction being the true essence of the establishment. After settling the taxi fare, Chen Mo adjusted his suit and took a deep breath as he approached the substantial wooden door, rumored online to require a capital verification for entry. 2 stern-faced security guards stood at the entrance, their sharp gazes scrutinizing every individual attempting to enter. "Sir, please present your invitation or your bank card for verification." One guard intercepted Chen Mo, his tone formulaic yet laced with subtle scrutiny. Chen Mo's attire was not lacking. Yet here, it was insufficient to garner respect. Aware of the protocol, he calmly produced the bank card containing over 4 million. The guard accepted the card and swiped it on the POS machine. Upon seeing the figures displayed on the screen, the disdain in the guard's eyes softened slightly, though respect was still far from granted. 4 million was barely sufficient to meet the entry threshold here, merely allowing him passage. "Funds comply, please enter." The guard returned the card and stepped aside. Chen Mo retracted his card and entered the room with an expressionless face. Inside the door lay two worlds. Outside was the clamor of the marketplace, while inside was the epitome of opulence mingled with a fervent oppression. The lighting was not overly bright, yet it focused perfectly on the central display. The air was thick with the aromas of cigars, perfumes, and a subtle essence known as greed. The hall was already populated by dozens of individuals, most of whom were elegantly attired, either affluent or noble. They gathered in small clusters, engaging in hushed conversations, their glances occasionally sweeping over the covered rough stones, akin to assessing a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Chun Mo chose a discreet corner to sit, his gaze swiftly scanning the entire venue while he quietly activated his supervision. In an instant, the world before his eyes became transparent and sharply defined. The coverings over the rough stones appeared almost illusory, revealing their internal structures, colors, and inclusions with astonishing clarity. Most of the stones contained either a grayish-white core or scattered, faded green hues. Only a few concealed within them vibrant or crystalline shades of green, resembling imprisoned sprites. He quickly memorized the locations and interior conditions of the valuable stones, his heartbeat involuntarily quickening. This was the miraculous advantage of his perspective ability. Here, he was akin to a deity surveying the masses. Only in such a setting could the true power of supervision be fully realized. Just as Chun Mo was intently scanning the rough stones, a slight commotion suddenly arose at the entrance. He instinctively lifted his gaze. In that moment, his eyes froze. Lin Wan entered, accompanied by a young man. The man appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, clad in a flashy white suit, his hair slicked back and glistening, wearing an arrogant smile as he eagerly leaned toward Lin Wan, engaging her in conversation. Chun Mo had seen the man's photograph online. He was Lu Zihua, the only son of Lu Jianming, one of the three major shareholders of the Treasure Pavilion. Lin Wan, on the other hand, was dressed in a well-tailored professional suit, her countenance serene and her demeanor exceptional, making her seem out of place in this environment, yet inexplicably captivating everyone's attention. What brought her here? Chun Mo's heart sank. The discordant argument from the previous night still lingered vividly in his mind, and he hadn't expected to encounter her so soon again. Just as he hesitated over whether to approach her, he noticed that Lin Wan had also spotted him. Her gaze lingered on him for less than half a second before her already expressionless face was suddenly shrouded in frost, her eyes cold enough to freeze. She swiftly averted her gaze as if she had encountered something loathsome and filthy. Chun Mo discreetly activated mind reading. Chun Mo? What is he doing here? This Spectre 1T, leave me alone. Does he really think he can dabble in stone gambling? He is utterly unaware of the peril he invites. The water here is deep enough to drown a person. With his meager funds, he would likely lose everything without a sound. A pang of pain pierced Chun Mo's heart, quickly replaced by a surge of defiance. Do you look down on me? Do you believe I will lose everything? Very well. Today, I shall show you. Lu Zihao astutely sensed Lin Wan's shift in emotions and her disdainful glance at Chun Mo. He followed her gaze and noticed a stranger, whose demeanor and attire did not suggest he was from a prominent family, instantly calculating his advantage. This was an exceptional opportunity to showcase himself before the goddess. After 2 months of relentless pursuit, he had finally convinced Lin Wan to discuss a collaboration, and he was eager to demonstrate his capabilities and charm. Do you know this gentleman? Lu Zihao inquired casually, his tone laced with condescension. No, Lin Wan replied coldly, her voice devoid of any emotion. He was merely an inconsequential figure. Her words struck Chun Mo like a frigid dagger, piercing his heart once more. Lu Zihao, upon hearing this, wore a knowing and scornful smile. He strode toward Chun Mo, ostensibly to inspect the raw stone, but in reality, he sought to humiliate Chun Mo in front of Lin Wan to vent his frustrations. Ah, you seem unfamiliar, Lu Zihao remarked, stopping before Chun Mo and scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. Is this your first visit? Are you aware of the rules here? This is not a place where just anyone with a few thousand yuan can try their luck. His voice was pitched just right to attract the attention of those nearby, drawing curious glances. Chun Mo slowly lifted his head, his gaze calm as it met Lu Zihao's, then shifted to Lin Wan, who turned away, refusing to meet his eyes as if even a glance would tarnish her vision. Rules? I must confess, I am not well versed in them, Chun Mo replied, his tone unexpectedly tranquil, even imbued with a hint of amusement. Is it not a matter of who pays the most, rather than whose father is more formidable? Lu Zihao's expression soured. He had not anticipated this seemingly lowly individual would dare to retort. Sharp-tongued, he scoffed. Let me offer you a piece of advice. If you lack the capital, do not attempt to play with raw stones. Just one piece of rough material could leave you destitute. You might find yourself crying without a place to turn. Oh, is that so? The smile on Chun Mo's face deepened as he gradually rose. Yet his gaze transcended Lu Zihao, landing on an unremarkable piece of black rough material in the corner. Priced at a mere 800,000. Through his discerning vision, he perceived within it a mass of intensely vibrant, honey-like, lustrous yellow jade. Then today, I am quite eager to test the limits of this so-called destitution. Upon concluding his words, he paid no further attention to the visibly displeased Lu Zihao and the feigned indifference of Lin Wan, striding directly towards the host. Chapter 22. The First Cut. Stunning the audience. Ever since the economic downturn in recent years, traditional industries have languished, prompting investors to gradually shift their focus towards the jade market. The influx of substantial capital has revitalized the once dormant gambling stone market, which has now flourished anew. Typically, gambling stone venues operate under two models: auction and gamble on materials. In an auction, the highest bidder prevails. Conversely, gambling on materials involves selecting from a pile of cut but unidentifiable waste stones, with fixed pricing that emphasizes the potential for small investments to yield significant returns. Although the risks associated with gambling on waste materials are greater compared to auctioning off already revealed stones, for novices or learners, the thrill of sifting through waste holds a certain allure and a chance for serendipity. The booth Chen Mo approached was indeed dedicated to waste materials. That black wuxia skin. For 800,000, I'll take it, he declared. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the hall, which had fallen somewhat silent due to Lu Zihao's earlier provocations. Instantly, all eyes turned to this unfamiliar young man who dared to speak back to Lu. 800,000, in an auction where stones often fetch tens of millions, was hardly noteworthy. Yet, the performance of that black wuxia skin was decidedly mediocre. Its rough surface bore no evident traits of quality, and nearly everyone dismissed it as unworthy. Many believed this was merely a reckless youth hoping to strike gold. Lu Zihao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into derisive laughter, his tone dripping with scorn. Huh, what did I say? Truly an ignorant fool. That waste has been sitting there for 3 months without a single taker, and you dare to treat it as a treasure? Lin, look at this. This is the fate of the overconfident. Lin Wan's brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Despite her disdain for Chun Mo, she was acutely aware of the hazards inherent in gambling stones. Witnessing Chun Mo's impulsive decision to purchase a universally acknowledged inferior material stirred an inexplicable agitation within her, accompanied by a faint twinge of concern. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, Chun Mo, I know you have several million on hand, but that money didn't just fall from the sky. This isn't a place for you to mingle. Turn back immediately, do you hear me? Chun Mo, you fool. It's clear they are setting a trap for naive buyers. Haven Tea, you heard it hasn't sold in 3 months? You know nothing. Yet you dare to venture into this treacherous territory. It's infuriating. Chun Mo was momentarily stunned. He anticipated Lin Wan would express concern for him. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he was interrupted by the host. What an eye for talent. 800,000. This black wuxia of Mosisha is yours. The host, indifferent to the surrounding banter, was only concerned with closing the sale. Shall we cut it immediately, or would you prefer to take it with you? He inquired with a smile, the process moving swiftly. Cut it directly, Chen Mo replied without hesitation, swiping his card with a calm demeanor. Excellent. The host waved his hand, and 2 professional stone cutters promptly approached, securing the basketball-sized raw stone onto the cutting machine. Sizzle. The harsh sound of cutting resonated, instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. The most exhilarating moment in stone gambling is undoubtedly the fateful cut that can transform fortune from poverty to wealth. Everyone was eager to witness whether this audacious young man, who dared to confront Lu Xiao, would become the subject of ridicule or achieve a miraculous outcome. Lu Zihao, arms crossed and exuding an air of leisure, observed with a smirk of schadenfreude, already poised to unleash his mockery at the impending result. Lin Wan couldn't help but direct her gaze toward the scene, her heart inexplicably racing. The first cut was made on the thicker side of the stone. As the fragment fell away, a grayish-white cross-section was revealed. It crumbled, Ah, as expected. 800,000 was gone just like that. The young man was indeed too impulsive. I had thought he was a master playing the fool, but he clearly underestimated the situation. A chorus of lamentation and anticipated disappointment erupted from the onlookers. Lu Ziheo's smile broadened, eager to speak. However, the seasoned stonecutter, with years of experience, illuminated the cut with a flashlight and examined the surface, suddenly exclaiming in surprise, "Boss, this cross-section seems intriguing. Although it lacks color, the texture appears promising, and there's yellow mist. Shall we make another cut?" Chinemo, having already seen through the stone with clarity, calmly nodded. "Yes, let us rub from the area with the yellow mist." The cutter nodded, changing the grinding wheel to begin polishing the stone. The sizzling sound of friction filled the air once more, and this time, the hearts of all present raced with anticipation. Suddenly, the cutter abruptly turned off the machine, rinsed the polished edge, and exclaimed with a hint of excitement, "Mist has appeared. Such a dense yellow mist. This is extraordinary." Before their eyes, a rich and thick layer of yellow mist emerged at the polished edge, often a harbinger of high-quality jadeite within. The hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Yellow mist. So dense. Could there truly be something valuable? Look, it seems to be translucent beneath the mist. Lu Ziheo's smile froze, instinctively stepping forward with wide eyes. How is this possible? That piece of waste. Lin Wan's beautiful eyes widened slightly, betraying her surprise. Chun Mo remained expressionless, as if he had everything under control. "Stop polishing. Cut a thin slice directly from here." "All right." The cutter, now invigorated, carefully repositioned the raw stone and meticulously sliced a thin section from just below the polished edge. As the slice was lifted and rinsed with clean water, an eerie silence enveloped the entire hall. Then, a thunderous chorus of gasps erupted. "Yellow. Chicken oil yellow. Incredible. Ice-type chicken oil yellow jade." The price skyrocketed. An astronomical rise. The quality, the color. It was simply perfect. There, at the cut, lay a piece of vibrant yellow, as rich and transparent as solidified chicken oil. The color was uniformly saturated, glistening with a soft, yet dazzling brilliance under the light. Ice-type chicken oil yellow jade. Moreover, it is of the finest quality, with an exquisite hue, free from cracks and impurities. The rarity of yellow jade is already notable, yet such superior quality is a treasure seldom encountered. The individual who had just mocked Chun Mo for his naivety now gazed with reddened eyes, wishing fervently that the stone belonged to him. "Little brother, don't cut it. Are you willing to sell? I'll offer 3 million. 3 million for a bargain? I'll bid 5 million. 580,000. Sell it to me." Immediately, jewelers swarmed, fervently raising their bids. Lu Ziheo's face darkened entirely, akin to receiving a stinging slap, burning with indignation. His previous derision had now transformed into the most ludicrous jest. Lin Wan stared in a daze at the resplendent yellow jade, then glanced at Chun Mo, who remained unfazed as if merely performing a trivial task, her heart swelling with tumultuous waves. How does he know? Luck? It must be luck. Ignoring the surrounding bids, Chun Mo commanded the stone cutter, "Unveil it all." Soon, a piece the size of a fist, crystal-clear chicken oil yellow jade, was revealed, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Ultimately, this raw stone purchased for 800,000 was snapped up by a Hong Kong merchant for an astounding 9,800,000, a net profit of 9 million. In less than half an hour, Chun Mo had multiplied his investment tenfold. All eyes were fixed on him with envy, jealousy, and disbelief. As he pocketed the check, his gaze shifted calmly toward Lu Ziheo, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible smile. "Young Master Lu, it seems my luck with this cat and dog venture has been rather fortuitous." Lu Ziheo was infuriated, nearly spitting blood, gritting his teeth, but unable to utter a word. Lin Wan observed Chun Mo's demeanor, seemingly nonchalant, yet brimming with brilliance, and her heart skipped a beat for the first time because of this man. She suddenly realized that she may have been profoundly unaware of this man who once drove her. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's gaze had already turned to the next raw stone, one he had long anticipated, containing a hidden treasure of ice-type green. The show was just beginning. Chapter 23. Another triumph with ice green. Wealth ascending the atmosphere in the hall erupted with fervor due to Chun Mo's astonishing success. The gazes directed at him had transformed from initial disdain and amusement to curiosity, inquiry, and even a hint of reverence. In this discerning niche, a precise rise in fortune serves as the finest calling card. Lu Zihao's expression was so dark it seemed it could drip with water. He had intended to overshadow Chun Mo before Lin Wan, only to receive a resounding slap in return. How could he endure such humiliation? Humph, it's merely a stroke of good fortune. Lu Zihao forced a facade of composure, addressing Lin Wan in a sarcastic tone. In the world of stone gambling, one stroke of luck proves nothing. The next time could lead to utter ruin. Isn't that right, Ms. Lin? At this moment, Lin Wan's mind was in a tumult, utterly unprepared to entertain his remarks. Her gaze involuntarily followed Chun Mo's silhouette. That nonchalant composure starkly contrasted with her impression of the taciturn, honest driver. Was it truly luck? Yet his earlier demeanor exuded an unshakable conviction. Chun Mo paid no heed to Lu Zihao's barking. His focus was fixed on the next target, a medium to high-grade gambling stone priced at 3 million. The term gambling stone typically refers to jadeite in the trading realm, entirely encased in a skin that conceals its internal condition, preventing any direct observation. Such stones usually originate from the same vein that has previously yielded high-value jade, thus presenting a far greater probability of producing quality material than ordinary stones, resulting in a price that often exceeds market value. Through Chun Mo's discerning eye, he perceived vast expanses of green within this rough stone. The hue was vibrant and slightly yellowish, reminiscent of the fresh leaves of early spring, embodying the highly sought-after ice-type yang green among mid to high-end jadeite. Furthermore, the texture was ample and pristine, marred only by a few minor fissures that would not impede the extraction of material. The reason this stone had not been hastily chosen was its skin's gamble-like quality, with one side displaying noticeable flaws that could lead to undesirable outcomes, causing potential buyers to hesitate. Yet, in Chun Mo's perception, these risks were non-existent. This one, 3 million, I shall take it, he declared, pointing directly at his target. This time, no one dared to mock him openly. Tension filled the air as everyone awaited to see whether this young man would continue to weave his legend or be brought back to reality. Lu Zihao held his breath, cursing maliciously within, hoping for a downfall, a complete collapse, ideally leaving no trace of green. The host excitedly brought down the hammer, and the cutting machine roared to life once more. Chun Mo stepped forward, took a pen, and marked a line. Master, cut here. The master complied. With a single slice, water splashed forth, and there it was, green, young green, ice type. The quality was superb. A surge of excitement rippled through the crowd again. The jadeite revealed that the cut was translucent and vibrant, as if a spring pool had been captured within the stone. This was indeed a piece of exceptional ice-type yang green. While not as rare as the previous chicken oil yellow jade, it was larger in size and more market-friendly in color, retaining significant value. Little brother, stop cutting. I'll give you 21 million for this stone. 25 million. We at Chow Tai Fook will take it. 16 million. The jewelers once again surrounded the bidding frantically, with prices soaring. Ultimately, this 3 million rough stone was sold for an astonishing 18.5 million. In a brief span, Chun Mo's funds skyrocketed from over 4 million to more than 30 million. This astounding speed of profit was akin to a money-printing machine. Everyone was utterly astonished, gazing at Chun Mo as if he were a living deity capable of transmuting stone into gold. Lu Zihao's face transformed from a sickly green to a deep purple, and then to a dark hue. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his flesh. He felt as though Chun Mo had been rubbing his face into the ground repeatedly today. Lin Wan's crimson lips parted slightly, completely forgetting to maintain her frosty demeanor, her beautiful eyes brimming with shock and incredulity. Once could be attributed to luck, but twice? This was undoubtedly far more than mere fortune. How on earth had he accomplished this? Chun Mo once again tucked away the check, his throat dry and heart racing. Throughout his life, apart from what he had seen in films and short videos, he had never encountered the staggering sum of over 30 million. Just half a month ago, he was merely a middle-aged security guard, burdened by meager monthly wages and the daily grind of life's necessities. Yet now, he found himself amidst this exclusive circle of wealthy stone gamblers, having amassed a fortune in less than half an hour that would take an ordinary person several lifetimes to accumulate. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Forcing aside the distractions, Chun Mo took a deep breath, his focus unwavering, his gaze sharp as the most precise radar, swept toward the next target he had already set his sights upon. It was a piece of rough stone, dark and dry, with only a few faint markings. Priced at a mere 500,000 for a kilogram. A kilogram stone, as the name suggests, is sold by weight. Such raw materials are typically the low-quality remnants left after extensive screening in mining areas, generally of inferior quality, high risk, and with a clear market positioning. Seasoned stone gamblers would hardly place their hopes on such materials. Yet, amidst the bewildered stares of the crowd, Chen Mo spoke for the third time. "I'll take that kilogram stone, priced at 500,000. Everyone was left speechless, including Lu Zihao and Lin Wan. Was this young man out of his mind? Or had he lost his senses? Did he dare to purchase such evidently subpar material, which was clearly a trap for novices? Lu Zihao, like a drowning man clutching at straws, leapt forward again, his voice piercing and shrill. "The facade is shattered. Did you really think you were a master of stone gambling? You actually have an eye for this roadside rubbish?" It was as if luck had merely favored him, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Lin Wan's brows knitted tightly. Although she was not well versed in stone gambling, she could easily discern the poor quality of the stone. What on earth does he intend to do? Having won so much, why does he not stop? Is he determined to lose it all? Ignoring the murmurs around him, Chen Mo proceeded to swipe his card for payment. TCH. He was succinct. The master shook his head, believing the young man was still too impulsive, yet complied with his request. This time, the cutting was even swifter. However, when the stone was split open and water was splashed upon it, the entire venue fell into a profound silence for the third time. Then, an eruption of frenzied and incredulous gasps filled the air. Imperial King Green. Glass type. My heavens. A madman. This is truly a glass type Imperial Green. Beneath the dark, unsightly shell lies a profound, vibrant, and exquisitely pure green, seemingly imbued with life. Its texture is remarkably delicate, as translucent as glass, devoid of any blemishes. Glass type Imperial Green, the emperor among jade. The finest of the finest. Though it is merely a side view, the incomparable color and quality irrevocably dictate its astronomical value. A stone purchased for 500,000 conceals an invaluable treasure within. Lu Zihao's mocking expression froze completely, his eyes wide as saucers, and his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. He stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his mind blank. Lin Wan instinctively covered her mouth to suppress the gasp that nearly escaped her lips. She gazed at the breathtaking green, then at the man who had conjured this miracle, feeling a wave of dizziness. Glass-type Imperial Green. How on earth did he discern it? Chen Mo looked at that shade of green, excitement surging within him. Yet he maintained an outward calm, gently advising his trembling master, "Be careful, uncover it all." In that moment, he was no longer the derided driver. He stood as the undisputed king of the gathering. Meanwhile, Lu Zihao's face turned ashen. He understood that he had become a complete fool this evening. Chapter 24, Earning Billions. A wealth myth. The 6 words glass-type Imperial Green seemed to possess a magical allure, plunging the underground auction house of the treasure-gathering pavilion into a frenzy. Everyone clamored to approach the stone-unveiling machine, eager to behold the legendary jade's true visage. Bids erupted in a chaotic chorus, completely devoid of reason. 30 million. Little brother. No. Big brother. Let me have it. 50 million. Cash. Immediate transfer. 80 million. We at Liufu Jewelry are willing to be your friend. 100 million. I Chow Tai Fook. Offer 100 million. Please, you must sell it to me. The price soared like a rocket, instantly surpassing the 100 million mark, and it continued to rise. Ultimately, this rough stone, which had merely cost 500,000, was acquired by a mysterious telephone buyer for an astounding 130 million. Along with the previous 2 stones that garnered over 27 million, Chen Mo's total earnings for the night reached an astonishing 157 million. Adding the 4 million in principal, he had truly become a billionaire, with a fortune amounting to 160 million. From a mere player with 400,000 to a newly minted billionaire possessing nearly 160 million in assets, Chen Mo achieved this in less than 2 hours. This legendary speed of wealth accumulation astonished everyone present. At this moment, no one dared to regard him with disdain. Those who had previously mocked him now wished they could vanish into a crevice in the ground. The gazes of the crowd toward him were imbued with reverence, envy, and a hint of indescribable fear. This young man possessed an unsettlingly sharp gaze, one that was terrifying in its intensity. Lu Zihao had long lost his color. Slumped in a nearby chair, utterly despondent. All his pride and sense of superiority had been shattered by Chun Mo's remarkable display of skill. He felt akin to a clown, desperately seeking attention, with all his actions merely serving as a backdrop to highlight the other's formidable prowess. Lin Wan stood frozen in place, her eyes fixated on Chun Mo, who was surrounded by admirers. She observed him as he calmly executed the transaction, receiving accolades and admiration with an air of tranquility, his profile, though not conventionally handsome, exuding a lethal allure in that moment. Her heart stirred like a lake disturbed by a boulder, waves of emotion surging within her, leaving her unable to find peace. His words from the previous night echoed in her mind. I do not wish to remain merely your driver and assistant forever. At that time, she had deemed it a laughable overreach, perhaps even a cunning pretext. Yet now, he had, in a manner almost magical, acquired a capital that compelled her to regard him with newfound respect. Was this truly the same driver who had endured her harsh criticisms for half a month? A complex array of emotions unfurled within her: shock, disbelief, and the embarrassment of being proven wrong. Yet, more than anything, there was an uncontrollable and intense attraction, coupled with curiosity. What other secrets does he harbor? Was I truly mistaken in my previous judgments of him? Suddenly, she recalled her biting remarks from last night. Let us see how far you can go. Without me, Lin Wan, you are nothing. In that moment, those words stung her heart like a whip, igniting a fiery pain and regret. Having completed all procedures, Chen Mo carefully stowed away the bank card laden with wealth. He lifted his gaze, scanning the crowd, and once again, his eyes landed on Lin Wan. Their gazes locked. Lin Wan's heart raced, instinctively wanting to shy away from his stare, yet she found her vision magnetically drawn to him, unable to escape. Chun Mo's eyes were calm and profound, devoid of the previous subservience and eagerness, now replaced by a confidence and penetrating intensity that left her flustered. He approached her, step by step. The surrounding noise seemed to fade, all attention converging upon the two of them. Lu Zihao, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of jealousy nearly driving him to madness. Yet he dared not step forward to further humiliate himself. Chun Mo halted before Lin Wan, disregarding Lu Zihao's presence, focusing solely on her. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ms. Lin, he began, his voice steady. It appears that without Jinwan International and you, I seem to be doing just fine. This statement echoed Lin Wan's earlier scornful remark uttered in a fit of fury. At this moment, she was returned to her original state. Lin Wan's charming face flushed suddenly, turning crimson to the roots of her ears. An unprecedented sense of embarrassment and shame enveloped her, making her wish to flee the scene immediately. Yet, she was ultimately Lin Wan, the esteemed president of Jinwan International. She suppressed the tumultuous waves within her, striving to maintain an exterior calm. However, the slight tremor of her eyelashes and the flickering of her gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. She opened her mouth, only to find her throat parched, momentarily at a loss for words. Should she admit to her misjudgment? She could not bring herself to do so. Should she continue with her cold remarks? In the face of his remarkable achievements, that would only serve to make her appear more absurd and unreasonable. Observing her rare display of awkwardness, the pent-up frustration within Chun Mo subsided significantly. He understood that sometimes less is more. He refrained from pressing further, merely offering a gentle smile, his tone softening. Just kidding, Ms. Lin. Regardless, thank you for your past care. After speaking, he subtly nodded to Lin Wan and then turned to depart. Under the gaze of numerous complex expressions, he gracefully walked toward the exit, devoid of lingering attachments or ostentation. As if acquiring this vast fortune was a trivial matter, Lin Wan stood there, entranced, watching his retreating figure, erect, confident, emanating a mysterious aura of strength. Her heart felt as though it had been struck by something. A never-before-experienced, intense sensation of exhilaration and loss instantly engulfed her. Did he just leave? Lu Zihao, feeling emboldened, dared to approach, attempting to salvage his dignity. Ms. Lin, please don't take it to heart. I've encountered many nouveau riches. A little wealth. And they forget their surname. It's only a matter of time. Silence. Lin Wan abruptly interrupted him, her voice icy, laced with unmistakable annoyance. She shot Lu Zihao a cold glance, the chill in her eyes causing him to feel as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, leaving him speechless. Young Master Lu, I must reassess our collaboration. Excuse me. With that, Lin Wan refused to look back and departed directly, leaving Lu Zihao alone, frozen in place. His complexion shifting from green to pale. Under the peculiar gazes of the crowd, he was reduced to nothing more than a backdrop and a joke. After tonight, the name Chen Mo would undoubtedly resonate throughout the upper echelons of Jiangnan City. Chapter 25. A different way of living after leaving the Jubioch. Chen Mo did not head home immediately. Instead, he strolled alone through the streets. Observing the dazzling lights of the city, Chen Mo suddenly found it amusing. Although he had worked in this city for over a decade, he felt profoundly unfamiliar with it. Outside of his regular commute to and from work, he knew little else. Now, he yearns for a change in his lifestyle, a genuine exploration of the city's hidden facets. Resolute in his decision, he swiftly hails a taxi and heads to the renowned Inn Hai Tan, celebrated as a landmark of Jiangnan. It is rumored to be the most picturesque waterfront in Jiangnan City, home to the Seoul six-star hotel. Chen Mo embarks on a river cruise, an experience coveted yet often unattainable for many migrant workers, costing a staggering 15,000 for a mere 10 minutes. However, upon disembarking, he finds it underwhelming. Akin to the 25 yuan ferry rides of his hometown, disappointment washes over him. Extinguishing any desire for leisure, he proceeds directly to the Grand Caesar Palace Hotel. Here, he finally senses a unique ambience. Whether it be the guests checking in or the tourists capturing memories, the men exude chivalry while the women embody grace. As if the opulent surroundings mask their true selves. He chuckles cynically and approaches the front desk to check in. The most economical standard room is priced at 5,008 for a night, while the lavish presidential suite averages 33,000 per night. 33,000. A sum that constitutes a middle-class income even in this super first-tier city, is merely sufficient for a single night's stay here. One must admit, poverty indeed constrains the imagination. Sir, are you certain you wish to book the presidential suite? The beautiful receptionist appears astonished, seemingly having misheard him. Chen Mo does not present as particularly affluent. Having arrived on foot, is an appointment necessary for check-in? He inquires with genuine curiosity, unfamiliar with the process. Merely seeking to indulge his past regrets with a few nights of luxury. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, quickly regains her composure and smiles. No reservation is needed. We have 3 presidential suites available. May I ask how many guests will be staying and for how many nights? Those employed in such establishments are professionally trained, rendering any superficial judgments entirely improbable. Just myself. I shall stay for 3 nights, Chen Mo replies, producing his identification and bank card, promptly charging 99,000. As he completes the check-in process, a well-dressed, impeccably groomed middle-aged man approaches him with a warm smile. He places his right hand on his abdomen and bows gracefully in a gentlemanly manner. Mr. Chun, I am your butler for the next 3 days. My name is Zhang Yi, and you may call upon me for any needs you may have. Chen Mo raises an eyebrow and jests. Your hotel certainly has flair. A butler for short-term guests. Will there be beautiful maids as well? Zhang Yi responds with unwavering professionalism. Should you desire, I can arrange that for you immediately. Chen Mo shakes his head with a smile. I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Zhang Yi inquires, Mr. Chun, where are your luggage? Chen Mo replies, I have no luggage. Then please follow me, Zhang Yi responds, and Chen Mo follows him, navigating seamlessly through the establishment. Greeted by doormen at every door and elevator attendants at every lift. Aside from dining, which does not require assistance, the act of self-indulgence must be performed personally. For everything else, Chen Mo hardly needs to lift a finger. One might say the expenditure is justified. At the very least, it offers a considerable emotional return. The presidential suite is perched on the 47th floor of the hotel, overlooking the river. The hardwood floors and rose-patterned ceiling, along with the color palette and decor, embody the essence of British aristocracy, exuding luxury and brilliance from within. The suite boasts a separate sitting room and dining area, equipped with a mini-bar. Should Chen Mo desire, he may summon someone to concoct cocktails on site. Mr. Chun, I wish you a pleasant stay. Zhang Yi solemnly introduced the functions of the landline, assuring him that by merely pressing the first key, he could reach him at any hour. He then bowed and departed. Chen Mo approached the window, where the towering heights offered the finest view of the Bund. His gaze was captivated by the twinkling stars and countless lights, reflecting upon the river's surface, creating a scene as exquisite as an oil painting. Indeed, the city's most beautiful visage can only be unlocked by wealth. Just as he was lost in the mesmerizing scenery, his phone rang unexpectedly. Chen Mo was somewhat taken aback. Apart from a few former colleagues, his contacts were minimal. Who would be calling him at this hour? Could it be Lin Wan? The thought tightened his heart, prompting him to hastily retrieve his phone. However, upon seeing the caller ID as Wu Junhui, he felt a flicker of disappointment, quickly replaced by a genuine smile. Wu Junhui was his childhood friend and one of the few he had left in Jiangnan City. After graduating from university, they had ventured south together to carve their paths. Yet, fate had taken its course, leading the two young men down divergent roads. Under familial pressure, Chen Mo had married his ex-wife, Zhang Ting, at a young age. Post-marriage, he sacrificed his dreams to provide for his family, ultimately settling into the mundane life of a community security guard. In contrast, Wu Junhui had remained true to his aspirations, leveraging his eloquence and emotional intelligence to establish a business, now a small entrepreneur with a net worth exceeding 10 million. As Wu Junhui's business flourished, their communication dwindled. Chen Mo had not anticipated a sudden call from him. The last correspondence was a year ago on New Year's Eve. "Hey, Lao Wu." Chen Mo answered the call with a smile. A brief silence followed, and then a low voice emerged. "I heard you got divorced." "Yeah, that's right," Chen Mo replied, his tone remarkably calm, as if the divorce had not pertained to him at all. Wu Junhui fell silent again. Amused, Chen Mo quipped, "What's the matter? Did you call to mock me for my divorce?" With a sigh, Wu Junhui finally spoke. "It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Come to Yunding Tiangong, my treat. Let us celebrate your newfound singlehood." Chen Mo felt warmth spread through him at these words. As one reaches middle age, particularly after establishing a family, the most dreaded occurrence is receiving contact from long-lost classmates or old friends. Typically, such interactions revolve around requests for loans or favors. However, for Wu Junhui, a small business owner, seeking financial assistance or favors from Chen Mo was out of the question. His initiative to reach out likely stemmed from hearing about Chen Mo's divorce, and he genuinely wished to offer comfort. True friends never concern themselves with constant communication. Rather, they appear without hesitation when needed. Thus, Chen Mo felt profoundly touched and responded with a smile. "Oh, how generous of you today, Boss Wu, to invite me out for a good time." Perceiving that Chen Mo was not overly despondent, Wu Junhui returned to his usual jovial demeanor, playfully chiding. "Cut the nonsense and hurry over. I've arranged for 10 lovely models for you. If I don't get you completely inebriated tonight, I'll be your son. Haha, you can definitely consider yourself my son. Prepare the fine wine. I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Chen Mo tidied his belongings and pressed the intercom. Soon, the voice of Zhang Yi came through. "Mr. Chen, do you have any instructions?" "Zhang, arrange for the most luxurious car. I am heading out." Chapter 26. Reunion with an old friend. Typically, upscale hotels provide car rental services. Upon learning that Chen Mo intended to visit a nightclub, Zhang Yi had a vehicle arranged within 5 minutes. It was a limited edition Bugatti EB Veyron, with only 5 units produced globally and just 1 within the country. The rental for 3 days, including insurance, deposit, and service fees, amounted to a staggering 112,000. Cruising down the road in a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle, Chen Mo garnered countless envious glances, significantly satisfying his vanity. It is widely acknowledged that Bugatti and insecurity cannot coexist. Half an hour later, in the parking lot of the Yunding Tiangong Club on Nanhai West Road, Chen Mo encountered the long-missed Wu Junhui. "Whoa, have you undergone cosmetic surgery?" Both exclaimed in unison. Engaged in the entertainment and media business, Wu Junhui, with his wealth and understanding of grooming and fitness, coupled with his fashionable attire, looked as though he were in his mid-20s, despite nearing his 40s. Conversely, Chen Mo's transformation was profoundly noticeable. Previously, whenever Wu Junhui saw Chen Mo, regardless of his mental state, there was always an air of unshakable fatigue about him. This weariness, Wu Junhui had observed in many of his married friends, often stemming from familial or career-related pressures. To put it positively, it was a sense of responsibility. To put it negatively, a burden of invisible shackles. However, upon this reunion, Chen Mo radiated a newfound openness and confidence, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, exuding an inexplicable youthful vigor. Chen Mo chuckled softly, offering no explanation. Thanks to his recent proximity to Lin Wan and her circle of high society, coupled with his own efforts that led to the incarceration of the notorious Zhao Kun, he now held over 100 million in cash. After undergoing multiple spiritual refinements, if one still cannot undergo a profound transformation, how can one truly achieve it? Observing Chun Mo's subtly smug demeanor, Wu Junhui could not help but approach him, delivering a playful punch while jesting. What a virtue! Putting on a show for your father? He then, as if discovering a new continent, marveled at the Bugatti Veyron Special Edition, exclaiming, "Ah, it seems my brother Imo has found himself a wealthy patron. Driving a multi-million-dollar Bugatti. When is your sister-in-law's 80th birthday celebration?" Chun Imo stepped forward, playfully wrapping his arm around Wu Junhui's neck, reminiscent of their close camaraderie during their school days, and laughed heartily. Is renting not acceptable? Enough chatter, let us indulge tonight. Wu Junhui struggled to break free, feigning disappointment as he glared at Chun Imo. Damn it. I was hoping to benefit from your connections and have your wealthy patron introduce me to her friends. What is this nonsense? No way, you must drink 3 cups as penance. Otherwise, my emotional wounds cannot be healed. The two then entered the club amidst laughter and banter. Yunding Tiangong is among the top 3 elite nightclubs in the city, where even a standard booth has a minimum consumption of 888 yuan. And with the addition of hostesses and drinks, one could easily spend around 50,000. Without some financial backing, one would hesitate to cross the threshold. Upon entering, Wu Junhui, as if returning home, embraced Chun Imo and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, it's been ages since we gathered. Tonight, all expenses are on me. Let us just enjoy ourselves and cast aside any unhappy thoughts. Feeling the sincerity of their friendship, Chun Imo could not help but smile in understanding. Wu Junhui expertly led Chun Imo to a luxurious private room. Just as they stepped inside, a captivating young woman in a fitted black dress and white fishnet stockings, her high-heeled shoes accentuating her alluring curves, entered gracefully. Wu Junhui's eyes lit up as he waved. Xiao Yun, aren't you on break tonight? Why are you here again? The young woman named Xiao Yun, a public relations representative at the nightclub, was well aware that Wu Junhui was one of her most valued clients, visiting at least 7 or 8 times a month. Learning that her patron was present this evening, she made a swift appearance despite her day off. Hee, how could I not show up when Mr. Wu is here? Xiao Yun's voice was slightly hoarse, imbued with a natural laziness and a soft, melodic tone that was akin to a soothing ear massage. With a graceful sway of her slender waist, she approached Wu Junhui and Chun Imo, pouring 3 glasses of liquor. She raised her glass to Wu Junhui with a playful smile. Mr. Wu, thank you for your continued support. Let us drink to that. With that, she tilted her head back and finished her drink with a refreshing flourish. Wu Junhui chuckled and took a sip as well. Then, Xiao Yun filled her glass again, leaning closer to Chun Imo and playfully inquiring, "This gentleman seems unfamiliar. Is this your first visit?" As she spoke, her alluring crimson lips nearly brushed against Chun Mo's earlobe, and her voluptuous bosom pressed unabashedly against his arm. Unfazed, Chun Imo placed his hand on Xiao Yun's waist with a charming smile, saying, "Indeed. I am an old classmate of Mr. Wu from the countryside. He specifically brought this country bumpkin to broaden my horizons." Xiao Yun playfully rolled her eyes and covered her mouth with a light laugh, her laughter causing her ample curves to sway enticingly. "Boss, you're truly humorous. With your demeanor and grace, how could you possibly be a country bumpkin?" As familiarity grew, she raised her glass in a toast. "Let me offer you a drink. And I look forward to your continued support." "Absolutely, absolutely," he replied. After both had finished their drinks, Wu Junhui, unable to contain his excitement, urged Xiao Yun, "Hurry and summon the ladies. Just the 2 of us feels rather odd." Xiao Yun giggled and shot him a flirtatious glance. "Mr. Wu, you're too impatient. The ladies have just started their shift and are still getting ready. Is my company not sufficient for you?" Wu Junhui laughed heartily. "Your company is indeed delightful. But with just the 2 of us, it's simply not enough. Let the ladies join us." "Very well, I will arrange it right away. Please wait a moment," she said, departing. Once she left, Wu Junhui winked at Chun Imo with a mischievous grin. "So, what do you think of this woman? If you're interested, tonight, I'm willing to take a back seat and ensure your desires are fulfilled." Chun Imo took a sip of his drink and chuckled. "Who do you think I am? Do I need your assistance to charm a woman? However, I must admit, Xiao Yun is indeed tempting and should be quite delightful." Wu Junhui beamed with amusement upon hearing this. It was evident that Chun Imo had moved beyond the shadows of his divorce, and Wu Junhui was pleased that his friend could let go of the past, which was precisely why he had organized this gathering. A few minutes later, Xiao Yun returned with 7 or 8 enchanting and diverse hostesses. The essence of a night out lies in its vibrancy. And the entrance of these professional hostesses immediately elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. As the alcohol flowed, the revelry in the private room intensified, becoming increasingly extravagant. Various playful antics and novelties that Chun Mo had only heard of before now unfolded before his eyes, showcasing the unparalleled joys of the affluent that were beyond imagination. However, despite the opulence of the venue, there was one aspect that left Chun Mo quite dissatisfied: the absence of a restroom in the private room, which he found absurd. Wu Junwei soon clarified this puzzling detail, explaining that it was a measure to prevent inebriated guests from causing chaos in the private area. Upon learning the truth, Chun Mo was left speechless. After a night of drinking, he felt quite uncomfortable and staggered to the public restroom to relieve himself. Just as he exited after washing his hands, he collided unexpectedly with two individuals, nearly losing his balance. "What on earth, can't you see?" He instinctively cursed under his breath when suddenly, a furious roar echoed from behind him. "Lu Yamen, if you dare to run, believe me, I will report you for breach of contract tomorrow, and you will end up destitute and imprisoned." Upon hearing Lu Yamen's name, Chun Mo abruptly sobered, raising his head to follow the sound. Not far behind him, a girl with a panicked expression was being forcefully gripped by the wrist by a middle-aged man in glasses, his face dark with anger. Who else could this girl be but Lu Yamen? The bespectacled man exhaled a cloud of alcohol-laden breath, threatening loudly, "Lu Yamen, if you come back with me now, I will pretend nothing happened just now. Otherwise, prepare for a lawsuit." Lu Yamen's complexion drained of color as she struggled desperately, yet remained unable to break free from his grasp. Her eyes were red, her voice trembling with a mix of tears and determination. "Mr. Li, I'm truly sorry, but I cannot drink this alcohol. I have already stated that I will only sing and not drink, and I will not accept any under-the-table arrangements. I am not that kind of woman. I beg you. Have mercy and let me go." Mr. Li sneered at her words. "Boss Wang is our company's most significant client, worth over 100 million. You have the opportunity to accompany him. It is a blessing for you. Don't be ungrateful. Obey me and return, and as long as you make Boss Wang happy tonight, I will elevate you to the position of the company's leading lady." "No, I refuse." Lu Yamen was paralyzed with fear, her legs trembling beneath her. Mr. Li's disdainful laughter echoed. "Refuse? That is acceptable. The contract you signed with the company is clear as day. The Party A has the right to arrange necessary business engagements for Party B. If you refuse to drink, you'll have to pay 3 million in breach of contract fees. If you can present that amount now, I will immediately let you go." 3 million. For Lu Yamen, a novice intern without any connections, this figure was astronomical. Her face turned pale, despair washing over her. Mr. Li was certain she could not muster the funds, which emboldened his brazen behavior. "No more words, then. Either you pay, or you obediently come back with me." He began to drag her back with force. The vicinity of the public restroom was bustling with people, and their commotion was bound to attract attention. However, the surrounding patrons and staff merely watched from a distance, none daring to intervene, clearly intimidated by Mr. Li's status. Just as Lu Yamen was on the verge of tears, a calm, yet authoritative voice rang out behind her. "Release your filthy hands." Chun Mo's voice was not loud, yet it possessed a chilling clarity that silenced the bustling corridor. Mr. Li instinctively loosened his grip on Lu Yamen's hand, but upon realizing that a stranger had admonished him, he felt his pride wounded. The alcohol surged through him, darkening his expression further. "Who the hell are you?" Mr. Li spat, his breath reeking of alcohol. "Do you know who I am? Mind your own business and get lost." Chun Mo stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Lu Yamen, effectively placing her behind him and creating a barrier between her and Mr. Li. Lu Yamen immediately resembled a startled rabbit, retreating to his side and clutching the hem of his garment tightly, her body trembling slightly. "I care not who you are," Chun Mo stated, his gaze steady as he regarded Mr. Li, his tone imbued with an undeniable firmness. "What matters is that I witnessed you coercing an unwilling girl. Keep your distance from her and be gone." "How dare you? I am responsible for the artists in my company, and you have no right to intervene." Mr. Li was thoroughly incensed by Chun Mo's demeanor, particularly in front of an audience, feeling that his authority was being challenged. Fueled by alcohol, he brazenly attempted to shove Chun Mo aside. "You think you can disrespect me and get away with it?" Just as his hand was about to make contact with Chun Mo, the latter deftly sidestepped, evading the blow with ease. The man was so inebriated that he could barely stand, his movements slow and clumsy, reminiscent of an elderly woman. If Chun Mo were to be struck under such circumstances, he might as well abandon his career. As he dodged, he discreetly extended his foot, causing Mr. Lee to trip and fall flat on his face with a resounding thud. Mind your language and keep your hands to yourself. Chun Mo looked down at the groaning Mr. Lee from a superior vantage point, his expression one of disdain. Should you continue to harass, I shall not hesitate to respond accordingly. Mr. Lee grimaced in pain, clutching his waist as he struggled to rise, his anger surging uncontrollably. You little rascal, how dare you lay hands on me? He resorted to the classic tactic of the wronged party. Just wait. I won't let you leave here without consequences. I'll make sure of it. Security, where are the guards? Summon your manager. As the commotion escalated, it inevitably attracted the attention of the nightclub's security personnel and manager. Soon, several imposing security guards and a composed manager in a suit approached briskly. What is going on here? Who is causing a disturbance? The manager's sharp gaze swept across the scene and narrowed upon Mr. Lee, recognizing him. Mr. Lee, it's fortunate you arrived. Mr. Lee, sensing a glimmer of hope, pointed accusingly at Chun Mo. This fellow, he attacked me for no reason and is harassing my employee. Get him out of here at once, or I shall never patronize your establishment again. The manager scrutinized Chun Mo, noting his unfamiliar face yet calm demeanor, which did not suggest a troublemaker. His attention then shifted to the distressed Lu Yamen hiding behind Chun Mo, and he pieced together the situation. Such incidents of pressuring girls to drink were not uncommon in venues like this, though they typically did not escalate to such a spectacle. Sir, may I inquire? The manager began, but at that moment, Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan, alerted by the noise, squeezed through the crowd. Mo, what is happening? Is someone bullying you? Wu Junhui immediately positioned himself beside Chun Mo, casting a menacing glance toward Mr. Lee. Xiaoyan swiftly approached Lu Yamen, softly offering her consolation, while casting a glance filled with complexity at Chun Mo, astonished by his audacity. Manager Zhang and Wu Junhui, both frequent patrons of this establishment, directly addressed the manager, asserting, "This is my brother. The surveillance footage will reveal the truth. It is undoubtedly that scoundrel Lee who instigated this situation, leading my brother to retaliate." Upon seeing Wu Junhui, President Lee's demeanor immediately diminished. Though both were entrenched in the entertainment and media industry, Wu Junhui's influence far surpassed Lee's. Nevertheless, Lee remained obstinate, retorting, "Mr. Wu, regardless of your relationship, everything must be substantiated by evidence. He initiated the assault, and numerous witnesses can attest to that. Moreover, that girl is an employee of my company, and I have every right to escort her away." The atmosphere grew tense, with Manager Zhang caught in a precarious position, reluctant to offend either party. Just then, a booming voice laced with surprise resonated from outside the crowd. "What is happening? Why all the commotion?" The onlookers turned to see a dapperly dressed middle-aged man striding forward, accompanied by several individuals who appeared to be assistants. Upon recognizing the newcomer, President Lee's eyes brightened, akin to spotting a savior. A sycophantic smile instantly adorned his face as he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Boss Huang, at long last you've arrived. You must intervene on my behalf. This brat has appeared from nowhere, attempting to steal Xiaoman, and even laid hands on me, utterly lawless." He distorted the truth, aiming to incite Boss Huang's wrath. Lu Yamen, upon seeing Boss Huang, turned pale and instinctively recoiled behind Chun Mo, whispering in fear, "Uncle, it was President Lee who forced me to entertain this Boss Huang." Chun Mo's expression hardened. He had finally identified the key player. Manager Zhang and Wu Junhui also registered a subtle shift in their expressions upon the arrival of Boss Huang, a renowned tycoon in the city with substantial influence, a true financial magnate. If Boss Huang chose to support President Lee, the situation would escalate into chaos. Everyone anticipated an outburst from Boss Huang. However, to their astonishment, he completely disregarded the lamentations of President Lee. His gaze had been fixated on Chun Mo from the outset, radiating disbelief and immense enthusiasm. Ignoring the obsequious President Lee, he strode directly to Chun Mo, extending his hands with a beaming smile, declaring, "Mr. Chun, it is truly you. I thought I recognized you over there. What a stroke of fate to encounter you here." Boom. This scene was akin to pressing a mute button, rendering the entire corridor abruptly silent. The sycophantic grin on President Lee's face froze, his mouth agape, as if to accommodate an egg, leaving him petrified in place. Manager Zhang stood in stunned silence, while Wu Junhui and Xiaoyun were equally astonished. Lu Yamen gazed up at Chen Mo, her tear-filled eyes brimming with profound confusion and astonishment. Was it true that the esteemed boss Huang was acquainted with him? Moreover, why did boss Huang show him such deference? Chen Mo, momentarily taken aback, scrutinized the enthusiastic middle-aged man before him, swiftly sifting through his memories. He recalled that boss Huang had indeed been present at the stone gambling venue earlier, seemingly involved in the bidding for that piece of icy jadeite. When the coveted imperial green was auctioned off at an exorbitant price, he had approached to extend his congratulations. It turned out that he was one of the witnesses at the gambling site. In an instant, Chun grasped the situation, his heart settling with assurance. A look of appropriately feigned surprise graced his face as he extended his hand for a gentle shake with boss Huang. Greetings. May I inquire your esteemed name? Esteemed Huang Baitao, engaged in modest investments and foreign trade, replied boss Huang, adopting a remarkably humble demeanor, his tone brimming with admiration. Earlier at the gathering of Treasure's Pavilion, I had the privilege of witnessing Mr. Chun's remarkable insight. It was truly astonishing. I am in awe. Though boss Huang conducted substantial business, there seemed to be no necessity for him to treat an obscure individual like Chen Mo with such courtesy. However, Chun's extraordinary vision and mythical ability to accumulate wealth had indeed left him profoundly impressed, compelling him to lower his stature in this encounter. Yet, to outsiders, his humility was nothing short of a thunderclap that shattered the ordinary. General Manager Li's complexion transformed from a ghastly pallor to a deathly gray, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He realized he had seemingly struck a formidable obstacle. No, it was akin to colliding with titanium alloy. Wu Junhui gasped in astonishment, his gaze towards Chen Mo now imbued with intrigue. He could not fathom how an ordinary security guard like Chen Mo could engage with a figure of boss Huang's caliber, let alone win his admiration. Xiaoyun's beautiful eyes widened, her hand covering her mouth to stifle a gasp of surprise. She observed Chen Mo's tranquil profile, feeling as though he was enveloped in an aura of unfathomable mystery and power that enchanted her utterly. Chen Mo, momentarily dazed, offered a faint smile. Oh, so it is boss Huang. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Merely a stroke of luck, hardly worth mentioning. Oh, Mr. Chen, you are far too modest. Winning over 1 billion with 3 consecutive triumphs. If that is merely luck, then we must all be blind. Huang Baitao laughed heartily before suddenly appearing to notice the surrounding circumstances. Puzzled as he inquired, Mr. Chun, what unfortunate matter has transpired here? Before Chun could respond, General Manager Li, utterly terrified, scrambled over. His face contorted into a smile more grotesque than tears, his voice trembling as he stammered. It's all a misunderstanding, boss Huang. I was blind to the mountain's majesty. I deserve my fate. As he spoke, he cautiously glanced at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with desperation. Huang Baitao, an astute man, quickly grasped the situation upon observing the scene, the beautiful girl weeping behind Chen Mo, and General Manager Li's pitiable demeanor. Instantly, his expression darkened, his gaze turning icy as it fixed on General Manager Li. Li did sigh. Did you provoke Mr. Chen? Did you also pressure the young lady? President Li was so frightened that his legs nearly buckled beneath him. Boss Huang. Huang Baitao could hardly bear to listen to his explanation, sternly rebuking. You scoundrel. Mr. Chen is my esteemed guest. What do you think you are to act so brazenly before him? Apologize to Mr. Chen at once. Yes. Mr. Chen, I am deeply sorry. I have failed to recognize your worth. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold it against me. President Li bowed repeatedly to Chen Mo, nearly begging for forgiveness. Chen Mo, however, did not even spare him a glance, instead addressing Huang Baitao. Boss Huang, there is no need for an apology. It is merely that Miss Lu here has suffered some fright and indignity this evening. She is no longer fit to continue working. Huang Baitao immediately understood. Turning to scold President Li, did you hear that? Hurry and terminate Miss Lu's contract. From now on, she has no further ties to your company. If I find out you harass Miss Lu again, let alone Mr. Chun, I shall be the first to deal with you. Yes. I will terminate it. Right away, President Li felt as though he had been granted a pardon, daring not to utter a word of protest as he hurriedly pulled out his phone to have the contract retrieved. Once it was brought to him, he did not even dare to look at it as he handed it to Lu Yamen. Miss Lu, here is your contract. We are clear now. Lu Yamen beheld the once arrogant President Li, now reduced to a cringing figure, and then glanced at the calm Chen Mo, whose mere words had shifted the entire situation. Feeling as if she were in a dream, trembling, she took the contract resembling a bond of servitude, tears welling up once more. But this time they were tears of relief and exhilaration. Chen Mo gently nodded at her. Tear it up, it's all over now. Lu Yamen nodded vigorously, and with a few ripping sounds, she shredded the contract into pieces. In that moment, she felt as if she had been reborn. Seeing this, Huang Baitao's face broke into a smile once more, addressing Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, my subordinate has acted thoughtlessly and spoiled your enjoyment. Allow me, as a gesture of goodwill, to cover tonight's expenses for all of you. I shall open a couple of fine bottles of wine to ease your nerves. What do you say? Chen Mo glanced at the still-shaken Lu Yamen and then at Wu Junhui, offering a slight smile. Thank you for your kind offer, Boss Huang. But my friend has been quite shaken, and I would like to escort her home to rest. We shall trouble you another day. Of course, of course. Huang Baitao quickly nodded, presenting a gilded business card with both hands. Mr. Chen, you are young and accomplished. I sincerely wish to befriend you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call. Chen Mo accepted the card, nodding in appreciation. Thank you. With that, he did not cast another glance at the ashen-faced President Li, but signaled to Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan, gently placing his arm around the still slightly trembling Lu Yamen's shoulders. In the midst of the complex and respectful gazes of the onlookers, he walked calmly towards the exit, with Wu Junhui hurrying to follow. As Xiaoyan gazed at Chen Mo's departing silhouette, her eyes flickered, and she lightly bit her crimson lip. A wild ambition surged within her, uncontrollably flourishing. Chapter 28. The emergence of affection leaving the suffocating clamor of Yunding Heavenly Palace. Lu Yamen slowly awakened from a bizarre nightmare as the cool night breeze enveloped her. Noticing her lingering despondency, Chen Mo smiled and reassured her, it's all right now. That dreadful company is not worth your time. Be more discerning when searching for jobs in the future. Do not sign just any contract. I understand. Lu Yamen nodded earnestly, resembling a dutiful schoolgirl. I will never trust anyone casually again, except for you, uncle. The last phrase escaped her lips softly, yet it bore an earnest weight. After uttering those words, she felt a flush of embarrassment and hurriedly lowered her gaze. Chen Mo was rendered speechless, instinctively touching his cheek. Could it be that I truly appear so aged? Being called uncle so often feels rather impolite. At that moment, Wu Junhui caught up with them, wrapping an arm around Chen Mo's shoulder, exclaiming in astonishment, Look at you, Xiaoma. It's been a year, and you've truly impressed me. Even someone as prominent as Boss Huang shows you great respect. Do tell your adoptive father what happened with the gathering of treasures and your remarkable triple win. Unable to refuse, Chen Mo briefly recounted the astonishing victories he had achieved at the stone gambling venue, though he refrained from revealing the exact earnings. Wow, uncle, you are amazing. Lu Yamen listened as if captivated by an extraordinary treasure appraisal tale, her eyes sparkling with admiration, nearly brimming with emotion. Wu Junhui, however, wore a perplexed expression. Although Chen Mo had not disclosed specific figures, his experience led him to believe it must be an astronomical sum. Otherwise, someone of Boss Huang's stature would not hold Chen Mo in such high regard. He increasingly found himself bewildered by his longtime friend. Chen Mo tossed his car keys to Wu Junhui. I can't drive after drinking, and calling a designated driver won't accommodate 3 of us. Please lend me your car. I'll return it tomorrow after dinner. Wu Junhui laughed heartily, exchanging keys. No problem. It's rare for President Chen to part with his Bugatti for my humble little car. I couldn't be happier to oblige. Upon hearing that Chen Mo's car was a Bugatti, Lu Yamen's eyes instantly lit up, though she restrained herself from inquiring further. Chen Mo then proceeded to find a designated driver online. Despite Wu Junhui's self-deprecating remarks about his little broken car, his vehicle was, in fact, a luxury Land Rover worth over $1 million. As the designated driver took the wheel, Chen Mo and Lu Yamen settled into the back seat. The Land Rover's sound insulation was commendable, enveloping them in tranquility, shielding them from the external chaos. Lu Yamen discreetly turned her head, studying Chen Mo, who had closed his eyes in repose. The glow of the streetlights filtered through the car window, casting a play of light and shadow across his sharply defined profile, rendering him particularly composed and trustworthy. She suddenly realized that Chen Mo was not only youthful but also quite handsome. His features were well-defined, with strong facial lines, embodying a masculine charm that contrasted sharply with the current trend of androgynous beauty. As she gazed at him, Lu Yamen felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Recalling their unexpected intimate encounter in Chun Mo's room and the inexplicable sensations that had recently invaded her dreams. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she murmured, "Uncle, you are quite impressive." Unfortunately, Chun Mo was asleep, and had he heard her words, he would surely have been left in an awkward state of embarrassment. The car soon arrived at the apartment building. "Oh, have we arrived so quickly?" As the vehicle came to a halt, Chun Mo awoke, only to find Lu Yamen staring at him with an entranced gaze, her face nearly crimson. He waved his hand in front of her. "Hey, wake up. We've arrived. What are you so captivated by?" Lu Yamen snapped out of her reverie, resembling a schoolchild caught in a misdeed, too shy to lift her head. Chun Mo, oblivious to the intricate thoughts of young women, was feeling the effects of alcohol and was utterly exhausted, eager to send Lu Yamen on her way so he could return to his hotel and sleep. "All right, go on up. Take a nice hot bath, get some rest, and tomorrow you'll forget all about tonight's troubles." However, Lu Yamen hesitated, seemingly reluctant to exit the car. Gathering her courage, she looked up at Chun Mo with her big eyes. "Uncle, aren't you going home?" Chun Mo replied, "I have some matters to attend to and will be staying out for the next few days." Lu Yamen responded with a quiet "oh," then fell silent, casting a pitiful glance at him, as if waiting for him to invite her to stay. Unbeknownst to her, Chun Mo was too busy yawning to notice her longing gaze. Frustrated, the girl puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, forcefully opened the door, and stepped out, leaving behind a playful curse. "Uncle Chun Mo is such a big fool." Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback, watching her retreating figure disappear down the hallway, before breaking into a chuckle. The young women of today were indeed whimsical. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, he instructed the driver to turn back to the hotel. Once in his room, Chun Mo fought off his drowsiness to take a shower and prepared for bed. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a new WeChat message. He picked it up to find it was from Xiaoyan. "Mr. Chun, have you arrived home safely?" A playful smile crept across Chun Mo's lips, instantly dispelling his fatigue. He sensed an unusual undertone in what seemed to be a casual greeting. He promptly replied, "Yes, I just arrived at the hotel and finished my shower." As he spoke, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window and snapped a breathtaking photo of the river view to send her. Just as he sent the message, Xiaoyan almost instantly replied, "Wow, are you staying at the Caesar Palace tonight?" This perspective of the bund is simply stunning. Chun Mo raised an eyebrow, thinking this could lead somewhere intriguing, and proceeded to send several more messages. Alas, what a pity it is to behold such a splendid moment without a companion to share it with. "I have heard that the late-night delicacies here are quite exquisite. Would you care to join me in sampling them?" His bait had been cast, and now it was merely a matter of patiently waiting for the fish to bite. When dealing with a mature and astute woman, one must be forthright. Indulging in ambiguity is merely a waste of time for both parties. For someone like Xiaoyun, a seasoned veteran of the nightlife, especially after witnessing Chun Mo's performance this evening, it sufficed to extend an olive branch, for she would undoubtedly make the right choice. As anticipated, within less than 10 seconds, Xiaoyan responded, "If Boss Chun is willing to broaden my horizons, then I shall graciously comply." Chun Mo chuckled and replied, "Send me a message when you arrive downstairs, and I will have the butler fetch you." With that, he tossed aside his phone and seized the opportunity for a brief slumber to rejuvenate himself. Meanwhile, in the lounge of the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace, Xiaoyan set down her phone, her expression somewhat intricate. She was an intelligent woman and understood that the nightlife ultimately was not a suitable refuge. If she did not manage to save money and time, it would be too late when her youth faded. Although this was her first encounter with Chun Mo, the man was simply captivating, particularly after Boss Huang had inadvertently revealed that Chun Mo had triumphed thrice at the Gambling Stone venue that night. Xiaoyan, though she had never personally visited the Gambling Stone venue, was aware that the Gathering of Treasures Pavilion was not a place for just anyone, let alone someone who could achieve such a remarkable feat. They say one must be willing to risk something to gain something, and Xiaoyan was prepared to take the plunge, hoping to glean a few lucrative opportunities from Chun Mo's lips, even if it meant risking being deceived. Having made up her mind, Xiaoyan grabbed her handbag and hailed a taxi straight to the Caesar Palace Grand Hotel. Chapter 29, A Night of Enchantment. Half an hour later, Xiaoyan arrived at the Caesar Palace Grand Hotel. After sending a message from downstairs, it took less than a minute for the impeccably dressed butler, Zhang Yi, to appear, ready to escort Xiaoyan to the presidential suite on the 47th floor via the exclusive elevator. Upon entering, Xiaoyan could hardly conceal her astonishment, her eyes sparkling at every sight. The presidential suite, valued at $33,000 a night, was something she had only glimpsed in short videos by evaluative bloggers. Yet, being present in person allowed her to truly appreciate the opulence it exuded. The extravagant decor left a profound psychological impact on her. Chun Mo, clad in a bathrobe, lounged on the sofa, casually smoking while observing Xiaoyun with amusement, reminiscent of an innocent child entering a grand garden for the first time. "Stop staring and come sit here," he chuckled, patting the space beside him. Regaining her composure, Xiaoyun's gaze was ardent as she swayed gracefully around to stand behind Chun Mo leaning down. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingertips lightly tracing his cheek, and with a fleeting kiss, she whispered softly, "Brother Chun, I shall go touch up my makeup first." "Go ahead," he replied. As Chun Mo observed Xiaoyun entering the bathroom, he extinguished his cigarette and, with a sudden upward curve of his lips, followed her inside. Xiaoyun was touching up her makeup when a shadow flitted past her, prompting her to gasp in surprise. Chun Mo, with a mischievous grin, wrapped his arms around her waist, his hands gradually ascending. Xiaoyun let out a playful laugh and glanced at Chun Mo's reflection in the mirror. "Brother Chun, one cannot rush into things," she teased. "You carry on. I can manage by myself." Chun Mo playfully pinched her chin, eagerly assisting her in loosening her clothing. "You've got a splendid figure. Do you work out often?" Xiaoyun turned, leaning against the sink, allowing Chun Mo to take liberties with her, soon shedding all modesty. "Yes, yoga. Do you like it?" Chun Mo felt a surge of excitement as he explored, panting, "I adore it. Absolutely. I've heard yoga enhances flexibility. Let me assess if you've been slacking off," he remarked with a teasing tone. "Oh, you." Xiaoyun laughed lightly, playfully pushing him and taking his hand to lead him into the shower area. "Come, join me. I'll help you wash your back." Chun Mo smirked, "With what shall I wash?" Xiaoyun bit her lip, her gaze sultry as she replied, "Whatever you wish me to use, I shall." This coy demeanor ignited a fire within Chun Mo. He abruptly turned on the shower, activating the rainforest mode, and steam quickly enveloped the bathroom. "Ah, be gentle. That hurts," came Xiaoyun's playful reprimand, but her voice was suddenly muffled, reduced to soft whimpers. After a span of time that felt neither too long nor too short, Chun Mo emerged from the bathroom, clad in a bathrobe, thoroughly satisfied. He reclined on the sofa, lighting a post-encounter cigarette, his eyes closed in feigned slumber, a smile lingering on his lips. As he had surmised, Xiaoyun was indeed quite alluring, and a woman skilled in yoga was an undeniable advantage. In that small shower space, they had managed to assume countless positions, nearly overwhelming him. However, Chun Mo understood that there are no free lunches in this world. Xiaoyun's willingness to engage with him was likely a pursuit for her own gain. Naturally, he could choose to be indifferent, and given Xiaoyun's emotional intelligence honed from her nightlife experiences, she would likely not cause a scene even if she knew she was being played. Yet, such behavior would be unbecoming. Chun Mo prided himself on not being the type to lack integrity. Although Xiaoyun was not particularly young, she exuded a captivating sensuality, and he wished to maintain this relationship for a while. Thus, he felt it necessary to offer some form of reciprocation. A mutual exchange would foster long-term interaction. But what should he offer? Cash seemed too crass, and it was evident that Xiaoyun was not merely interested in a one-off transaction. Perhaps a gamble? Tonight, he had been exceptionally fortunate, having stumbled upon 3 exquisite stones. It was not the case that every auction would present hidden gems among the rough. In a fair bidding war, he might not outpace the affluent gemstone merchants, let alone Xiaoyun. The dilemma is that apart from these 2 things, Chun Mo is unable to provide anything else. After all, everything he currently possesses has been bestowed upon him by the system's extraordinary abilities. And even if he wished to give, he would find it impossible. After much contemplation, Chun Mo finally conceived a plan. Soon, Xiaoyun re-emerged, freshly adorned with makeup. Donning the same bathrobe, and unceremoniously plopped into Chun Mo's lap. Time had not etched excessive marks upon her visage. Rather, it had bestowed upon her an added allure, exuding the charming elegance of a mature woman. "Why have you put on makeup again?" Chun Mo relished the sensation of her delicate form and could not resist tightening his embrace around her slender waist, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Playfully nuzzling. "Hee, that tickles. Good brother, don't tease me anymore. You nearly turned me into a disarray inside just now. Please, spare me." Xiaoyun giggled, pleading for mercy. Following their escapade in the bathroom, their emotions surged, and in that moment, They resembled true lovers. Once Chun Mo ceased his playful antics. Xiao Yun placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, teasingly remarking, I have to wear makeup. I fear you might flee in the night upon seeing my bare face. You possess such striking features. Even without makeup, you would not be unappealing, Chun Mo replied with a smile, his hands restless as they ventured beneath Xiao Yun's bathrobe. To his astonishment, he discovered a hidden surprise beneath. Beneath her bathrobe, Xiao Yun was adorned with open-crotch stockings. The sight was more tantalizing than if she were unadorned. The intense visual impact left Chun Mo gasping, inwardly cursing. This woman is truly bewitching. Noticing Chun Mo's rapt attention on her alluring legs, Xiao Yun knew her carefully prepared tactic had succeeded. She hadn't forgotten that tonight's delivery was not merely an occasion for romance, but rather a strategic endeavor to entice Chun Mo into wealth. With a graceful twist of her waist, she feigned nonchalance, inquiring, By the way, I still don't know your full name, dear brother. Playing with her legs clad in stockings, Chun Mo replied without lifting his gaze. My name is Chun Mo. Ah, what business does Brother Mo engage in? How did you come to know Boss Huang? Upon hearing this, Chun Mo paused, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied. If I told you I was just a security guard 2 weeks ago, would you turn and walk away? Xiao Yun was momentarily taken aback. Thinking Chun Mo was jesting, she quickly pouted, How mean? I've given you everything, and you're still teasing me. Biting his ear playfully, she implored, Good brother. Just tell me, what business are you in? Are you a professional jade player? Can you take me along next time to earn some pocket money? I promise to be your insider. Determined to extract Chun Mo's secret to wealth, Xiao Yun was ready to go all out. Chun Mo smiled, gently caressing the soft, genuine object in his hands. Really? Then I might consider taking you along for some fun. Finally, hearing the answer she longed for, Xiao Yun's heart blossomed with joy, and she eagerly offered him a kiss. Hee, Brother Mo, you're truly wonderful. I adore you. Chun Mo felt an indescribable stirring within him, preparing for a second round. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? Xiao Yun hurriedly donned her bathrobe, concealing the revealing stockings beneath. It was merely the room service. Chun Mo, with a smile, playfully patted Xiao Yun's thigh before striding towards the door. His late-night snack had arrived, having just indulged in drink and a recent escapade. He needed to replenish his energy without delay. The server, seasoned and discreet, pushed the cart with an unwavering gaze. A table laden with sumptuous dishes awaited, featuring porridge and a variety of delectable offerings, all meticulously prepared, costing Chun Mo nearly 8,000 yuan. Mr. Liu, please enjoy your meal, the server said before departing. Xiao Yun sauntered over, her long legs gliding gracefully, her movements a dance of allure. As she perched herself on the dining table, she seemed to become another exquisite dish. She filled a small bowl with porridge and gently blew away the steam, saying, Good brother, open wide, I'll feed you. Merely promising to share the spoils of wealth was insufficient for her. She yearned for more details, such as when and how they would profit. Yet, she overestimated her ability to extract information and underestimated Chun Mo. Chun Mo, a man with a history of marriage, was willing to divulge some details, but only because he had not yet grown weary of the game. He would not divulge everything. Even after Xiao Yun was ushered in through the back door, she could not elicit more substantial information from him. As the night deepened, the encounter drew to a close. The disheveled bathrobe on the carpet and the tattered stockings bore witness to the fierce battle that had taken place. Bad guy, how long has it been since your wife made you pay your dues? Xiao Yun, glistening with sweat, had strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, her face still flushed with remnants of passion, thanks to her honed observational skills from working in nightlife. She noticed the telltale mark of a ring on Chun Mo's left ring finger, indicating he was indeed a married man. However, Chun Mo's fervent demeanor was ravenous, akin to a bull, rivaling that of a young man in his early 20s. I'm divorced, Chun Mo declared, seated at the head of the bed, lighting a second cigarette after their encounter. Is that true? Xiao Yun pondered suddenly, muttering in frustration, men are all the same. Wealth often leads to divorce, a notion most would accept, failing to consider that it could be the divorce that begets wealth. What are you thinking about? Chun Mo extinguished his cigarette, slipping back under the covers, pulling Xiao Yun close, their skins touching, sharing warmth. He took her hand, playing with her manicured nails, and sighed. I am the one who was abandoned. Now, he could openly confess his divorce to anyone, for he perceived it as a liberation. Impossible, Xiao Yun replied skeptically. Chun Mo was affluent, handsome, had a pleasant disposition, and was so vigorous. All the elements she deemed necessary for happiness were present. How could he possibly be divorced? It's a long story. Well, if the night is long, let us talk about it then. It all began 5 years ago. What happened 5 years ago? Huh. Hey, why are you asleep? Xiaoyun, waiting for a response, turned to find Chun Mo had already closed his eyes, seemingly drifting off to sleep. Well, if you don't want to speak, then don't pretend to be asleep, she mumbled, adjusting her sleeping position slightly before drifting back into a deep slumber. A smile played on Chun Mo's lips as he opened his eyes, resting his hand upon the feminine heart-protecting talisman before once again closing them. Chapter 30. Treasure Hunt. In the container the following morning, Chun Mo was enjoying a blissful sleep when he was abruptly awakened by the shrill ring of a phone. Groggily answering with a simple hello, he was met with Wu Juanhui's hearty laughter on the other end. Didn't we agree to have lunch together? It's nearly noon. You're not still asleep, are you? Glancing at the time, Chun Mo realized it was barely past 9 and could not help but curse. Are you out of your mind? It's only 9. What kind of meal are you talking about? Wu Junhui laughed heartily. The early bird catches the worm. Haven't you heard? Quit your complaining. I'm downstairs at your hotel. Hurry up and have someone bring me up. At that moment, Xiaoyun had also awakened. Entangling herself around Chun Mo like an octopus, her delicate face nuzzling against his chest as she lazily murmured, "Who dares disturb my sweet dreams so early?" Upon hearing a woman's voice beside Chun Mo, Wu Junhui fell silent for a moment before exclaiming in exasperation, "Damn it, here I am, the esteemed CEO of a company, up and ready for work before 8, and you, a jobless wanderer, are still sleeping in with a woman. How is that fair?" Chun Mo chuckled. "What can I say? It's just that I happen to be more handsome than you." Wu Junhui was infuriated, jumping up in protest. "Who the hell is blind enough to think you're more attractive than I am?" "Ha ha." Chun Mo playfully patted Xiaoyun's shapely rear and teasingly remarked, "What a coincidence. You happen to know her as well. Come on, Xiaoyun, greet our general manager Wu and help him see the reality." Xiaoyun leaned in, her voice sweet and flirtatious. "Good morning, General Manager Wu." Wu Junhui was left speechless. Xiaoyun was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful hostess at Yunding Tiangong, and even Wu Junhui found himself enamored by her. Unfortunately, she was far too astute, showing little affection towards anyone. A gentle touch of her hand or a hug around the waist might be permissible, but anything beyond that was unheard of. Yet, after only one encounter, she had ended up in bed with Chun Mo. Wu Junhui could hardly bear the harsh reality, feeling as though the sky was collapsing upon him. Chun Mo, indifferent to his friend's turmoil, simply instructed him to wait downstairs before hanging up the phone. After nearly half an hour of waiting, Wu Junhui was on the verge of storming up to the room when Chun Mo and Xiaoyun finally sauntered down the elevator. Watching the two of them interact intimately as if no one else existed, Wu Junhui felt his anger reaching a boiling point. He had helped Xiaoyun achieve impressive sales figures, accumulating at least 700,000 or 800,000, yet had never so much as touched her. Only to find Chun Mo had charmed her away. Why must I be the fool in this situation? It's utterly unjust. Just as he was about to vent his frustrations, Chun Mo interrupted him. "Enough of that. I'm taking you both to a fun place." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she chimed, "Mo go, where are you taking us?" Chun Mo smiled enigmatically, saying, "Don't ask, you'll know once we get there." With that, he took Xiaoyun's arm and headed towards the parking lot. Wu Junhui, feeling helpless, could only follow suit. Despite their attempts to pry information from Chun Mo along the way, he remained tight-lipped, insisting that they would understand once they arrived. Around 11 o'clock in the afternoon, the trio arrived at the Saigon International Terminal, located at the confluence of the vibrant river into the sea. It was the peak hour at the terminal, with vehicles darting about and crowds bustling, while steel containers towered like forests. The distant sound of colossal cranes echoed through the air, creating a scene of bustling activity. After parking, Chun Mo led the two directly towards the container yard. Xiaoyun, with a look of wonder, glanced around and curiously asked, "Brother Mo, what are we doing at the terminal?" With a mysterious smile, Chun Mo replied, "Of course, we're here to make money." Wu Junhui, suddenly alert, couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, you're not thinking of smuggling, are you?" Xiaoyun gasped and quickly grabbed Chun Mo's arm. "What? Brother Mo, we cannot engage in illegal activities. It is common for people to associate making money at a terminal with smuggling." Chun Mo, exasperated by their antics, rolled his eyes and said, "What nonsense. Smuggling? Would I choose a large terminal for that? Anyway, I've provided the opportunity. It's up to you whether you want to join." With that, he shrugged off Xiaoyun's grip and strode purposefully towards an office-like structure. Wu Junhui and Xiaoyun exchanged glances, then followed him inside. The office was fashioned from a shipping container, with a folding table out front displaying several laptops and stacks of forms. Two staff members, one young and one middle-aged, sat behind the table, looking bored and dazed, while a small group of people nearby whispered among themselves, clutching pamphlets. Chun Mo approached and tapped the table, rousing the two staff members from their stupor. "Hello. I'm here to register for today's unmanned container auction," he announced. The middle-aged staff member nodded, his demeanor becoming slightly more welcoming as he handed over some forms and brochures, saying with a smile, "Welcome to Home to Auction Company. The auction will commence promptly at noon. Here is today's inventory checklist and information sheet. Please note that participants are required to pay a registration fee of 10,000 yuan and a deposit of 100,000 yuan. The deposit will be refunded after the auction concludes, but the registration fee is non-refundable. If everything is acceptable, you may proceed to pay and fill out the forms." Chun Mo nodded in agreement, paid the fees, and began to fill out the paperwork. Upon realizing that Chun Mo intended to take them on an adventure of treasure hunting in containers, Wu Junhui and Xiaoyun were utterly astonished. The nature of the auction treasure hunt is akin to that of blind boxes, typically divided into container auctions and warehouse auctions. While such events are quite popular abroad, with a complete industry chain, they remain relatively obscure and niche in the domestic market compared to stone gambling. Furthermore, the rules of this auction are blind bidding. Participants can only assess the exterior and cannot open the containers, making luck a major factor with significant uncertainty. The potential returns are far inferior to those of stone gambling, yet the risks are equally high, often leading to complete losses. Thus, very few people in the country show interest in such ventures. "Goodness, MOU. Your connections are becoming increasingly audacious," Wu Junhui exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Chun Mo on the shoulder. Just yesterday they were engaged in rock gambling, and today he was planning to embark on a treasure hunt in shipping containers. "You must have been extraordinarily lucky lately." After completing his paperwork, Chun Mo set down his pen and smiled. "Don't say I never think of my friends when fortune smiles upon me. Just follow my lead, and I assure you, this experience will be worthwhile." Wu Junhui, eager and ready to dive in, replied, "All right then, I'll stick with you today. If we end up losing money, I'll toss you into the sea." Chun Mo rolled his eyes in exasperation and glanced over at the hesitant Xiaoyun, a smirk playing on his lips. "Xiaoyun, would you care to join us?" This particular route was chosen with the intent of bringing Xiaoyun along. The costs were relatively modest, easily manageable for her, while Wu Junhui was merely an afterthought. As for the risks, what a joke. This week, Chun Mo possessed an extraordinary ability akin to a divine cheat code, superior vision. Under this extraordinary sight, the previously uncertain shipping containers held no secrets, and risks were rendered non-existent. The opportunity was there. Whether Xiaoyun dared to seize it was another matter entirely. Xiaoyun found herself at a crossroads. Initially thrilled at the prospect of wealth alongside Chun Mo, her excitement waned upon learning it involved bidding on shipping containers. Unlike Wu Junhui, she wasn't flush with cash. Her funds were hard-earned, derived from countless nights of labor. And the mere thought of the registration fee of 10,000 yuan sent shivers down her spine. Yet, Chun Mo's enigmatic confidence left her feeling flustered. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself, gritted her teeth, and paid the fee to register. She realized that if she opted out this time, Chun Mo might not include her in future endeavors, which would mean missing out on an opportunity altogether. Thus, Xiaoyun resolved to take a leap of faith. Chapter 31. The Auction Storm. A combined chapter. Once the trio had registered, they arrived at the designated auction area, a rust-streaked shipping container yard that starkly contrasted with the more conventional surroundings. This was to be expected, as these containers were long abandoned and unclaimed. With about half an hour remaining before the auction commenced, the three of them made the most of their time, examining the containers one by one according to the inventory list provided. Chun Mo observed his fellow participants with keen interest. The crowd was a diverse mix of individuals from various walks of life. There were professional treasure hunters clad in work pants with sun-kissed skin, alongside amateur players hoping for a stroke of luck. A few appeared to be second-hand dealers. His gaze lingered momentarily on a middle-aged man dressed in a tactical vest, whose physique was as honed as his sharp, eagle-like gaze. This man was accompanied by two youthful assistants, who were meticulously using powerful flashlights to inspect the crevices of the container doors, tapping on the boxes to gauge their resonance, and even crouching to assess the extent of rust on the chassis, diligently jotting down notes in a densely filled notebook. Others were also pretending to scrutinize the containers, adopting an air of professionalism. Supervision activate. In Chun Mo's mind, he silently recited, and the world before his eyes instantaneously transformed into transparency. He disregarded the ostentatious external observation techniques, allowing his gaze to penetrate through the cold steel containers. The majority of the interiors revealed disappointing scenes, discarded industrial components, damp and moldy cheap garments, and towering heaps of obsolete plastic. Occasionally, a few containers housed electronic products, yet most were outdated or damaged remnants. Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan, standing nearby, were utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. How do you make sense of this? It's completely baffling. Wu Junhui complained. Brother Imo, that one looks quite new. Xiaoyan whispered, pointing to a clean-looking container. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a tactical vest took notice of the trio, particularly upon overhearing Xiaoyan and Wu Junhui's amateurish dialogue. A faint smirk of disdain crept upon his lips. He sauntered over with his assistant, exuding the condescension of a seasoned player addressing novices. Gentlemen, are you new here? Just dabbling? Wu Junhui furrowed his brow. What? Do you need a permit to be here? Not at all, the man scoffed, casually gesturing with the flashlight in his hand towards the surrounding containers. Just a friendly reminder, this isn't an amusement park. With thousands in entry fees tossed in, you might just hear an echo. Judging by your appearance, you hardly seem knowledgeable. Don't end up crying over losses, especially with such a lovely lady in tow. His gaze swept over Xiaoyan with a hint of unwelcome scrutiny. Xiaoyan, dressed in comfortable casual attire, struggled to mask her alluring figure, particularly the exposed midriff revealing her slender waist and the long, toned legs beneath her shorts, which were especially eye-catching. Feeling uncomfortable under his stare, she instinctively shifted behind Chen Imo, maintaining an unflappable demeanor. Chen Imo regarded the man, unperturbed. The man, sensing his calmness as a slight against him, snorted derisively. How naive. I'm He Bao. I've navigated this arena for over a decade. My advice, if you wish to play, stick to the cheaper items and try your luck. Don't contend with me for the containers I have my eye on. It would only lead to humiliation. After finishing his proclamation, he ostentatiously circled a number on his list with a flourish and, accompanied by his assistant, strutted away. What a pompous fool. Wu Junhui spat at his retreating figure. However, Chun Imo paid little heed to this trivial encounter. His perceptive gaze functioned like a precise radar, swiftly scanning the area. Suddenly, his attention fixed upon three adjacent containers. The first, a 40-foot standard container, was filled with seemingly ordinary wooden boxes and burlap sacks. Yet at its deepest point, beneath waterproof tarpaulin, lay 10 gold bars and 5 high-quality jade raw stones. Adjacent to it were a dozen unopened boxes of the latest Bluetooth headphones. The second, a 20-foot small container. Inside was a complete cabinet filled with high-end off-road bicycle components. Renowned brands, impeccably packaged, and of considerable value. The third was a 40-foot high container, the most intriguing of all. Its entrance was cluttered with cheap plastic toys, creating an illusion of insignificance. Yet, deeper within, several precision optical instruments were meticulously wrapped in shockproof materials, bearing German labels, exuding an aura of immense worth. Found it. A subtle smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips. He swiftly noted the identification numbers of these 3 containers on his list. Which ones? Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan immediately leaned in closer. Chen Imo pointed to the 3 cabinets. Old Wu, you focus on that 40-foot standard container. Keep the budget under 200,000. There's definitely profit to be made. Xiaoyan, take a look at that 20-foot small container. I estimate the starting bid 1 TB high. You should aim for around 80,000. If the competition becomes too fierce, then back off, but I assure you, you'll make a profit. And what about you? They asked in unison. I'm eyeing the larger one. There might be some competition, but I'll handle it. Chen Imo replied calmly. Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan exchanged skeptical glances, but ultimately chose to trust Chen Imo. Soon, the auction commenced. The auctioneer stood atop a makeshift platform, speaking at an astonishing pace. The initial bids for the smaller containers were not particularly fierce. When it was Xiaoyan's turn for the 20-foot container, The opening bid was 20,000, 25,000, 30,000, 35,000. Following Chun Mo's guidance, Xiaoyan waited until the price reached 40,000 before raising her paddle. 45,000. After several rounds, the price climbed to 68,000. The previously mocking individual, the Black Panther, seemed to show interest in this container as well, raising his paddle nonchalantly. 70,000. Xiaoyan glanced at Chen Mo, who gave a slight nod. Gathering her resolve, she boldly called out, 75,000. The Black Panther hesitated, scrutinizing the unremarkable small container, deemed the risk too great, and ultimately shook his head in surrender. 75,000 once. 75,000 twice. 75,000 thrice. Sold. The gavel fell, and Xiaoyan successfully secured the bid. With a sigh of relief, Xiaoyan excitedly grasped Chen Mo's arm. Next was Wu Junhui's 40-foot standard container. With an opening bid of 100,000, the container appeared worn, and with the bidding already reaching 100,000, the interest was minimal. 120,000. 140,000. 150,000. Wu Junhui raised his paddle boldly, even feigning a fierce expression to intimidate his competitors. As if to declare, I have ample funds. Those unafraid can continue to bid. As the price slowly climbed to 180,000. Only Wu Junhui and another second-hand dealer remained in contention. 19,000. After calling out, Wu Junhui fixed an unwavering gaze on the second-hand dealer, the challenge evident. After a moment of contemplation, the dealer ultimately opted to withdraw. 19,000 sold. Having successfully secured his target, Wu Junhui was immensely pleased, resembling a victorious rooster. Finally, it was Chen Mo's turn to bid on the imposing 40-foot cabinet. With its considerable size, the starting bid soared to an impressive 200,000. As anticipated, the Black Panther entered the fray, evidently convinced of the cabinet's value through some means. 250,000, he declared, instantly elevating the price and momentarily stunning his competitors. 300,000, 350,000. Yet, those who dare to engage in this domain are far from timid. Two audacious bidders, unwilling to concede to the Black Panther, collaborated to push the price to new heights. The bidding war escalated, and after several rounds, the price surged to 520,000. This was Xiaoyan's first experience at such a live auction, and she felt a wave of anxiety. Her palms slick with sweat as she instinctively clutched Chen Mo's arm, effectively trapping his hand between her two mountains. Wu Junhui grew impatient, urging, Mo, those guys are losing their minds. Why haven't you made a move yet? Chen Mo, however, remained composed, appearing indifferent to the unfolding drama. Patience. The right moment has yet to arrive. Damn, Wu Junhui muttered in frustration, feeling he had been outsmarted by Chen Mo. When the price reached 700,000, the two bold bidders could no longer withstand the pressure and reluctantly withdrew. The Black Panther, having successfully fended off his rivals, basked in his triumph, surveying the room with an air of superiority as he urged the auctioneer to announce the final result without haste. 700,000, going once, 700,000, going twice. 700,000. Just as the outcome seemed imminent, and both Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan were on the verge of anxiety, Chen Mo, who had remained passive until then, finally decided to raise his paddle. 900,000. The room erupted in astonishment. Chen Mo's singular bid, a dramatic increase of 200,000, commanded immediate attention. The Black Panther, visibly enraged, pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Mo, exclaiming, You're deliberately trying to provoke me, aren't you? Chen Mo, dismissive of the accusation, replied, It's a fair bidding process. Where is the notion of provocation in that? Seizing the opportunity, Wu Junhui chimed in, Exactly, the highest bidder wins. I've never heard of a rule preventing someone from bidding high, have you? If you can't afford it, perhaps you shouldn't be playing at auctions. How embarrassing. The Black Panther, infuriated by their verbal exchanges, shouted, his face flushed with anger, Fine. If it's a game you want, I'll see it through to the end. 1,500,000. Do you dare to match that? The announcement of this price sent shockwaves through the audience. In auctions of such obscure items, it is rare to witness such a fierce clash reminiscent of formal auctions, as those who partake in treasure-hunting blind boxes are usually not affluent. The rarity of this exhilarating scenario thrilled the onlookers and the auctioneer alike, inciting cheers and encouragement. Come on, don't back down. Show that Black Panther a lesson. 1,500,000. Is there a higher bid? Chen Mo completely disregarded the ruckus. Casting a half-smile at the blushing Black Panther, amused by the scene. I have over 160 million in my bank account. You think you can compete with me on capital? The absurdity of the situation was akin to someone joining the National Army in 1949. 2 million. Chen Mo met expectations without fail. 3 million. Black Panther, ignoring his assistant's counsel, insisted on continuing the confrontation. He no longer cared about the price, nor did he ponder whether the container was worth such a sum. He simply wished to salvage his pride. 5 million. Chen Mo, finding the bidding increment too sluggish, upped the ante by 2 million. This figure left both the onlookers and the auctioneer in stunned silence. A blind auction container with an initial price of 200,000 had skyrocketed to 5 million. The risk had soared to unprecedented heights. Unless it contained rare treasures, no one would believe they could recoup their investment. Black Panther's expression soured to the utmost degree. Chen Mo's audacious 5 million bid doused him with a bucket of cold water, enough to jolt him back to reality. Having been in this line of work for over a decade, he had garnered considerable wealth and reputation, making him a top treasure hunter with a net worth in the tens of millions. Initially optimistic about this container, Chen Mo's intervention had thrown him into a frenzy. 3 million was his final threshold, a bid he hoped would dissuade Chen Mo. Even if he incurred losses to save face, he would accept that. Little did he expect Chen Mo, like a stubborn youth, to firmly escalate the price to 5 million. Now, the pressure was squarely on him. If he continued bidding, he would undoubtedly face significant losses. If he withdrew, however, his hard-earned reputation would be in tatters. Black Panther stared intently at Chen Mo, seemingly trying to discern the truth in his expression. Yet, Chen Mo's demeanor revealed no cracks. Ultimately, Black Panther spat in disdain, muttering, "Damn it. I must be unlucky to encounter such a stubborn fool. Kid, you'd better pray that there's something valuable inside, or you'll be in for a world of hurt." He was convinced that Chen Mo was merely trying to provoke him with inflated bids. Chen Mo, unfazed, calmly lit a cigarette and smiled serenely. "It's fine. I can afford the loss." You. Black Panther was nearly pushed to his breaking point. The auctioneer, witnessing Black Panther's sudden retreat, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had anticipated that Black Panther would fight to the bitter end, but he had capitulated far too quickly. Sighing inwardly, the auctioneer rallied his spirits and called out, 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for successfully acquiring container CGMU 4295531. As the gavel fell, the surrounding crowd erupted in applause. Chen Mo glanced at the defeated Black Panther and his entourage, finally revealing a satisfied smile. Let us proceed. The most exhilarating moment of unveiling the blind box is upon us. With a smile, Chen Mo addressed the visibly anxious Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan. Chapter 32. The Auction of a New Myth, a Windfall of 50 million. The moment the lock was cut open marked the most exhilarating part of the cargo auction. The staff first unveiled the 20-foot container that Xiaoyan had bid on. Her face paled slightly, her palms slick with sweat, and she instinctively clutched Chen Mo's arm, exclaiming, "Brother Mo, what if there are only stones inside? What shall we do?" In the heat of the auction, Xiaoyan had been willing to spend a considerable sum on the container, but now, as the moment of revelation approached, her anxiety surged. Rest assured, Chen Mo assured her confidently, patting her hand with a smile, "Trust my judgment." Xiaoyan, feeling helpless, could only nod. With a decisive snap, the staff severed the iron lock with hydraulic pliers. As the cabinet door swung open, neatly stacked cardboard boxes were revealed. Wu Junhui, standing closest, opened one of the boxes, his eyes lighting up in astonishment. "My goodness. It's parts from the Poison Sting brand." As the owner of a media company, he was well-versed and immediately recognized the shock absorbers from the internationally renowned Poison Sting off-road bicycles. It is widely known that off-road bicycles are exorbitantly priced, often ranging from 20 to 30,000 for a single bike, and the cheapest model from Poison Sting still exceeds 30,000. Such expensive toys naturally come with costly components. Other treasure hunters gathered around, exclaiming in excitement, "What a fantastic start. This box of parts is worth at least 8,000. And there are so many more boxes. If they're all parts, we're making a fortune. Indeed, if there are limited edition colors, it would be a tremendous gain. The luck of this beauty is extraordinary." Xiaoyan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with admiration as she looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo instructed the staff to find a few workers to assist in clearing the space. Once all the boxes, numbering over 100, were opened, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Inside, there were indeed only bicycle components, frames, gear shifters, and front forks, all brand new, impeccably packaged, with even 2 boxes featuring limited edition designs. A specialized second-hand dealer eagerly assisted in estimating the value of the haul, ultimately concluding that it was worth at least $1.05 million. Xiaoyun, overwhelmed with joy, stood on tiptoe to embrace Chun Mo, planting a kiss on him with tears of happiness brimming in her eyes. "Brother Mo, you are so wonderful to me. I adore you." The surrounding crowd erupted in envious gasps. Meanwhile, the man known as Black Panther watched from a distance, his expression soured as he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, what luck!" Originally, he had been interested in this container, but had later abandoned the idea, now regretting his decision. Chun Mo, taking the initiative, instructed Xiaoyun to sell the entire haul to the second-hand dealer on the spot, much to the latter's delight. He certainly recognized that the price offered by the second-hand dealer was rather low, yet he opted for convenience over the hassle of seeking new buyers and arranging transportation, accepting a minor loss in the process. Xiaoyun, now utterly in awe of Chun Mo, naturally complied with his every word. Next came Wu Junhui's 40-foot container. Upon opening the door, a pile of wooden crates revealed a collection of cheap Southeast Asian wood carvings and rattan crafts. The crowd erupted in laughter. The Black Panther stealthily approached, hiding among the onlookers, scoffing, unaware of the heavens and the earth. "Looks like he's in for a fall now." Wu Junhui's expression soured. He was not concerned about the loss of 190,000, but was irked by the loss of face. Chun Mo, however, remained composed, directing the workers to continue clearing the container. As the workers unearthed burlap sacks and several elongated objects wrapped in oilcloth, all eyes were drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Chun Mo stepped forward to unwrap the oilcloth. Golden brilliance, lush green, gold, jade. Incredible. They had struck a fortune. The entire scene erupted into a frenzy. The astonished gasps nearly lifted the roof off the dock. Those who had mocked moments ago were now wide-eyed in disbelief. Wu Junhui stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the gleaming gold bars and exquisite jade, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed that such treasures lay hidden within a container filled with refuse. "Damn it, Mo, pinch yourself to see if you're dreaming," Wu Junhui exclaimed in excitement, surveying the crowd with a triumphant grin, as if avenging the earlier ridicule. Chun Mo, however, paid little mind to this buffoon. Soon, an appraiser associated with the auction company arrived uninvited. After receiving Wu Junhui's permission, he assessed the items on the spot. The final verdict was astonishing. 10 gold bars weighing 500 grams each, valued at approximately $2 million. 5 pieces of jadeite rough, conservatively estimated at $250,000. This container, purchased for $190,000, held a total value nearing $450,000. The net profit exceeded $430,000. Incredible! 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 Wu Junhui shouted in exuberance. Though his wealth far surpassed $4 million, this was his first experience of earning money so effortlessly, with such astonishing returns. Unable to contain his excitement, he jumped on at Chun Mo's back, howling with delight. "Ha! Mo, you are truly my lucky star. From now on, you shall be my godfather, and I, your son." At that moment, the Black Panther's expression shifted from displeasure to a deep pallor. He had never anticipated that Chun Mo's group would possess such incredible luck. 2 out of 3 containers had yielded bountiful returns. Such occurrences were virtually unheard of in their circle. Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him, causing him to shudder involuntarily as he instinctively glanced at Chun Mo. These 2 cabinets appeared to be the ones that the mischievous lad signaled his companion to photograph. Could it be that he had prior knowledge of the valuable treasures within? If that were the case, what could possibly be concealed within the last cabinet, which he acquired for an exorbitant $5 million? Surely, no one possesses such a discerning eye. Black Panther desperately reassured himself. Yet upon witnessing Chun Mo's serene and composed demeanor throughout, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. At last, the moment arrived for the most exhilarating segment of the event, the unveiling of Chun Mo's $5 million cabinet. Everyone was eager to discern whether this cabinet, which had set a new record in domestic auctions, was genuinely worth its weight in gold, or if the young man was simply flaunting his wealth. Black Panther contemplated slipping away unnoticed to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule, yet his body betrayed him. resolutely remaining in place as he fervently prayed to the heavens for the cabinet to contain nothing but worthless junk. Regardless, as the hydraulic pliers severed the iron lock, the heavy cabinet door swung open. The crowd leaned in to behold a mountain of cheap plastic toys, seemingly devoid of value. A cold smile of relief spread across Black Panther's face as he murmured in delight, "There you go. Your luck has finally run out." If treasures could emerge from such a rubbish heap, he vowed to change his name to Mudfish. Fortunately, Black Panther was positioned at a distance from Chin-mo, otherwise, he would have had no choice but to adopt that moniker. Ignoring the jeers from the onlookers, Chin-mo confidently instructed the workers, "Empty it out." The workers began to laboriously extract box after box of toys. As they reached the rear section of the cabinet, they uncovered several wooden crates, tightly wrapped in thick, shock-absorbent material. Upon opening the crates, they revealed layers of dense foam padding. In an unusual display, Chin-mo took it upon himself to delve deeper. As the final layer of waterproof film was cautiously removed, those knowledgeable on-site gasped in astonishment. Inside lay several exquisitely crafted instruments, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The prominent German branding and model codes clearly indicated their extraordinary pedigree. These were industrial-grade precision measurement instruments from Carl Zeiss of Germany. Additionally, there were high-end spectral analyzers. A second-hand dealer specializing in mechanical instruments could not contain his exclamation, "My goodness! These are embargo-grade precision instruments. And they are brand new. Each one is worth over 10 million. There are 5 of them in total, plus several auxiliary devices. Good heavens, this is simply outrageous." The entire dock was enveloped in an oppressive silence, as everyone was momentarily stunned by the astronomical figures. Wu Junhui stood agape, his newly lit cigarette falling to the ground without his notice. Xiaoyun's lips formed an enticing ah shape in disbelief. Black Panther, as if struck by lightning, turned pale. Staggering back a step, his gaze fixed on Chin-mo, as if he were gazing upon a creature from another realm. In his lifetime, the total value of everything he has ever acquired pales in comparison to merely half of this cabinet's worth. The recollection of his previous mockery ignited a burning shame upon his visage, wishing he could burrow into the depths of the earth. Ultimately, following an urgent inquiry and appraisal by the appraiser, the total value of this batch of precision instruments was conservatively estimated to be around 57 million. Due to their uniqueness and rarity, the actual value could be even higher. With a cost of 5 million and a return of 57 million, he stands to gain an astonishing profit exceeding 51 million. This transcends the realm of treasure hunting, resembling the discovery of a veritable gold mine. Wu Junhui's voice was hoarse as he swallowed hard, exclaiming, "You truly are a god." Xiaoyun was rendered utterly speechless, her gaze fixed upon Chin-mo with unparalleled admiration, bordering on fervor. At that moment, the auction house manager rushed over, perspiration beading his forehead, his demeanor exuding utmost respect. "Mr. Chun, you have truly opened our eyes. You have set an astonishing new record. It is simply remarkable. Our boss happens to be here today for an inspection. Upon hearing of your achievements, he wishes to invite you for a discussion, if you would be so gracious as to accept." Chin-mo felt a flicker of interest in his heart and nodded in agreement. Certainly. The manager let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. His boss had issued a stern directive that, under no circumstances, should they fail to invite Chin-mo, and he had not anticipated such amiability from the man. Subsequently, the manager promptly summoned a team of security to safeguard the extraordinarily valuable precision instruments. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the manager respectfully stated, "Mr. Chun, your possessions will be in no jeopardy. Now please follow me." Under the manager's guidance, Chin-mo, accompanied by the still-stunned Wu Junhui and Xiaoyun, entered a spacious office in the dock area. A familiar figure stood with his back to them, gazing at an enormous map of the port's shipping routes. Upon hearing their footsteps, the individual turned around, his face adorned with an enthusiastic and astonished smile. "Ha ha ha, Brother Chun, I knew it was you. Aside from you, I cannot fathom anyone else possessing such a golden touch." The man was none other than Boss Huang Baitao. Chapter 33, Blueprint and Ambition. Boss Huang. Chin-mo was equally astonished, quickly realizing that this auction house was indeed his enterprise. "Haha, a small venture, just enough to make a living." Huang Baitao replied with a hearty laugh, vigorously shaking Chin-mo's hand in excitement. "I just heard the report that someone opened 3 cabinets in succession, each more astonishing than the last, culminating in the revelation of tens of millions in precision instruments. I couldn't help but wonder if it was you, Brother Chun. Indeed, my intuition was correct. By the way, being a few years your senior, I hope you don't mind if I call you brother? The way he regarded Chun Mo was no longer one of mere admiration. It was akin to gazing upon a rare treasure. Chun Mo smiled in response. Of course, I do not mind. Huang Baitao's smile grew even warmer as he repeatedly affirmed, "That's wonderful. That's wonderful." Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan were equally bewildered. Wu Junhui was aware that this prominent figure owned numerous enterprises, yet he was astonished to discover that the container auction company was also under his purview. Xiaoyan, overwhelmed by the aura of such a distinguished individual, found herself speechless. Brother Huang, this is no trivial enterprise. It conceals a treasure trove of genuine wealth. Chun Mo replied with a smile. A treasure trove can only be recognized by those with discerning eyes. Huang Baitao remarked with great emotion as he led the group to the sofa and personally brewed tea. Brother Chun, your keen insight is truly remarkable. To be honest, that batch of instruments within could elude even customs inspections. The declaration labeled them as plastic toys. Who would have guessed they contained such high-value treasures? He was referring to the exorbitantly priced container Chun Mo had bid on. Just fortunate, Chun Mo humbly replied. Excessive modesty is a form of arrogance. Huang Baitao pointed at Chun Mo and, smiling at Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan, exclaimed, "What do you think? Is this merely luck?" Wu Junhui shook his head vigorously. "Absolutely not. Brother Huang, you should have seen how impressive Chun Mo was just now. That professional treasure hunter, Black Panther, was quite arrogant, yet Chun Mo humbled him. He animatedly gestured, filled with pride. Xiaoyan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Chun Mo. Huang Baitao laughed heartily, clearly delighted. I knew Brother Chun was no ordinary individual. After the laughter subsided, Huang Baitao's expression grew serious as he personally poured a cup of tea for Chun Mo. Brother Chun, let's discuss business. How do you plan to handle this batch of goods? If you trust me, I can help you find buyers for these instruments. I have connections in the industrial sector. With such high-demand items, selling them won't be an issue, and you'll fetch a good price. I'll only take the minimum commission. I am immensely grateful, Brother Huang. Let us proceed according to the customary terms. Chun Mo had been pondering how to deal with this hot potato, although he knew the instruments would sell without issue. He lacked reliable buyers. Selling such high-quality goods to second-hand dealers would be a disgrace. Huang Baitao's proposal was precisely what he needed. Excellent. That's settled. Huang Baitao replied enthusiastically before shifting the conversation. However, Brother Chun, with your abilities, it's a waste of talent to remain entangled in these fragmented auctions. Chun Mo felt a stirring in his heart, sensing that the main event was approaching. Brother Huang, what insights do you have? Huang Baitao waved his hand and, smiling warmly, said, I dare not claim to possess profound insights, but I do have a notion. However, I am curious, what is your current formal occupation? Chun Mo shrugged and candidly replied, At the moment, I am an unemployed drifter, still contemplating my next steps. Huang Baitao nodded before his expression suddenly turned serious. Leaning forward with a piercing gaze fixed on Chun Mo, he spoke gravely. Have you ever considered establishing a dedicated investment company? An investment company? Chun Mo was slightly taken aback, not anticipating that Huang Baitao would propose such a suggestion. Upon hearing it, he couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Wu Junhui and Xiaoyan held their breath, captivated. Indeed, Huang Baitao affirmed, your core advantage lies in your keen insight, your ability to make precise judgments and identify undervalued assets. In the realm of financial investment, this talent is akin to the Midas touch. His excitement grew with each word. You could establish an investment firm, raise capital, and form a private equity fund to operate on a larger, more professional scale with an extensive range of business activities. For instance, venture capital investments in promising startups, or engaging in the international financial markets. You might even scour auction houses for undervalued antiques and artworks, or acquire distressed asset packages overseas. Your discerning eye serves as the finest risk control. You could even venture into the secondary market. Although stocks are intangible, the value of many companies is contingent upon their tangible assets, inventory, and production lines. These might not escape your keen perception. Chun Mo's heart raced. Ever since his departure from Lin Wan, he had been pondering how to embark on an entrepreneurial journey. While his superpower of generating wealth was convenient, he realized that mere riches were insufficient in this world. One must also possess a social standing, influence, and even power that commensurate with their wealth to truly be considered exceptional. However, due to the brevity of time, many of his thoughts remained unorganized, leaving him with only a vague direction. Little did he expect that Huang Baitao's words would illuminate his path, akin to a ray of sunshine breaking through the clouds. Huang Baitao articulated a vision for the application of his superpower that was even more profound than he had imagined, painting an expansive blueprint before him. With Chun Mo's current abilities, superior vision, mind reading, and acute insight, he could undoubtedly enhance the company's reputation and solidify the honor of being a golden hand. Moreover, let us not forget that his superpowers refresh weekly. Who knows what extraordinary abilities he might acquire in the future? Chun Mo himself could scarcely envision how far he would grow. In the present climate of domestic economic decline and a sluggish international market, many wealthy individuals find themselves with capital but nowhere to invest it. With your sharp insight and extraordinary fortune, if you were to establish a private equity fund. Huang Baitao lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. If managed properly, how many affluent individuals would be clamoring to entrust you with their wealth? You would not merely profit from the difference in undervalued assets, but rather from substantial management fees and profit sharing. That would be the essence of a truly grand enterprise. A continuous stream of liquidity. This proclamation resonated in Chun Mo's mind like a resounding gong, igniting his ambition. Wu Junhui was left speechless, muttering, "Goodness, this vision is simply remarkable." Xiaoyun gazed at Chun Mo with admiration, believing that his future was boundless. Chun Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, his gaze sharpening and becoming resolute. "Brother Huang, you have truly awakened me from my slumber. Previously, I merely dabbled in minor endeavors, never imagining that I could wield this talent in such a manner. Well, I am honored to be valued. I have initiated this company." "Excellent," Huang Baitao exclaimed in excitement, striking his thigh. "If you truly harbor this ambition, I shall wholeheartedly support you with startup capital, networking resources, and office space. I will be the first to invest. As for the initial capital, I shall cover 1/3 of it. Isn't that generous?" "Thank you, Brother Huang." Chun Mo raised his teacup, substituting tea for wine. "There is no urgency regarding the amount. I have yet to determine the specifics, but let us now toast to our pleasant collaboration, to a fruitful partnership." The two teacups clinked together, heralding the official inception of a future capital giant at that very moment. As he departed the office, Wu Junhui remained engulfed in profound astonishment, draping an arm around Chun Mo's shoulder. "Chun, don't forget to save me a share of that investment fund you're establishing. From now on, I shall follow your lead. Wherever you point, I shall strike." Meanwhile, Xiaoyun silently took hold of Chun Mo's other arm, expressing her intentions through action. The sea breeze wafted gently as Chun Mo gazed out at the expansive ocean, his heart brimming with ambition. His new journey was set to embark from this very dock. Chapter 34. The Trials of Entrepreneurship. Although Chun Mo's envisioned business blueprint was undeniably grand, the execution proved to be a chaotic ordeal, fraught with challenges. In the ensuing days, he profoundly experienced the arduous nature of entrepreneurship. He felt as if he were a rapidly spinning top, lashed by an invisible whip, darting through every corner of the city. On the first day, under Huang Baitao's introduction, he arranged a meeting with a highly esteemed senior partner at a well-known law firm. In a bright and immaculate conference room, the senior partner, clad in an expensive bespoke suit, spoke with remarkable fluency, his words flowing as swiftly as a news broadcast. "Mr. Chun, based on your concept, the inaugural fund for your investment company could adopt the structure of a limited partnership. You would act as the general partner, GP, responsible for managing partnership affairs and bearing unlimited joint liability. Other investors would serve as limited partners, LP, liable for the debts of the partnership only to the extent of their committed contributions." The specialized business terminology was bewildering, leaving Chun Mo feeling overwhelmed. Yet, his keen insight enabled him to swiftly comprehend and retain these intricate clauses. He seized upon several crucial points, articulating his demands: absolute control as GP, exclusivity in investment decisions, and an optimized profit-sharing structure. The senior partner's eyes flickered with surprise, evidently taken aback by the acumen and sharpness of this seemingly youthful client. The two parties engaged in extensive negotiations regarding the detailed terms of the private fund soon to be established. Ultimately, a draft framework of the limited partnership agreement, spanning dozens of pages, was finally settled. Merely for this single item, the anticipated legal fees constituted a figure that would astonish the average person. The following day, he once again met with the accounting team recommended by Boss Huang. At the helm was a meticulous middle-aged female accountant, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. She inquired in detail about Chun Mo's sources of funding, the prospective scale of the fund, investment directions, and his envisioned financial management system. Mr. Chun, the risk control and compliance of private equity funds are of utmost importance, particularly regarding the transparency and legality of the funding sources. They must be clear, transparent, and traceable. Furthermore, the fund's valuation system and information disclosure protocols. As Chun Mo listened, he silently expressed his relief. Fortunately, the initial sum from his cousin had been laundered through Lin Wan, and now, the over 200 million he had earned through stone gambling and container auctions came with complete tax documentation, making the source of funds exceedingly clear. Otherwise, the mere issue of funding sources would have sufficed to thwart all his subsequent plans. He promptly resolved to engage this accounting firm for the initial financial compliance and future auditing of his investment company. Beyond these lofty matters, there were also numerous mundane tasks. First, the company registration required an address, and employees needed an office space. This was easily resolved. Boss Huang, with his vast business interests, generously offered to rent Chun Mo half a floor in a top-tier office building in the city center at an exceptionally favorable rate. Wu Junhui eagerly volunteered to accompany Chun Mo in selecting an office. Machi, oh no, I mean Mr. Chun. How about this one? Floor-to-ceiling windows, unbeatable river view, quite impressive. Here is where you will strategize and command from afar. Wu Junhui was even more excited than Chun Mo, as if this were his own company. Let us reserve this for the conference room. I prefer the smaller one for my office, for greater privacy, Chun Mo calmly directed. Understood. Wu Junhui immediately pulled out his notebook, embodying the role of a diligent assistant. What about office furniture? The executive desk must be solid wood, and the chairs should be ergonomic. Nothing but the best, or rather the most expensive. Otherwise, they won't match your stature. Chun Mo observed his bustling brother with warmth in his heart, knowing that Wu Junhui had never shown such dedication to his own company. All right, enough joking. Just handle it. Keep an eye on the budget and avoid anything too extravagant. Chun Mo smiled. Rest assured, I will ensure it's done beautifully. Wu Junhui patted his chest and immediately began calling familiar suppliers. Determining the preliminary renovation plan and compiling the office supplies procurement list consumed an entire afternoon. Navigating the company registration procedures was even more arduous. Without Boss Huang's staunch support, coordinating various departments through dozens of phone calls, and having someone handle the process on his behalf, the effort alone would have left Chun Mo exhausted. Even so, it still took nearly 3 days to secure all the necessary approvals. By evening, Chun Mo returned to the presidential suite at Caesar Palace, utterly fatigued. The relentless demands of intense mental labor and constant hustling left him utterly exhausted each day. As he stepped inside, an enticing aroma of delectable dishes enveloped him. On the dining table in the living room, sumptuous dishes and a steaming bowl of soup were already laid out. Xiaoyun, clad in an apron, emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of rice, and upon seeing Chun Mo, her face instantly blossomed into a gentle smile. Brother Mo, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands. The meal is just ready, and we can eat right away. Chun Mo was momentarily taken aback. How come you're here? Did you really cook? It was not unusual for Xiaoyun to enter his room, as he had previously informed Butler Zhang that she could come and go freely. However, he was surprised that she had prepared a meal and waited for his return. Xiaoyun set down the bowl and naturally took his coat to hang it up, speaking softly. I noticed you've been so tired these past few days, and it pained me. I came over specially to cook a meal to reward you. Don't worry. I'll only stay for a little while. Once you've rested, I'll leave. I promise not to disturb you. Her words carried a hint of timidity, as if she feared rejection from Chun Mo, looking at the visually appealing and aromatic dishes on the table, and then at Xiaoyun, who had shed her nightlife charm and appeared exceptionally gentle in her loungewear. A certain chord within him was gently struck. This feeling of having someone waiting with a warm meal was something he had not experienced since the first 2 years of his marriage. Thank you. Chun Mo's tone softened. There's no need to be so polite with me, Xiaoyun replied with a sweet smile, nudging him toward the wash basin. During the meal, Xiaoyun remained attentive, continuously serving Chun Mo. Brother Mo, make sure to eat more fish. It's good for protein. Drink some soup too. I noticed your lips are a bit dry. Haven't you been drinking enough water? Her chatter, while persistent, was endearing rather than tiresome, infused with warmth and care. Chun Mo relished this rare moment of tenderness, feeling the weariness of recent days dissipate significantly. Soon, the table was cleared of its offerings, and he found himself quite satisfied. After the meal, he leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to relax. Xiaoyan quietly tidied up the dishes and returned with a plate of fruit. Pulling her into his embrace, he inhaled her alluring scent and felt the softness of her form. Unable to resist a smile. "Your culinary skills are impressive. Do you often cook?" Xiaoyan playfully rolled her eyes and giggled. "A man's heart is through his stomach. One must capture at least one of them, right? That's troubling. I feel like you might capture both," he teased. "Wouldn't that be wonderful?" After their light-hearted banter, Xiaoyan noticed the lingering frown on Chun Mo's brow and quietly asked, "Are things not going smoothly?" "Not at all," Chun Mo replied, rubbing his temples. "Everything is progressing well. The person introduced by Boss Huang is quite reliable. It's just that there's an overwhelming amount to handle, and time feels utterly insufficient." "What else do you need to do next?" Xiaoyan inquired curiously. "Quite a lot," he replied. Chun Mo counted on his fingers, contemplating the need to renovate the office space, procure equipment, design the structure of the fund products, and negotiate custodial cooperation with banks. The most crucial element, however, was the team. At present, he was a solitary commander, lacking personnel in human resources, legal affairs, risk control, and investment assistance. Every decision fell upon his shoulders, leaving him utterly exhausted. Reflecting on this, Chun Mo felt overwhelmed, burdened by immense pressure. While his extraordinary abilities could conquer challenges effortlessly, they could not alleviate the complexities of daily operations. Xiaoyan, seemingly grasping his plight, suddenly brightened. "Brother Mo, do you think I could assist you in any way? I can serve tea and water, organize documents, and handle phone calls. I can also help you keep track of daily tasks and remind you of them. I am willing to learn anything else I do not know." Her eagerness grew, as if fearful of his rejection. "I don't want a salary. I simply wish to lighten your load. Seeing you so fatigued pains me." Observing her earnest gaze, Chun Mo felt a stir of emotion. Xiaoyan exhibited high emotional intelligence, attentiveness, and appeared genuinely willing to help. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "I happen to need a temporary assistant to handle some mundane tasks. Since you are so willing, let us give it a try. Of course, you will be compensated. We must keep matters clear between kin." "Really? That's wonderful," Xiaoyan exclaimed, her joy palpable as she waved her hands in dismissal of the pay. "Just being able to help Brother Mo makes me exceedingly happy. Money is of no concern." In that moment, she felt a step closer to Chun Mo's world. Chapter 35. The superpower is about to refresh. Xiaoyan subsequently requested a 10-day leave from the company to assume the role of a temporary assistant. It was undeniable that her presence significantly enhanced Chun Mo's efficiency. She meticulously categorized the tasks he needed to address in a memo, prioritizing them by urgency and importance, allowing him to focus solely on strategic considerations. Wu Junwei also set aside his company responsibilities to lend a hand, specifically managing external errands and resource connections. His adeptness in navigating various social circles, coupled with entrepreneurial experience, facilitated smooth interactions with diverse individuals. He efficiently handled the procurement of office supplies, liaised with the renovation team, and dealt with property management matters with remarkable organization. Chun Mo, in turn, dedicated himself to the core issues at hand. Through the introduction by Huang Baitao, he visited several of the city's largest commercial banks. In a private reception room of a prestigious bank, a branch president surnamed Li personally welcomed him. As Chun Mo presented the preliminarily drafted fund proposal, which aimed for a fundraising scale of 2 billion, the president's smile grew increasingly warm. This figure was the result of extensive discussions and negotiations between Chun Mo, Huang Baitao, and Wu Junwei. Despite Chun Mo's extraordinary achievements and remarkable abilities, he remained a bona fide newcomer in the investment realm. In order to establish the company's reputation and navigate the startup phase with stability, it is imperative that the amount raised in the initial funding round does not venture into excessive risk. Thus, a sum of 200 million is deemed highly appropriate. After reviewing the comprehensive fund proposal, President Li beamed and remarked, "Mr. Chun, you are truly a remarkable young talent. The owner, Mr. Huang, has already communicated with us. Rest assured, our bank is more than willing to provide services to esteemed clients like yourself. Whether it be fund custodianship, priority capital integration, or tailored financial services for your future high-net-worth clients, We stand ready to offer our full support. Although Chun Mo did not possess the ability of mind reading, his keen observational skills, honed through acute insight, allowed him to discern sincerity from the subtle expressions and tones of his counterpart. He sensed that President Li's willingness to engage in this transaction was primarily influenced by Mr. Huang's endorsement and the substantial fundraising target, while his personal assessment remained cautious. This was understandable, as Jiangnan Bank, where President Li served, was a banking titan in the South, and a mere 200 million might seem rather modest. Thank you for your support, President Li, Chen Mo replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. Dianjin Capital is in its nascent stages, and there is much to learn. I hope we can collaborate more in the future for mutual benefit. Dianjin Capital is the formal name Chen Mo has chosen for his company, symbolizing the transformative potential of turning stone into gold, and it sounds both dignified and grand. During their initial encounter, Chen Mo did not exhibit an impatient eagerness. Rather, he presented himself as steady and mature, which elevated President Li's perception of him. In the following days, Chen Mo was engaged in similar meetings nearly every day, with his schedule meticulously organized by Xiaoyu. Mornings were often dedicated to finalizing funding details with the bank, while afternoons were reserved for discussions on tax planning strategies with an accounting firm. Evenings might involve meetings with one or two potential investors, introduced by Mr. Huang, who expressed interest in the fund. Xiaoyu remained closely by his side, diligently taking notes and timely providing necessary documents or a cup of warm water. Meanwhile, Wu Junhui busied himself overseeing the office renovation, occasionally sending photos to Chun Mo for approval. How about this walnut-colored flooring for the office? It's steady and elegant. Should we choose the money tree or the happiness tree for the greenery? Perhaps we could have 10 of each? By the way, this renovation team tried to cut corners. I caught them and gave them a stern talking to. Chen Mo chuckled at Wu Junhui's exuberant messages in WeChat, feeling both amused and touched. He was grateful for such a supportive brother. Without him, the pressure would have been overwhelming. That evening, after nearly 24 hours of collaboration with the law firm and accounting team, they finally finalized all legal documents, offering memoranda, risk disclosures, and other materials for the first phase of Dianjin Capital's fund, the Tiangong No. 1 Private Equity Investment Fund. Tiangong No. 1. Indeed, Chen Mo's inaugural fund bore such a commanding name. As the day surrendered to darkness, and the myriad lights of the city flickered to life outside, Chen Mo bid farewell to his weary team. Alone, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, gazing at the resplendent urban landscape. Unable to suppress a deep sigh, though physically exhausted, his spirit soared with exhilaration. The early stages of the company had been fraught with complexity, but fortunately, the framework had finally been established. The time had come to embark on grand ventures. Lost in thought, he felt a pair of soft arms gently encircle his waist from behind. Xiaoyun pressed her face against his broad back, her voice laced with admiration and tenderness. Brother Mo, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to resolve all these intricate matters so swiftly. Chen Mo turned to embrace her, having grown accustomed to her attentive care and admiring gaze over the past few days. She tilted her face upward, her eyes shimmering with allure and shyness. After such a long period of busyness, it's time to unwind. Let me reward you, she suggested, her hands playfully sliding downward. With a smile, Chen Mo felt the accumulated fatigue and pressure find an outlet. He leaned down to capture her lips in a kiss and swept her up into his arms, heading towards the bedroom. Soon, the room was filled with indescribable sounds that would make anyone blush. After the storm, Xiaoyun curled up like a kitten in Chen Mo's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. Brother Mo, the company is about to officially launch. You will need to hire many people, won't you? She inquired softly. Indeed, Chen Mo replied, eyes closed as he stroked her silky hair. Especially, I require an independent operations director to manage daily affairs. Otherwise, I shall surely wear myself thin. Xiaoyun hesitated before speaking softly. Will I still be able to stay by your side? I can be your secretary. I promise not to hinder your work and will strive to learn. Her voice carried a hint of anxiety, fearing that once the company became established, Chen Mo might no longer need her. Opening his eyes, Chen Mo regarded the cautious woman in his arms, fully understanding her sentiments. The position of secretary is reserved for you, he reassured her, playfully pinching her cheek. However, you must pass the probation period. If you do not perform well, I shall not show leniency. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly propped herself up to plant several kisses on his face. Thank you, Brother Imo. I will study hard. I will not bring you shame. Exhausted, Chen Imo found himself drifting into slumber while conversing with Xiao Yun. After an indeterminate time, he was abruptly awakened by a peculiar sound. This week's superpower is about to conclude. New abilities are being prepared for loading. Chen Imo was taken aback. The week's super sight had inconspicuously come to an end. As a new week approached, what extraordinary power would await him next? Chapter 36, Superpower, Future Hearing, and Significant Intelligence, loading completed. This week's superpower, Future Hearing. Ability description: you can randomly listen to fragmented voices from the future, which may contain market information, news snippets, conversations of others, etc. The content, time, and completeness heard are entirely random. Tip: the ability will refresh and replace after this week. Future Hearing. Chen Imo abruptly sat up in bed, startling the slumbering Xiao Yun beside him. Brother Imo, what's wrong? Xiao Yun murmured, her voice soft and drowsy, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist. Chen Imo offered no reply, his mind wholly absorbed in the newly acquired superpower. To be able to listen to fragments of voices from the future. This was akin to the future intelligence often depicted in online novels. Goodness, this superpower is simply explosive. If I could foresee the future economic trends, even mere snippets would be enough to propel me to great heights. It is undoubtedly a tailor-made auxiliary artifact for capital investment. Moreover, Chen Imo harbored a wild conjecture. This newly refreshed superpower, named Future Hearing, suggests that there may also be the potential to refresh to future vision in the future. Visualizing future scenarios? Predicting what is to come? Gasp. Chen Imo inhaled sharply, nearly exclaiming in excitement. Of course, these were merely his speculations, yet to be validated. The immediate priority was to test the specific effects of future hearing. Taking several deep breaths, Chen Imo concentrated, attempting to capture those so-called sounds of the future. The bedroom was enveloped in silence, save for their gentle breaths and the distant hum of the city outside. Seconds ticked by with nothing occurring. Just as Chen Imo began to doubt whether this superpower had any triggering conditions, a series of voices unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Oh, is it Tuesday? Is home in offering member discounts? Better call the boss's wife out to enjoy it. Don't waste the offer. Goodness, why are there so many people in the urology department on Saturday? I should have registered in advance last night. Chen Imo, super. You were so powerful the past 3 weeks. Why are you slacking off this week? I want those significant future sound fragments, not this nonsense. The bizarre future voices he heard left Chen Imo utterly speechless. Just as he was about to curse in frustration, suddenly, a remarkably clear and rapid male voice, distinctly bearing the tone of a financial news report, resounded in his mind. At 3 o'clock this Wednesday morning, China time. Due to an unexpected escalation of geopolitical tensions and the continued fallout from extreme remarks by the Federal Reserve, the price of international spot gold has violently surged, skyrocketing over 8% in a single day, surpassing the significant threshold of 2,600 per ounce, setting an absolute historical high. Analysts universally concur that the voice abruptly ceased, as unexpectedly as it had emerged. Yet the information conveyed struck deeply within Chen Mo's mind, akin to a searing brand. This Wednesday, gold surged by an astonishing 8%, surpassing the 2,600 mark. Chen Mo's heart contracted suddenly, and blood surged to his head, inducing a slight dizziness intertwined with exhilarating excitement. Brother Imo, are you all right? Your heart is racing. Xiao Yun, now fully awake, propped herself up and anxiously caressed his back. Chen Imo swiftly turned his head, the gleam in his eyes resembling 2 burning stars amid the darkness. He embraced Xiao Yun and planted a fervent kiss on her smooth cheek, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. I'm fine. I've never felt better. Xiao Yun, our first pot of gold, no, a mountain of gold, is about to arrive. He leapt out of bed, scarcely taking the time to don his sleepwear, and strode directly to the grand floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Outside, the city's neon lights sprawled like a galaxy beneath his feet. In that moment, he felt as though he could almost touch the pulse of future wealth. Initially, he had intended to wait for the Tiangong 1 fund's capital to be secured before tentatively venturing into the antique jade market. However, his plans had now shifted. The international gold market, with its immense scale and exceptional liquidity, was perfectly suited for him and his venture, Point Gold Capital, to make a resounding debut. Yet, while he had a target in sight, the execution was far from straightforward. Firstly, time was of the essence. It was now early Monday morning, and with less than 3 days until the international gold price soared on Wednesday, he found it exceedingly challenging to make detailed arrangements. Furthermore, he required a high-level trading account, access to offshore funding channels, and professional traders or trading systems to execute orders. His Point Gold capital was still in its infancy, with the first phase of the Tiangong 1 fund not yet officially raised and legal documents only just completed. Aside from Huang Baitao and Wu Junhui, no third investor had committed funds. By standard procedure, he would undoubtedly miss this golden opportunity for wealth. He had to take risks. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. He urgently activated insightful perception, disregarding his rapidly depleting energy, and fervently analyzed all feasible options. Moments later, a bold and audacious plan crystallized in his mind. However, before proceeding, he needed to inform Huang Baitao and Wu Junhui. Without hesitation, he turned back to the bedroom. Hastily getting dressed, Xiao Yun quickly rose from the bed. Though unsure of what was transpiring, she sensed Chen Mo's urgency and determination. "Brother Mo, are you going out?" "No, it's still too early," Chen Mo replied, glancing at the dim morning light outside. "But I need to make 2 phone calls." He picked up his phone, dialing Wu Junhui first. The phone rang for quite some time before it was finally answered, revealing Wu Junhui's voice, laced with frustration. "Damn it! Which lunatic is calling at this hour to disturb my peaceful dreams?" "Old Wu, it's me, Chen Mo." The voice of Chen Mo was calm and composed. "Quickly get up. Is there any way you can gather 10 million within today?" There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by the sound of rustling, as if Wu Junhui had abruptly sat up. "What? 10 million? What do you need that for? Speak clearly." Wu Junhui's voice was suddenly much more alert. "I don't have time for a detailed explanation," Chen Mo replied rapidly. "I have reliable intel. There will be a significant fluctuation in the international gold market soon, and the window is extremely short. Don't say I didn't offer you a chance to make a fortune. I'm leaving you a 10 million quota with Tiangong 1. Are you in or not?" The final words from Chen Mo exuded unyielding confidence and responsibility. Wu Junhui was completely awake now. He understood Chen Mo well. He would never ask unless he had 100% assurance. Remembering Chen Mo's previously inscrutable methods, a surge of adrenaline rushed to his head. "Damn it, I'm in," Wu Junhui nearly shouted. 10 million, right? Even if I have to sell a kidney right now, I'll come up with it. When do you need it?" "Before 10 o'clock this morning. The funds must be transferred to the fund account. The specific contract will be signed later." "No problem. I trust you." After hanging up with Wu Junhui, Chen Mo took a deep breath and dialed the personal mobile of Huang Baitao. Calling a business tycoon at this hour was exceedingly audacious. But Chen Mo could not afford to hesitate. Unexpectedly, the phone was answered after only 3 rings. Huang Baitao's voice was steady and alert, showing no signs of sleep. "Brother Chen, so early. Is there something urgent?" "Brother Huang, I apologize for the disturbance." Chen Mo got straight to the point. "There will be significant market changes in international gold within 3 days. I plan to invest all the quotas of Tiangong 1 into it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for fame. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to gather additional funds. It may just be the 2 of us. Do you want to join?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, and Huang Baitao's tone was inscrutable. "Brother Chen, 200 million is no small sum. Are you not taking too great a risk by putting it all on the line? What is your basis for this judgment?" "I lack traditional grounds," Chen Mo replied, his voice imbued with undeniable certainty. "However, I possess absolute confidence. If you choose not to participate, I will take the remaining quota entirely." Upon hearing this, another prolonged silence ensued as Huang Baitao weighed his options. He admired Chen Mo. Yet the instinct of a businessman made him inherently cautious about such a hasty and substantial gamble. Chen Mo remained patient, awaiting Huang Baitao's response. According to their previous agreement, Huang Baitao was to account for approximately 1/3 of the first phase fund, roughly 70 million. Chen Mo was not lacking in funds. He could easily monopolize the 2 billion quota, even operating without the guise of a fund to reap greater profits. However, hoarding resources would not serve the purpose of maximizing benefits. At this stage, he relied on Huang Baitao's network of connections, thus offering him an opportunity to choose. Yet, Chen Mo's resoluteness startled the nearby Xiao Yun, who covered her mouth in shock, afraid to breathe. On the other end of the line, Huang Baitao was evidently taken aback. Did Chen Mo actually intend to absorb the entire 2 billion quota alone if he chose not to participate? He once again witnessed the young man's audacious determination. This confidence was anything but blind. Reflecting on Chen Mo's legendary achievements in stone gambling and auctions, Huang Baidao felt the scales tip in favor of the young man. Sometimes, to attain wealth, one must be bold enough to stake everything at crucial moments. Suddenly, Huang Baidao's hearty laughter rang through the phone. "All right, Brother Chen, you possess courage. I shall accompany you in this gamble. And don't think of taking my share. As you suggested, let it be just the two of us for the first fund. I will immediately instruct the finance and legal teams to prepare. 70 million will be in place today. Thank you for your trust, Brother Huang." Chen Mo responded with a relieved smile. "No need for pleasantries, Brother Chen. I await your rise to fame." Huang Baidao's voice brimmed with anticipation. After hanging up, Chen Mo realized his palms were slightly sweaty, not from anxiety, but from exhilaration. A monumental gamble that would determine the future of Point Gold Capital had reached consensus in the darkness before dawn through 2 phone calls. "Brother Mo, is this not too risky?" Xiaoyan stepped forward, her voice trembling. Chen Mo turned around, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "What appears to be a risk to others," he pointed to his head, "is an opportunity for me. The sun has yet to rise. Go get some more sleep. You will likely have little rest in the coming days. Today marks the beginning of Point Gold Capital's ascent to prominence." Chapter 37. A Changing Future? Chen Mo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside as dawn broke, yet sleep eluded him, his heart brimming with excitement at the prospect of making his mark. Huang Baidao had already reached out to a seasoned operation team, which was likely en route. Unable to contain himself, Chen Mo dashed to his study, opened his computer, and began browsing the London gold trading market. International spot gold, originating from London, boasts over 300 years of history, making it the world's largest spot gold trading market. With a daily trading volume of approximately $20 trillion, equivalent to the size of 25 major A-shares, no consortium or institution can manipulate it. It relies entirely on market self-regulation. Currently, the gold price stood at about 2,342.12 per ounce, still nearly 258 shy of the 2,600 threshold expected on Wednesday, representing an overall increase of approximately 8. Chen Mo squinted, his expression complex and inscrutable. Since time immemorial, gold has been the most stable form of currency. Unless powerful nations collide or a financial crisis prompts substantial capital to seek refuge, gold prices will only steadily rise in accordance with inflation. The recent escalation of conflict in the Middle East, coupled with extreme rhetoric from the Federal Reserve, has catalyzed a rapid surge in gold prices, which have risen approximately 258. Given sufficient time for planning, transforming 200 million into 20 billion is not beyond the realm of possibility. Alas, this intelligence arrived too late. Had it come a fortnight earlier, or even just a week, returns would have been vastly different. Regretfully, Chen Mo sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly adjusted his mindset. One must find contentment. The ability to foresee a significant rise in London gold prices 3 days in advance is already a stroke of good fortune. What more could he possibly want? He swiftly perused the trends in gold prices this year, the curves from previous years, related news, and operational rules, gradually crystallizing his strategy in his mind. Xiaoyan stood at the doorway, gazing at the engrossed Chen Mo with admiration and infatuation. It is often said that men who work diligently are the most attractive. At this moment, Chen Mo was undoubtedly the most handsome man in her eyes. Time passed unknowingly until Xiao Ying and Chen Mo were startled awake by the ringing of a landline phone. Xiao Ying, clinging to the doorframe, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Realizing she had been caught staring at Chen Mo, she was embarrassed to find that she had become flustered. "What's wrong?" Chen Mo inquired. Puzzled. "And nothing." Xiao Ying hastily shook her head and turned to answer the phone. After exchanging a few words, she called out to Chen Mo, "Brother Mo, Steward Zhang says someone is looking for you downstairs." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo surmised that it must be the operations team and promptly replied, "Let them come up." A few minutes later, a group of well-dressed, competent professionals appeared at the entrance. Chen Mo approached the 2 middle-aged men at the forefront and welcomed them with a smile. "Director Zhao, Supervisor Zhang, it is a pleasure to have you here." The gentleman on the left, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was Zhao Feng, the financial manager under Huang Baitao. The silent, lean middle-aged man on the right was Zheng Fei, a trading supervisor hired at great expense by Huang Baitao. They were indeed the heads of this operational team. Mr. Chun, you are too kind. It is an honor to work for you, Zhao Feng said with utmost respect. Zheng Fei nodded and, with decisive authority, stated, Mr. Chun, without further ado, let us convene a meeting. Chun Mo replied with a smile. Very well. I have reserved a conference room at the hotel. Let us discuss as we walk. At 7 a.m. in the hotel conference room, Zhao Feng spoke first. Mr. Chun, the transfer of funds from Mr. Huang has commenced and will be fully processed within the hour. However, placing 200 million in gold long positions carries significant risk. I will manage the risk. Chun Mo interjected, turning his gaze towards Zheng Fei. Supervisor Zheng, I require a leverage of 30 times. Can this be executed efficiently and discreetly? Absolutely. Zheng Fei lifted his eyelids, succinctly outlining the plan to allocate 200 million in principal across several accounts through the offshore channels controlled by General Huang. Employing a combination of futures and contracts for difference with an average leverage of 30 times, resulting in a total risk exposure equivalent to 6 billion, or approximately $840 million. $840 million. Wu Junhui, who had just arrived, gasped, feeling his legs weaken. Xiaoyan instinctively covered her mouth. Very well, Chun Mo nodded. What's the strategy for building the position? A steady accumulation to avoid alarming the market. Expected to be completed within today, Zheng Fei replied. No, that's too slow. Chun Mo shook his head. Time waits for no one. I require at least 70% of the position to be established before the European market opens this afternoon. Zheng Fei furrowed his brow slightly. That would elevate the cost and easily attract market attention. Do as I say. Chun Mo's tone was imperious. The cost is secondary. Securing sufficient positions before a surge is paramount. Zheng Fei glanced at Chun Mo, refraining from further discussion, and nodded. I understand. With the overarching direction established, the meeting room transformed into a tense command center. The sounds of ringing phones, clattering keyboards, and hushed conversations filled the air. Vast sums of money morphed into an invisible torrent, beginning to flow into the international markets. Despite the appearance of using 30 times leverage on nearly $840 million, Chun Mo's actual capital was merely $28 million, half of which was earmarked as margin, leaving only $14 million available for trading, with the rest being borrowed funds from brokers. High leverage magnifies both profits and losses. A step towards paradise or the precipice. Should the margin prove insufficient, further capital would need to be injected to maintain the position or face liquidation. Wu Junhui fidgeted, glancing anxiously at the fluctuating curves on the screen and then at Chun Mo, who was resting with his eyes closed. To hitch a ride on Chun Mo's fast track, he had even mortgaged his company's equity to partners to muster 10 million in cash in such a short time. If Chun Mo were to fail, he would not fare any better. Xiaoyan, meanwhile, feigned calmness, busily serving tea and handling various trivial matters. In the afternoon, the European market opened. Under the trading team's maneuvering, the price of gold indeed experienced a slight uptick, yet the increase was not pronounced, merely showing more resilience than during the Asian session. Chun, 70% of the position has been established, with an average cost of $238,842, Zheng Fei reported. Excellent. Chun Mo opened his eyes, remained vigilant. We shall reassess the remaining funds once the U.S. market opens. However, it seemed the market was intentionally testing everyone's patience. Throughout the entire European session, gold prices oscillated within a narrow range of less than $10, resembling a feeble old man. The price not only failed to rise, but dipped by $20, causing Chun Mo to incur a loss of $7 million, nearly 25% of his principal. Fortunately, it quickly rebounded, averting a potential heart attack for Wu Junhui. In the subsequent 2 days, gold prices stabilized relatively, though, overall, there were more declines than increases, with fluctuations remaining modest. Chun Mo had not closed his eyes for nearly 36 hours, exerting all his efforts to adeptly direct his team in both long and short positions. Yet he still faced a loss exceeding $1 million. As the clock edged toward Tuesday midnight, with the hour approaching 3, the anticipated surge predicted by Chun Mo had yet to materialize, and an inexplicable air of restlessness enveloped the entire team. Wu Junhui, growing impatient, leaned closer to Chun Mo and whispered, Mo, why is there no movement? Should we remain composed? Chun Mo cast a glance at him, recalling how calm the atmosphere is before a storm. Despite his words, a flicker of doubt crossed Chun Mo's mind. Why, with the critical moment drawing near, did the market remain as tranquil as ever? He refocused his thoughts, striving to capture any whispers of the future. This time, he discerned a series of indistinct, cacophonous snippets of English dialogue, seemingly originating from a boisterous setting. The data is robust, rate hike expectations in gold is at risk of excessive speculation and correction. These fragmented voices starkly contrasted with the bullish news he had previously encountered. Chun Mo's heart sank. Had the future shifted? Or was the information he received merely partial? At that moment, the American market opened. Instead of rising, the price of gold plummeted nearly $30 within the initial minutes. The screen instantly transitioned from red to green, indicating a decline. It has fallen. How could this happen? Wu Junhui sprang to his feet, his voice rising in pitch. Xiaoyan's complexion turned pale, her gaze anxiously fixed on Chen Mo. The operations team immediately entered emergency mode, their fingers dancing across the keyboard. There was significant short-term selling pressure. The support level of 2,388 had been breached. Mr. Chun, the unrealized loss has surpassed $10 million, nearing the forced liquidation threshold. Should we cut our losses and exit? Zhao Feng's expression grew grave, his eyes seeking guidance from Chun Mo. The immense pressure felt as tangible as a weight upon Chun Mo's shoulders. Should the gold price drop below $40 without subsequent funds to bolster positions, he would face imminent liquidation. Wu Junhui, his forehead slick with sweat, implored, Mo, have you misjudged the situation? Should we consider stopping our losses for now? In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Chun Mo. Every decision he made thereafter would determine their ultimate fate. Chapter 38. A daring gamble. The sudden decline in gold prices plunged the atmosphere in the hotel conference room to freezing point. The glaring green numbers on the screen resembled a cold serpent, gnawing at the confidence of everyone present. Mr. Chun, Zhao Feng's tone grew more serious, laced with professional caution. The situation is quite dire. The gold price may soon breach the $40 threshold, and our funds are dwindling. Should we consider partially liquidating our positions to mitigate risk? Otherwise, should we face liquidation, we may lose everything. Although Zhang Fei remained silent, his gaze too was directed at Chun Mo, awaiting his command. His team was fully prepared to execute stop-loss orders at any moment. Wu Junhui was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Indeed, MOU, heed Director Zhao's advice. A small loss is far preferable to a total loss. This instrument carries leverage, and it can plummet swiftly. Xiao Yun bit her lip tightly, refraining from uttering a word. Her eyes filled with profound concern as she gazed at Chun Mo, her palms slick with cold sweat. All the pressure and skepticism surged towards Chun Mo like a tidal wave. His mind raced at an astonishing pace. Fragments of negative news he had gleaned from future news intertwined with previous favorable reports in his thoughts. Had the future changed? Or was this merely the market's final shakeout before an impending surge? Would the critical juncture at 3 o'clock that Wednesday morning prove ineffective? The immense uncertainty threatened to engulf him. Yet, with a sudden clench of his jaw, his gaze sharpened and firmed. He believed in his judgment. More importantly, he had unwavering faith in that unmistakable 3 o'clock signal on Wednesday morning, heralding a rise of over 8% in future voice. This fleeting downturn must be an illusion. A trap. Surely, it was the avaricious wolves of Wall Street, intent on manipulating the market, deliberately shorting and harvesting profits. No, we shall not execute stop-loss orders. Not a single share. His voice rang out with an unyielding clarity in the quiet conference room. He scanned the room, his tone imbued with a resolute determination. I have stated before, the risk is mine to bear. This is the final trial. Everyone must remain composed. President Chun, Zhao Feng attempted to persuade him once more. He was a confidant of Huang Baitao and could not allow Chun Mo to recklessly gamble with his boss's money. Execute the orders. Chun Mo raised his voice sharply, an undeniable force erupting that momentarily left the seasoned Zhao Feng speechless. Zhang Fei cast a deep glance at Chun Mo, then silently gestured to the team members to continue buying. They were the executors, not the decision-makers. Their duty was to follow orders. Wu Junhui opened his mouth, but ultimately slumped down, cradling his head, silent, though the anxiety on his face remained unabated. The conference room descended into a suffocating silence. Only the green numbers on the screen continued to flicker. The decline from $30 had plunged to $37, perilously close to the danger zone. Every passing moment became agonizingly torturous. Chun Mo appeared composed on the surface, yet his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He closed his eyes once more, summoning all his strength to activate future news. This time, he was met with a cacophony of battlefield noise, explosions, shouts, followed by a fragment of an urgent English broadcast. Conflict escalation confirmed. The voice was soon drowned out by static. Although still fragmented, it resonated with the initial reports of escalating geopolitical tensions. Confidence surged back into him. Just then, the price of gold seemed to halt its descent upon nearing the vicinity of $2,350. A sporadic wave of buying has emerged, with prices ensnared in a minor oscillation at the lower end. Time languidly drips away in a torturous manner. Wu Junhui has slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant. Xiaoyun silently orders takeout, yet nearly no one possesses the appetite to eat. Zhao Feng attempts several times to voice his thoughts, but upon witnessing Chun Mo's steadfast profile, as immovable as a statue, he swallows his words. For a full hour, gold prices appear to be gasping for breath, showing no signs of recovery. Chun Mo's unrealized losses remain steadfast at approximately $12 million. As the clock strikes 2:30 in the morning, the anticipated hour of 3 draws ever closer. The market remains lethargic. Wu Junhui has succumbed to utter despair, murmuring, "It's over. 3 o'clock is approaching," yet there is no sign of movement. Zhao Feng shakes his head in silence, fearing that this high-stakes gamble may conclude in devastating defeat. He even begins to mentally draft a report to Boss Huang regarding the impending losses. Xiaoyun's heart races, lodged in her throat. Just at 2:50 in the morning, when hope almost flickers out for everyone, a sudden news flash pierces the tranquil night like a bolt of lightning. Breaking news. Military conflict erupts in the Middle East XX region. U.S. military base under attack. Casualties remain unconfirmed. This news flash ignites the market like ice water thrown into boiling oil. The price of gold is abruptly yanked upward by an invisible hand, soaring dramatically. Within a minute, it surges violently from around 2,350 to 2,390. Not only does it reclaim its lost ground in an instant, but it also begins to yield profits. It has risen. It has skyrocketed. A young trader from Zheng Fei's team is the first to exclaim in disbelief. "What?" Wu Junhui springs up as if propelled by a spring, rushing to the screen. Zhao Feng's eyes widen in astonishment, unable to believe the nearly vertical upward trajectory. Xiaoyun, overwhelmed with excitement, covers her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, this is merely the beginning. Soon after, another bombshell strikes. Special announcement. A member of the Federal Reserve XX makes extreme remarks in a closed setting, hinting at the potential initiation of new quantitative easing. Expectations of monetary easing amidst geopolitical risks. A dual epic boon, perfectly intertwined. The safe haven and anti-inflation attributes of gold are simultaneously ignited. The entire London gold market descends into madness. Buying pressure surges like a tsunami, mercilessly obliterating the shorts that had recently been wreaking havoc. The price of gold rockets upward with astonishing speed. 2,400, 2,430, 2,450. The numbers on the screen fluctuate wildly. The red, indicating an increase, glow illuminating the astonished and ecstatic faces of everyone in the conference room. The prior unrealized losses have long been relegated to the past, as the account's floating profits swell like a rolling snowball, growing ever larger. In awe, Wu Junhui gazed at the screen, repeatedly murmuring 2 words, his body trembling with excitement. Zhao Feng had long abandoned his previous skepticism, his face now a canvas of profound shock and reverence as he regarded Chun Mo's silhouette, as if beholding a divine being. The entire Zheng Fei team was poised for action, nervously yet exhilaratedly monitoring positions and the market, ensuring that no technical issues would arise amidst such extreme fluctuations. Chun Mo remained before the screen, golden light dancing in his eyes. He understood that he had won his gamble. The future had arrived as anticipated. Chapter 39. The Midas touch. The frenzy continued unabated. After breaching the 2,450 mark, gold prices took a brief respite before surging upward with an unstoppable force. The historic barrier of 2,500 was effortlessly trampled. 2,550. Ultimately, it shattered the unprecedented 2,600 threshold. The increase instantly surpassed the year's highest margin of 8, and it continued to expand. In the conference room, all previous anxiety, doubt, and despair had been replaced by deafening jubilation. 8%. The unrealized gains exceeded 400 million. Wu Junhui, staring at the calculator, found his voice transformed, his excitement causing him to dance with exuberance. Xiaoyan wiped joyful tears from her eyes, her face radiating pride and happiness. Although Zhang Fei remained silent, the corners of his tightly drawn mouth could not help but curl upward slightly, which was, for him, an extreme display of excitement. Zhao Feng was incessantly on the phone, most calls coming from Huang Baitao inquiring about the situation, his tone filled with thrill and a sense of shared glory. Yes, Mr. Huang, the surge is phenomenal. Chairman Chen's judgment was entirely accurate. Indeed, his insight is astoundingly sharp, yielding unbelievable returns. Observing the nearly frenzied trend, Chen Mo recognized that it was time to reap the rewards. Such extreme conditions could not persist indefinitely and were prone to violent corrections at any moment. Director Zhang, it is time to withdraw, he instructed calmly, issuing orders to begin closing positions, taking profits in batches, acting swiftly while striving to avoid crashing the market. Understood. Zhang Fei promptly responded, and the team commenced efficient execution. The substantial profitable long positions began to flow into the market in an orderly fashion, converting into tangible, massive profits. The closing process lasted nearly an hour. When the final order was executed and the conclusive statistics were presented before everyone, an absolute silence enveloped the conference room for a brief moment. Zhang Fei took a deep breath and, in the steadiest tone he could muster, announced the results. Though his voice still bore a hint of barely detectable tremor, Chairman Chun, all positions have been closed. The average closing price is 598. After deducting principal, fees, interest, and related costs, the Tiangong One Fund realized a total profit exceeding 66 million, approximately 476 million renminbi. The return rate reached an astounding 386. After a brief silence, a tempest of excitement erupted. 47 billion, gained a staggering 47 billion. Wu Junhui, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Zhao Feng, bouncing with exhilaration. Old Zhao, did you see that? In just 3 days, we amassed 47 billion, a return of 238. Am I dreaming? Zhao Feng, equally unrestrained, set aside his usual composure and joined in the laughter. It's no dream, President Wu, it's indeed real. President Chun is extraordinary. He is nothing short of a financial deity. Xiaoyan rushed towards Chen Mo, unable to contain her emotions, and enveloped him in a tight embrace, her tears soaking his shirt. Brother Mo, you did it. You are phenomenal. Chen Mo reciprocated her embrace, savoring the warmth of her presence and the immense joy of success, a radiant smile gracing his face. Just then, his phone rang. It was Huang Baitao. As soon as the call connected, Huang Baitao's voice erupted, filled with astonishment and nearly a shout, so loud that it resonated throughout the conference room. Brother Chun, you are simply extraordinary, like the god of wealth incarnate. You earned 47 billion in 3 days. I wouldn't have believed it had I not witnessed it myself. Do you know? My heart nearly gave out from the shock. It's gone viral. The entire community is in an uproar. My phone has been inundated. Everyone is asking who this Chun Mo of Point Gold Capital truly is. Ha ha. Those opportunistic fairweather friends who mocked me for being reckless enough to entrust 70 million to a novice. Come Dawn, let us see who dares to laugh at me now. Huang Baitao's exuberance rendered him somewhat incoherent, yet anyone could discern the overwhelming joy and disbelief in his words. Chen Mo could easily envision Huang Baitao's state on the other end of the line. The impact of this victory far exceeded expectations. Brother Huang, calm down, Chen Mo chuckled, attempting to soothe him. This is merely the first battle. Calm down. Who the hell can remain calm? Huang Baitao bellowed, brother, you've achieved legendary status in one fell swoop. The name Chen Mo, Master of Point Gold, will echo throughout Jiangnan tomorrow. No, it will resonate across the entire nation. For the next fund, you can name your price. 10 billion, 20 billion, even 100 billion. I would stake my life on you. It is no wonder Huang Baitao was so exhilarated. Although he possessed assets worth tens of billions, they were not equivalent to liquid cash. A significant portion comprised equity in investment companies, which was highly inflated. After a year of relentless toil, even clearing a profit of 1 billion was not guaranteed. Yet, Chen Mo managed to effortlessly generate 47 billion in 3 days, of which 16 billion belonged to Huang Baitao, snatched from the jaws of the international gold market. Such a feat sounded grandiose, starkly contrasting with the painstaking earnings he was accustomed to. Initially, he thought he had sufficiently esteemed Chen Mo, only to realize that he had gravely underestimated him. If he was not utterly ecstatic now, when would he ever be? Chen Mo chuckled lightly, unfazed by the accolades. Our company is still in its infancy. There is no rush to launch the second fund just yet. My dear brother, please do not be hasty. Indeed, those opportunists are not to be trusted. We shall bear the risks ourselves. Why should they reap the benefits? Yes, let them stew in their impatience. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Huang Baitao held Chen Mo in the highest regard. Regardless of what Chen Mo articulated, he would never dare to contradict him and would even kindly offer supportive justifications. Truly, the most steadfast alliances are forged through mutual interests. All right, I must wrap things up on my end. Once the funds are in, we shall arrange a time to divide the profits. Absolutely. You have worked hard these past few days. When the time comes, I will treat you well, my esteemed comrade. Ha ha ha. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Mo ended the call. In the conference room, all eyes were fixed upon him, filled with reverence, admiration, and excitement. Wu Junhui approached, his expression one of flattery. Mo, you know, Mo God. If such fortuitous events arise again, please be sure to bring your humble disciple along. I shall be your steed. Chen Mo laughed and playfully punched him. He gazed at the final figures displayed on the screen, a surge of ambition filling his heart. This victory not only brought immense wealth, but also established the formidable reputation of Diangjin Capital and his own prowess as Chen Mo. He realized that from this moment onward, he was no longer the driver who relied on others for validation. He had truly ascended to the pinnacle and become a figure capable of stirring the winds of change. Ding! Suddenly, his phone emitted a text notification. Chen Mo pulled it out, and his expression shifted dramatically. It was a message from Anna, secretary to Lin Wan. Chen Mo, something is wrong. President Lin has been running a high fever for 2 days and refuses to go to the hospital. You must come and see her immediately. Chapter 40. The heart's illness requires a heart's remedy. As Chen Mo read the message from Anna, his heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly by an unseen hand. The exuberance he had just felt evaporated, replaced by a sharp pang of worry and anxiety. A high fever for 2 days, refusing medical attention? This was utterly inconsistent with Lin Wan's highly rational character, who always prioritized efficiency. The only explanation was that this was not a physical ailment, but rather a matter of the heart, and the root of it was most likely himself. That day at the Jade gambling venue, in a fit of anger, he had returned Lin Wan's hurtful words to her unaltered. The scene flooded back to him, suffocating him with guilt. Brother Mo, what's wrong? Xiao Yan noticed the drastic change in his expression and asked with concern. I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must step out immediately. Chen Mo rose swiftly, grabbing his coat from the sofa, his tone urgent. Old Wu, please oversee the subsequent settlement and the inflow of funds. Coordinate with Director Zhao and Supervisor Zheng. Not a problem, leave it to me. Wu Junhui assured him with a pat on his chest. Though curious, he recognized Chen Mo's grave demeanor and wisely refrained from asking further. Xiaoyan, you have also been weary for several days. Why not retreat to your room and rest? Chen Mo instructed once more, already striding towards the door. Brother Mo, do you need me to accompany you? Xiaoyan instinctively inquired. No, it's a personal matter. Before his words could fully resonate, Chen Mo's figure had vanished at the elevator entrance. He hurried into the underground garage, starting the Bugatti with a roar. The engine bellowed as it surged forward. The streets were desolate in the early morning hours, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of congestion. Longing to be by Lin Wan's side immediately, he dialed Lin Wan's number repeatedly, but it remained switched off. Reluctantly, he resorted to calling Anna. The call connected swiftly. Anna, what on earth is happening with Lin? Chen Mo's voice betrayed an urgency he was unaware of. Mr. Chen, I'm so relieved to finally reach you. Anna's voice quivered with distress. Ever since your last meeting, Lin has been in a very poor state. She began running a low fever the day before yesterday, and yesterday it escalated to 39 degrees, yet she refuses to go to the hospital. 1T allow me to inform anyone, and 1T take any medicine. Isolating herself in the villa, I had no other option but to seek your help. I hope you can persuade her. I understand. I am on my way. Chen Mo interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Before my arrival, please keep a close watch on her. The car sped through the streets, running several red lights, finally arriving at Lin Wan's villa in record time. Anna had been anxiously waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, Her expression brightened with relief. Chen Mo, the key, she exclaimed succinctly. Anna promptly handed over the spare key. Chen Mo took it and strode into the villa. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and eerily silent, heavy with a sense of gloom. He ascended the stairs directly, arriving at Lin Wan's bedroom door. He knocked several times. Lin Wan. It's me, Chen Mo. There was no response from within. Without hesitation, Chen Mo used the key to unlock the door. Inside the bedroom, only a dim bedside lamp flickered, revealing Lin Wan curled up on the spacious bed, tightly ensconced in blankets, with only her back visible and her long, black hair strewn across the pillow. She seemed to be in a deep slumber, unresponsive to the sounds outside. Chen Mo hastily approached the bedside, leaning down to softly call Lin Wan. Still, there was no reply. Alarmed, he reached out to her forehead. His fingertips encountered an alarming heat. Lin Wan, wake up. Chen Mo's voice rose, gently shaking her shoulder. Finally, Lin Wan exhibited the slightest response, emitting a faint, painful groan, her long eyelashes fluttering as she struggled to open her eyes. Her gaze was unfocused and dazed, her cheeks abnormally flushed, and her lips cracked and peeling. Go away. Her voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible, heavy with nasal tones and resistance. As she attempted to brush aside Chen Mo's hand, though her efforts were feeble. You have a high fever. We must go to the hospital at once. Chen Mo's tone was resolute, leaving no room for rebuttal. I won't go. It's none of your business. Lin Wan's consciousness seemed to clear for a fleeting moment as she recognized Chen Mo, struggling to turn away from him, yet lacking the strength to do so. Only managing a futile movement. Chen Mo felt a pang in his heart, as if pricked by a needle. Even in such dire circumstances, she still insisted on being strong. He ceased his futile chatter, bending down to carefully lift her, blankets and all, cradling her in his arms. Lin Wan gasped, his actions jolting her awake somewhat, and she weakly began to struggle. Let go of me. Chen Mo, let me go. Her fists weakly pounded against his chest, akin to a playful tickle. Don't move. Chen Mo barked, securing his hold as he strode confidently down the stairs and out the door. His embrace was firm and warm, infused with a chill brought in from the outside, exuding an undeniable strength. Lin Wan squirmed a few times, but ultimately succumbed to the weakness and dizziness brought on by her fever. Resigned, she slumped in his arms, instinctively pressing her feverish cheek against his cool neck, seeking a modicum of relief. Anna had already astutely started Lin Wan's luxurious Maybach, opening the door and waiting. Chen Mo gingerly placed Lin Wan in the back seat, ensuring her comfort before quickly taking the driver's seat. The car sped off towards the finest private hospital in the city. En route, Chen Mo glanced through the rearview mirror at Lin Wan, her pallid complexion and tightly furrowed brows starkly contrasting with her usual demeanor as a commanding and proud businesswoman. His heart knotted with an unbearable ache, making it difficult to breathe. He had once believed that financial freedom and the presence of the ever-compliant beauty, Xiaoyan, would allow him to forget Lin Wan. Alas, it was all in vain. Lin Wan was the second woman in his life, following his ex-wife Zhang Ting, who had extended a helping hand during his lowest moments, granting him access to elite business circles and enabling his rapid ascent. It is no exaggeration to say that without Lin Wan, Chen Mo would not have reached his current heights so effortlessly, due to her unique place in his heart. Upon receiving the news of her severe illness, he abandoned all else and rushed over. He understood that her ailment stemmed from him. If it was a matter of the heart, only he could serve as the remedy. Soon, they arrived at the hospital, where medical personnel, alerted by Anna's call, awaited with a stretcher at the entrance. Chen Mo personally lifted Lin Wan onto the stretcher, accompanying her throughout the examination. The results emerged swiftly: acute pneumonia, triggered by a high fever and a drastic decline in immunity. Had they arrived even half a day later, the consequences would have been dire. The doctor immediately arranged for her hospitalization to commence treatment for fever reduction and infection control. In the VIP ward, the nurse administered an intravenous drip to Lin Wan. The cold medication flowed into her veins, and combined with the antipyretic injection, her fever began to subside, lulling her into a deep, tranquil slumber. The furrow in her brow relaxed, and her breathing became more even. Chen Mo urged Anna to rest, and drew over a chair, settling beside the hospital bed. The day had dawned outside, and the soft morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a gentle glow on Lin Wan's pale face. Chen Mo gazed quietly at her serene countenance. Fatigue from 2 sleepless nights washed over him, yet he felt no inclination to sleep. Instead, he held the hand of Lin Wan that was free from needles, feeling the faint pulse beneath her delicate wrist. It was as though this connection confirmed her existence, assuring him that she was gradually recovering. In that moment, all thoughts of venture capital and 470 million were cast aside. His world contained only Lin Wan. Chapter 41. Simply because you are Lin Wan awoke to the familiar scent of antiseptic. As her consciousness gradually returned, she first felt the searing dryness in her throat and an overwhelming weakness that made her body feel as if it had been crushed. Struggling to lift her heavy eyelids, her blurred vision slowly focused, revealing the immaculate ceiling and the four stand beside her. A moment of confusion passed before she realized she was in a hospital. Fragments of memory began to stitch together. The relentless fever, the haze, Anna's anxious face, and a strong figure lifting her into a warm, solid embrace, accompanied by a deep, authoritative voice, Chun Mo. She attempted to sit up abruptly but was met with a wave of dizziness, causing her to collapse back onto the pillow with a soft sound. Awake? A familiar voice came from beside the bed, low and tinged with an imperceptible weariness. Lin Wan turned her gaze to find Chun Mo seated on the chair beside her, still clad in the same slightly wrinkled clothing, with stubble beginning to show on his chin. His eyes, however, remained as profound as ever, fixed intently upon her. "Why are you here?" The moment she spoke, Lin Wan was startled by the hoarseness of her own voice. She instinctively tried to maintain an air of pride and indifference, but the weakness in her tone rendered her words powerless. "You were delirious with a high fever, suffering from acute pneumonia. If I hadn't come, would you have intended to burn yourself out in the villa?" Chun Mo's tone was calm, devoid of overt emotion. Yet the content of his words brought a flush of embarrassment to Lin Wan's cheeks. She turned her face away, unwilling to let him witness her disheveled state, and stubbornly replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired. A little rest will suffice. Who asked you to meddle?" Despite her bravado, a sense of panic surged within her. Chun Mo disregarded her defiance, rising from his seat to reach out, gently placing the back of his hand against her forehead. His touch was light, imbued with an undeniable concern. Lin Wan tensed at the contact, wishing to withdraw, yet ultimately remained still. The coolness of his hand rested gently against her forehead, which had finally returned to normal temperature, providing a soothing sensation. "Ah, the fever has subsided." Chun Mo seemed to exhale with relief as he withdrew his hand. The doctor had remarked on her frail immunity, her emotional fluctuations, the burdens weighing on her heart, and the exhaustion that had led to her collapse, advising her to take ample time for proper recuperation. The phrase "burdens weighing on the heart" pricked Lin Wan like a delicate needle. She pressed her pale lips together, choosing silence. Chun Mo, too, refrained from further words, turning to pour a glass of warm water, inserting a straw, and offering it to her lips. "Drink some water." The doctor insisted. "You must stay hydrated." His actions were practiced and instinctive, as if he had performed them countless times before. Lin Wan regarded him with a complex gaze. The Chun Mo she remembered was still the driver and assistant who relied on her guidance and protection. Yet now, he resembled a steadfast guardian, tending to her needs. After a moment's hesitation, she succumbed to her parched throat, slightly bowing her head to sip the warm water through the straw. The soothing liquid alleviated her dry throat and seemed to infuse her cold heart with a hint of warmth. Throughout the day, Chun Mo scarcely left the hospital room. He patiently encouraged Lin Wan to drink water and consume small amounts of liquid food. When she expressed disinterest in eating, he insisted with a gentle yet firm demeanor that left no room for argument. While she received intravenous fluids, he quietly sat beside her, either resting his eyes or attending to emails on his phone. Yet he would periodically glance at her to ensure the bottle was functioning properly and to see if she required anything. When she attempted to rise to use the restroom, her legs weakened the moment they touched the floor, prompting him to swiftly support her, draping her arm over his shoulder and almost cradling her as he escorted her to the bathroom door. He then turned his back, standing guard outside until she emerged, assisting her back to bed in the same manner. The entire process unfolded with an effortless grace, devoid of ambiguity or overstepping, solely characterized by sincere care and attention. Conversely, Lin Wan found herself leaning against his sturdy frame, inhaling the faint scent of tobacco mingled with the sterile aroma of the hospital, her cheeks involuntarily warming. During this time, a nurse entered to change the dressing and conduct her rounds. The admiration and envy in the nurse's gaze directed at Chun Mo were palpable. as she quietly remarked to Lin Wan. "Miss Lin, your husband is truly wonderful. He has stayed by your side all day without leaving an inch." Lin Wan opened her mouth to clarify that he was not her husband. However, as the words lingered at her lips, she was inexplicably silenced by the nurse's kind smile and Chun Mo's attentive gaze, merely managing a vague murmur of agreement, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Chun Mo seemed to catch her response, turning his head to glance at her, his eyes deep and inscrutable. In the afternoon, Anna arrived bearing a change of clothes and personal items, her heart finally easing as she noted Lin Wan's improved condition. "President Lin, you gave me quite a scare," Anna exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank goodness for Chun Mo. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have known what to do." Lin Wan cast a fleeting glance at Chun Mo, who appeared to be engrossed in his documents by the window, yet his attention was entirely directed towards her. She gently interrupted Anna, inquiring, "Is everything well at the company?" Anna promptly understood and proceeded to report on several urgent matters. Despite her illness, Lin Wan's mind remained sharp, and she succinctly issued a few directives. Chun Mo, listening intently, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This woman truly prioritizes her career above all else. Once Anna departed, the room was left with just the two of them. The golden hues of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting a warm glow across the space. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Wan gazed at Chun Mo, who was enveloped in the shifting light and shadow. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she quietly asked, "Aren't you supposed to be working? You don't have to stay here with me." Chun Mo set his phone aside and raised his gaze to meet hers. "Work can be done at any time, but right now, you are my priority." His response was straightforward and unembellished, akin to a stone cast upon a still lake, sending ripples through Lin Wan's heart. She quickly lowered her eyelids, striving to conceal her inner turmoil, her voice remaining cool and detached. "Thank you this time. I will have Anna settle your medical expenses and any compensation for your missed work later." She attempted to draw a line with financial matters, clinging to the last vestiges of her pride. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo fell silent for a few moments before rising and approaching the bedside. Looking down at her from above, his gaze was so intense that Lin Wan felt somewhat disconcerted. "Lin Wan," Chun Mo's voice seemed to carry an inexplicable emotion. "Must we be so meticulous in accounting between us?" A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Wan as she clutched the bed covers, feigning calmness to meet his gaze. "Otherwise, you are a billionaire now. I cannot simply take up your valuable time without compensation." The moment the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. The bitterness and sarcasm in her statement were glaringly apparent, even to herself. Yet, Chun Mo did not react with the anger or retreat she had come to expect. Suddenly, he leaned down, placing his hands on either side of her body on the bed. The distance between them vanished in an instant, their breaths mingling in the air. Lin Wan could distinctly see the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the stubble that adorned his chin. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her breaths becoming shallow. "Lin Wan, listen to me." Chun Mo fixed his gaze on her eyes, enunciating each word clearly. "The reason I am willing to care for you is not because you are the president of Jinwan International, nor because we have shared intimate moments together. It is simply because you are Lin Wan. Is that reason sufficient?" His words struck Lin Wan like a bolt of lightning, rendering her momentarily frozen. Her mind a blank slate as she stared at his face, now so close. Time seemed to stand still, and the air was thick with a tantalizing aura of unspoken desire. Lin Wan felt as though she had been ensnared in a vortex named Chun Mo, utterly disoriented and sinking deeper into its depths. Her parched lips seemed to be drawn towards Chun Mo's, as if by some invisible force, unconsciously gravitating towards his mouth. Just as their lips were about to meet, Chun Mo's phone rang abruptly, shattering the intimate and tense atmosphere. He inhaled deeply, straightened up, and glanced at the caller ID. It was Wu Junwei. Frowning slightly, he moved to the window to answer the call. Lin Wan exhaled sharply, as if she had just been pulled from the depths of water, her heart racing uncontrollably. Instinctively, she raised her hand to touch her flushed cheek, her skin burning with heat. As she gazed at Chun Mo's silhouette, his earlier words echoed in her mind. "Only because you are Lin Wan." This statement resonated with more impact than any sweet nothings, gradually dismantling the defenses around her frozen heart. Chapter 42. A matter of honor. Upon completing the call with Wu Junwei, Chun Mo returned to the bedside, his expression restored to its usual composure, as if the profound conversation had never transpired. Yet, The slight flush of Lin Wan's ears and her flickering gaze betrayed her inner turmoil. I have a matter to attend to, Chen Imo said, regarding her with an air of casualness. Shall I have Anna come to keep you company? Or perhaps arrange for a professional caregiver? Lin Wan immediately shook her head, instinctively declining. No, I'm fine. I can manage alone. She did not wish for more eyes to witness her vulnerability, especially those of her subordinates. Chen Imo seemed to see through her thoughts and nodded. Very well. The medication is on the bedside table. Call me if you need anything. He paused momentarily, adding in an unwavering tone. I will return once I have dealt with my matters. This final statement was no longer a suggestion but a decree. Lin Wan had intended to retort that he need not return, but as she met the steadfast determination in his eyes, along with the memory of his earlier declaration, only because you are Lin Wan, her feeble resistance quietly dissipated. She merely offered a faint, almost imperceptible, in acquiescence, seemingly satisfied. Chen Imo meticulously checked the hospital room's facilities, ensuring that the hot water and call bell were within her reach before turning to leave. The door to the room closed gently, isolating her from the sounds of the outside world. In the spacious room, Lin Wan found herself alone, the sudden silence disconcerting. The air still seemed to carry the reassuring scent of Chen Imo leaning against the headboard, her gaze unfocused on the white wall. Her mind was a chaotic whirlwind. The events of the day replayed in her mind like scenes from a film. Chen Imo forcefully invaded her villa, unceremoniously whisking her to the hospital, where he remained by her side for an entire night, meticulously attending to her. His astonishing confession shattered her previous perceptions of him. He was no longer the man requiring her protection or seeking her approval. He had transformed into a figure of strength, confidence, decisiveness, and even aggression. This transformation left her both flustered and irresistibly captivated. She loathed this feeling of losing control, yet could not deny the comfort of being cared for during her vulnerable moments of illness. This sensation seemed rather pleasant, even inciting a hint of desire within her. However, as soon as this thought emerged, Lin Wan forcefully suppressed it. She irritably closed her eyes, attempting to dispel these distractions through sleep, only to find her mind unable to settle. Time slowly passed in the quiet rhythm of the foredrip. Half an hour later, a nurse entered to remove the needle, check her temperature, and advised her to rest and maintain a light diet. After the nurse departed, Lin Wan felt slightly rejuvenated and decided to rise and move about. Having lain down for too long, her body felt somewhat stiff. She donned a jacket and, with slightly unsteady steps, slowly made her way out of the ward, yearning for fresh air in the garden at the end of the corridor. The VIP floor of this private hospital was remarkably serene, with few people around. Just as she reached the garden entrance, she heard two familiar voices from the nearby lounge engaged in lively conversation. It was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. A financial prodigy had emerged in Jiangnan City. An excited voice exclaimed. Lin Wan paused, recognizing it as the owner of Taihe Real Estate, with whom she had collaborated a few times, though their relationship was not particularly close. What? Lao Wang. Who are you talking about? Inquired another curious voice, belonging to the owner of a different company. Who else could it be? It's Chen Imo, the owner of Dianjin Capital. Lao Wang's voice rose an octave, brimming with astonishment and envy. In just 3 days. In a mere 3 days. His private equity fund leveraged 200 million in the international gold market to yield nearly 400 million, an astonishing return of over 200%. What? Boss Lu's voice was filled with shock. 200 million, and he made over 400 million in 3 days. Is this news reliable? Absolutely. The entire circle is buzzing. Huang Baitao confirmed it himself. He invested 70 million and tripled his investment. That rascal can't stop bragging about it, claiming he regrets not betting his entire fortune. Damn, just hearing that makes me want to punch him. Lao Wang spoke passionately. You should have heard Huang Baitao's tone. He elevated Chen Imo to the status of an unparalleled wealth god. The moniker Dianjin show has now truly resonated. My heavens, this is simply extraordinary. The voice of Boss Lu was filled with incredulity. He had never heard of such a figure before. Who exactly is Chen Imo? Who can say? It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. However, after this incident, no one in the investment circle of Jiangnan City dared to remain unfamiliar with him. Yet, he was a man of few words, rarely engaging with outsiders. Apart from Huang Baitao, scarcely anyone knew him. It was said that those eager to invest in his second fund were nearly breaking down Huang Baitao's door, yet he remained unperturbed, maintaining an air of superiority. Ah, truly. The waves of the new generation pushed the waves of the previous one. In the future, I must find a way to become acquainted with this golden hand. The murmur of their conversation faded into the distance, seemingly leaving the lounge area. Meanwhile, standing at the entrance of the garden, Lin Wan felt as though she had been struck by a spell, her entire being frozen in place, her face drained of color, leaving only overwhelming shock and disbelief. 200 million, 30 times leverage, and in just 3 days, Chen Mo, the golden hand, amassed over 400 million. Each word struck her heart like a hammer, causing her breath to quicken and her mind to buzz. She was aware that Chen Mo had earned his first fortune through stone gambling, truly a billionaire. However, she never anticipated his actions would be so swift and audacious. Furthermore, his initial move was of such staggering magnitude. The international gold market, at 30 times leverage. The risks involved sent chills down her spine, as someone who had built her career in the real economy. One misstep could lead to irreversible doom. Yet he had won, and won so splendidly, so thoroughly, earning over 400 million in 3 days. With a return rate of 200%, such a feat could hardly be described as simply impressive. It was nothing short of a myth, a legend. No wonder he had sounded so urgent on the phone that night, and no wonder he appeared so fatigued today. In such a short span, he had ascended to such heights. At that moment, Lin Wan's emotions were a tumultuous blend. There was an incredulous shock, a belated realization of horror, and an ineffable sense of disparity. Yet, strangely, beneath these emotions, a hint of pride began to blossom, a pride she was reluctant to examine too closely. As if she shared in his glory. No one knew that the man who had created a new financial myth, now sought after by countless magnates, had been absent from the celebration of his triumph. Instead, he stood vigil by her bedside, meticulously feeding her water, consumed with worry and anxiety for her well-being. Leaning against the cold wall, Lin Wan slowly closed her eyes, her heart pounding fiercely within her chest. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze had transformed. The cold resistance had diminished, replaced by a sweetness reminiscent of youthful infatuation. Chapter 43. The voice of a future in distress, Chen Mo hurried back to the company. Swiftly collaborating with Wu Junhui, Zhao Feng, and others to manage the crucial processes of profit settlement and fund allocation for the Tiangong No. 1 fund. Despite the jubilance enveloping the crowd, Chen Mo's thoughts were anchored to Lin Wan in the hospital. He entrusted all subsequent matters to Wu Junhui, focusing solely on the broader direction. Old Wu, ensure that you and Director Zhao oversee the specific procedures. Compliance is paramount. All taxes must be paid in full. Do not entertain any devious thoughts that could lead to significant losses. As he rapidly perused the documents requiring his signature, he issued his directives. Rest assured, Chinzong. Wu Junhui replied, thumping his chest, excitement still evident on his face. Leave this trivial matter to me. You handle your affairs, and I will keep a vigilant eye here. There will be no issues. Nodding, Chen Mo swiftly completed the last document, donned his coat, and made his way outside. Once in his car, he started the engine, preparing to head to the hospital, when suddenly, an excruciatingly sharp, terrified cry erupted in his mind. No, don't come near. Please let me go. Uncle, save me. In an instant, Chen Mo's complexion changed drastically. The future sound had activated again. However, this time, it was not financial news or meaningless noise he heard, but rather the desperate plea of Lu Yamen, who was on the verge of collapse at some point in the future. Her voice was piercing and helpless, trembling and choked with emotion amidst the cacophony of loud music, sinister male laughter, and the clinking of glasses. Chen Mo's heart constricted painfully. Nearly losing grip of the steering wheel, he slammed on the brakes, the Bugatti screeching to a halt in the middle of the road. Lu Yamen, you must be safe, he shouted, hastily dialing her number, but there was no answer. Damn it, why isn't she picking up? Frustrated, Chen Mo pounded the steering wheel and immediately activated Insight, rapidly analyzing the situation. First, it was evident that Lu Yamen was in peril, likely an event occurring in the future. Although the precise timing and circumstances remained unknown, she was probably safe at present. Furthermore, after assisting her with a company contract, they had been in regular contact. Chen Mo knew she was a reclusive homebody, rarely venturing outside. In other words, it was highly probable that Lu Yamen was at home. If he could swiftly locate her and warn her to refrain from going out, or devise an excuse to keep her close, perhaps he could avert the impending tragedy. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Chun Imo wasted no time. He sharply turned the steering wheel, the tires screeching against the asphalt, as the car veered away from the hospital, racing towards the apartment he shared with Lu Yaman. In that moment, all his thoughts were temporarily overshadowed by her desperate cry for help. He could not bear to witness the misfortune befalling that girl, who called him uncle, awkwardly delivered him fruit as an apology, and possessed such clear, innocent eyes. The car surged forward, speeding through multiple red lights, eliciting a cacophony of blaring horns and curses. Chun Mo's gaze was icy, his entire focus concentrated on capturing the potential echoes of the future that might resurface, while simultaneously pressing the accelerator to the floor. Within less than 10 minutes, the car drifted to a halt beneath the apartment building. Without waiting for the vehicle to come to a complete stop, Chun Imo flung open the door and dashed out, bounding up the stairs with urgency, pounding on Lu Yaman's door. Lu Yaman, open the door, he shouted, his voice tinged with an urgency he himself had not fully realized. There was no response from within. A foreboding sense of dread weighed heavily on him. He attempted to use his usual method of unlocking the door with a card, only to discover that it was securely locked. With little time to spare, he took a step back and forcefully kicked the door near the lock. With a resounding crash, the old door swung open. Chun Imo rushed into the room. Finding it utterly vacant, he searched both inside and out, but Lu Yaman was nowhere to be found. Where could she be? Where had Lu Yaman gone? Chun Imo forced himself to remain calm, disregarding the mental fatigue and pain, and swiftly began to analyze the situation. The room bore no signs of struggle or conflict. It was evident that Lu Yaman had not been forcibly taken from her home. While rummaging through the wardrobe moments ago, he had noticed all of Lu Yaman's personal belongings were present. Even her identification card was left behind. This indicated that she had not ventured far, and it was highly probable that she was still within Zhanghai City. However, with Lu Yaman not answering her phone, and Chun Imo unfamiliar with her social circle, determining her exact whereabouts amidst the millions in Jiangnan City felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Soon, a solution dawned upon him. He hurriedly dialed Wu Junhui's number. Hello, dear President Chun, what brings you to seek out your humble brother? Wu Junhui's voice on the other end was jovial. Chun Imo had no patience for banter. He cut to the chase. Old Wu, do you know anyone who can track phone locations? Wu Junhui paused, surprised. What do you need that for? Illegal tracking carries legal risks. We don't engage in such activities. Cut the nonsense. Do you or don't you? Chun Imo gritted his teeth, urgency overtaking him. Saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. With Lu Yaman currently missing, the only option was to resort to this desperate measure. Wu Junhui, who ran an entertainment media company, knew a diverse array of people, and Chun Imo had no choice but to seek his assistance. After a brief hesitation, Wu Junhui agreed. All right, I'll do my best to reach out and see what I can find. Chun Imo sighed. Money was not an issue, but time was of the essence. Okay, hang up now. I'll contact you immediately if I have any news. After ending the call, Chun Imo anxiously paced the room. He could scarcely imagine what Lu Yaman had encountered to elicit such a desperate plea. In those fleeting 10 minutes, each second felt like an eternity. Fortunately, Wu Junhui finally replied. He was found, an experienced individual, valuing money over people, and his methods were relatively clean. Just provide me with the number you wish to locate. Any repercussions shall not befall you. It was proven that Wu Junhui was indeed highly reliable. Thank you, my brother. Chun Imo let out a sigh of relief and promptly sent Lu Yaman's phone number over. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wu Junhui sent a text message, Chengnan Baishui Town, Shanshui Rinjia Farmhouse. Chun Imo was overjoyed and without a moment's hesitation, dashed down the stairs like a gust of wind. Anxious and restless, he pressed the accelerator to the floor once more. The car roared as it sped toward the direction of Chengnan. Lu Yaman, hold on. You must endure. I will arrive shortly. A cold glint flashed in Chun Mo's eyes, as the desperate cries he had heard echoed in his mind like a haunting spell, urging him to accelerate, faster and faster. Chapter 44. A carefully woven trap. The scene rewinds to several hours earlier. Lu Yaman felt a flutter of excitement. Ever since Chun Imo rescued her from that unscrupulous agency, she had been cooped up at home, idly passing the time. Occasionally live-streaming, she lacked enthusiasm, spending her days yearning for Chun Mo's visit. However, a week had passed, and apart from a few sporadic messages, he seemed to have vanished from her life, leaving her so infuriated that she took to beating her beloved pig-shaped pillow as a stand-in for him, 100 times each day. This afternoon, out of the blue, she received a call from her middle school friend, Zhang Wan, with whom she had maintained a fair relationship. They had exchanged contact information after a chance encounter on the street not long ago. Upon learning of Lu Yaman's current state of idleness, Zhang Wan enthusiastically offered to help her find a job and invited her to a business gathering at the Shanshui Rinjia farmhouse that afternoon, promising to introduce her to several influential entrepreneurs. Though Lu Yaman found the invitation somewhat sudden, she recalled their past camaraderie and felt reassured. Additionally, Shanshui Rinjia boasted a commendable online reputation as a legitimate leisure farmhouse. With her savings dwindling and boredom creeping in, she decided to take a chance. After all, it was broad daylight, and surely no one would dare commit unlawful acts in such an open setting, right? After resolving to attend, Lu Yaman made a modest effort to enhance her appearance, infused with a blend of anticipation and slight social anxiety, and took a cab to the address Zhang Wan had provided. Upon arrival, she was pleasantly surprised by the size and rustic charm of the farmhouse. Zhang Wan was already waiting at the entrance, warmly linking her arm. "Manan, you finally made it. You look even more beautiful than before." Zhang Wan appraised Lu Yaman from head to toe, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy passing through her eyes, yet her smile was effusively warm. "You too, Wen." Lu Yaman replied with a smile, her earlier doubts somewhat alleviated. Zhang Wan then led her into a reserved, spacious private room. 7 or 8 men and women had already arrived, the air thick with smoke and the atmosphere rife with noise. Lu Yaman surveyed her surroundings, noting that all present were stylishly dressed strangers, exuding an air of arrogance, while Zhang Wan's so-called boss had yet to make an appearance. Come, let me introduce you all. This is my middle school classmate, the stunning Lu Yaman," Zhang Wan announced loudly. Several men's gazes immediately fixated on Lu Yaman, their looks rife with unmasked scrutiny and amusement, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Lu Yaman forced a smile and, under Zhang Wan's direction, took a seat at an empty spot. The gathering soon became lively, filled with drinking, dice games, and singing. Lu Yaman was coaxed into consuming several glasses of beer, her cheeks flushed. She attempted multiple times to discuss work with Zhang Wan, but each time was brushed off with excuses about the boss's absence and the need to enjoy the moment. In the meantime, a young man in a flamboyant shirt and with a frivolous demeanor took a seat beside her, persistently urging her to drink. His words laced with innuendo and unwelcome advances. Lu Yaman felt a wave of revulsion and excused herself to the restroom. There, she splashed cold water on her face, gazing at her slightly inebriated reflection, beginning to regret her decision. This gathering was nothing like the business meeting she had envisioned. She pulled out her phone to send a message to Chun Mo, only to find the signal exceedingly weak, preventing her from sending anything. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to bid farewell to Zhang Wan upon her return. However, upon re-entering the private room, she discovered the situation had worsened. Her glass was refilled, and the blonde youth, along with another seemingly more debauched young man with a nose ring, were leering at her with ill intentions. Zhang Wan stood nearby, wearing a forced smile, her gaze darting nervously away from Lu Yaman. "Miss Lu has returned? Come on, if you slack off, you owe 3 shots," the young man with the nose ring said, thrusting her glass toward her with an imperious tone that brooked no refusal. "I'm sorry, I can't drink anymore. And I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I should leave," Lu Yaman said, struggling to suppress her discomfort as she politely declined. "Leave?" The young man scoffed disdainfully, gripping Lu Yaman's wrist with such force that it caused her to wince in pain. "The party has just begun. Why so ungracious?" "Zhang Wan, what did you tell your classmate?" Zhang Wan's face paled as she hurried over to pull Lu Yaman aside, whispering urgently, Man, don't spoil the fun. This is young Master Tang, and that one is young Master Li. Their families are influential and just want to befriend you. A little more drinking one tea hurt. If you keep them happy, you needn't worry about your job." Lu Yaman violently shook off Zhang Wan's hand, her eyes filled with shock and disappointment. Wan, is the job introduction you spoke of merely a ruse to have me entertain these wastrels?" It was only then that she comprehended the stark reality. She had not been invited to discuss work, but rather had been lured by her so-called friend to appease these spoiled rich kids. What a pretense of innocence. The golden-haired youth, Li Xiao, impatiently rose to his feet, seizing the wine glass and forcefully pouring its contents into Lu Yaman's mouth. "At this point, we must adhere to our rules. Drink up, not a single drop should spill. Or don't blame me for being unkind. Let go of me." Lu Yaman struggled desperately, the liquid splattering across her body, choking her and bringing tears to her eyes. The others in the private room merely observed with cold indifference, some even jeering in delight. Zhang Wan, terrified, cowered in a corner. As Lu Yamen writhed in her plight, young Master Tang's gaze grew lustful, and he signaled to Li Xiao. Take her to the back building. This place is too crowded. Li Xiao understood, and along with another henchman, they roughly seized the struggling and crying Lu Yamen, dragging her forcefully towards the exit of the private room. Help! Let go of me. What you're doing is illegal. Lu Yamen cried in sheer terror, but her pleas were drowned out by the deafening music and the laughter of the onlookers. Soon, she was forcibly pulled out of the main building, towards a more secluded structure within the depths of the countryside retreat. The night wind chilled her drenched clothes, sending a piercing cold through her. But what chilled her heart even more was the sense of despair that engulfed her like a relentless tide. At the threshold of the darkened doorway of the small building, Lu Yamen summoned her last vestiges of strength and courage, letting out a primal, heart-wrenching scream. No. Don't come any closer. Please, let me go. Someone help me. In the next moment, she was violently thrust into the dark room, landing heavily on the carpet. The door slammed shut behind her with a thunderous bang, the sound of the lock clicking ominously clear. Young Master Tang and Li Xiao approached with cruel smiles, as if relishing the sight of a helpless lamb fallen into their trap. Go on, scream. Let us see who will come to your rescue today. Young Master Tang leisurely unbuckled his belt, his face twisted in a sadistic mockery akin to a cat playing with its prey. Cowering in the corner, Lu Yamen trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, her heart filled with boundless fear and despair. Chapter 45. A divine intervention. Young Master Tang, bare-chested and leering, inched closer, pressing down on Lu Yamen's shoulder. Just as she succumbed to utter despair, resignedly closing her eyes to endure the nauseating breath closing in on her, a thunderous roar erupted. The solid wooden door seemed to be struck by a runaway truck, splintering into fragments that exploded inward like a shower of shrapnel. A powerful Bugatti surged into the room like a dark avenger, shattering the lascivious atmosphere with its sudden intrusion. Young Master Tang and Li Xiao were jolted by the deafening noise, their movements freezing in shock as they turned to behold the doorway. Bathed in the faint moonlight filtering from the window and the corridor's illumination, they beheld a man emerging from the vehicle, dressed in a simple shirt and trousers. His tall stature exuded a formidable presence that was both terrifying and commanding, especially those eyes, which glowed eerily in the darkness, swirling with a palpable chill of murderous intent and fury. Who the hell are you? Daring to disrupt my affairs? Young Master Tang was the first to react, a mixture of shock and anger erupting from him as he instinctively reached for the ashtray on the table to bolster his courage. Li Xiao also blustered, his bravado wavering. Get out. Do you know who we are? If you don't want to die. His words were cut short. That figure moved. Chen Mo, uninterested in idle chatter, lunged forward with remarkable speed, appearing before Li Xiao in an instant. Li Xiao only saw a hand rapidly enlarging before him, and then he was struck by an indescribable agony, as if a hammer had collided with his face. Bang! With a muffled thud, Li Xiao was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall behind him, slumping down without a sound, unconscious, blood gushing from his nose, a distinct palm print quickly swelling on his face. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Young Master Tang barely comprehended how his companion had been dispatched. He only felt a gust of malevolence sweeping toward him. The ashtray he had just grasped was effortlessly snatched away by a hand like a vice, followed by a searing pain originating from his groin. Chen Mo, filled with fury, delivered a devastating kick to young Master Tang's most vulnerable area. Lu Yamen, in a daze, seemed to hear the sickening cracks akin to eggs shattering. Ah, that hurts like hell. Young Master Tang let out a wretched scream, clutching his groin, curling up like a shrimp in violent spasms, cold sweat instantly covering his face. Chen Mo did not spare him a glance, as if he had merely swatted away a couple of flies. His gaze swiftly locked onto Lu Yamen, who was huddled in the corner, trembling, disheveled, with tear-streaked cheeks. In that moment, his rage threatened to ignite into tangible flames. He quickly approached, shedding his shirt and carefully draping it over Lu Yamen, wrapping her securely within it. Girl, it's all right now, I'm here. His voice was deep and hoarse, yet imbued with a reassuring strength, a stark contrast to the fearsome image he had just projected. Lu Yamen, dazed, lifted her head, and through her tear-filled eyes, she beheld the familiar face etched in her heart. A tumult of immense fear and sudden safety intertwined, rendering her mind blank. "Uncle?" Her voice trembled, laced with disbelief, as if she feared that everything before her was merely a mirage born from despair. "It's me." Chun Mo, observing her state of overwhelming fright, felt an immense ache in his heart, reaching out to gently wipe away her tears. "I'm sorry I'm late." Feeling the warmth of his fingertips and the comforting aura he exuded, Lu Yamin's tightly wound nerves snapped, and she burst into tears, throwing herself into his embrace. Tightly clutching his waist, her body trembling violently from the aftershock of fear. "Oh, uncle, I am so frightened, truly terrified," she lamented. Burying her face deeply in Chun Mo's sturdy chest, her sobs tinged with a sense of helplessness and a profound dependence born from surviving trauma. Chun Mo enveloped her tightly, gently patting her back, his voice a soothing balm. "Do not fear, it is all right now. With me here, no one can harm you again." His embrace exuded warmth and strength, seemingly shielding them from all external malice and danger. Lu Yamin wept in his arms like a child, releasing all her fears and grievances. At that moment, the security personnel and the manager of the farmstay, startled by the loud commotion, timidly approached the door. Upon witnessing the chaos within, the wrecked Bugatti, one person unconscious and another kneeling in despair, their hearts raced with dread. Recognizing the identity of young Master Tang, the manager turned pale, pointing at Chun Mo with a voice tremulous with authority. "Who are you? How dare you commit violence here? Do you know whom you have struck? Release young Master Zhao at once." Chun Mo slowly lifted his head, his frosty gaze sweeping over the onlookers at the door. The malevolence in his eyes made the manager and the security personnel instinctively take a step back, rendered speechless. He cautiously attempted to soothe the agitated Lu Yamin, who clung to his clothing, ensuring she remained at his side. Then, he approached the still wailing young Master Tang, looking down at him from a position of dominance. The terror in Tang's eyes silenced his cries, leaving only pained moans and trembling fear. Chun Mo retrieved his phone, capturing several images of the dire state of young Master Tang and the other young man, particularly focusing on Tang's pitiful figure, hollowed by indulgence, resembling a mere scarecrow. Subsequently, he scanned the room and spotted a camcorder in the corner, which was still recording, eliciting a cold smile from him. After completing this, he turned his attention to the manager, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unsettling authority. "Who I am is beyond your comprehension. You may now inform your superior." I present him with two choices. First, call the police. I will submit all these pieces of evidence, and we shall see who ultimately faces justice. He gestured with the camcorder and his phone. Second, summon an ambulance immediately and have their father come to claim them. I am eager to discover what kind of parent could raise such abominable creatures. The manager was drenched in cold sweat from Chun Mo's words. Observing the unyielding confidence radiating from him, juxtaposed with the pitiful states of the two young masters on the floor, the manager quickly comprehended that this man was someone formidable, far beyond their reach. Please do not be angry. I shall notify my boss right away and have him come." The manager hastily gestured, his tone shifting, promptly instructing his subordinates to comply. Disregarding them further, Chun Mo carefully bent down and lifted the trembling Lu Yamin, who was still in shock, her legs weak. As he strode away from that squalid scene, he did so amidst a profound silence filled with awe. The night breeze stirred, caressing his stern profile and the loose strands of hair from the girl in his arms. Lu Yamin nestled closely in his embrace, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, enveloped by the sense of security he offered. All her previous fears gradually gave way to a complex array of emotions, a blend of reliance and excitement that was difficult to articulate. She quietly raised her tear-filled eyes, gazing at his chiseled jawline, her mind echoing a singular thought. Once again, the uncle had descended like a deity, rescuing her in her moment of utmost despair. Chapter 46. Wrath of Thunder. Chun Mo summoned a ride-hailing service and personally assisted Lu Yamin into the vehicle at the entrance. The manager and security personnel observed the scene unfold, yet dared not intervene. Overwhelmed by fright, Lu Yamin clung to the hem of his shirt as if it were a lifeline, her gaze unfocused, her body trembling slightly. "Uncle, don't leave me alone." The girl's voice was hoarse, laden with tears and fear. "Dear child, I have matters to attend to. It is unsafe for you to remain here." Chun Mo's tone softened as he gently patted her hand. "I have made arrangements. Do not worry, someone will be there to receive you after you alight from the car." His soothing words seemed to take effect, and Lu Yaman slowly released her grip, obediently responding with a soft though her long lashes continued to flutter anxiously. Chun Mo closed the car door, watching the vehicle depart, his gentle demeanor instantly replaced by an icy countenance. He turned and re-entered the brightly lit, yet stifling atmosphere of the farmhouse courtyard. Upon returning to the small building, he found the manager perspiring profusely, directing staff to tend to the howling Tang Gongzi and the unconscious Li Xiao. The sight of Chun Mo's return rendered the manager weak at the knees, nearly causing him to collapse. "Sir, my boss is en route. Do you have any further instructions?" The manager inquired, bowing deeply, his posture exuding abject humility. Without sparing him a glance, Chun Mo's gaze was fixed directly on the pale-faced Tang Gongzi, who was grimacing in pain and fear. He approached, towering over him, his voice low yet piercing like an icicle piercing the marrow. "Call someone capable from your family and have them come immediately." Tang Gongzi gritted his teeth, a mix of pain and humiliation fueling his anger, as he shouted defiantly, "You dare touch me? My father won't let you get away with this. You'll pay for it." Chun Mo smiled, a grin devoid of warmth. He slowly crouched down, retrieving Tang Gongzi's fallen phone from the ground, forcibly extracting one of his hands from between his legs and thrusting the device into it. "I said to call." His tone was calm, yet it bore a suffocating weight of intimidation. "You may have rendered your hand useless, but do you truly wish to spend the rest of your life being fed like a child?" Tang Gongzi met Chun Mo's gaze, which seemed to harbor a tempest within its depths, sending a shiver down his spine and choking the bravado in his throat. He had no doubt that should he persist in his defiance, this man would not hesitate to incapacitate him entirely. The fear of death ultimately eclipsed his arrogance. He trembled as he unlocked his phone, locating the number labeled father and dialing it, instinctively activating the speakerphone. The call rang for an extended period before being answered by an impatient middle-aged male voice, accompanied by the clamor of clinking glasses in the background. "Hello? You little rascal. What trouble have you stirred up now? I'm currently dining with Mr. Huang and President Liu. Dad, help me. My basket has been destroyed. I'm at the Mountain Water Inn by Shui Town. Please, come quickly." Young Master Tang cried, his voice thick with desperation. "What?" The voice on the other end instantly escalated, filled with shock and fury. "Who the hell dares to harm my son, Tang Pingju? Just wait. I will bring people to skin him alive." Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk as he spoke directly into the phone, his tone clear and indifferent. "Is this Mr. Tang? Your son is despicably vile and shameless, attempting to assault my friend. I am merely administering a small punishment to teach him a lesson. Here's the deal. I will grant you half an hour to provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to clean up your mess and ensure your son spends the rest of his life in prison." A sudden silence fell on the other end of the line. It was evident that Mr. Tang was taken aback by the chilling yet audacious words. Moments later, an enraged roar erupted. "Who the hell are you to speak to me like that? Point Gold Capital, Chun Mo." With those 6 words, Chun Mo abruptly ended the call. At that moment, Mr. Tang was in one of the city's most exclusive private clubrooms. Initially, he was furious and prepared to mobilize his men to confront the troublemaker at the farmhouse. However, the name Point Gold Capital Chun Mo fell upon him like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing much of his fury, replaced by a wave of uncertainty. Point Gold Capital? Chun Mo? This name had been mentioned repeatedly that evening among the true magnates present, filled with admiration and even a hint of reverence. The financial prodigy who had amassed nearly 500 million in just 3 days on the international market, hailed by Huang Baidao as a golden hand? How could his incompetent son have entangled himself with such a figure, and to threaten to clean up his mess and imprison his son? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Mr. Tang. He was acutely aware of his son's character, and the other party's words held a terrifying truth. His changing complexion naturally drew the attention of Huang Baitao, the centerpiece of the gathering. "Old Tang, what's the matter? You look rather pale." Huang Baitao inquired with a smile, holding up his glass. This evening, he was undoubtedly the star of the show, glowing and spirited. Although Huang Baitao had considerable wealth, he was not yet regarded as a top-tier magnate in the Jiang High City capital circle. However, all of that had transformed today. Now, who in the capital circle was unaware of his association with the financial prodigy Chun Mo, from whom he had effortlessly earned over 100 million in just 3 days? That money felt as though it had been found lying on the ground. After Chun Mo achieved fame with a single battle, various factions of capital began to stir, eager to leverage their connections to glean information about him. Yet, without exception, they returned empty-handed. They discovered only that Chun Mo had spent the past decade in obscurity as a security guard, and that it was only after his divorce that he soared to prominence. The sole individuals linked to him were Huang Baitao and Lin Wan, the stunning CEO of Zhenwan International. Capital is indifferent to an individual's past. It favors those who can substantiate their worth. Chun Mo, having emerged from obscurity, undoubtedly became a coveted asset in the eyes of investors. However, his impeccably clean personal history left Capital unable to forge connections in a timely manner. Thus, in a bid to befriend Chun Mo and align with the second fund of the Jindao Capital, Huang Baidao naturally became a prominent figure in the circle. President Tang, unable to conceal the truth or embellish it further, had no choice but to muster the courage to recount the situation in hushed tones. Upon hearing the details, the smile vanished from Huang Baitao's face. He abruptly slammed his glass down, its sharp sound silencing the room. All eyes turned to him. "What did you say? Your son has offended Chun Mo and attempted to assault his friend." Huang Baitao's voice escalated in both volume and chill, sending a shiver down President Tang's spine. "Huang, this must be a misunderstanding. I will handle it. I will rectify it." "How will you handle it?" Huang Baitao shot to his feet, his demeanor devoid of any trace of inebriation, replaced solely by frigid fury. "Chun Mo is my brother, my fortune. What does your son think he is? Daring to touch him?" He surveyed the room, noting the grave expressions of the influential attendees, and with a sweeping gesture commanded, "Stop eating. Damn it. I must see how this unfolds. Yes, let us all go. Let us support Brother Chun." "Unthinkable. President Tang, I must say, your son has gone too far this time. Hurry, prepare the vehicles. We are heading to Baishui Town." The business tycoons and bank presidents, whose mere footfalls could send tremors through Jiangnan City, rose without hesitation, fueled by indignation. They had been yearning for an opportunity to ingratiate themselves with the newly minted master of fortune, and this was nothing short of a divine chance. President Tang, isolated and visibly pale, hesitated momentarily, but clenched his teeth and followed suit. Soon, a convoy of luxury vehicles, formidable enough to instill anxiety in any traffic enforcement agency, surged forth from the clubhouse, racing towards Baishui Town in a whirlwind. Meanwhile, at the farmhouse, the owner had arrived. Accompanied by an ambulance, and medical personnel rushed to provide emergency care to young Master Tang and young Master Li. Upon seeing the farmhouse owner, young Master Tang seemed to regain a modicum of confidence, enduring the pain to hurl threats at Chun Mo. "You wait. My father will be here soon. You're finished." Chun Mo merely cast a cold glance at him, akin to observing an insignificant ant, devoid of any interest in engaging in conversation. "Are you, by any chance, General Chun of Point Gold Capital?" The man inquired, introducing himself as Sun, the proprietor of this agritourism establishment, expressing his pleasure at meeting Chun in person. "Rest assured, General Chun, these insolent creatures dare to wreak havoc on my territory. Even if you choose not to pursue the matter, I shall not let them off lightly. Once the situation is clarified, I shall personally extend my apologies and implore you to grant me the opportunity to make amends to your friend." Mr. Sun, a man in his 40s, gripped Chun Mo's hand tightly upon their introduction, his demeanor excessively cordial. He not only took the initiative to assume responsibility, but also pledged to compensate Liu Yamen on the spot, leaving Chun Mo with a simmering frustration with no outlet for his anger. Young Master Tang was utterly bewildered by Sun's actions. Sun was an old friend of his father's, which is why he had chosen this venue for their gathering. He had initially believed that Sun would come to bolster his support, only to be taken aback by Sun's immediate and fervent deference to Chun Mo. This absurd scene finally dawned upon him, and he realized that he might have bitten off more than he could chew. As time ticked away, the half-hour deadline set by Chun Mo loomed nearer. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the thunderous roar of engines and the shrill screech of brakes. Several black luxury cars barreled into the agritourism site, screeching to a halt before the building. From the vehicles emerged a dozen imposing men clad in black suits, exuding an aura that hinted at their formidable nature, either bodyguards or henchmen. Following them, a middle-aged man with a grim expression descended from a Mercedes-Benz S600. His gaze briefly flicked over Chun Mo and Mr. Sun before settling on Li Xiao, whose face was swollen like a pig's head as he received urgent medical attention. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Xiao's eyes lit up with a mixture of fear and relief, and he cried out, "Dad, you finally made it. I've been terribly bullied." Hearing his son's lament, Li Hongji's eyes flared with rage as he rushed to his son's side, roughly pushing aside the medical staff, his heart aching as he asked, "Son, who did this to you?" Still dazed from the recent ordeal, Li Xiao, oblivious to Mr. Sun's earlier respectful demeanor towards Chen Mo, seized the moment to unleash his pent-up grievances, pointing at Chen Mo and shouting, "It's this bastard. Dad, avenge me." Li Hongji whirled around and bellowed at the bodyguards. "Are you deaf? Did you not hear what the young master said? Take that bastard down." With those words, the bodyguards' faces contorted into expressions of malice as they advanced menacingly towards Chen Mo. Mr. Sun's expression shifted drastically. He stepped in front of Chen Mo, his voice trembling with authority as he shouted at Li Hongji, "How dare you lay a finger on General Chen? If you do, I will not let this matter rest." The manager and security personnel, emboldened by their boss's intervention, stepped forward to confront the Li family's bodyguards. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained stoic, his expression as dark as the stormy sea, his eyes betraying no emotion as he slowly straightened his posture, muscles coiling with tension, preparing to act. Yet, in this moment of palpable tension, the atmosphere crackled with impending conflict. Suddenly, brilliant headlights pierced the distance, almost illuminating half the night sky. Following that, a multitude of dark silhouettes surged forth from the veil of night, revealing not just a few vehicles, but an imposing convoy. Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Bentley Mulsans, and Maybachs, each a symbol of status and wealth. The procession rudely breached the rural establishment, encircling Li Hongji and his bodyguards in an instant. Subsequently, car doors swung open, with Huang Baitao leading the charge, his expression so grim it seemed one could draw water from it. Behind him trailed a dozen distinguished figures, frequently seen in financial news. The moment these titans appeared, their formidable presence enveloped the scene, rendering the air seemingly stagnant. The once intimidating Li family bodyguards, upon witnessing these prominent figures, who they usually only glimpsed in the news, stood frozen in shock, caught in a dilemma. Li Hongji, too, was rendered speechless, his mind a blank slate. "Huang, Lu, Chairman Wang, why are they all here?" Huang Baidao barely glanced at the bodyguards, his gaze fixated directly on Li Hongji as he strode forward, unleashing a torrent of scathing reproach. "Li Hongji, you wield quite the power, don't you? What do you intend to do with so many people? Do you wish to challenge my brother Huang Baidao?" "Huh." Li Hongji trembled under the barrage of insults, his complexion paling to a ghostly white as he stammered. Mr. Huang, this must be a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Huang Baitao interjected sharply, pointing at Li Xiao, who was struggling to sit up from a stretcher. "What sort of person is your son? Who in this circle is unaware? Bullying the weak and committing all manner of evil. Today, you dare to target the friends of my brother Chen? I see the Li family is tired of living." Other magnates chimed in, their tones icy. "Old Li, your parenting leaves much to be desired. President Chen is the pride of our Jiangnan business community. Your son's actions are utterly disheartening. It seems we need to reassess the risks associated with the Li Group's credit operations. As for the collaboration project in the new district, I believe it should be suspended." Each seemingly casual remark fell like heavy hammers, striking fiercely at Li Hongji's heart. Credit, projects, partnerships, these were the lifeblood of the Li family. The words of these magnates possessed the power to inflict severe harm upon the Li family, possibly rendering them incapacitated. Li Hongji was thrown into utter panic, cold sweat pouring from him, soaking his back. He could no longer afford to maintain any semblance of dignity. He bowed repeatedly in apology to Huang Baitao and the esteemed figures present. "I am deeply sorry, esteemed leaders. It is my failure as a parent. The fault lies with me, Li Hongji. I apologize. I will make amends. I implore you to show leniency." He rushed before Chen Mo, adopting an exceedingly humble posture, nearly begging, "President Chen, I beg your pardon. My son is a disgrace. Please, show mercy this once. State your demands for compensation, and the Li family will comply without hesitation." Chen Mo gazed at him with indifference, casting a glance at the ashen-faced Li Xiao, whose expression was one of utter shock. The violent anger within him subsided slightly. He did not wish to bully the weak, yet some individuals required lessons delivered in a language they could comprehend. "Compensation? Am I in need of your trifling offerings?" Chen Mo spoke coolly, demanding that your son, along with that young Master Tang, personally kneel and apologize to my friend. Furthermore, I insist they vacate Jiangnan City immediately, and for the next 3 years, they must not set foot here again. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure that the Tang and Li families are forever erased from Jiangnan. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a disquieting power. With the silent support of the influential figures behind him, his words were akin to unassailable law. Upon hearing this, Li Hongji felt as if a great burden had been lifted. As long as he could ensure his family's survival, he could agree to anything. He quickly nodded and bowed, assuring, "No problem, absolutely no problem. I shall make that wretch apologize immediately. He will be sent abroad tomorrow, so as not to trouble Mr. Chun." At that moment, young Master Tang from the crowd also stepped forward, forcing a smile as he echoed, "Mr. Chun is absolutely right. My Tang family has no objections." With that, the two rushed to the ambulance, each seizing the bewildered Li Xiao and young Master Tang, and without a moment's hesitation, they slapped them across the face several times, simultaneously bellowing, "Wretch, hurry and apologize to Mr. Chun." Both young Master Tang and Li Xiao were utterly terrified by the unfolding scene, their earlier arrogance extinguished. Enduring the excruciating pain, they bowed their heads, tears streaming down their faces as they incoherently offered their apologies. The spectacle was exceedingly uncomfortable, yet no one felt pity. Chun Mo expressionlessly recorded their humiliating display on his phone. There was no joy in his heart, only a profound weariness. After several days of intense work, having scarcely slept for 2 days, coupled with the recent exertion of insightful perception, had severely drained his strength. Now, with the resolution of the matter, exhaustion surged back like a tide. A wave of intense dizziness overcame him. The world darkened before his eyes, a buzzing filled his ears, and his body swayed. "Brother Chen?" Huang Baitao was the first to notice his distress, swiftly stepping forward to support him. Chun Mo attempted to wave his hand to indicate he was fine, but when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. In his fading consciousness, he could only see the panicked faces of Huang Baitao and the other dignitaries approaching. And then darkness enveloped him as he fell backward. The last words that escaped Chun Mo's lips before he lost consciousness were, "Lin Wan. She is still waiting for me." The sudden turn of events left the dignitaries present utterly bewildered. "Mr. Chun, Brother Chun, quickly, someone call a doctor." The scene immediately descended into chaos. Chapter 48. Brother Chun, may you seek your own fortune. In the VIP ward of a private hospital in the city center, Lin Wan leaned against the headboard, her gaze intermittently drifting to the door, then feigning nonchalance as she glanced at the silent phone on the bedside table. Outside, the sky transitioned from dusk to the glow of streetlights, and eventually to the stillness of deep night. She had maintained this state for an entire night. Chun Mo stated that he would return once he had attended to his affairs. Yet, he has not come back, nor has he made a single phone call or sent a text. As the sun began to rise, Lin Wan found herself waiting in vain for someone who never appeared. Anna had visited briefly, bringing a light breakfast, and upon noticing Lin Wan's restless demeanor, she cautiously inquired, "Ms. Lin, are you waiting for Mr. Chin? Would you like me to give him a call?" "There's no need," Lin Wan promptly declined, her tone reverting to its usual frosty demeanor. "Whether he comes or goes is of no concern to me." Anna, sensing the gravity of the situation, refrained from pressing further, though concern was evident in her eyes. Lin Wan forced herself to divert her thoughts, picking up a business magazine to peruse, yet the words eluded her comprehension. Her mind echoed with the fragments of yesterday spent with Chun Mo, and an inexplicable sense of loss and injustice wrapped around her heart like creeping vines. Lin Wan even subconsciously sought excuses for Chun Mo. Perhaps his company was just finding its footing, leaving him too occupied to visit. Maybe his phone had run out of battery, or perhaps he was simply too exhausted to come. Despite her attempts to rationalize Chun Mo's absence, the reality of his failure to keep his promise gnawed at her. Her heart grew increasingly cold. To stave off her spiraling thoughts, Lin Wan immersed herself in work, impervious to Anna and the doctor's earnest pleas for her to rest. It was until around 8 or 9 in the morning that Lin Wan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the wife of a business associate, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement and gossip. "Ms. Lin, have you heard about the sensational incident that occurred last night in by Shui Town? It's absolutely earth-shattering." Lin Wan furrowed her brow slightly, responding nonchalantly, "What happened?" She had little interest in gossip, yet sometimes felt compelled to engage in such conversations to maintain cordial relations. "It's about Mr. Li Hongji's precious son from the Jiangji group and that young man from the Tang family. Those two rascals got into serious trouble at a farm stay-in by Shui town. I heard they attempted to force themselves on a young girl and ended up biting off more than they could chew. Lin Wan's heart stirred inexplicably, and her curiosity was piqued. Biting off more than they could chew? That seems implausible. The Li and Tang families are well established in Jiangnan. Could they have offended someone formidable? The upper echelon was a tightly knit circle, and Lin Wan could think of no other reason for such trouble, aside from an outsider's wrath. Oh, you might be mistaken. You would never guess who that young girl's protector is, the caller said mysteriously, successfully igniting Lin Wan's intrigue. Who is it? She asked. Ha. It's the sensational figure known as the Golden Touch, Chen Mo. The caller's tone was filled with astonishment. That Chen Mo went in single-handedly, taking on two opponents and rendering the Tang family's scion incapacitated. My goodness, it was extraordinary. Lin Wan's grip on her phone tightened, her knuckles turning pale. Chen Mo? In a tumultuous moment sparked by a young girl, the unfolding events were far from over. The voice on the other end of the line brimmed with excitement, describing a scene reminiscent of a cinematic spectacle. Prominent figures such as Huang Baidao, President Liu, and Chairman Wang, along with several influential personalities, quickly formed a convoy to rally behind Chen Mo upon hearing the news. Li Hongji and Tang Pengju were left paralyzed with fear, compelled to force their son to kneel and apologize. It was later reported that Chen Mo proclaimed the immediate expulsion of those two young men from Jiangnan City, threatening the annihilation of the Tang and Li families if they did not comply. Truly an overwhelming display of authority. As the other party continued to elaborate on the astonishing scene, their tone infused with admiration for Chen Mo and curiosity about the young girl, Lin Wan found herself engulfed in silence. A buzzing filled her ears, and her blood seemed to freeze in her veins. The so-called matters he was handling were, in fact, about standing up for another woman. His entire day's absence was attributed to a brawl on behalf of someone else, even drawing the attention of the city's elite. What did it mean that she had waited for him, like a fool, throughout the night? Were his seemingly heartfelt words and thoughtful gestures merely a fleeting performance? An overwhelming sense of disappointment and the sting of betrayal washed over her like a tsunami. A sharp pain pierced her heart, more agonizing than a fever. Lin Wan had not realized the significant role Chen Mo played in her heart, one capable of stirring her emotions so profoundly. President Lin, are you still on the line? The caller finally noticed her silence. Snapping back to reality, Lin Wan's voice emerged dry and cold, devoid of any emotion. I apologize, sister-in-law. Thank you for sharing this with me, but I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Let us talk another time. Without waiting for a reply, she abruptly ended the call. The room fell into a profound silence. She slowly lowered her phone, her face void of expression, only a chilling coldness gradually enveloping her eyes. Thicker and more resolute than ever before. All previous subtle shifts, those barely perceptible anticipations and flutterings of the heart, were utterly crushed in that moment, frozen into an unyielding ice that would never thaw. She threw off the covers, rose from the bed, and approached the window, gazing out at the dazzling yet frigid city nightscape, her silhouette standing tall and solitary. So be it. This was indeed for the best. She had finally come to a clear understanding of reality. Perhaps she and Chen Mo were never meant to be of the same kind. As he soared to great heights, ascending the social ladder, he would never lack for young and beautiful companions. His ruthless and decisive methods destined him to be no woman's refuge. It was time to bury her laughable feelings and expectations once and for all. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open. Huang Baitao entered with an expression of anxiety and concern. President Lin, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Chen Laodi specifically asked me to come. As Huang Baitao spoke, he noticed Lin Wan's gaze, cold and devoid of emotion, which caused him to falter. Lin Wan slowly turned around, her eyes calmly sweeping over Huang Baitao. Her tone so frigid it seemed to lack any warmth. Mr. Huang, there is no need for you to report on Chen Mo's matters to me. I have no desire to hear it. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. Huang Baitao was momentarily rendered speechless by her resolute demeanor. Unsure of how to respond, he keenly sensed that an extremely serious misunderstanding had arisen between Chen Mo and Lin Wan, and silently lamented, Chen Laodi, this matter is beyond my control. I wish you good fortune. Chapter 49. Rebirth. In a single occupancy room at the municipal hospital, Chen Mo lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale, The intravenous medication dripped rhythmically, its sound particularly pronounced in the silence. Last night, he had collapsed unexpectedly, which had terrified Huang Baitao and the other influential figures, prompting them to bypass private hospitals and rush him to the municipal hospital. Fortunately, the doctor diagnosed him with mere exhaustion, assuring that he would soon regain consciousness after a few days of rest. Only then did Huang Baitao and the others reluctantly leave. Before departing, they instructed their assistant to purchase a considerable bouquet of fresh white lilies to mask the sterile scent of the disinfectant in the room. Chun Mo was no longer an obscure figure, but rather recognized as the Midas touch within the Jiangnan investment circle, his well-being affecting the hearts of many. Just as Huang Baitao and the others departed, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open. Lu Yamen rushed in, carrying a thermos and panting heavily. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and damp strands of hair clung to her face, indicating her hurried arrival. Upon seeing Chun Mo lying in bed, her heart tightened painfully, and she hurried to his side, hesitating to reach out to him. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, leaving damp marks on the pristine white sheets. "Uncle," she choked. "You were fine just yesterday. How could this happen so suddenly?" In her memories, Chun Mo was always composed and strong. Whether manifesting unexpectedly at the farmhouse or standing up for others in the nightclub, he always provided her with a sense of security. Yet now he appeared so fragile. Leaving her at a loss, Lu Yamen took out a damp towel, gently wiping Chun Mo's face with the utmost care, as if tending to a rare treasure. At that moment, the hospital room door swung open once more. Xiao Yun entered, carrying a delicately woven bamboo fruit basket. Upon seeing Lu Yamen, her steps faltered, and her smile froze. "Miss Lu, your news travels fast," Xiao Yun remarked, placing the fruit basket on the bedside. "Mr. Chen's condition has just stabilized, and yet you have already arrived." Lu Yamen awkwardly wiped away her tears. "I just learned from President Wu that Uncle had fallen ill and was hospitalized. I thought he might need a light diet, so I brought some congee." Last night, Chen Mo had asked Lu Yamen to leave first, and it was indeed Wu Junhui who was tasked with caring for her. "Sister Xiao Yun, are you here to look after Uncle as well?" "Mr. Chun is my boss. Naturally, I must be here." Xiao Yun gently tucked away the stray strands of Chun Mo's hair, her actions intimate and familiar, as if proclaiming some form of possession. She turned to Lu Yamen and inquired, "What did the doctor say?" Lu Yamen softly replied, "I just asked the doctor outside. He said it is extreme fatigue. He needs to rest well and will wake up soon." Watching the interaction between Xiao Yun and Chun Mo, an inexplicable unease stirred within Lu Yamen. This woman exuded a maturity and charm that surpassed her own, possessing a keen understanding of social nuances and the capability to assist Chen Mo with his work. While she felt she was merely a source of trouble, Xiaoyan retrieved a silver thermos from her bag, containing the rock sugar bird's nest she had prepared early that morning. As she twisted open the lid, her eyes frequently darted towards Lu Yamen, the competitive undertone in her gaze becoming increasingly pronounced. Lu Yamen, observing this, clenched the hem of her clothing, her voice slightly flustered as she said, I made millet porridge, thinking it would be good for his stomach." Xiaoyan glanced at the ordinary plastic thermos, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her lips, yet she refrained from comment, instead leaning down to adjust Chen Mo's pillow, her movements as natural as a hostess. Seeing this, Lu Yamen could not help but feel a shadow pass over her eyes. Yet she gritted her teeth and resisted the urge to leave. The hospital room fell into a delicate silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic sound of the drip. Lu Yamen remained by the bedside, tenderly tucking in Chun Mo's blanket. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan took out her tablet to document the progress reports of the operational team. Before Chun Mo fainted, he had been managing the profit settlements for gold. She needed to ensure that he would be informed of the latest updates as soon as he awoke. Suddenly, Chen Mo furrowed his brow and murmured incoherently, cold sweat beading on his forehead as if he were trapped in a nightmare. I am not a failure. I will be a good security guard and save more money. Ting Ting, don't divorce me." The two women leaned in closer, tension palpable. Lu Yamen attempted to rouse him, only to be stopped by Xiaoyan. "Don't disturb him. He is utterly exhausted. Let him dream. It will be more comfortable when he wakes up." The fragmented murmurs echoed the oppressive and humiliating past of security guard Chen Mo 10 years ago, after graduating from university and suffering the harsh realities of life. He reluctantly became a security guard at Jinhu Bay Community. When his first month's salary of 1,800 yuan was disbursed, he was overjoyed. racing to the market to buy ribs for Zhang Ting, his wife, and even a cheap hairpin as a gift. At that time, she had just married him and had not yet looked down upon his job. Happily accepting the gift and smiling as she said that being a security guard was quite good since at least life was stable. However, this stability soon devolved into what Zhang Ting would later deem a lack of ambition. Chen Mo could hardly recall when their communication had dwindled to almost nothing. With days passing without a single word exchanged, Zhang Ting became increasingly harsh, her words cutting deeper with each utterance. Sister Wang next door's husband bought her a handbag that costs as much as your salary for 6 months. You're a failure. I must have been blind to marry you. Chen Mo, do you even dare to think about having children with me? Can you even provide for them? With your meager salary, can you truly afford milk powder and diapers, let alone provide for our child's education and living expenses? After all these years of marriage, have we ever experienced a single day of happiness? Each day is a struggle for basic necessities, yet you seem incapable of rising to the occasion. Whenever a quarrel erupts, Zhang Ting's caustic and hurtful words pierce Chen Mo's heart like sharp needles, shattering his self-esteem into fragments. Nevertheless, for the sake of familial harmony, Chen Mo endures the humiliation and admits fault. The more he reflects on it, the more bewildered he becomes. He has exerted every ounce of effort for this family. Why can Zhang Ting not comprehend his hardships, instead choosing to chastise him? Is it truly a grave sin to be impoverished, to lack the ability to earn great wealth? What suffocates him further is the disdain from Zhang Ting's family. During holidays and significant events, nearly all expenses fall upon Chen Mo's shoulders, as if he alone is responsible for supporting his former mother-in-law and her entire family, leaving him gasping for breath. Even in his dire circumstances, he receives not a shred of understanding. Chen Mo vividly recalls an incident when his brother-in-law wanted to buy a new phone, and upon his inability to provide extra funds, his mother-in-law berated him mercilessly. You can't even scrape together 5,000? How dare you call yourself my son-in-law? If you lack money, go borrow some. Otherwise, I'll create a scene at your workplace and see if you still wish to continue as a mere doorman. His brother-in-law chimed in, Brother-in-law, I've been using this phone for 3 years, and my classmates mock me. If you don't assist me, how can I face school? Zhang Ting looked at him with disdain, calling him a complete failure. Chen Mo clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He observed the contempt in his former mother-in-law's gaze, the sense of entitlement in his brother-in-law's demeanor, and the disgust etched on Zhang Ting's face. And he found it all absurd. This family had never respected him. They regarded him merely as an ATM and a target for humiliation. No matter how much he contributed, it was all in vain. Eventually, he and Zhang Ting began sleeping in separate rooms, the home growing as cold as a tomb. As the tension in their marriage escalated, Zhang Ting began returning home later and later from work. One day, he inadvertently caught a whiff of an unfamiliar cigarette scent on Zhang Ting's intimate clothing. She often conversed with someone on her phone behind his back, and her attire became increasingly provocative. Chen Mo had his suspicions about Zhang Ting's fidelity, but he dared not inquire. He feared that shattering that delicate veil would lead to the complete collapse of their family. Then came that fateful night when he found himself entangled with Lin Wan, only to be caught red-handed by Zhang Ting. The veil he had been too afraid to tear fell apart through a twist of fate. The following day, as they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, he witnessed Zhang Ting, beaming with joy, boarding Wang Jun's luxury car, kissing him without a care in the world. At that moment, Chen Mo's heart was irrevocably shattered. He had devoted a decade to safeguarding another's family, yet he could not preserve the sanctity of his own marriage. He strived to provide a better life for his wife. But even the most basic profession of security became a source of original sin. Why is it wrong to be looked down upon simply for being a security guard? In his dreams, Chen Mo murmured to himself, a tear sliding down the corner of his eye. In the hospital room, Lu Yamen tenderly wiped away his tears. Uncle, no one dares to look down on you anymore. Xiaoyun silently set down her tablet, her jealousy replaced by concern. This master of managing billions, a figure of great influence, harbored such a painful past. After a while, Chen Mo's breathing steadied, and his murmurs ceased. As Lu Yamen rose to pour water, she inadvertently brushed against Chen Mo's hand. His fingers twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. His dazed gaze drifted across the ceiling before settling on the two women. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Where am I? Why are you both here?" "Uncle, you're awake," Lu Yamen exclaimed with delight, leaning closer. "You fainted for an entire night. Are you hungry? I've made porridge. Let me serve you some." With that, She grabbed a thermos to ladle out the porridge. Xiaoyan offered warm water, speaking softly, "Brother Mo, you've been so exhausted. Don't worry about work. With President Wu watching over things, there won't be any issues. Just focus on getting better first." After the warm water soothed his throat, Chen Mo felt a bit more alert. Observing Lu Yaman's busy silhouette and Xiaoyan's concerned gaze, he smiled faintly. "I'm sorry for worrying you both. I'm fine." Reflecting on the vivid and suffocating dream he had just experienced, Chen Mo's eyes gradually regained their sharpness. He understood that he had been reborn. The incompetent security guard, Chen Mo, who once endured humiliation, was gone for good. The current Chen Mo was destined to rise above mediocrity. In this vast world, there must be a place for him. Chen Mo. Chapter 50. An unexpected encounter with his ex-wife. Did she truly speak so resolutely? In the hospital room, sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting intermingling shadows on the floor. Chen Mo leaned against the headboard, his face serene, yet his slightly trembling hands revealed the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. "Ah, Chen, this is my fault." Huang Baitao lamented from the couch, his expression filled with regret. "Yesterday, I was so preoccupied with worrying about you that I forgot to explain things to President Lin, leading her to misunderstand." Chen Mo lifted his gaze, his voice steady but tinged with an imperceptible hoarseness. "Brother Huang, it's not your fault. It's my own failure to handle things properly." He understood clearly that Lin Wan's misunderstanding could not be resolved with mere words. From the moment he decided to resign and establish his own path, to the previous confrontation at the stone gambling venue, the grievances in Lin Wan's heart had already taken root, especially now, with the uproar caused by Lu Yaman attracting half the circle's attention. It was certain that embellished tales had reached Lin Wan's ears. Any man who had just shared a flirtation with her, suddenly causing such a scene for another woman, would naturally provoke suspicion. Huang Baitao sighed. "To be honest, Chun, President Lin definitely has feelings for you. Why not call her directly?" "No need," Chen Mo interrupted, his fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the bed. "She has her pride, and I have my principles. Perhaps she and I were never meant to be. And in this current state, it is quite all right. Yet, despite these words, my heart feels as if it is congested by some unseen weight, suffocating and stifling. I recall the moments spent with Lin Wan when I was her driver, the reckless fury I unleashed for her sake, and the risks I took to bring Zhao Kuan down. I remember her pale face during her illness. However, those once beautiful memories have now transformed into painful thorns. One day, she will understand that I, Chen Mo, am not the kind of person to be easily swayed." Suddenly, Chen Mo spoke, the confusion in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a chilling determination. "She will regret missing out on me, Chen Mo. That will be her greatest loss in this lifetime." Huang Baitao, observing Chen Mo's gaze, felt a sudden jolt in his heart and quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes, with your capabilities, Brother Chen, Lin will undoubtedly regret her choices in the future." The following morning, Chen Mo completed his discharge procedures. Lu Yaman carried the packed luggage, while Xiao Yun had arranged for a driver in advance. The two flanked Chen Mo, resembling personal secretaries. "Uncle, where are we headed now?" Lu Yaman inquired curiously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Mo glanced at the bustling streets outside, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "We are going to buy a few things, to add some new attire for both of you." Half an hour later, the vehicle halted in front of the premier shopping center, Global Harbor, in Jiangnan City. Gazing at the towering glass facade, Lu Yaman couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, everything here is so expensive. I used to only dare to pass by." Xiao Yun, however, remained composed, linking her arm with Chun Mo's, her tone teasing. "Brother Mo, are you planning to splurge to repay us for our care? But then again, as the owner of Dingjin Capital, you certainly cannot afford to have your companions appear shabby." Without a word, Chun Mo strode directly into the mall. Their first stop was the LV boutique. Upon seeing Chun Mo clad in the custom Armani suit gifted by Huang Baitao and a brand new Patek Philippe watch, the staff promptly welcomed him. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Please help these two young ladies choose their bags." Chen Mo indicated towards Lu Yaman and Xiao Yun. "I'll take all the styles they like." Lu Yaman, startled, quickly waved her hands. "Uncle, no need for that. They are too expensive. Just let me choose." Chun Mo ruffled her hair, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "Consider it a thank you for taking care of me yesterday." Lu Yaman, touched by his earnest gaze, felt warmth in her heart and, with a flushed face, approached the shelves. Xiao Yun appeared quite at ease, having previously navigated the nightlife. She was accustomed to acquiring flamboyant attire and had experience with luxury goods, thus she didn't feel as intimidated as Lu Yamen. However, in the past, when purchasing luxury items to maintain appearances, she typically opted for secondhand bargains. This was her first time shopping in-store without pretense. The two women gazed at the dazzling array of bags, instantly captivated, and excitedly whispered with the staff. The shop assistant was quite exhilarated, as the customer's spending was directly linked to her commission. Naturally, she hoped that Chun Mo would purchase as much as possible, preferably the more expensive items. She enthusiastically promoted, "Miss, you are so young and beautiful. This new bag is perfect for you. It has ample capacity for daily use and is a timeless classic." Lu Yamen tried it on. The light brown bag adorned with the iconic pattern indeed complemented her elegance. The assistant then recommended another bag to Xiaoyan, saying, "This lady radiates grace and poise. This sapphire bag is simply a match made in heaven. You will surely turn heads on the street." Xiaoyan stood before the mirror, wearing the bag and nodding in satisfaction. In the end, the two of them selected 5 bags. Lu Yamen chose 2, while Xiaoyan opted for 3, totaling 450,000. "Have you finished selecting? Then let us pack them all up," Chun Mo said without blinking, promptly pulling out his black gold VIP card from Jiangnan Bank. Lu Yamen was taken aback and exclaimed, "Uncle, one is really enough for me." He replied, "It's no trouble, as long as you enjoy it." Chun Mo's card swipe was swift and decisive, as though he were merely purchasing a bottle of mineral water. Over the next hour, he took the two women on a shopping spree through Gucci, Chanel, and Hermes, purchasing for Lu Yamen 2 stylish outfits, a necklace, and a bracelet, while selecting a dress and 2 pairs of high heels for Xiaoyan. Chun Mo's extravagant spending left even the sales staff in awe. Lu Yamen, with several shopping bags in hand, wore a beaming smile, though a hint of embarrassment lingered. "Uncle, I'm sorry for the expense," she said. He chuckled. "Money is meant to be spent." Glancing at the time, he added, "I'm a bit hungry. Let us head upstairs for a bite." The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the elevator. However, as they passed a cosmetics counter on the first floor, Lu Yamen suddenly halted. "Uncle, I'm just going to buy a lipstick. I'll be quick." Chun Mo nodded and waited with Xiaoyan. At that moment, a woman in a blue sales uniform, pushing a small cart, approached. Upon seeing Chun Mo, she abruptly stopped, nearly toppling her cart. "Chun Mo?" Zhang Ting's voice was laced with incredulity. "What are you doing here?" She scrutinized him, her gaze sweeping from his suit to his watch, then landing on the luxury bags Lu Yamen and Xiaoyan held. A derisive smirk curling her lips. "Oh, have you struck it rich? Dressed so well, and bringing 2 women to shop for luxury items? Is that rented clothing? Or have you latched onto a wealthy woman?" Chun Mo's expression instantly darkened. He had not anticipated encountering Zhang Ting here, nor did he expect her to be so acerbic. Lu Yamen returned from her lipstick purchase, frowning at Zhang Ting's words. "Who are you? Why are you speaking like that?" Zhang Ting glanced at Lu Yamen, momentarily taken aback by her youthful beauty, then sneered with venomous disdain. "Who am I? I am his ex-wife. Little girl, do not be deceived by him. He is merely a worthless security guard, earning a meager 4,500 a month, too stingy to buy even a new outfit. Now suddenly so generous. One cannot help but suspect he is involved in some nefarious dealings." Xiaoyan stepped forward, placing herself protectively in front of Chun Mo, her tone laced with icy sarcasm. "Ex-wife? With your gaunt features, how could you ever be worthy of our esteemed Mr. Chun? You work in a department store, so you must possess some knowledge of luxury goods, correct? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. The Armani suit Mr. Chun wears is custom-made, worth more than your entire salary over several years. And this Patek Philippe watch, do you have any idea of its value? You could toil your entire life and still never afford such a luxury." Zhang Ting's complexion paled, yet she remained defiant. "Custom-made? How can we be sure it isn't a high imitation? Patek Philippe? It could very well be a counterfeit. I know precisely how much Chun Mo possesses. He was too miserly to buy me even a 2,000 yuan bag. Now he pretends to be affluent. He refrained from buying for you because you are unworthy." Lu Yamen could no longer contain herself, raising her newly acquired Hermes bag. This bag was just purchased using Mr. Chen's black card. "Would you like to see the transaction records? All these clothes and jewelry are gifts from Mr. Chen. Your envy is futile." As the commotion drew attention, onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. Nearby staff recognized Zhang Ting and whispered amongst themselves. Could she be the ex-wife of that wealthy gentleman? I can't believe it. She must be seeking to cause trouble. Clearly, he is a man of means. What kind of fool would let such a golden opportunity slip away? Indeed, if she were truly his ex-wife, she would have walked away with a substantial sum. How could she have fallen to the point of working? Zhang Ting, overhearing the murmurs, felt a burning shame wash over her, yet she persisted, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Imo. Do you think that pretending to be wealthy can deceive everyone? Let me tell you, you will forever remain a pathetic failure. These women alongside you will inevitably come to regret their choices. Chen Imo gazed at Zhang Ting's contorted face, and the last remnants of sentiment for their past vanished entirely. He took a step forward, his eyes as cold as steel. Zhang Ting, whether I am a failure is not for you to judge. Your current circumstances are of no concern to me. From the moment we divorced, our lives have been severed. Do not appear before me again. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I will remain courteous. With that, he turned away without casting another glance at Zhang Ting. Addressing Lu Yamen and Xiaoyan, let us depart. The three turned and walked away, leaving Zhang Ting standing there, the object of scorn from the surrounding crowd. Watching Chun Mo's upright figure alongside two beautiful, youthful women, her fury erupted. She violently overturned her shopping cart, scattering its contents across the ground. Chen Mo, you wait and see. I will make you pay for this. Zhang Ting's teeth ground together, her eyes filled with malice. If you will not allow me peace, then I shall ensure you find no comfort. She initially believed that after his divorce, Chen Mo would lead a miserable life, but to her astonishment, he transformed into a wealthy individual, surrounded by admirers. This stark contrast drove her to madness, and the resentment in her heart grew like wild grass. If she couldn't possess something, then neither should anyone else. Meanwhile, in the elevator, Lu Yamen remained irate over the earlier incident. That woman was utterly outrageous. How could she speak to you like that? Exclaimed Xiaoyan, patting her shoulder. Don't stoop to her level. Such people cannot bear to see others thrive. Leaning against the elevator wall, Chen Mo gazed at the flickering floor numbers, his expression calm, yet tinged with sharpness. The appearance of Zhang Ting solidified his resolve. He was determined to ensure that those who once looked down on him would henceforth only be able to gaze at his back with admiration. Chapter 51. Strategizing with Lu Yamen after leaving the mall, the trio intended to find a place for lunch. However, Xiaoyan suddenly received a call from her family, informing her that her mother in the countryside had suffered an accidental injury and was hospitalized, necessitating her immediate return home. Xiaoyan, you should take care of your elderly family member. I'm in no rush. You can return to work once your mother is discharged. Chen Mo said thoughtfully as he granted her leave, transferring 50,000 yuan to her, both as a reward for her hard work during this time and as a gesture of sympathy. Reluctantly, Xiaoyun cast a wistful glance at the naive Lu Yamen and admonished, Man, Brother Mo has just been discharged. You must look after his daily needs, understand? Lu Yamen, unable to grasp the underlying implication in Xiaoyun's words, simply nodded, Okay. Sister Xiaoyan, I will. Seeing her reaction, Xiaoyan sighed. If it weren't for unavoidable circumstances, she would never wish to leave Chen Mo's side at this time. Wouldn't that be tantamount to relinquishing him to Lu Yamen? However, she soon came to a realization. Given Chen Mo's current stature, it was inevitable that he would not be surrounded by just one woman. Approaching 30 herself, how could she compete with a vibrant girl like Lu Yamen? It would be wiser to be gracious and understanding, perhaps allowing her to remain by his side longer. With clarity in her thoughts, Xiaoyun's gaze softened, and she no longer regarded Lu Yamen with hostility. She stepped closer and whispered into Lu Yamen's ear, Man, Brother Mo has strong needs. You must satisfy him promptly, or else you might lose him to some temptress outside, understand? Lu Yamen's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, twisting the hem of her garment. Barely managing to respond, Only then did Xiaoyan feel reassured enough to leave in a taxi. Curious about Lu Yamen's sudden blush, Chen Mo inquired, What did Xiaoyan say to you just now to make you turn so red? And nothing. Lu Yamen hurriedly shook her head, taking his arm to redirect the conversation. Uncle, where are we going now? Chen Mo smiled. First, we'll have lunch, and then in the afternoon, I'll take you to see some houses. Lu Yamen's heart sank at once, and she exclaimed in alarm, Uncle, are you moving? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Although the single apartment was quite nice, it was, after all, too far from my company. Moreover, now that I have the means, it is only fitting that I reside in a more refined place. Isn't it? Lu Yamen, feeling disheartened, let out a soft oh and lapsed into silence. Even when faced with the exquisite and delectable steak during their meal, she found herself lacking in appetite. Her knife and fork aimlessly tracing patterns on her plate, her eyes occasionally darting toward Chun Mo across the table, her lips pressed tightly together. When Chun Mo mentioned he was going to look at apartments, her mind went blank. She was overwhelmed with thoughts. Is the uncle planning to move away? Does he no longer wish to be my neighbor? Does he find me too bothersome and want to distance himself from me? Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Chun Mo inquired, setting down his utensils and glancing at her nearly untouched steak, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Lu Yamin suddenly snapped back to attention, hurriedly spearing a piece of steak and stuffing it into her mouth, chewing rapidly to the point of almost choking. No, it's delicious, she exclaimed. Chun Mo, observing her flustered demeanor, readily discerned the misunderstanding. He chose not to address it directly and simply smiled, offering her a glass of lemonade. Take your time, no one is competing with you. Lu Yamin accepted the glass, sipping cautiously. The icy liquid slid down her throat, yet did little to quell her inner unease. Stealing glances at Chun Mo as he leisurely cut his steak, waves of grievance washed over her. Was the uncle really moving away? Would he no longer pay her any mind? After their meal, the two promptly made their way to the prestigious Platinum Royal Court in the eastern part of the city. This was a renowned upscale residential area in Jiangnan, with stringent security, lush greenery, private elevator access, and spacious layouts of 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. It was undoubtedly a significant improvement over Chun Mo's previous single apartment. Moreover, it was a property partially owned by Huang Baitao, making it somewhat familiar territory for him. The property manager had been waiting at the entrance. Mr. Chun, Mr. Huang has instructed me to present you with the finest units available for your selection. The latest spacious flat is well ventilated from north to south and features a large balcony and open kitchen. Please follow me. He led the way with enthusiasm, not daring to show any negligence. Chun Mo nodded, thoroughly pleased with the greenery surrounding the property. Upon entering the unit, a bright living room greeted them, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a meticulously manicured private garden. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow on the floor. Lu Yamin followed him inside, her eyes instantly sparkling. The living room was expansive, the bedrooms faced south, offering a panoramic view, and there was even a balcony with a swing, truly her dream home. Yet, as the realization struck that this was Chun Mo's new abode, her heart sank once more. Do you like it? Chun Mo asked, turning back from the balcony. Lu Yamin nervously fiddled with the hem of her clothing and softly replied, It's quite beautiful. Come take a look at this room, Chun Mo said, pulling her into the secondary bedroom. Sunlight poured through the bay window, filling the room with warmth. Don't you enjoy basking in the sun while reading? A small table would fit perfectly here. Lu Yamin stood frozen, looking up at Chun Mo in disbelief. Can I come here in the future? Chun Mo gently tousled her hair, a smile illuminating his eyes. Otherwise, why would I purchase such a large house? Do you wish for me to inhabit this vast space alone? His words flowed like a warm current, instantly dissipating Lu Yamin's inner turmoil. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling. Uncle, do you mean I can live here? Why not? Chun Mo replied with a grin. You can take the guest room while I occupy the master suite. Besides, you could help me prepare breakfast from time to time. Wouldn't that be delightful? Tears welled up in Lu Yamin's eyes, not from sorrow, but from sheer exhilaration. She fervently nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Yes, that is wonderful. All her previous worries and anxieties transformed into surprise in that singular moment. She always knew that her uncle would not abandon her. The property manager, standing nearby, suddenly comprehended the situation. It was clear that Mr. Chun had chosen this residence for the charming young lady. No wonder he had inquired about the girl's preferences when making requests. It was all to please his girlfriend. He promptly interjected, Mr. Chun, if you are satisfied with the property, we can finalize the contract now. Mr. Huang has specifically instructed that you receive a 30% discount, bringing the total to 36.5 million. I will handle all subsequent paperwork for you. Chun Mo had no objections to the price, especially given the recent decline in housing values. Had this been during the peak of the market, one would have needed at least 70 to 80 million to secure such a property. Hearing that the house was valued at over 30 million made Lu Yamin's eyes widen in disbelief. All right, I'll take this house. Let us sign the contract shortly. Chun Mo then retrieved his mobile phone, opened a shopping app, and handed it to Lu Yamin. Take a look and choose the style of furniture you prefer, Sofa, bed, desk, select whatever pleases you. Lu Yamin accepted the phone, her fingers gliding across the screen, her heart racing like a little rabbit. She selected a light pink sofa, lace-trimmed curtains, and a princess bed for the guest room. With each choice, she looked up to Chun Mo, asking, "Uncle, does this look good?" "As long as you like it," was Chun Mo's ever-reassuring response, his gaze brimming with tenderness. The afternoon flew by swiftly. After finalizing the furniture, the moving company had already delivered Chun Mo's belongings. Having resided in an apartment previously, he owned little, hardly filling even one suitcase. Lu Yamin eagerly assisted with the unpacking, folding his clothes and organizing his possessions with the grace and efficiency of a true homemaker. Chun Mo leaned against the doorframe, watching her busy figure, sunlight casting a gentle glow upon her, outlining her soft silhouette, warming his heart. This must be the essence of home. Before they knew it, evening approached. Yet the furniture had yet to arrive. The house contained only a makeshift mattress and a folding table. Chun Mo ventured out to procure candles, red wine, and a takeout meal, intending to surprise Lu Yamin. Man, stop tidying up and come eat," he called, arranging the candles on the folding table before dimming the lights. As the candles flickered to life, their warm glow illuminated the entire room, infusing the air with a romantic ambience. Lu Yamin approached, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the flickering candlelight, the red wine, the exquisite Western cuisine, and her favorite strawberry cake laid out before her. "Uncle, is this a celebration of our new home?" Chun Mo uncorked the bottle of red wine and poured 2 glasses, handing one to Lu Yamin. "Would you care to try it? The alcohol content is mild." Lu Yamin accepted the glass, taking a delicate sip. The rich aroma of the wine enveloped her palate, accompanied by a hint of sweetness. She gazed at Chun Mo across the table, the candlelight dancing across his features, his typically composed gaze softened with warmth, causing her heart to race involuntarily. They dined in serene silence, stealing glances at one another, and each time Lu Yamin's eyes met his, she hastily averted her gaze, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. After finishing the cake, Chun Mo tidied the table and suddenly stepped before Lu Yamin, speaking softly, Man, there's something I wish to discuss with you." Lu Yamin clutched the hem of her dress nervously, her heart pounding. What could he possibly want to tell her? Is he going to confess his feelings? Noticing her anxious demeanor, Chun Mo couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you remember that day at the farmhouse when you cried out for me to save you?" Lu Yamin nodded, the fear of that day still vivid in her memory. Yet she felt a greater sense of security when he rescued her. "From that day forward, I vowed to protect you," Chun Mo declared, his voice deep and earnest. "I know you are young and may not fully grasp the complexities of emotions, but my feelings for you transcend mere sibling affection." Having been hurt by Lin Wan in the past, Chun Mo had gained clarity. Sometimes, sincere efforts do not guarantee reciprocation. Rather than force a connection, it is wiser to seize moments of joy. However, Lu Yamin was not as forward as Xiaoyan. At just 19, it was unrealistic to expect her to take the lead in matters of the heart. He resolved to pursue the charming young lady more actively. Lu Yamin's face flushed crimson, her ears burning. She lowered her gaze, nervously twisting the hem of her dress, yet managed to whisper, I also like you, uncle." Chun Mo gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Really?" Lu Yamin looked into his eyes, reflected in the candlelight, which also captured her own image. With a firm nod, tears welled in her eyes. "Yes, I liked you since the first time you helped me." Chun Mo beamed, leaning down to softly kiss her lips. Her lips were tender, imbued with the sweetness of strawberry cake. Lu Yamin froze momentarily before closing her eyes, clumsily responding to his kiss. After several minutes, they parted. Lu Yamin's eyes were glazed, her cheeks adorned with a natural rosy hue. The flickering candlelight illuminated the air, filled with the rich aroma of red wine. With a sound reminiscent of a delicate sob, Lu Yamin underwent her transformation from girlhood to womanhood. Half an hour later, as the storm subsided, Chun Mo, drenched in sweat, held Lu Yamin close, savoring her soft, jade-like form, his heart brimming with contentment. He whispered softly in her ear, Man, I will always treat you well from now on, ensuring you will never suffer again." Lu Yamin leaned against Chun Mo, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat and feeling the warmth of his embrace, her inner turmoil dissipating completely. "Yes, I trust you." As the night deepened and the candlelight gradually dimmed, only the faint sounds of their breaths remained in the room. Chun Mo held Lu Yamin close, gently patting her back as one would soothe a child. Sleep now. The furniture will arrive tomorrow, and we can arrange our home together. Liu Yaman nodded, finding a comfortable position in Chunmo's arms, her eyes fluttering shut. The subtle scent of tobacco clinging to him brought her immense comfort, and she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 52. Recruiting and acquiring vehicles. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast with Liu Yaman, Chen Mo made his way to the Caesar Palace Hotel. Although the service experience at Caesar Palace was impeccable, there was no longer a need to squander money on hotel accommodations since he had already purchased a home. As he checked out, the butler, Zhang Yi, expressed his reluctance and guilt for not providing better service, hoping to make amends next time. Such eloquence was indeed befitting a talent from a prestigious group. Subsequently, Chen Mo also returned the Bugatti he had rented for nearly half a month. While the Bugatti was impressive and undeniably eye-catching, it was impractical. Not to mention, its two-seater configuration did not meet Chen Mo's needs. Now that his finances were more robust, he saw no reason to flaunt such ostentation. Having acquired a multi-million-dollar mansion, it was time to procure a vehicle that truly belonged to him. Thus, after completing the necessary formalities, he headed straight to the exhibition center in the development zone, where a car exhibition was taking place, providing the perfect opportunity to select his desired automobile. Chen Mo purchased a VIP ticket for the luxury exhibition hall at the price of 5,000 yuan, which came with a complimentary personal sales assistant. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am your sales assistant, Xiao Xiao Xiao. Please feel free to call me Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the striking figure of Xiao Xiao, whose ample curves were hard to ignore. Were her parents mistaken in naming her? With her proportions, Xiao Xiao seemed an ironic choice. Xiao Xiao, aware of her own allure, was not at all offended by Chen Mo's unabashed gaze. She welcomed the attention. She guided Chen Mo to the VIP lounge of the car exhibition, where an array of exquisite pastries and beverages awaited him. Smiling, he inquired, "What brands are currently featured in the luxury exhibition hall?" With a radiant smile, Xiao Xiao replied, "We have 18 prestigious brands, including Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Porsche, and Bentley." Mr. Liu, which type of vehicle are you interested in? Sports cars, sedans, or SUVs? Chen Mo shook his head. I am weary of sports cars. Do you have any recommendations for sedans or SUVs? For SUVs, the Mercedes G-Class, AMG, and the Land Rover Range Rover series are excellent choices. As for sedans, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and Maybach would suit your stature beautifully. As Xiao Xiao leaned in to explain the advantages of each model, her striking figure almost brushed against Chen Mo's face. Shall we take a look? Chen Mo recalled a popular saying, for every Porsche sold, a beautiful saleswoman would disappear. It seemed that Miss Xiao was also an ambitious young woman eager to progress. With great enthusiasm, Xiao Xiao led Chen Mo to the innermost luxury car showroom. The number of visitors in this section was noticeably diminished, yet the quality of the car models was exceptionally high, each possessing long legs of at least 1.7 meters. Chen Mo test drove the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the Land Rover Range Rover, the Cullinan, and the Maybach S680 in succession. He felt indifferent towards the off-road SUVs like the G-Class and the Range Rover. After a brief spin, he inquired which of the Cullinan or the Maybach S680 could be taken home immediately. Xiao Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, please hold on. I will consult with my superior at once." A few minutes later, she returned with heightened enthusiasm, stating that both models he mentioned could indeed be taken home right away. Chen Mo nodded, weighing the two options before finally declaring, "Then I shall choose the Cullinan." He had a particular fondness for the Cullinan's distinctive front grille resembling the Parthenon. Xiao, brimming with excitement, said, "Very well, Mr. Chen. Let me outline the pricing and discount options for you." Chen Mo interjected, "This is a display vehicle. I do not require any gifts. Please finalize your offer before quoting a price." Though he was affluent, he was not one to be easily taken advantage of. Display vehicles typically cost at least 20 less than brand new ones, and while the discount on luxury display vehicles might be smaller, it still hovered around 10. The suggested retail price for the 2024 Rolls-Royce Cullinan was 6.9 million yuan, with the purchase tax being approximately 10 of the vehicle's price. Including registration fees, insurance, and other costs, the final price for a new vehicle would be around 7.8 million yuan. Subtracting the 10 for the display vehicle, Chen Mo's psychological price was set at 7 million yuan. Upon hearing this, Xiao's smile momentarily faltered before she quickly composed herself, bowing deeply. Mr. Chun, please hold on. I will consult my superior once more to secure the best possible discount for you. Chun Mo merely nodded in acknowledgement. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao returned with an expression of surprise. Mr. Chun, I was nearly parched from talking, but I finally convinced my superior to grant you the maximum discount price of 7.2 million. What do you think? This is your final opportunity to negotiate. Chun Mo regarded Xiao with a knowing gaze. He was not oblivious to the sales tactics employed. Back when the second phase of the Jinhu Bay community was launched, he had played the role of a supportive customer for the property sales team. It was likely that Xiao had not consulted her superior at all. She may have merely taken a restroom break. After all, the higher the final transaction price, the greater her commission would be. As expected, Xiao's expression quickly turned awkward. She hadn't anticipated that her little ploy would be seen through by Chun Mo, leaving her with no choice but to feign a need to consult her superior again. This time, her absence was more than doubled, and when she returned, her demeanor was one of defeat, forcing a smile as she said, Mr. Chun, I believe this offer will satisfy you. 7.05 million, which is truly the best discount available. What do you think? With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Chun Mo generously offered an additional set of full car window tinting, comprehensive cleaning, and a set of original factory floor mats. Xiao was taken aback, staring blankly as she recalled his earlier assertion to reject all complimentary items. Chun Mo, with an air of nonchalance, responded, given that this is a display vehicle, it is only natural that it undergoes such enhancements, considering the multitude of individuals who enter and exit daily. Reluctantly, Xiao acquiesced, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and replied, very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. As noon approached, Chun Mo finalized the contract and made a full payment of 7.05 million. Wu Junhui had arranged to meet him at the talent market in the afternoon, leaving Chun Mo no time to wait for the vehicle registration transfer or the full car tinting and cleaning. After providing an address, Chun Mo departed from the exhibition center. Initially, he expected to feel exhilarated, as this marked his first car purchase. However, after completing the transaction, he felt no stirring of emotion within, akin to the mundane act of purchasing a bottle of water. Sighing, he reflected, indeed, with gain comes loss. While I have acquired wealth, I have also relinquished my worries. After over half an hour, he finally encountered Wu Junhui at the talent market. However, he was taken aback by Wu Junhui's haggard appearance. My goodness, you look dreadful. Have you been robbing the night? Chun Mo teased with a smile. Wu Junhui shot him a resentful glare, indignantly retorting, I toil day in and day out for you, and you dare to make such jest? Shall I take my leave then? He pretended to storm off in a huff. Chun Mo, not wishing to let go of this free labor so easily, quickly grasped his arm, hoping to invoke a sense of paternal camaraderie. After their playful banter, as lunchtime approached, the two settled into a nearby fast food establishment to satiate their hunger. Following their meal, Wu Junhui grumbled, I've been preoccupied with doing your bidding these past few days. While a mountain of business at my company remains unattended, my partners are livid. Thus, this afternoon, you must fend for yourself. I have no time for you. Feigning exaggerated sorrow, Chun Mo lamented, oh, dear father, without your steadfast guidance, the very heavens of Point Gold Capital may very well collapse. Wu Junhui retorted with a laugh, spare me your theatrics. It matters not how you plead. I shall not concern myself with your affairs. Realizing he could not sway Wu Junhui, Chun Mo shook his head in mock disappointment, saying, they say a child grows beyond their parent. Since you are eager to carve your own path, I, as your father, have no reason to impede your journey. Go forth, go forth. Wu Junhui, infuriated by Chun Mo's sudden shift in demeanor, raised his foot to kick him. Chun Mo deftly sidestepped, laughing heartily as he dashed into the talent market, leaving Wu Junhui to vent his frustration in place. Although Point Gold Capital had gained notoriety in a single battle, the framework needed to be established for it to function effectively. Previously, Chun Mo had collaborated with Huang Baitao's team. While the experience was pleasant, they were ultimately not his own. Therefore, he sought fortune at the talent market, hoping to discover a hidden gem. If all else failed, he would have to resort to enlisting a headhunting firm to recruit personnel. Securing a stall at the management office, Chun Mo took out the recruitment sign that Wu Junhui had prepared in advance and began his search for talent. Unexpectedly, As soon as he unveiled the sign of Jiangnan Point Capital Company, Limited, a long queue formed before the booth. As time passed, the number of applicants submitting their resumes increased, and Chun Mo felt somewhat overwhelmed, raising his expectations. Initially, he intended to fill all the key positions in the company at once, but the thick stack of resumes before him left him momentarily speechless. He decided to set aside ordinary employees, such as clerical staff, and focus on selecting a deputy general manager of a steward type to alleviate many trivial matters. Soon, Chun Mo identified a suitable candidate from a small pile of executive resumes, Li Xiangdong, a 40-year-old man with a decade of experience at SoftBank Capital. After a disagreement with his superior, he left the company and had a 3-year gap in his employment history. Chun Mo promptly reached out to Li Xiangdong, who arrived in less than 20 minutes. He was a charismatic middle-aged man, tall and slender, with distinct cheekbone lines and a refined, graying beard. Arguably more handsome than a certain well-known, middle-aged actor. Chun Mo got straight to the point and asked, "Mr. Li, could you share why you left SoftBank and what you did during your 3-year hiatus?" Li Xiangdong responded with a gentle smile. "At that time, I was going through a divorce with my ex-wife, who also worked at SoftBank. I preferred not to see her daily, so I resigned to travel the world. Eventually, I exhausted my funds, which led me to seek new employment." Chun Mo was taken aback, realizing that Li Xiangdong's experience bore some resemblance to his own. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his hand with a smile. "Mr. Li, welcome to Join Point Capital." Li Xiangdong was momentarily stunned. "Mr. Chun, are you implying that I have passed the interview?" Chun Mo nodded with a smile and extracted a resume from the thick stack. "Yes. You may accompany me to the company at your convenience to complete the onboarding procedures." Li Xiangdong's resume was indeed impressive, leaving him with no complaints. However, he was reminded that he needed to continue selecting candidates to establish the company's framework. "By the way, this is the first employee I have chosen. Please inform her to come in tomorrow to sign the contract." Li Xiangdong was surprised to receive the resume, which belonged to a young lady named Ho Mingming, who had just graduated from a junior college. He couldn't help but twitch his lips, forming a preliminary impression of this new boss renowned in Jiangnan for his unconventional methods. Chapter 53. Another opportunity. Chun Mo pushed a stack of resumes toward Li Xiangdong with a decisive motion. "Mr. Li, I leave the recruitment matters in your capable hands. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave." Li Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such delegation from the young boss, which moved him deeply, and a serious expression emerged on his refined face. "Rest assured, Mr. Chun, I will promptly filter out suitable candidates and live up to your trust. Take your time. I believe in your judgment," Chun Mo replied, glancing at the time and deciding not to linger any longer. The meeting with Huang Baidao pertains to the direction of several $100 million funds in the next phase, necessitating his personal presence. After Chun Mo departed, Li Xiangdong meticulously examined the resume of Ho Mingming, pondering for a moment before he could not resist the impulse to dial the contact number listed. "Miss Ho, I am Li Xiangdong, the Vice President of Dianjin Capital. Would you be so kind as to come to the talent market at your earliest convenience?" Approximately half an hour later, a young girl with clear eyes, embodying the fresh yet awkward demeanor of a recent graduate, appeared somewhat shyly before Li Xiangdong. "Hello, I am Ho Mingming." Li Xiangdong found himself amused by the girl, who resembled a startled rabbit. "Congratulations, Miss Ho, you have been hired." "Really? Thank you so much." Ho Mingming's eyes sparkled with delight. Any gratitude should be directed towards President Chun, as he gave the green light. Li Xiangdong replied with a gentle smile before transitioning to the matter at hand. "President Chun did not specify your position, so I would like to understand your relevant experience or specialties. If she were a seasoned professional, she would have been eloquently promoting herself by now." However, Ho Mingming seemed oblivious to the underlying implications, blinking her large eyes and speaking candidly. I don't have any. I worked a summer job at McDonald's. Does that count?" Li Xiangdong couldn't help but massage his temples, internally questioning his boss's hiring standards. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "How about this? You can start by familiarizing yourself with the front desk. Would that be acceptable?" "I have no objections." Ho Mingming nodded eagerly, then cautiously inquired, Mr. Li, what is the salary like?" Li Xiangdong was amused by her unabashed directness. "Rest assured, President Chun has mentioned that the company's salaries are generally 10 higher than the industry average. Your base salary will be 5,000, with full social insurance and housing fund contributions." "Wow, that is quite a lot." Ho Mingming's eyes widened in astonishment, the figure exceeding her expectations significantly. Since there are no issues, please take these flyers and distribute them at a few entrances to get acquainted with your duties, Li Xiangdong instructed, pointing to a stack of promotional materials. Sure, I'll go right away. Ho Mingming eagerly grabbed the flyers and exited with a light-hearted stride. Li Xiangdong observed her retreating figure and shook his head. This girl truly wore her naivety from stepping into society on her face. However, her refreshing earnestness was far more endearing than the pretentiousness exhibited by many newcomers to the professional world. Perhaps it was this very quality that attracted President Chun to hire her despite the unconventionality of her candidacy. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's meeting with Huang Baitao was drawing to a close. Since Chun Mo's recent rise to fame, Huang Baitao had developed a profound admiration for him. Although today's gathering was ostensibly a shareholders' meeting, it was, in fact, a mere pretext to foster camaraderie. In high spirits, Huang Baitao proposed, "Brother Chun, now that we've concluded our serious discussions, there is a small art auction happening next door at the art center. I've heard there are some intriguing items. Would you care to join me for a bit of relaxation?" Chun Mo felt a flicker of interest, vaguely recalling that Future News had mentioned a minor opportunity available at this seemingly inconspicuous auction. "All right, let us go take a look," he responded calmly. The art center's auction was sparsely attended, primarily by a few pretentious merchants and avid collectors. The items on offer were predominantly modern and contemporary paintings, ceramics, and the prices were modest. However, the atmosphere remained relaxed. When guests noticed Chun Mo and Huang Baitao entering, they eagerly approached to greet them, their gazes fixed on Chun Mo with unmistakable reverence. The remarkable feat of the golden hand earning 4.7 billion in just 3 days had already spread throughout the upper echelons of Jiangnan City. Nowadays, wherever Chun Mo goes, he is the most sought-after guest. The auction commenced shortly thereafter, but Chun Mo appeared disinterested, merely observing. Huang Baitao, on the other hand, made 2 purchases, spending over 600,000 on 2 relatively worthless Qing dynasty vases, which Chun Mo viewed as a foolish expenditure. Noticing Chun Mo's lack of participation, Huang Baitao could not contain his curiosity, asking, "Brother Chun, with so many items up for bid, is there not one that catches your eye?" Chun Mo smiled and shook his head, offering no explanation, until a modestly sized, simply framed landscape painting was brought forth by the staff, prompting him to finally sit up straight. The auctioneer passionately introduced the next piece, a Qing dynasty work attributed to an anonymous artist, a copy of Wang Hui's Autumn Mountain Inquiry, with a starting price of 20,000 yuan. The painting appeared dull and lifeless, the brushwork precise yet stilted, lacking vitality. Unmistakably a mere replica with no collectible value. Despite the auctioneer's earnest attempts to enliven the atmosphere, the audience displayed little interest and no bids were raised. Just as the auctioneer assumed the piece would go unsold, Chun Mo raised his paddle. According to information from Future News, the painting concealed within its layers a precious minor work by Xin Zhou, a representative of the Ming Dynasty's Wu school, inadvertently obscured by a subsequent framing error. Such serendipity is rare, and he would not let it pass. 20,000, Chun Mo declared, raising his bid card. Huang Baitao glanced at him in astonishment. "Brother Chun, are you interested in this?" To him, the painting seemed hardly worth the space it would occupy, even if given for free. Chun Mo merely smiled faintly, finding it visually appealing enough to hang in his study for amusement. With no one else bidding, Chun Mo effortlessly secured the piece at the base price of 20,000 yuan. The auction house staff swiftly completed the transaction and handed the copy to Chun Mo. After concluding the transaction, he politely declined Huang Baitao's subsequent invitation and drove directly to the studio of a master ancient painting restorer. He paid an expedited fee and requested the master to carefully unveil the backing of the painting in his presence. As the master skillfully worked, the superficial, mediocre copy was gently separated, revealing beneath it a vibrant and expressive landscape painting. On one side of the painting was Xun Zhou's inscription and seal. The master, donning reading glasses, examined it closely and, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, "Mr. Chun, this is indeed Xun Zhou's authentic work. Although modest in size, its exquisite brushwork and excellent preservation marked it as a rare masterpiece, with a market value of no less than 15 million. Chun Mo maintained his calm demeanor, though inwardly he mused that Future News had indeed never let him down. He promptly reached out to a seasoned collector with whom he had previously interacted. Upon hearing the news, the collector hurried over and was utterly astonished upon witnessing the authenticity of Shenzhou's work. After a brief negotiation, they settled on a price of 16.8 million yuan. In less than half a day, the value had surged from 20,000 to 16.8 million. A substantial fortune quietly graced Chen Mo's account once more. Such near-alchemical transformations had become routine for him. Chapter 54. The Hidden Perks of Purchasing Luxury Cars. Subsequently, Chen Mo returned to the prestigious Beidou building in the city's central business district to attend to some paperwork. As the workday drew to a close, he finally received a call from Xiao Xiao. Descending the stairs, he happened upon an extraordinarily captivating scene. Clad in office attire, Xiao Xiao possessed a figure that starkly contrasted with her innocent visage. She held her head high, her tightly fastened buttons seemingly on the verge of bursting open. Beneath her short skirt lay legs that could rival those of a professional model, adorned with peep-toe high heels that accentuated her stature, which was estimated at around 173 meters. On a typical day, she would undoubtedly attract attention wherever she went. Yet now, she stood beside a Cullinan, its silver-black paint shimmering with an enigmatic glow under the orange hues of the setting sun, its sharp lines exuding an aggressively striking visual impact. The beauty paled in comparison to the artwork before her. At this moment, during the evening rush hour, employees entering and exiting the Beidou building couldn't help but cast envious glances at the spectacle. Chen Mo overheard two young male employees murmuring with a hint of envy. Wow, the 2024 Cullinan, it's at least 7.5 million for a brand new model. How fortunate it is to have money. Goodness, compared to the unattainable Rolls-Royce, I find that voluptuous beauty far more appealing. Her proportions are simply outrageous, an absolute marvel that one hand could never encompass. Stop daydreaming. Neither the car nor the beauty is within our reach. The cruel fate of the heavens is so unjust. Hey, this world is inherently unfair. Some are born into luxury, while we are destined for servitude. The disparity among people is maddening. Watching the two depart, Chen Mo was struck by a sense of absurdity that made him both laugh and sigh. Just over a month ago, he had envied those commercial elites working in the Beidou building. Yet, in an ironic twist of fate, he had now become the object of their admiration. Such is the capricious nature of life, where fortune plays its tricks. With a wry smile, Chen Mo strode directly toward Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing him, her face lit up, and she cheerfully jogged over, documents in hand, offering the relevant paperwork and the keys to the vehicle. Mr. Chen, the formalities have been completed. Please have a look. Chen Mo nodded slightly and perused the documents briefly. As he prepared to sign, Xiao Xiao playfully placed her hand over the papers, winking mischievously, and suggested, Mr. Chen, wouldn't you like to take it for a test drive first? It would be wise to address any issues promptly. Chen Mo cast a glance at her, his gaze ultimately settling on the slender high heels, a playful smile gracing his lips. Very well, let us take a spin and ascertain the comfort of this vehicle, he said, slightly emphasizing the word comfort. Xiao, feigning annoyance, responded with a captivating smile. The customer is king. Your word is law. With that, the two embarked on a test drive. It must be said, there is indeed a reason behind the price tag of luxury. The V12 twin-turbocharged engine, capable of reaching 100 kilometers in just 5.1 seconds, provides a thrust akin to that of a supercar. As they left the urban sprawl and entered the elevated roadway, Chen Mo accelerated, reveling in the surge of power as they drove eastward towards the coastline. The closer they got to the sea, the fewer pedestrians and vehicles they encountered, and the Cullinan gradually decelerated. Mr. Liu, why have you brought me to such a remote location? Xiao inquired, her tone tinged with concern, yet her posture exuded confidence, accentuating her alluring figure. In the wilderness, with just a man and a woman, what do you think? Chen Mo smirked, his gaze fixed ahead while one hand rested on her smooth thigh, creeping upwards until it brushed against the fabric resembling a string, then further still, encountering the taut buttons of her blouse. With little effort, the button sprang free, revealing a glimpse of springtime beauty. Xiao shot him a playful glare. Mr. Liu, do be cautious. The car accelerated away from the main road, veering onto a rustic dirt path. Once the vehicle came to a halt, it swayed gently in a rhythmic manner. As dusk fully enveloped the sky, the sunroof cracked open slightly. Xiao leaned out, coughing up an indistinct liquid, then turned back to him, playfully accusing, Mr. Chen, you nearly choked me. Isn't it all well now? Chun Mo reclined contentedly in the reclining seat, indulging in the built-in heating and massage features while his hands remained busy. The earlier male employee had discerning taste. Indeed, one hand could hardly suffice. He was not surprised by the earlier encounter. After all, money does not come easily. And a luxury vehicle costing over 7 million must offer certain perks. Who would buy otherwise? Once Xiao 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 had composed herself, she snuggled against Chun Mo's arm, her tone becoming coy. Mr. Chun, it's rather strange, but I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon meeting you. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Upon reflection, you bear a striking resemblance to my ex-girlfriend, Chun Mo replied with a smile, engaging in their playful banter. Really? I just had that feeling too. Does this mean we have a telepathic connection? Certainly. Chun Mo embraced Xiao Xiao Xiao, and they rested in the car for a while before commencing their journey back. Upon returning to the city and arriving at the residential complex where Xiao 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 lived, she retrieved a receipt. Mr. Liu, should there be a follow-up call, I would appreciate a glowing review. If you have future car purchasing needs, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Absolutely, Chun Mo replied with a smile, holding a deep respect for diligent and ambitious young women. After all, she neither stole nor caused trouble, and was infinitely superior to those who flaunted their charm without substance. How could one not hold her in esteem? As he was about to turn back home, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his sister, Chen Xiang, which made his heart tighten instantly. Chen Xiang, 3 years older than Chun Mo, had married in her early 20s and was now a mother of 3. Her unexpected call led Chun Mo to worry that something might have happened at home, prompting him to answer swiftly. Hello, sister, what's wrong? Is there something at home? After a brief silence, Chun Xiang slowly spoke. Chun Mo, I heard you've become successful and abandoned Zhang Ting to get a divorce? Chun Mo was momentarily rendered speechless. When he married Zhang Ting, Chun Xiang had vehemently opposed the union, claiming that Zhang Ting was overly vain and not a suitable match. However, their parents, eager for grandchildren, insisted on the marriage, and Chun Mo, unable to resist, complied. Time had proven Chun Xiang's concerns to be valid. Despite this, Chun Mo had not intended to let the family know about his divorce so soon, yet the news had evidently leaked. He could easily guess that Zhang Ting and her family had twisted the narrative back in their hometown. With the truth now out, concealment was futile. Taking a deep breath, Chun Mo admitted, yes, I have indeed divorced, but it was not I who abandoned Zhang Ting. Rather, she forced me to leave everything behind. Chun Xiang fell silent again. And after a minute, she spoke once more. Our parents miss you dearly. When you have the time, please come back to see them. With that, she hung up. Chun Mo stood there, bewildered by the silence that followed. Given the deterioration of his relationship with Zhang Ting over recent years, he realized he hadn't returned home in quite some time. 3 years? 5 years. He had been afraid that revealing his familial discord would only worry his parents. During holidays, he made excuses about working overtime, sending them a red envelope and making a phone call, but nothing more. Yet, the more he concealed, the more anxious his parents became, until it was no longer possible to hide the truth. With a heavy sigh, he chastised himself for being such a disobedient son. Nevertheless, facing the inevitable was unavoidable. He resolved to visit home the following day. Chapter 55. The journey home. Upon returning to the Platinum Joyful Garden, as soon as he entered, a charming figure rushed towards him, enveloped in a fragrant breeze. Uncle, you're back so late. We've missed you terribly. Liu Yamen, dressed in casual homeware, leaped into Chun Mo's arms. Chun Mo chuckled, patting her well-shaped figure. Apologies, I was caught up with matters at the office and returned a bit late. Liu Yamen, pulling him by the hand, spun around gleefully, exclaiming, Look, I've decorated the house. Isn't it beautiful? Chun Mo paused, astonished to see the home transformed. The furniture and appliances were all in place. Decorated walls adorned with numerous artworks, and green plants graced the corners, giving the space a true sense of home. Marvelous, Yamen. Chun Mo beamed as he wrapped his arms around her waist, genuinely impressed. Indeed, Liu Yamen rose on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on his face, proclaiming, I am an invincible beauty. By the way, I prepared dinner, so wash your hands and let's eat. Chun Mo was taken aback. You can cook? Liu Yamen wrinkled her small nose, playfully reproaching him. Don't underestimate me, uncle. I'm an excellent cook. You'll see once you taste it. With that, she playfully ushered Chun Mo towards the washroom. Upon his return, the dining table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, cola ribs, oil-braised prawns, blanched greens, and clam vermicelli soup, all looking quite impressive. Chun Mo, intrigued, sat down and picked up his chopsticks to sample a rib, his eyes instantly lighting up. I must admit, this tastes incredible. After serving him soup, Lu Yaman rested her chin on her hands, watching him relish the meal, her heart swelling with sweetness. Chun Mo looked up, puzzled. Why aren't you eating? Lu Yaman giggled, shaking her head, her voice soft and melodious. I snacked too much earlier, so I'm not hungry now. So, what do you think of my cooking? Chun Mo nodded enthusiastically, giving her a thumbs up. It rivals that of a five-star restaurant. The affirmation from her beloved made Lu Yaman's heart blossom with joy, and she couldn't help but exclaim, then I'll cook for you every day, all right? This statement tickled Chun Mo's heart like a feather, his gaze softening as he nodded fervently, sure. Overjoyed, Lu Yaman eagerly served him more dishes. Eat plenty. If it's not enough, I'll cook more for you. I want to make you plump, so no one will dare to compete for you. Chun Mo chuckled at her innocent and carefree words. After dinner, the two embraced on the swing of the balcony, quietly gazing at the myriad of lights outside. Lu Yaman curled up in Chun Mo's arms like a contented cat, while he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, feeling the astonishing warmth beneath her clothing. Unable to resist, he tightened his embrace and whispered in her ear, Man, I need to return to my hometown tomorrow. Lu Yaman stiffened for a moment, turning to look at him with eyes full of reluctance. Uncle, how long will you be gone? Will you return soon? Just 2 or 3 days. I'll be back as soon as I sort things out. Chun Mo gently stroked her hair, wishing he could take her along. But he needed to explain many matters to his family this time. Next time, I'll bring you to meet my parents, okay? Though a little disheartened, Lu Yaman nodded vigorously. All right. I'll wait patiently at home for your return. Chun Mo chuckled affectionately, caressing the back of her head. Yes, Man is the best. That night, Lu Yaman was particularly clingy and proactive, as if fearing Chun Mo might vanish unexpectedly. She shed her shyness and explored various intimate moments, leaving Chun Mo exhilarated both physically and emotionally. The next morning, Chun Mo rose quietly, only to discover that the suitcase he had left on the bedside was neatly organized. Lu Yaman had even placed a handmade sachet inside, embroidered with the words peace. Uncle, this is a talisman my grandmother specially sought from the temple when I came to Jianghai. Lu Yaman awoke at an uncertain moment, rubbing her drowsy eyes as she said, Take this with you. It will ensure your safety. Chun Mo accepted the sachet, inhaling a delicate fragrance of sandalwood. He was taken aback that the young girl had considered such details, a wave of emotion swelling within him. Thank you. Chun Mo pulled her into an embrace, planting a kiss on her forehead. I will return. As he departed, Lu Yaman accompanied him to the entrance of the community, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she bravely held them back. Be careful on the road, uncle. She stood on her tiptoes and pecked his cheek. Remember to think of me every day? As Chun Mo drove away in his Cullinan, he glanced in the rearview mirror and saw her petite figure standing by the roadside, waving until the turn obscured her from view, filling his heart with warmth. Soon, the car exited the city and merged onto the highway, embarking on the journey home. His hometown, Ludong County, was an unremarkable third-tier town, over 500 kilometers from the Jianghai. After nearly 6 hours of driving, he finally arrived at Taiping Town, situated beneath the county. Passing a small convenience store, he noticed a woman in her 40s idly playing on her phone behind the counter. He parked at the entrance and approached, tapping on the counter. Boss, I would like a pack of Huazi. Soft or hard? The woman, initially thinking she was about to make a significant sale, looked up excitedly, only to freeze upon seeing Chun Mo's beaming face. Sister, I'm back, Chun Mo gently spoke. This woman was none other than his elder sister, Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang snapped back to reality, delivering a playful punch to Chun Mo's arm. You little rascal, getting bold enough to play tricks on your sister? Chun Mo winced, rubbing his chest in feigned pain. Sister, could you not hit so hard? Chen Xiang scoffed. It's a miracle I didn't knock you out. As she leaned over to glimpse the Cullinan parked outside, she exclaimed, Is this your car? What brand is it? It looks quite impressive. Chun Mo chuckled. It's a domestic vehicle, not worth much. Oh, really? Though Chen Xiang was not a car enthusiast, the vehicle's design suggested it was far from cheap. She was disinterested in further banter with Chun Mo and stood up to close the door. Let us go. I'm heading to the market to see if there are any brambles. You can carry them to apologize to Mom and Dad. Chun Mo was startled and quickly stopped her, grinning playfully. Dear sister, I am your own flesh and blood. You can't just let me face Dad's wrath alone. The small-town rural community was far less tolerant of divorce than big cities. Although it was not outright scandalous, it was close enough. Their father, Chen Aigua, a retired police officer with a fiery temperament, was not someone Chen Mo wished to face at over 30 years of age. Hearing this, Chen Xiang couldn't help but roll her eyes. Now you're scared? Why didn't you discuss things with the family before going through with the divorce? Chen Mo sighed, responding helplessly, what's done is done. What good does it do to dwell on it? Just answer me this. Will you help me? Over the years, he has had little communication with his parents and requires a powerful ally. His elder sister is the most suitable choice. Chen Xiang, in her frustration, struck Chen Mo several times before finally relenting, exclaiming, "You little rascal, I must have owed you from a past life. Once the children finish their classes and your brother-in-law gets off work, I will accompany you over. Will that suffice?" Chapter 56. Chen Mo, the prodigal son? Before long, Chen Xiang's 3 children and her husband, Dong Junbao, returned home. Brother-in-law, long time no see, Chen Mo greeted with a smile, offering him a small panda cigarette. Dong Junbao, a diligent and honest decorator, has been married to Chen Xiang for nearly 20 years, maintaining a respectful relationship. He is not very talkative, yet he never shirks responsibilities concerning his wife's family, earning Chen Mo's utmost respect. As Dong Junbao accepted the cigarette and glanced at it, he couldn't help but express his surprise. Mo, it seems you've been doing rather well lately, even indulging in panda cigarettes? Chen Mo chuckled, it's nothing much. Just trying to make ends meet. Uncle, did you bring us any gifts? The youngest of Chen Xiang's children was 8, while the eldest was already 16 and in high school. The 3 children, thrilled at seeing Chen Mo, eagerly surrounded him, clamoring for presents. Haha, of course I did. Just wait a moment, he replied, opening the trunk to reveal 3 tablets, a set of gold jewelry, and 2 bottles of liquor along with 2 packs of panda cigarettes. Since he had decided to visit home, Chen Mo certainly did not intend to arrive empty-handed. The previous night, he had asked Li Xiangdong to procure some gifts, ensuring that everyone received something. After distributing the tablets to the 3 children, Chen Mo handed the cigarettes, liquor, and jewelry to Chen Xiang and her husband, winking playfully, "Sister, brother-in-law, I haven't forgotten your gifts either. Henceforth, you must not accuse me of being ungrateful." Upon seeing the weighty gold jewelry in her hands, Chen Xiang finally believed that her brother had indeed prospered. Yet, with this realization came an increasing heaviness in her heart. Although Chen Mo had become wealthy, the stigma of abandoning his wife would likely draw scorn from their neighbors. Thinking of this, she felt a rush of anxiety and hurriedly told her smiling husband, "Darling, you stay home with the kids tonight. I will accompany Chen Mo back." With that, she urged Chen Mo towards the car. As the 2 prepared to leave, the 3 children rushed over, shouting, "Uncle, we want to go to Grandma's house too." Chen Xiang turned, casting a stern glance that silenced them instantly. "Go back." The children promptly obeyed, retreating into the house without a backward glance. Chen Mo couldn't help but give a thumbs up, grinning as he praised, "My sister is as formidable as ever." While fastening her seatbelt, Chen Xiang rolled her eyes and retorted, "Shut up. You might want to think about how to explain things to our father." At this, Chen Mo's expression fell. Their father, Chen Aigua, was notoriously rigid and stubborn. Once he had made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could sway him. Just the thought of it made Chen Mo's head ache. Yet, no matter how daunting, he had to face it. Gathering his resolve, he pressed the accelerator and set off towards his hometown. After they left, neighbors nearby began to gather in front of Chen Xiang's shop, eager to inquire about the unfolding events. Someone asked Dong Junbao, "Old Dong, is that driver your brother-in-law who works in Jiangnan?" Before Dong Junbao could respond, another chimed in, "It's definitely the youngest of the Chen family. I saw it clearly." Astonished, someone exclaimed, "If I'm not mistaken, that vehicle must be a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, right? A luxury car worth over 7 million. That's not something just anyone can afford." The neighbors, engaging in lively banter, teased Dong Junbao, who was beaming with joy, having never received such attention before. He happily began distributing cigarettes on the spot. Meanwhile, Chen Mo drove along the rural cement road, exchanging casual conversation with Chen Xiang. When she inquired about the car's price, he vaguely replied it was worth several $100,000, only to be met with disbelief. "Do you really think your sister is that naive? A car worth over 7 million. And you expect me to believe it's only a few $100,000? Chen Xiang, indignant, brandished her phone displaying the Cullinan's price, demanding, "You better come clean about where this money comes from." It was no wonder she was suspicious. After all, during the new year, Chun and Mo had given their parents a mere 2,000 yuan in red envelopes, and now, just 6 months later, he was driving a luxury car. Was it feasible to earn such a sum through legitimate means? Before Chun and Mo could respond, she suddenly turned serious, saying, "Brother, if things go south one day, you better run. I'll take care of our parents." Chun and Mo rolled his eyes, exasperated. "Sister, can you at least have a little faith in me? Rest assured, every penny I've earned is legitimate. There's nothing to worry about." Chen Xiang scoffed, "Huh? A few years back, that guy San Mao from the neighboring village said the same thing after returning from abroad, and it turned out he was involved in online fraud. I can't argue with you. I'm done talking." Chen and Mo felt overwhelmed. Few could truly dominate him, but Chen Xiang was undoubtedly one of them. Growing up, their parents were often busy with work, leaving him largely in her care. He owed his survival to her merciful guidance. As Chen Xiang gazed out the window at the scenery, she softly remarked, "Brother, now that you have money, don't just think of yourself. Consider our parents too. Our family still hasn't built a new house." Their birthplace, Henglu Village, lay ahead, where the winds of comparison had swept through, prompting every household to erect 3- or 4-story villas. Even those without funds would borrow to construct, lest they lose face among their peers. The Chun family had previously been reasonably well off, both parents retired civil servants. However, unfortunate health issues had drained their savings, leaving them unable to build a new home. Chun Mo nodded earnestly in response. "Don't worry, I'm aware of that." Shortly thereafter, the car arrived at a 2-story, dilapidated house, their family's home, standing for nearly 45 years. It was 8 in the evening, a time when the villagers were most lively. The home of the siblings is situated not far from the village entrance, beneath a tree by the roadside, which is one of the villagers' favorite spots to gather and seek respite from the heat. The majestic sight of a Cullinan gliding past incited lively discussions among the villagers. "Is that a golden cup?" one exclaimed. "No, that's merely a new model of the Santana," another retorted. "How does the new Santana compare to a BMW or a Mercedes?" "Surely it cannot measure up," came the skeptical reply. "Nonsense. The wheels of that car alone are worth more than an ordinary BMW or Mercedes. It's valued at no less than 7.5 million. A knowledgeable young man, unable to contain himself, gazed longingly at the vehicle, nearly drooling. "That's a Rolls-Royce, the dream car of every man. 7.5 million? Surely that's an exaggeration. Why is that car parked at Old 5's place? Wait a moment, is that Old 5's eldest daughter? And his youngest son?" Curiosity piqued, the villagers began to gather closer. "Uncle San, Uncle Si, enjoying the cool breeze?" Lu Liang greeted several familiar elders, indifferent to whether he knew them, as he distributed cigarettes among them. "Little Panda, has Old 5 struck it rich lately?" In the rural custom of casual address, Chun Mo's father, Chen Igua, known as Old 5, had always been called thus since childhood. Chun Mo, his son, was affectionately referred to as Little 5. "Haha, just making a living, nothing more," he replied modestly. After distributing the cigarettes, Chun Mo retrieved 2 bags from the trunk, smiling as he waved. "I'll head inside first. We can chat later." The elders, savoring their cigarettes, beamed with joy, their faces lighting up with smiles as they remarked, "Old 5 is fortunate. The youngest son has struck gold and can now enjoy a life of ease." Suddenly, an inappropriate voice pierced through the crowd. "Struck gold? If one's character is lacking, what good is wealth?" Uncle San glared at the elderly woman who had spoken. "Aunt Chun, what do you mean by that? You're spreading unfounded rumors." Aunt Chun scoffed. "They say a man should not abandon his wife of humble beginnings. I've heard that Chun Mo, after becoming wealthy, turned around and divorced his wife, casting aside the woman who stood by him for a decade without a second thought. If he can commit such a heinous act, why can't I speak out?" Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Could it be true? To do such a thing, isn't he just a modern-day Chinshimi? If this were accurate, it would be quite ungracious indeed. With Aunt Chun's revelation, Chun Mo's reputation experienced a dramatic reversal. Chapter 57. Misunderstandings resolved. As Chun Mo carried 2 large bags of gifts and approached the door, he heard the familiar sound of his father's cough from within. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," he announced, pushing open the slightly ajar door, his voice tinged with tension. His mother, Wang Shufan, immediately set down her spatula in the kitchen and rushed out, her face radiating uncontainable joy. "Little Mo, you're finally back. You've lost weight again. Let me have a look." She grasped Chun Mo's hands, examining him up and down, her eyes glistening with tears. In contrast, Chinaigua, who was watching television, merely cast a fleeting glance at him and emitted a dismissive grunt through his nose, his demeanor unmistakably cold. The atmosphere in the living room instantly thickened. Chun Xiang hastily attempted to diffuse the tension, raising the gift in Chun Mo's hands. "Dad, Mom, my younger brother has brought you an abundance of treasures. Look at all these exquisite supplements, and this gold bracelet for Mom. How thoughtful of him." Wang Shufan accepted the bracelet, her expression a mix of joy and reproach. "Why buy such expensive gifts? It's a waste of money. It's enough that you've returned safely." Chinaigua let out a cold huff and slowly rose to his feet. Though his hair had turned gray and his back had slightly hunched, his gaze retained the sharpness from his days as a police officer. He shot a glare at Chun Xiang and then coldly addressed Chun Mo with such lavish gifts. "It seems you've earned quite a bit. But what use is money if your conscience is tarnished?" Chun Mo felt a pang in his heart, aware that the inevitable confrontation had arrived. He urged his mother to sit down while he stood before his father, softly stating, "Dad, every penny I have earned is through honest labor. I have never wronged anyone. Never wronged anyone." Chun Aigua's eyes widened with indignation, his voice rising. "Then let me ask you, have you not divorced Zhang Ting?" Chun Mo sighed and admitted candidly, "Yes, I have divorced." Chun Aigua's anger surged. Infuriated that such a significant matter had not been discussed with the family. "Why didn't you consult us about such a monumental decision?" Chun Mo replied with a bitter smile, "Dad, I refrained from mentioning it to spare you from worry." "Worry? You've become a Chun shimmy. How could we not worry?" Chun Aigua's chest heaved violently as he pointed at Chun Mo, his complexion a deep shade of rage. "You wretched child. I knew it. As soon as you had a bit of money, you went astray. Have you forgotten how Zhang Ting stood by you when you were poor? 10 years of marriage. And you say you can just leave? Are you seeing someone else?" In a fit of rage, he seized a feather duster to strike him. Chun Xiang quickly intervened. "Dad, please calm down. Let my brother finish speaking." "Finish what? What more is there to say?" Chun Aigua exclaimed. "Chun Mo, I warn you. If you do not reconcile with Zhang Ting, do not ever claim me as your father. I cannot bear this disgrace." Chun Aigua trembled with fury. Wang Shufan, tears streaming down her face, also urged, "Xiao Mo, every couple argues. Zhang Ting may have a fiery temperament, but she is not a bad person. Why not talk it over with her? Perhaps you should go and bring her back?" Observing his father's reddening face from anger and his mother's tearful eyes, Chun Mo could no longer suppress the grievances, bitterness, and humiliation he had carried for years. He raised his head, his eyes glistening, and with a hoarse yet unmistakably clear voice declared, "Dad, Mom, do you think I wanted this divorce? It was Zhang Ting who initiated it. Over the past decade, I worked as a security guard earning $4,500 a month, living frugally. As soon as my salary was deposited, aside from leaving $300 for basic living expenses, I handed over every other penny to Zhang Ting." He pondered, accumulating funds diligently to secure a down payment, allowing her to possess a true home of her own, free from the confines of a rental space. Yet what did she do? She squandered my hard-earned money on extravagant bags and luxurious cosmetics. I never uttered a word of complaint, but her behavior grew increasingly outrageous. She belittled my position as a security guard, claiming it brought her shame. Over the years, she even denied me entry into our own room, rendering my existence beneath even that of a dog in her eyes. Chun Mo's voice began to tremble, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as memories he had deliberately buried resurfaced. How did her family treat me during my visits? Her mother pointed at me, berating me as a mere watchdog, asserting that my meager earnings disqualified me from being her son-in-law. Her brother, upon acquiring a new phone, demanded 5,000 yuan from me. And when I could not provide it, they collectively ridiculed me, labeling me a coward. Could I confide this to anyone? I dared not. I feared causing you all distress. Worried you would share my burdens, so I swallowed my grievances in silence. Tears finally slipped down his cheeks, for a man does not shed tears lightly, only when deeply wounded. What broke my heart the most was that Zhang Ting even betrayed me, engaging in infidelity. She returned home reeking of unfamiliar smoke, arriving increasingly late. Her phone always on silent. I am not a fool. I can sense the truth, but could I dare to inquire? I was too afraid. I feared that a single question would shatter our family. Chun Mo choked on his words, nearly unable to continue. Wang Shufan, overcome with emotion, rushed to embrace her son tightly. "My dear child, you have endured so much suffering. Why did you not confide in me?" Chen Aigua, holding a feather duster, let his hand fall limply. Witnessing his son's anguish and listening to his harrowing revelations, the anger on his face was replaced by shock, heartache, and guilt. He realized how rash and hurtful his previous accusations had been. He had always believed his son's marital misfortune stemmed from his own shortcomings, never considering the immense humiliation his son had endured within the marriage. Chun Imo steadied his emotions, wiped his face, and continued. Divorce was not my choice. It was she who seized upon my careless words, forcing me to leave with nothing. She believed I could not survive without her, that I would languish in poverty, reveling in my downfall. Father, mother, Chen Imo looked at his parents, his gaze resolute once more. I, Chen Imo, have acted with integrity. I have committed no wrongs against Zhang Ting. Previously, I endured because I lacked the means. Now that I possess the ability, must I continue to live a life devoid of dignity, trampled underfoot? This marriage, I do not regret its dissolution. My only regret lies in not recognizing the truth sooner, in not empowering myself earlier, so that you both would not have to worry for me. His words resonated with conviction, filling the room with a profound silence, broken only by the soft sounds of Wang Shufan's sobs. After a long while, Chen Aigua let out a deep sigh, as if he had aged several years in an instant. He approached Chen Imo. His usually stern and unyielding demeanor softened as he placed a heavy hand upon his son's shoulder, his voice low and hoarse. My son, I have wronged you. I am truly sorry. This heartfelt apology caused tears to well up in Chun Mo's eyes once more. All the grievances he had harbored seemed to dissolve in the warmth of his father's words. You have always told me you were doing well over the years. I knew you were not being entirely truthful, Chen Aigua lamented, guilt-ridden. As an old policeman, I have seen all types of people. It was my folly not to see through Zhang Ting's true character. Wang Shufan, also in tears, remarked, It is for the best that you are separated. Such a daughter-in-law is more than our family can bear. Xiao Imo, in the future, find someone who understands you. Your mother supports you. Chen Xiang, with reddened eyes, chimed in, Indeed. My brother is so promising now. Why should he fear finding a good woman? The family, having reconciled, embraced one another once more. Just as Wang Shufan learned that her son had not yet dined, she busily headed to the kitchen to prepare more dishes. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted, Uncle Wu. Aunt Wu, trouble has arisen. Your daughter-in-law Zhang Ting has come with her mother and brother to the village entrance, demanding an explanation from Chen Imo. Chen Mo's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated Zhang Ting's swift arrival, accompanied by her family, evidently seeking to stir up trouble. Chen Aigua sprang to his feet, his gaze regaining its former sharpness. Let us go and see. I shall witness her audacity in seeking an explanation. Wang Shufan tightened her grip on Chen Mo's hand, her tone resolute. Son, do not be afraid. Your father and I are here. Feeling the support in his parents' eyes warmed Chen Mo's heart. He stood, declaring, Father, Mother, it is all right. Today, I will clarify matters with them, ensuring everyone knows who is truly at fault. Chapter 58. Clearing the injustice. The group emerged from the old house. Beneath the ancient locust tree at the village entrance, a crowd of villagers had gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Among them stood Zhang Ting, hands on her hips, her face contorted with bitterness and fury. Her mother, Wang Guilin, animatedly berated the villagers nearby. Zhang Jun, her younger brother, lounged casually against the tree, smoking nonchalantly. Upon spotting Chen Mo's family, Wang Guilin raised her voice, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Chen Imo, you cowardly turtle, you finally dare to show yourself. Chen Aigua's face turned ashen, his silence heavy. Wang Shufan anxiously grasped her son's arm, her knuckles whitening. Chen Mo's expression hardened as he gently patted his mother's hand, reassuring her, Do not fear, mother, it is all right. Chen Xiang, furious, attempted to speak, but Chen Imo stopped her. He parted the crowd and stepped forward, his demeanor calm as he faced this familiar yet estranged family. Zhang Ting, what brings you here? We are already divorced. You are not welcome. What do you mean? What brings us here? Zhang Ting fumed upon seeing Chen Imo, rushing forward with the intent to confront him. How dare you even ask? You have brought such misfortune upon me, while you drive your luxurious car back to your hometown in glory. I tell you, not a chance. Today, if you do not provide me with an explanation, our matter will remain unresolved. Her mother, Wang Guilin, chimed in. Indeed, Chen Imo, you heartless scoundrel. My daughter has devoted 10 years of her best youth to you, and now that you have found success, you wish to cast her aside? There is no such convenience in this world. Today, you must compensate my daughter for the loss of her youth. No less than 5 million. Zhang Jun discarded his cigarette, but, speaking with malevolence, Chen Mo, your actions are utterly dishonorable. What has my sister done to deserve this? You must provide an account today. Otherwise, you shall not pass this threshold. The villagers gathered around, whispering and pointing fingers. Indeed, no matter how wealthy one becomes, abandoning a wife is unconscionable. She has sacrificed so much. Surely a monetary compensation is due. It was unexpected that such a brilliant man as Lao Wu could father such a disgrace. Aunt Chun and several gossiping women displayed expressions of schadenfreude, clearly eager for a spectacle. Chun Mo gazed upon Zhang Ting's family, their faces twisted with avarice and shamelessness, and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. With a cold laugh, his voice, though soft, resonated throughout the crowd. An explanation? What explanation can I provide you? Zhang Ting, do you still have the audacity to demand compensation for lost youth? Allow me to inquire, for the past decade, I have been treated like a dog by your entire family, subjected to humiliation. Who shall compensate me for my losses? His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Zhang Ting and her kin, the pent-up fury finally surfacing. Zhang Ting, search your conscience. Have I ever wronged you in the slightest during these 10 years? My entire salary has been surrendered. I have borne the expenses of your family's joyous and mournful occasions, and after exhausting days at work, I still returned home to fulfill household duties. Even when my parents fell ill and were in urgent need of funds, you refused to contribute a single cent, using the excuse of saving for a house, claiming that my parents had health insurance. Despite my sacrifices, I received no respect from you or your family. I was treated as a mere cash dispenser, a punching bag, called a coward and a guard dog. Why do you not bring forth these grievances? Moreover, regarding your sordid affair with Wang Jun, do you dare to take out your phone in front of all these villagers and show them who truly wronged whom first? Zhang Ting, infuriated, vehemently denied it. Chen Mo, you slander me. Chen Mo let out a cold laugh, then retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and displayed it to the villagers. Behold, this is the divorce agreement. It clearly states that I leave the marriage empty-handed, with all savings granted to Zhang Ting. Is there any doubt remaining? Before the crowd could react, Chen Mo opened his phone, clicked on a social media post, and proclaimed loudly, "Now look, what is this?" The villagers leaned in, and to their astonishment, it was an intimate photograph of Zhang Ting with a stranger, Wang Jun. Chen Mo glared at the flustered Zhang Ting, sternly questioning, "Did you not claim I was slandering you? Could you elucidate the circumstances surrounding this photograph?" The timestamp clearly indicates it was uploaded at the end of last year, a time when we were still united in matrimony, yet you were already entangled with another man. Your claim of suffering as the reason for our divorce is but a facade. You had evidently secured a new partner prior to our separation. Upon deciding to return home, Chen Mo discreetly prepared for both outcomes. He stumbled upon the photograph in the social media feed of an old classmate, and, anticipating that Zhang Ting would certainly create turmoil upon learning of his return, he had the forethought to keep it as evidence. His predictions proved accurate as the carefully prepared ace in the hole finally came into play. Chen Mo's relentless inquiries fell like heavy blows upon Zhang Ting, leaving her face drained of color, her lips trembling, and, faced with indisputable evidence, she found herself utterly speechless. Wang Guilin attempted to cause a scene, only to be silenced by Chen Mo's piercing gaze. The villagers around them erupted in murmurs, their opinions shifting dramatically. So it was. I always believed that the youngest son of the Lao Wu family was not of that ilk. If this were true, then this family is truly lacking in decency. Chen Mo denied them any respite, continuing to assert, "It was you who demanded the divorce. You coerced me into signing those papers. Weren't you quite arrogant then? Did you not believe that without me, Chen Mo, you would perish? What now? Seeing me thrive, you attempt to cling to me like a leech, hoping to extort money? Have you no shame?" Zhang Jun, incensed and humiliated, charged forward, intent on violence. "You're spouting nonsense." Chen Mo's expression hardened as he seized Zhang Jun's wrist with a firm grip. With a mere flick of strength, Zhang Jun winced in pain, rendered immobile. Chen Mo fixed him with a steely gaze, articulating each word with precision. "Zhang Jun, I previously tolerated your behavior due to our meager familial ties. Now, in my eyes, you amount to nothing. Should you dare to lay a hand on me again, I shall ensure you leave here in a state of incapacitation." At that moment, Chen Mo radiated an aura of authority, no longer the pliant figure easily manipulated. He transformed into a true master of his destiny. The oppressive energy he exuded instantly quelled the crowd. Seeing her brother subdued and herself in the wrong, Zhang Ting, under the scornful gazes of the onlookers, could no longer bear the humiliation. Covering her face, she cried out, "Chen Mo, you are inhumane. We are leaving." With that, she attempted to drag her family away in disgrace. "Stop," Chen Mo commanded coldly. "You will clarify your actions before departing, before this assembly of our fellow villagers. You must apologize to me and to the Chen family. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to reveal every sordid detail of your family's affairs." Zhang Ting and her mother trembled in fear. Should their secrets be exposed, they would surely lose their standing in the town. Under the weight of Chen Mo's formidable presence and the accusatory stares of the gathered crowd, Wang Guilin ultimately succumbed to the pressure. Grabbing her daughter and son, she stammered an indistinct apology towards Chen Mo and his family, before fleeing the scene like a frightened animal. A farce has come to an end. The villagers gazed at Chen Mo with eyes brimming with sympathy and admiration, their previous criticisms now entirely absent. Through resolute facts and an indomitable spirit, Chen Mo has completely vindicated the name of Chen Shimi. Standing at the doorway, Chen Aigua and Wang Shufan watched their son confront the storm alone and resolve the turmoil with such grace and decisiveness, their hearts swelling with pride and contentment. Their son has truly matured and grown stronger. Chapter 59. Siblings. The following morning, Chen Mo was roused from his slumber by the cacophony outside. With bleary eyes, he stepped out of his room, only to be taken aback. The living room was overflowing with people. The villagers looked at Chen Mo with sparkling eyes, as though they were witnessing a rare creature at the zoo. It soon became clear to him why. Following the uproar of the previous night, news of his newfound wealth in Shanghai and his return in a luxury car worth over 700,000 had spread like wildfire throughout Henglu village. The culprits behind this were none other than his great-uncle and granduncle, who, with nothing better to do, had been visiting neighbors and extolling Chen Mo's virtues. With a total population of barely 2,000, news traveled fast in the village. Even a whisper in the east could be heard in the west. It was not every day that a golden phoenix emerged from the chicken coop, and the villagers eagerly gathered to witness this rarity. Chen Aigua and Wang Shufan wore beaming smiles, their eyes filled with pride. As parents, they often expressed that they did not seek wealth or grandeur for their children, only health and safety. Yet, who does not wish to see their son become a dragon or their daughter a phoenix? Previously, they could only envy the accomplishments of other families' children. Now, with their own son finally in the limelight, they would not let this opportunity for pride slip by. Chen Mo, overwhelmed by the villagers' enthusiasm, sought a way to escape and casually beckoned Chen Xiang to accompany him outside. At that moment, Chen Xiang was engaged in boasting about her brother's glorious deeds with her old friends, and she was abruptly interrupted, her mood soured. "Chen Mo, are you out of your mind? Why drag me along if you're just stepping out?" With a wry smile, Chen Mo replied, "All right, sister, enough of your boasting. Even if you are not embarrassed, I feel awkward just listening to it." Chen Xiang shot him a glare. "What do you mean by boasting? My brother has succeeded. Am I not allowed to indulge a little? Fine, fine. I'll bring you back after you've had your fill of boasting. But first, accompany me to a place." "Where to?" Chen Xiang inquired with curiosity. "I'm planning to renovate the house, you know? Building a new house is not something that can be done overnight. So I intend to buy a temporary residence for mom and dad." Chen Xiang paused, then retorted, "Chen Mo, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that mom and dad have no place to live? Shall I stand idly by? Or do you think I'm just burning through money because I have too much?" Chen Mo was at a loss for words and could only patiently explain, "Sister, that is not what I meant. I know your whole family is not in a simple situation. While I'm aware that brother-in-law wouldn't mind, now that I've achieved success, it is only right to show filial piety by purchasing a house for mom and dad, don't you think?" Once again, the notion that a house is a fundamental necessity surfaced. Once purchased, it serves as an investment, even if unoccupied. Would you not agree? Chen Xiang fell silent for a moment, ultimately acquiescing to Chen Mo's reasoning. "Well, after all, the money is yours, and as long as you are not troubled by it, that suffices." Seeing that he had finally persuaded his elder sister, Chen Mo exhaled a significant sigh of relief. The brother and sister then proceeded to a newly constructed community in town. This development had opened a few years prior, coinciding with a plummet in the housing market. causing average prices to drop from 6,000 to 3,000, nearly halving. Even now, nearly half of the units remained unsold. Nevertheless, the facilities were relatively complete, rendering it the best residential complex in terms of overall environment in the town. Hence, Chen Mo chose this as their first stop. After being convinced, Chun Xiang exhibited even more enthusiasm than Chun Mo, urging the sales representative to guide them through the premises, eager to explore every corner of the community. Chen Mo, content to play the role of a detached observer, settled into the lounge to sip tea, awaiting his sister's decision on the purchase. Just as he was engrossed in a conversation with Lu Yamen on his phone, a sudden exclamation of surprise erupted from behind him. Chen Mo? He looked up in astonishment, instantly recognizing a woman adorned with heavy makeup, clad in a sales uniform, who greeted him with a smile. Chen Mo, it really is you. Chen Mo scrutinized her closely, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall her identity. The woman promptly declared, "It's me, Zhang Xinxin." A wave of recognition washed over Chen Mo. She was the class monitor. He was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Xinxin had been the belle of their middle school class, fair-skinned and beautiful, and he had harbored a secret infatuation for her during his school days. He could hardly believe they were reuniting under such circumstances. After all these years, how is it that you seem to grow younger? Zhang Xinxin asked, taking a seat beside him. Chen Mo chuckled. You haven't changed a bit. Still as lovely as ever. Glancing at her uniform, he suddenly realized, are you working here? However, as the words escaped his lips, he felt a twinge of regret. Recalling that a few years back, during a conversation with some old classmates, someone had mentioned that Zhang Xinxin had been deceived by a scoundrel, incurring substantial debt and remaining unmarried to this day. With a sigh, Zhang Xinxin confirmed, yes, a few years back, some unfortunate events led me to accumulate a significant debt, and I had no choice but to work to repay it. As she spoke, she tossed him a flirtatious glance, subtly brushing her high-heeled shoe against his calf beneath the table, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, seeing you so well-dressed now, you must be doing quite well, right? Are you planning to buy a house? Perhaps you could help an old classmate with her sales performance? Let us find a place tonight to catch up. I assure you, you won't leave empty-handed. A chill ran down Chen Mo's spine. While he appreciated beauty, he was not desperate. Although Zhang Xinxin had once been his ideal, the years had not been kind to her. Coupled with her brazen behavior, the illusion he had held was shattered in an instant. He hastily concocted an excuse to rise. I'm sorry, class monitor, but I'm here with a friend. I'll just step away for a moment. Zhang Xinxin observed Chen Mo's flustered and hapless demeanor, and with a disdainful huff, she muttered under her breath, what a pathetic loser. You'll never afford a house in your lifetime. Upon returning to the car, Chen Mo couldn't help but find the situation amusing. He sent a text inviting Chun Xiang to join him. What are you up to now? We haven't even begun viewing the properties, and you've already changed your mind? Chun Xiang scolded as soon as she arrived. Chen Mo offered no explanation, simply stating, I feel the feng shui here isn't quite right. Let us explore another development. Chun Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words. They subsequently visited another residential complex. Although the amenities here were slightly inferior to the previous site, the tranquil atmosphere and fresh air compensated for it, albeit at a marginally higher price of an additional 200 to 300 yuan. This time, Chen Mo was diligent, collaborating with Chun Xiang to devise a plan. Before long, he had selected 2 exquisitely furnished units of 120 square meters each, with a north-south orientation and expansive views on a high floor. Each unit cost 400,000 yuan, totaling 800,000 yuan, and included 2 parking spaces along with a 3-year exemption from property fees. As Chen Mo was preparing for payment, he asked Chun Xiang for her ID. She was taken aback, exclaiming, why do you need my ID to buy a house? Chen Mo rolled his eyes, replying, naturally. I intend to purchase one for you as well. Chun Xiang was startled and instinctively inclined to refuse, but Chen Mo interjected, sister, hold on, let me explain. With a serious tone, he continued, as siblings, there is no need for such rigid distinctions. In the past, I lacked the means. But now that I have the financial capability, a mere 100,000 or so is inconsequential to me. I wish to enhance your quality of life. Take for instance Xiangzi from the neighboring village. He has prospered and bought cars and houses for his sister. I can't let him outdo me, can I? Moreover, since I'm often away from home, if our parents fall ill, they will rely on you and your husband for support, won't they? Therefore, as a family, we shouldn't be overly concerned with trivial matters. Chun Xiang's circumstances weren't particularly fortunate nor dire. Her husband's background was mediocre, providing just enough to get by. He worked as a renovation laborer while she managed a small convenience store, and though they managed, the burden of 3 children's educational expenses weighed heavily on them. Thus, Chen Mo felt compelled to lend a helping hand. After listening intently, Chen Xiang fell silent. After a long pause, Chen Mo cautiously inquired, "Sister, what do you think?" With a relieved smile, Chen Xiang replied, "You've said everything, so what more can I add? If my brother wishes to show filial piety, I am more than delighted. How could I possibly oppose it?" Chen Mo sighed in relief and grinned. "Rest assured, dear sister, our family's fortunes will only improve. If you and your husband ever contemplate starting a business, feel free to seek my assistance. All right, we shall discuss future matters later. Let us complete the paperwork and return home. Our parents must be anxiously waiting." Chen Mo chuckled, understood. Chapter 60, Significant Future Developments in Less than an hour. Chen Mo successfully finalized the contract. However, the property deed would not be issued promptly. It would likely take several days. Since Chen Mo could not remain for that duration, he entrusted Chen Xiang with the follow-up. Subsequently, the siblings purchased some cooked food in town and made their way home. Upon their return, their mother, Wang Shufan, was preoccupied with slaughtering chickens and ducks, assisted by several friendly sisters-in-law. Their father, Chen Aigua, was nowhere to be found, presumably off indulging himself. Upon seeing her children return, Wang Shufan set down the plump chicken she was plucking, wiped her hands on her apron, and greeted them with a smile, asking why they had bought food when there was already plenty at home. Chen Mo, noticing the presence of outsiders, refrained from mentioning the house purchase and simply said he had asked his sister to take him for a stroll in town. Chen Xiang shot him a glare and rolled up her sleeves to help. Curiously, Chen Mo inquired, "Mom, where did Dad go?" Wang Shufan, as she dished out the food, muttered, "Who knows where he has wandered off to? He was just here, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. You two are the same. Neither of you cares for home, oblivious to how many guests we have today." Though her words conveyed complaints, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner joy. The most frequently uttered phrase she had heard today was that her son was quite capable, a compliment she deemed the sweetest she had ever received. Just then, Chen Aigua returned home and overheard Wang Shufan's grumbling. He could not help but exclaim, "When poor, no one asks. When rich, distant relatives come calling." Though he had experienced some glory during his time as a police officer, it paled in comparison to the wealth and prestige of his son. In just a brief outing, he had received calls from no fewer than 5 distant relatives he had no real connection with. Soon, a sumptuous feast was laid out, bringing the family of 4 together after a long separation. After the meal, Chen Mo presented a bank card to his father. "Dad, there is some money in this card. Please find someone to choose an auspicious day for rebuilding a small villa." Chen Aigua picked up the card, curious about the amount. "How much is in there?" 5 million. Chen Aigua was taken aback, nearly losing grip on the card. "So much? Are you planning to build a palace? Are you not running your business anymore?" Chen Mo replied nonchalantly, 5 million is merely a drop in the bucket for me. Take it, and if it's not enough, we can talk later." At this moment, Chen Xiang, who had already sided with her brother, chimed in, "Dad, little brother is now a big boss, and doesn't he lack money? Feel free to spend it." Chen Mo nodded. "I've calculated it. If we demolish our old house and build a 3- or 4-story one, including renovations and appliances, it will cost at least 2 to 3 million. The remaining 100 or so thousand you can keep on hand for any future needs without having to ask me." Chen Aigua hesitated, but under the insistence of both children, he ultimately accepted with a sense of calm. Wang Shufan, wiping her tears, expressed her contentment. Good, good. My son has truly grown up." Chen Mo smiled and added, "We can entrust the project to my brother-in-law as construction team, allowing him to earn a bit while saving us the trouble." Suddenly, Chen Xiang interjected, "Absolutely not." "Huh?" Chen Mo responded in surprise, "Why not?" Chen Xiang said with irritation, "Your brother-in-law is merely a small-time decorator. He has no authority. The last time my house was renovated, his crew did the painting, and within a few years, the coating began to peel off." Chen Aigua replied in astonishment, "Isn't the boss of Junbao his uncle?" Chen Xiang, filled with resentment, retorted, "Yes, he is my uncle, which only adds to my frustration. If I hire outsiders and they do a poor job, I can at least withhold payment and express my displeasure. But with acquaintances, I cannot chastise them or demand compensation. So why spend money to feel miserable?" As she spoke, She embraced Chun Mo's shoulder and earnestly advised, "Brother, this time for the construction, we must hire a professional team, preferably strangers. That way, if any issues arise, we can address them candidly without the need for excessive courtesy. And they have already been compensated for their work." Chun Mo nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall heed your counsel." After a brief pause, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Sister, as our parents are aging and you are always meticulous with finances, why not let you take charge this time? I anticipate returning to Shanghai in the next couple of days, and I may not be able to oversee things here. Would you mind stepping up?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xiang hesitated. After all, a married daughter is often likened to spilled water. If she were to take control, it could easily lead to gossip. Chun Mo quickly discerned her concerns and playfully provoked her. "Is my sister merely a person swayed by idle talk?" After some contemplation, she replied, "Let me think it over before I respond." Chun Xiang shot him an annoyed glance. Once their mother and sister finished tidying up the dishes, Chun Mo suggested taking their parents to the town for a leisurely outing. Unable to refuse him, they reluctantly changed into seldom-worn new clothes that Chun Mo had sent back 2 years prior. Observing them, Chun Mo felt a pang of sorrow, though the garments appeared new. The white collars had slightly yellowed from prolonged storage. As they entered the car, their parents sat cautiously, upright and tense, fearing they might inadvertently press a button and damage the vehicle. Chun Mo playfully pushed his father into the driver's seat. "Dad, you're familiar with the roads. You should take the wheel. After all, you are a seasoned driver. Surely you are not afraid to drive." Chun Igwa's eyes widened, feeling his pride as a veteran driver challenged. "I'll drive, who is afraid?" Chun Mo chuckled and settled into the back seat with his mother and sister, explaining the car's features. "This is the screen for watching movies and shows, and here is the refrigerator. This button activates the massage function, and this one adjusts the air conditioning." He instilled in his parents the understanding that a car is merely a possession. It is not as fragile as it seems. And even if it breaks down, repairs can be made. The family of 3 headed to the largest mall in town for a shopping spree. Chun Mo bought several outfits for both parents, ensuring his 3 nephews were also included in the gifts, and they ultimately purchased 2 Apple phones. While the signal may be poor, Apple devices tend to be more user-friendly for the elderly, unlike Android phones that could inadvertently download a plethora of unwanted software with a single click. After spending over an hour and a considerable sum, Chun Mo felt that this expenditure was undoubtedly the most worthwhile he had ever made in his life. On the way back, his father took the wheel, now driving with confidence, no longer as restrained as before. While waiting at a traffic light at an intersection, Chun Mo suddenly spoke up, "Dad, make a U-turn and turn left. We are heading to the Jinxiu Bay community." "Why there?" his parents inquired in unison, curiosity evident in their voices. With a chuckle, Chun Mo replied, "You'll find out when we get there." Upon their arrival, when his parents witnessed Chun Mo producing a key to unlock the door, they were utterly astonished. "Are you just throwing money around? We are about to build a house, and yet you waste money on a commercial property." Chun Igwa scolded with a stern expression. Chun Mo, grinning, reassured them, "The money is already spent, and it's non-refundable. Just enjoy living here. Besides, it will be at least a year and a half before the new house is completed. Do you want me to stay in a hotel next time?" Faced with the situation, his parents had no choice but to accept the reality, finding solace in the fact that purchasing a house was better than squandering money. Though they feigned concern, once inside, they were captivated by the spacious and beautifully decorated apartment. His mother immediately began tidying up the rooms, while Chun Mo and his father were relegated to the balcony. Suddenly, Chun Igwa asked, "Son, have you thought about your future plans?" "What plans?" Chun Mo feigned ignorance. Chun Igwa shot him a disapproving glance and continued, "Your business is beyond your mother and my understanding. We cannot assist you there. The only thing we can do is not add to your troubles. However, you are no longer a child. You cannot remain single forever." Last night, both he and Wang Shufan had hardly slept, reaching a consensus about Chun Mo's career, to remain uninvolved and not to complicate matters. Yet, the issue of family weighed heavily on their minds. Chun Mo, now of an age where many of his peers' children were already in junior high, sighed and replied nonchalantly, "I'll leave it to fate. One cannot force it." Hearing his son say this, Chun Igwa felt a pang of guilt and could not continue to persuade him. The reason Chun Mo had married Zhang Ting was closely tied to the relentless pressure from his parents to settle down. After numerous trips for matchmaking, he had eventually settled for someone simply to escape the fatigue. It was evident that a forced relationship bore no sweetness. Just as Chun Igwa intended to change the subject, Chen Imo suddenly froze. Moments ago, he had received a significant piece of information from the future. Next Friday, the USD-JPY exchange rate will fall below 160, reaching a new high since 2022. As the chapter on the future concluded, Chun Imo felt the surge of his abilities about to be renewed. The evening breeze on the balcony swept through the tranquil ambience unique to the countryside. Yet Chen Imo remained fixated on the USD-JPY exchange rate displayed on his phone, 148.68. This current real-time figure would soon be obliterated by the future information he had just received. Next Friday, the exchange rate of the US dollar against the Japanese yen is expected to breach the 160 mark, reaching a new high since 2022. Should the yen fall below this critical threshold, it could incite a wave of panic selling in the market and potentially provoke intervention from the Bank of Japan, resulting in significant volatility, which presents both risks and monumental opportunities. Father, I must return to Shanghai immediately. Chen Imo abruptly turned, not waiting for his father to inquire further as he swiftly stepped into the living room, his voice imbued with an undeniable urgency. Mother, sister, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I must leave now. Wang Shufan, who was arranging newly purchased clothes with Chen Xiang, paused at his words, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Why the rush? Can't you stay a couple more days? You've just returned. Mother, it's a pressing issue at work. I cannot afford any delays. Chun Imo approached and embraced his mother, then lightly patted his sister's shoulder. Sister, I entrust you with the house construction matters. Mother and father, please take care of your health. I will return once I have completed my tasks. Chen Xiang looked at his brother's hurried demeanor, feeling both irritated and heartbroken. You rascal, returning home is like going into battle. You barely settle in before you leave again. Be careful on the road, and call me if anything comes up. Wang Shufan forced a smile, saying, Xiao Imo, as you strive alone out there, please take care of your health. Remember to eat on time. Don't let your mother worry, all right? Chen Igwa approached, giving Chun Imo a hearty pat on the shoulder. Be cautious on your journey. Don't worry about home. And call us often when you have the chance. As Chun Imo listened to his family's concerned advice, reminiscent of his university days, warmth filled his heart. Yet he dared not linger. He opened the door and stepped outside. Father, mother, sister, I'm off. The roar of the engine shattered the tranquility of the neighborhood. Through the rearview mirror, Chun Imo saw his parents and sisters still standing below, waving until they became mere specks. He took a deep breath and pressed the accelerator, speeding towards Shanghai City. Once on the highway, as he drove, he instinctively activated his analytical mindset, thoughts racing at high speed. The anticipated plunge of the yen was merely a consequence. He needed to uncover the underlying logic that supported this outcome to adeptly navigate his subsequent strategies. While driving, he connected his phone via Bluetooth and dialed several numbers. Li Xiangdong, gather all recent news concerning the yen's exchange rate trends, Bank of Japan policy movements, and international capital flows. Compile everything into a report. Old Wu, we have a significant opportunity at hand. I'm en route back to Shanghai. Postpone all your engagements tonight, and we will convene immediately upon my return. The last call was to Huang Baitao. Brother Huang, I predict substantial fluctuations in the yen next week. We must seize this opportunity. On the other end, Huang Baitao, having just arrived at a restaurant for a social engagement, snapped to attention. What? The yen is expected to fluctuate significantly? Are you certain? Absolutely. Chun Mo's voice exuded unwavering confidence, reminiscent of his previous success with London Gold. I am entirely assured. If managed correctly, our profits could soar to at least triple. Upon hearing the words, Huang Baitao instinctively inhaled sharply, having previously earned 4.7 billion from the last wave of London Gold without distributing any profits, and with an additional 200 million in principal, the total fund amount currently stood at 6.7 billion. Chun Imo audaciously claimed that the returns would triple, which would amount to 2 billion. Goodness. A private equity fund with a 200 million principal could swell to 2 billion in less than half a month. Such an inflation of wealth is beyond absurd. Huang Baitao immediately felt a sense of urgency. Disregarding social niceties, he turned back to the parking lot, exclaiming, Where are you now? I will find you at once. I'm still on the highway back to Shanghai. It will take me about 3 more hours to return. Just come to the office to find me then. All right, drive safely. I will head to your company right away. With that, he hurriedly instructed his driver to head towards Beidou Building. In just under 4 hours, Chun Imo returned to Shanghai City after a journey that typically takes over 5 He didn't even return home, but went straight to the office. When Chen Mo appeared, weary yet determined, in the office, the eagerly awaiting Wu Junhui and Huang Baitao instantly brightened, bombarding him with questions like a hail of gunfire. Wow, father figure. Are we really going to take this leap? Brother, what is the situation with next week's fluctuations? Will it rise or fall, short or long? You must tell me quickly. I'm about to burst. Li Xiangdong, standing by, couldn't he help but cast a curious glance. Having just started at Jinding Capital, he never anticipated stumbling upon such a monumental event, allowing him to observe whether his boss was as extraordinary as rumored. Chen Mo did not respond verbally, but walked directly to the boss's desk, pointing decisively at the globe towards Tokyo's direction. Everyone, please remain calm. I predict that next Friday, the yen will breach the 160 mark. The trio collectively gasped in astonishment. Huang Baitao exclaimed, the 160 mark? The current exchange rate of the dollar against the yen is still fluctuating around 148. Doesn't that imply nearly an 8-point drop? What is your basis for this assessment? Is the Bank of Japan just going to sit idly by? Can we trust your sources? I cannot disclose my sources, but they are undeniably reliable. Chen Mo asserted with unwavering conviction, his gaze as steadfast as rock. Moreover, let me clarify, this is not a mere prediction, it is an impending reality. What we must do is position ourselves before the market reacts. In this venture, I will deploy the entirety of the fund's capital. After a moment's pause, Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the two shareholders of Tiangong No. 1 Fund and stated solemnly, of course, if you think this is too risky, I can settle your shares along with the previous profits. Wu Junhui instinctively furrowed his brows and retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? Am I the kind of coward who backs out at the last moment? No way. You point the way, and I will follow. Don't expect me to be abandoned midway. Huang Baitao did not respond immediately, but fell into deep contemplation, his mind racing to calculate the implications. Shorting the yen with leverage could yield astronomical profits. Yet, should Chen Mo misjudge the situation, the consequences could be equally dire. Over 200 million in the fund belongs to him, a sum not insignificant in his eyes. However, he fears that should he miss this opportunity, he may never have another chance to board this train. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, this unassuming young man has repeatedly wrought miracles. From stone gambling to container shipping, from gold to the present yen, it seems as though a celestial eye, capable of perceiving the future, guides him. After much contemplation, the innate greed of the businessman ultimately overrode his caution. Huang Baitao, panting heavily, gritted his teeth and said in a hushed tone, all right, Brother Chen, I will follow you to the end. Chen Mo smiled confidently, prepared to speak. Unexpectedly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily retrieved his phone. The screen displayed the time as 23:59. This week's superpower is about to conclude. New ability loading in progress. Chapter 62. This week's superpower. Universal progress bar. Upon learning that his superpower was about to refresh, Chen Mo felt his heart race. Recent events had been so overwhelming that he had forgotten the time limit of future insight had quietly come to an end. This superpower, compared to the previous ones, keen insight, mind reading, and super perspective, was notably unique. The earlier three powers offered a degree of proactivity. Despite subsequent limitations, they could at least be wielded freely. In contrast, future insight resembled a passive skill in a game, passively receiving future auditory information. Chen Mo worried that the new superpower might significantly diminish the effectiveness of future insight, thereby relinquishing his edge in future intelligence. Nonetheless, it was too late for worry. The system's mechanics would not be swayed by his personal consciousness. Chen Mo could only brace himself for the arrival of the new power. Loading remaining time, 000006, 000003. Loading complete. This week's superpower, Universal Progress Bar. Ability description. You can intuitively observe the progress state of all things, including physical states, behavioral processes, and time cycles. And you may apply acceleration or deceleration operations to ongoing actions, with no cooldown time. Note, this ability will refresh and be replaced at the end of the week. Chen Mo was momentarily taken aback. A universal progress bar? What kind of superpower is this? Overwhelmed with astonishment, he instinctively tightened his grip on the phone. To his surprise, a wondrous scene unfolded before him. A transparent progress bar appeared on the screen, indicating a progress of 25. As he increased the pressure, the progress inexplicably climbed to 30. Intrigued, Shin-mo quickly withdrew his grip. As he anticipated, the progress bar gradually diminished to zero, completely vanishing. Such a miraculous occurrence left him utterly astonished. To validate his suspicions, he continued to apply pressure. Indeed, the progress bar reappeared, steadily climbing from 0 to 95. Throughout the process, the phone exhibited no changes until the progress soared to 100, evoking an indescribable sense of dread within Shin-mo. Subsequently, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The phone, encased in a tempered glass protector and adorned with a metallic case, which had survived a 3-meter fall unscathed, was inexplicably crushed by his bare hands. With a sharp crack, fragments exploded, and the device was reduced to a heap of shattered components. This sudden turn of events startled the other 3 individuals in the office. Woo Junhui, his face a mask of disbelief, exclaimed, "What the hell, MOU? Have you consumed expired Viagra? How could you crush a phone with your bare hands?" Huang Baitao, equally astonished, inquired, "Brother Chun, is this some sort of magic?" Li Xiangdong rubbed his eyes, nearly unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Chun-mo suppressed his shock, discarding the remnants of the phone, and attempted a feeble explanation. Chuckling, the quality of domestic phones is truly abysmal." He swiftly shifted the conversation, asserting decisively, "There's no need to rush regarding the yen. Tonight's meeting concludes here. We shall discuss any matters tomorrow." More than profit, Shin-mo was preoccupied with his newfound superpower. "What?" Woo Junhui nearly leaped from his seat, exasperatedly retorting, "Is this a joke, MOU? What if the news leaks and others get a head start?" Huang Baitao echoed his concern. "Indeed, Brother Chun, time waits for no one. We cannot afford to waste a moment." Unable to divulge the truth, Shin-mo resorted to a more authoritative rationale to quell their apprehensions. "Rest assured, there is ample time." He approached the window, turning his back to the others, allowing his tone to take on an air of profundity. "There are 5 days until next Friday. Sufficient for us to strategize calmly. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood. Thorough preparation is essential for greater rewards. In any case, you cannot go wrong by trusting my judgment. I am weary. You should return home and rest." Woo Junhui wished to voice further objections, but was restrained by Huang Baitao, who signaled him with a glance. Having navigated the business world for years, Huang Baitao understood the significance of leadership within a project. Since they had chosen to trust Chun-mo, they could not contravene his directives. Any fissure in their unity could lead to a fracture in their team. Even with lingering discontent, they accepted the situation silently, departing the office with lingering glances back. Once the two had left, Li Xiangdong prepared to take his leave as well. But Shin-mo unexpectedly called him back. "Sit." Returning to his desk, Shin-mo gestured to the chair opposite him and candidly stated, "General Manager Li, based on your extensive experience in the investment sector, do you believe my prediction regarding the impending decline of the yen is overly rash?" At these words, Li Xiangdong felt a jolt of anxiety. He realized his boss was scrutinizing his professional acumen and began to ponder deeply, quickly composing his thoughts in his mind. However, compared to answering alone, Chun-mo's questions had already revealed their answers in advance. Li Xiangdong merely needed to deduce the process based on these answers. And thus he quickly formed a coherent line of thought. "Boss," Li Xiangdong said, picking up a stack of reports from the table, a confident smile gracing his lips. "I believe your judgment is remarkably prescient and uniquely insightful. The depreciation of the yen is an inevitable trend rather than mere baseless speculation." Upon hearing this, Shin-mo raised an eyebrow and smiled playfully. "Oh, pray, share your perspective." "I believe there are 3 reasons," Li Xiangdong replied gracefully. Firstly, it relates to the persistently rising inflation within Japan, which has led to an increasing call for interest rate hikes by the central bank. This divergence in monetary policy will narrow the interest rate differential between the U.S. and Japan, becoming a crucial factor driving the long-term trajectory of the yen. Secondly, the structure of the yen market harbors potential pitfalls. Foreign investors currently maintain a foreign exchange hedging ratio of merely 127 when purchasing Japanese stocks, significantly lower than the historical average of 40. Should they raise their hedging ratio, it will trigger additional selling pressure on the yen. Thirdly, external political factors come into play. According to data from Japan's Ministry of Finance, the United States has requested Japan to increase its military expenditure to 2% of GDP, which has directly resulted in an outflow of 370 billion yen from the Tokyo stock market. Additionally, The imposition of a 15 tariff on automobiles will exacerbate Japan's current account deficit to 800 billion yen quarterly, serving as the final straw that breaks the yen's back. Pausing for effect, Li Xiangdong proclaimed, "When these 3 points are considered collectively, I too believe that the depreciation of the yen has become an established fact." "Mr. Li, your summary is excellent," Chun Imo remarked, revealing the first genuine, relaxed smile of the evening, as he recognized that Li Xiangdong had grasped his line of thinking. In that moment, he made a swift decision. Given that the capabilities of the progress bar of all things required him to familiarize himself with and develop quickly, the intricate preparatory work for targeting the yen could be entrusted to Li Xiangdong to execute. "Mr. Li," Chun Imo approached him, his expression solemn. "There are several preliminary preparations I hope you can oversee before next Wednesday." Li Xiangdong perked up, understanding this was a significant trust and challenge. "Boss, please proceed." "First, the establishment of offshore accounts and special purpose vehicles, SPVs. I need you to, under absolute confidentiality, register no fewer than 5 clearly structured and discreetly owned SPVs in places like the Cayman Islands through reliable channels, and to secure their high-level account privileges with foreign exchange brokers as swiftly as possible. Second, the establishment of funding channels. Coordinate with the company's finance and compliance departments to devise a secure, compliant, and rapidly deployable cross-border liquidity plan for the Tiangong One Fund, ensuring that funds can swiftly reach operational positions when needed. Third, the collection of intelligence. I require you to organize a small intelligence team to monitor the public speeches of Japanese central bank officials, key reports on the yen from major international investment banks, and any unusual capital flows on the Tokyo Stock Exchange, continuously and without interruption. All information should be compiled daily into a concise summary for my review." Chun Imo fixed his gaze on Li Xiangdong and added, "Remember, all of this must be conducted discreetly, without drawing any market attention for now. Do you have confidence in this?" Li Xiangdong stood upright, his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of a significant responsibility entrusted to him. Without hesitation, he assured, "Rest assured, boss. I will undoubtedly complete the preparatory work within the stipulated time frame." Chun Imo nodded in agreement. By delegating the intricate preliminary tasks to Li Xiangdong, he could free himself to fully explore and master the miraculous power of the Universal Progress Bar. A strong premonition surged within him. This newfound superpower would prove even more astonishing than the future insight in his forthcoming endeavors. Chapter 63. The Incredible Universal Progress Bar. Once Li Xiangdong departed, the office fell into a profound silence. Chun Imo sank into the sofa, gazing at the scattered fragments of mobile phones strewn across the floor. Still shaken by the recent events, he recalled having watched a video online regarding a fraud detection test. The average adult's grip strength typically ranges between 40 to 60 kilograms, while crushing a mobile phone by hand requires approximately 216 pounds, around 98 kilograms, of concentrated pressure to cause the device to fracture. This figure far exceeds the natural grip strength limit of the human hand. However, the force he had exerted to crush the phone moments ago was merely equivalent to 3 or 4/10 of his usual strength. It was not brute force. Rather, it was a dismantling at a fundamental level. The Universal Progress Bar, Chun Imo murmured to himself, his excitement igniting within him. One test alone was insufficient. He required further experimentation to unearth the potential of the Universal Progress Bar. He initially directed his gaze towards the lush pothose plant in the corner of the office. The pothose thrived vibrantly, and simultaneously, a faint progress bar hovered above it, 78. With a flicker of thought, Chun Imo approached and touched the pothose, attempting to accelerate its growth progress. The progress bar flickered slightly, and the value began to increment slowly, 781, 782. In the next moment, he distinctly observed a tender leaf of the pothose unfurling at a visibly rapid pace. It was effective, although the results were not immediately striking. It seemed that the Universal Progress Bar had a relatively slow effect on living organisms. Subsequently, Chun Imo retrieved a hefty financial textbook from the bookshelf. He seated himself and opened the book, and as expected, the progress bar reappeared, thorough, unable to contain his enthusiasm. He activated insightful perception while concentrating on accelerating his reading progress. As the progress bar surged, a deluge of information flooded his mind. Text, graphs, and data sprang to life, automatically deconstructing, summarizing, and embedding into the depths of his memory. even with the formidable analytical prowess granted by insightful perception. It would typically take hours to thoroughly comprehend such a specialized book. Yet now, under the dual influence of accelerated progress and superlative analysis, Chun Mo not only memorized and understood the entire book verbatim within mere minutes, but also astutely grasped its critical contradictions and underlying logic. Incredible. The efficiency of his learning was astoundingly exaggerated. Chun Mo was overwhelmed with exhilaration. If such an ability were harnessed for the acquisition of knowledge, would there exist a domain in this world capable of confounding him? Subsequently, he stumbled upon a box of 1,000 Starry Sky puzzle pieces, left behind by Wu Junhui during a moment of ennui, with only a corner assembled. Current progress. 3. A whimsical notion surged within him. He activated his acceleration once more and engaged in the puzzle. The scattered fragments on the table seemed to come alive, flying with a crackling energy towards the baseboard, seamlessly slotting into their designated places. The progress bar surged at an astonishing velocity in less than 10 seconds. A complete and resplendent depiction of the starry sky unfolded before his eyes. Chun Mo's breath quickened as his gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting upon the imposing metal safe nestled in the corner. This was an acquisition for safeguarding crucial seals and documents, requiring both a password and a key to access. Suddenly, a frenzied thought ignited within him. He approached, pressing his hands against the frigid door, silently summoning his strength. The safe revealed a progress bar, 98. This time, Chun Mo was not merely testing the efficacy of brute force. Instead, he embarked on a far more astonishing and profoundly unnerving experiment. As time elapsed, a disconcerting spectacle unfolded before him. The progress bar of the safe began to descend gradually. 95, 88, 74, 32. 2 hours later, the heavy metal door, centered around the points of his contact, inexplicably began to dim and decay, as if having endured centuries of wear, the metal's resilience and strength diminishing at an alarming rate. As the progress plummeted to approximately 03, Chun Mo exerted a slight force to tear it apart. With a ripping sound that sent chills through him, the metal door, capable of withstanding a minor explosion, was effortlessly torn open, creating a vast gash akin to a rag. The documents within remained unscathed, yet the door itself lay utterly ruined. Chun Mo gazed at his hands, his heart racing. This was no feat of mere mortals. It was akin to the arts of deities or demons. In the midst of his exhilaration, the experiment exacted a toll. After repeated applications of his ability, he felt an overwhelming emptiness in his mind. His physical strength drained as if he had endured several sleepless nights. It appeared that the more intricate and unconventional the acceleration or reduction, the greater the toll it exacted. Chun Mo was compelled to suspend his experimentation, reclining on the sofa to recuperate. After approximately half an hour, he felt slightly better. Yet he was eager to push through to his next experiment. Chun Mo resolved to undertake an even more extreme test. He procured a utility knife, inhaled deeply, and made a deep incision on his left index finger, exposing flesh down to the bone, causing blood to surge forth. Above the wound, a healing progress bar emerged. Marked 1. Typically, such an injury would require 1 to 2 weeks for natural healing. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he concentrated all his mental faculties on accelerating the healing process. What followed was a miraculous spectacle. Under the influence of the accelerating progress bar, the blood from the wound rapidly coagulated, flesh visibly writhing, growing, and healing at an astonishing pace. The intense pain was supplanted by a peculiar itch. And as the progress bar advanced, the wound completely healed within mere seconds, leaving behind only a faint red mark. Soon, even that mark vanished, and his fingers returned to their original state. Despite orchestrating this phenomenon himself, Chun Mo was still taken aback, gasping in awe at the miraculous effect akin to the resurrection of flesh and blood. This was not merely acceleration. It was a manipulation of the very process of life's evolution. That night, Chun Mo found himself immersed in the endless wonders brought forth by the universal progress bar. Losing track of time, he experimented with the evaporation rate of water in a cup, the download speed of files on his computer, and even attempted to interfere with his own sleep requirements. Like a mad scientist, he labored tirelessly through his experiments, each one unveiling new shocks and delights. It was not until dawn broke outside that he realized the night had passed. Though mentally exhausted and physically drained, there burned an unprecedented light in his eyes. This week's refreshed Universal Progress Bar was far more proactive and creative than the supernatural abilities he had encountered in the previous weeks. The possibilities it presented were limitless. If the usage of the Universal Progress Bar had no restrictions, theoretically, Chun Mo could even transcend the shackles of physics, becoming the legendary immortal. Of course, these were merely Chun Mo's fanciful musings. Chapter 64. The miracle of life at the accident-scene. Morning sunlight streamed into the office. And although Chun Mo had not slept all night, his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. As he entered the restroom and gazed into the mirror at his haggard reflection, a bitter smile crept across his face. Damn it, he mused, having become so engrossed that he nearly rendered himself useless. He then focused his mind, and in the next moment, a progress bar appeared above his reflection. Energy depletion, 87. It seemed he was truly nearing his limit. With a mere thought, the energy depletion progress bar began to decline rapidly. 80, 60, 30. The weariness and emptiness ebbed away like a receding tide, revitalizing his body. When the progress bar reached 0, Chun Mo felt a long-lost surge of energy, almost overwhelmed with the desire to run a marathon to channel his boundless vigor. This superpower was simply extraordinary, akin to an unbreakable glitch in the system. Alas, the time for unrestricted use was less than a week, and he feared that next week's utilization would be significantly diminished. He muttered to himself, caught in a cycle of worry and longing. Suddenly, he recalled that the retained future scent had yet to be tested. He quickly recited the activation in his mind. As anticipated, the future scent could not initiate autonomously, remaining in a passive state, and after a prolonged moment, he barely discerned a single useless echo of a future sound. It was akin to a once mighty hero diminished to mediocrity after a game patch. Chun Mo let out a self-deprecating smile, choosing not to dwell on his thoughts any longer. After a brief freshening up, he resolved to visit a few closely affiliated brokerage firms to lay the groundwork for the impending yen battle, while also indulging in a breakfast outing. Although the progress bar of all things could diminish his hunger, he did not wish to embody a celestial being who feasted on the wind and dew, for expending his precious superpower on such trivial matters would undoubtedly be a gross waste. He drove his Cullinan, merging into the morning rush-hour traffic. The city's pulse throbbed beneath him, yet in his eyes, the world was composed of countless progress bars, each representing different facets of life. The commuting progress of the vehicles ahead, 35. The serving progress of the roadside breakfast stall, 80. And the countdown of the red traffic light, 15. This godlike perspective granted him a sense of detachment from reality. However, this transcendence was abruptly shattered by an unforeseen calamity. As he approached a large intersection, an ear-piercing screech of brakes suddenly erupted from the side, followed by a cacophony of deafening crashes. A fully loaded cement mixer, in an attempt to evade a taxi that had illegally changed lanes, lost control and toppled over. The massive vehicle came crashing down upon several cars that were patiently waiting for the green light, resembling a catastrophic landslide. In an instant, the sounds of metal twisting and shattering, glass exploding, and the panicked cries and wails of people melded into a chaotic symphony of despair. Chun Mo's heart sank as he slammed the brakes, bringing the Cullinan to a halt at a safe distance. He opened the car door, only to be met with a hellish scene. The cement mixer had crushed 2 cars, one completely flattened, while the other was severely mangled, the acrid scent of leaking fuel permeating the air. Several vehicles behind had also collided, and the groans of the injured filled the atmosphere. Bystanders were paralyzed with fear, some calling for an ambulance while others stood at a distance, too frightened to approach. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Mo dashed toward the epicenter of the disaster like an arrow released from a bow. "Help! Save those who can be saved," he bellowed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority that momentarily quelled some of the panic. He first rushed to the flattened car, but given its degree of deformation, it was likely that the occupants had no chance of survival. Time was of the essence, so he quickly shifted his focus to the severely mangled SUV. The male driver was trapped by the contorted steering wheel, blood streaming down his face, and in Chun Mo's eyes, his life signaled a progress of 65, which was gradually declining. The female passenger in the front seat was in even worse condition, with a progress of only 42. "Hold on," Chun Mo urged. He assessed the door, which was too deformed to open. A fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he grasped the crevice of the door with both hands, rapidly diminishing the door's progress. On a level invisible to ordinary people, The metal strength and integrity of the locking mechanism plummeted at an astonishing rate. When the values reached a critical point, Chun Mo let out a powerful shout, his muscles taut and straining, and he astonishingly tore the twisted door off its hinges. This scene was captured by some onlookers from a distance who had begun filming, eliciting gasps of astonishment. In the urgency of saving lives, Chun Mo had no time to attend to the reactions of the bystanders. He swiftly assessed the condition of the injured passengers in the vehicle. Fortunately, both individuals in the car had only external injuries and were not in immediate danger. He quickly moved them to a safe location before dashing towards the next vehicle. Following the same procedure, he successfully rescued 3 more injured individuals from the subsequent cars involved in the collision. Under Chun Mo's leadership, more and more people joined the rescue efforts, and order gradually began to take shape. While he was busily engaged, Chun Mo suddenly heard a desperate call for a doctor. Following the sound, he was met with a heart-wrenching sight. A few kind-hearted bystanders were lifting a mother and daughter from a severely damaged vehicle. The young mother had shielded her child with her body, but she was already silent, her vital signs at 0. Beneath her lay a small girl, approximately 4 or 5 years old, whose body was covered in blood. Yet, her vital signs showed a flickering progress bar indicating life, albeit rapidly declining. A young man, appearing to be a university student, was nearly in tears as he encouraged the little girl while desperately calling for a doctor. "Step aside, let me through," Chun Mo exclaimed as he rushed forward. The scene was chaotic, and it was uncertain how long it would take for an ambulance to arrive. Given the girl's current condition, she would not last until help arrived. "Sir, are you a doctor? Please, save her. She has already lost her mother. We cannot let her die too." The university student grasped Chun Mo's hand, crying out in anguish. "Be quiet, step aside. Do not hinder my efforts to save her." Chun Mo, frantic with urgency, pushed the student aside and knelt before the little girl. Her vital signs had plummeted further. The reading was critical. Time was of the essence. Chun Mo could not bear to witness a vibrant life fade away before him. He turned his back to the crowd, shielding most of the view with his body, and pretended to perform emergency CPR, lightly placing his right hand over the girl's wound. At that moment, his focus was solely on the nearly extinguished progress bar. "Accelerate. Heal. Please, accelerate," he fervently implored in his mind, pouring every ounce of his energy into her recovery. Beneath his hand, the damaged organs, ruptured blood vessels, and torn tissues within the girl were propelled towards healing by an immense force, miraculously halting the descent of the progress bar, which then began to rise. Albeit slowly but resolutely. 35. By the time the emergency personnel finally arrived, a faint color had returned to the girl's pale face, and her breathing had stabilized considerably. Her vital signs had reached 35 and were trending towards stability. A miracle. This was nothing short of miraculous. Even the seasoned paramedics could not help but exclaim in astonishment upon their examination. Chun Mo quietly stepped aside, watching as the little girl was carefully lifted onto the ambulance. And he finally exhaled deeply, a profound sense of weakness washing over him. Yet, his heart brimmed with an ineffable feeling of satisfaction. He then discreetly departed from the scene, returning to his vehicle, bloodied and disheveled. Unbeknownst to Chun Mo, however, his heroic act of tearing off the car door with his bare hands and miraculously saving the dying girl had already been captured by countless mobile phone cameras and was swiftly spreading across the internet. Chapter 65. A viral sensation with blood covering his body. Chun Mo deemed it inappropriate to discuss business and decided to head back to the office. After taking a shower in the break room, he had someone bring him a fresh set of clothes. Having exerted his powers continuously, his physical strength was severely depleted. He had intended to use his abilities to wash away his fatigue, only to find that the progress bar was decreasing nearly 10 times slower than he had anticipated. It appeared that the universal progress bar was not as omnipotent as he had imagined. He speculated that since he had already alleviated his fatigue that morning, the effect was now significantly diminished. This was acceptable. After all, as mere mortals, we must eat when hungry and sleep when tired. One cannot rely solely on superpowers and treat oneself as an indefatigable machine. Coming to this realization, Chun Mo lay down on the bed in the shoshitsuru and fell into a deep slumber within a minute. He slept exceptionally soundly, oblivious to the tempest he had inadvertently stirred in the outside world. This wave of attention first surged through the local social media and short video platforms in Shanghai. The harrowing footage of the morning's catastrophic accident had been recorded from countless angles by numerous phones. Initially, the focus was on the disaster itself. However, it quickly shifted to the man behind the wheel of the Black Cullinan, who appeared like a celestial warrior, rescuing those in danger. Severe multi-car accident in Jiangnan City. A real-life superhero emerges. Unbelievable. Someone actually tore off a car door with their bare hands. Is this the strength of humanity? Cried my eyes out. An unnamed hero saved multiple lives, seemingly performing a miracle by reviving a dying girl. Desperately seeking contact information for the hero, he is a benefactor to our entire family. In the videos, though Chun Mo's face was not particularly clear amidst the shaking and chaotic footage, the distinctive Cullinan and his resolute figure during the rescue, especially the moment he exerted tremendous force to rip off the twisted, deformed SUV door, exuded a visceral sense of power and visual impact, igniting the emotions of all who witnessed it. Local media responded swiftly, broadcasting this uplifting story during the noon news, complete with clearer footage from surveillance cameras. The report featured the grateful relatives of the rescued victims, choking back tears as they expressed their appreciation to the camera, while eyewitnesses excitedly recounted the astonishing scene. Even experienced paramedics spoke into the microphone, asserting that the survival of the little girl was a miraculous occurrence, indirectly affirming Chun Mo's pivotal role in the event. The topic spread across national social platforms like wildfire. The incident involving an unnamed hero in the Jianghai car accident, who single-handedly tore off the car door, has sparked discussions about a real-life superhero and the miracle of life. These subjects soared to the forefront of trending searches, each accompanied by a vibrant red explosion symbol. The power of netizens is boundless. In this era of universal sleuthing, Chun Mo's identity is nearly impossible to conceal. The first clue unveiled was the Cullinan vehicle. Car enthusiasts quickly noted it as a luxury car valued at nearly 10 million. Although the license plate was obscured, the model and color were highly distinctive. Following this, local netizens from Jianghai revealed, "I've seen that car. It often parks beneath the Beidou building. The owner is a young and handsome gentleman, seemingly involved in finance." The clues began to accumulate. The combination of keywords, Beidou building, finance, youth, and driving a Cullinan, became increasingly explicit. Eventually, a short video that had circulated within a financial circle surfaced. The footage was from an internal case analysis meeting at a financial firm, focusing on a recent remarkable operation in the London gold market. While it had not gained widespread attention, it now served as crucial evidence. In the video, a frontal photograph of Chun Mo appeared on the conference room's large screen, accompanied by an introduction, founder and CEO of Point Gold Capital, aligning perfectly with the unnamed hero in the rescue video. The case was cracked. It was him, Chun Mo, the owner of Point Gold Capital. Point Gold Capital, the same entity that recently gained fame in the gold market? My goodness, it truly is him. Handsome, wealthy, and possessing remarkable strength. What an extraordinary persona. I had heard of him before, but I never imagined he would exhibit such bravery in reality. No wonder he drives a Cullinan. He is indeed a big shot. I cannot believe such a prominent figure would dare to rescue others amidst the perilous aftermath of a car accident. I retract all preconceived notions about wealthy individuals being heartless. Public opinion overwhelmingly leaned towards admiration and respect. Chun Mo's reputation as the point gold hand transcended the confines of the financial realm, entering the public consciousness. This time, he was no longer a cold symbol of capital or an enigmatic speculator. He was imbued with the vibrant qualities of courage, compassion, kindness, and responsibility. Such a monumental elevation in stature cannot be bought with any amount of advertising. When Chun Mo was awakened by the incessant vibrations of his phone on the nightstand, the sun was already setting outside. Groggy, he picked up his phone, instantly inundated by a barrage of missed calls, news alerts, and social media notifications. The first call was from Lu Yaman. As soon as he answered, her voice, laced with urgency and a hint of tears, resonated through the line. "Uncle, are you all right? Are you hurt? I saw the accident video, and it terrified me." Chun Mo finally regained his clarity. While soothing the frightened young girl, he swiftly perused the messages on his phone. As he gazed at the plethora of videos, photographs, and an avalanche of comments, his brow furrowed momentarily. His instinctive act of heroism stemmed from a genuine desire to help, with no thought of seeking fame in return. The sensation of being thrust into the limelight felt somewhat alien to him. However, a flicker of realization soon illuminated his eyes, and his brow gradually relaxed. He astutely recognized that this sudden surge of acclaim might not be entirely detrimental. Just then, a call from Huang Baitao came through, his tone brimming with excitement and trepidation. Brother Chun, please refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future. We are fortunate you emerged unscathed. Yet, through misfortune comes fortune. You are now a national hero. The reputation of our Tiangong 1 fund has been catapulted to new heights. Wu Junhui, too, could not contain his exuberance over the phone. Father, you have truly outdone yourself this time. Ha. Now the entire nation knows that the boss of Point Gold Capital is a superhuman capable of tearing car doors apart with his bare hands. Countless beautiful ladies online are clamoring to bear your children. In addition, even Xiao Yun, who was at home caring for her mother, along with Li Xiangdong and Hong Ming from the company, as well as former colleagues and long-lost classmates, all reached out to express their regards. Yet, to Chun Mo's disappointment, he scoured his phone but found no messages or missed calls from Lin Wan. With a sigh, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed down at the shimmering cityscape. Below, a gathering of journalists and live-streaming hosts had assembled, drawn by the news, while curious onlookers lingered in the distance. At the eye of the storm stood he himself. A subtle, meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth as his gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that a mere act of saving someone from an unexpected car accident would forge a moral pedestal for himself, garnering astonishing acclaim. The influence of Point Gold Capital was no longer confined to the realm of finance, but was beginning to permeate society at large. Chapter 66. Undercurrents. In the ensuing 2 days, Point Gold Capital operated like a meticulously wound machine, quietly accelerating under Li Xiangdong's adept management. Chun Mo devoted the majority of his energy to an in-depth exploration and adaptation of the Universal Progress Bar ability, only engaging with Li Xiangdong at critical junctures for reports and decision-making. Li Xiangdong, a former elite from SoftBank, demonstrated remarkable professionalism and execution. Boss, the 3 SPVs registered in the Cayman Islands have been completed, with a structure that is sufficiently discrete through 3 layers of nesting. Corresponding offshore bank accounts and advanced trading permissions with 5 leading international forex brokers have all been established this morning. Li Xiangdong placed a concise report on Chun Mo's desk. His tone steady, yet his eyes sparkled with confidence. Chun Mo nodded, his gaze fixed on the clear figures in the financial report. 7 billion renminbi. This represents the entirety of the available funds for the Tiangong 1 fund, a testament to the splendid outcome of the recent London Gold campaign. What about the capital outflow strategy? Chun Mo inquired, recognizing its critical importance. It has been resolved, Li Xiangdong replied, clearly well prepared. Through collaboration with General Huang's team, we have devised a composite approach. A portion will utilize the Qualified Domestic Institutional Investor, QDI, quota, while the remainder will be channeled through import-export companies with legitimate trade backgrounds for cross-border settlements, effectively breaking it down into manageable segments. We anticipate that within 12 hours, the 7 billion yuan, approximately $1 billion, can be safely transferred to offshore accounts. Excellent, Chun Mo commended. What about the leverage strategy? This is the crux of leveraging small investments for large returns. Li Xiangdong took a deep breath, his demeanor turning serious, as this was the core concern of the boss. Based on your conviction regarding the depreciation of the yen, I propose employing foreign exchange margin trading, a standard practice internationally, with flexible leverage ratios. Considering the extreme risks and potential returns of this operation, I have tentatively formulated a plan with a leverage ratio of 20 times. 20 times. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened as he regarded him. This meant that with a principal of $1 billion, they could control a staggering position of up to $20 billion. Indeed, Li Xiangdong calmly analyzed. This ratio falls within the high-risk category in the industry, yet high risk accompanies high reward. Under 20 times leverage, should the yen indeed breach the 160 mark as you predict, our total theoretical profit could exceed 5-fold. As he uttered this figure, Li Xiangdong felt a twinge of astonishment. Nevertheless, buoyed by Chun Mo's unwavering confidence, he proceeded with this target in mind. Chun Mo tapped his fingers on the table, refraining from immediate response. The yen breaching the 160 mark is an inevitable fact, as indicated by the future news alerts. This is beyond dispute. However, he needed to weigh whether the risk of a 20 times leverage was too great prior to achieving the anticipated target. Prepare for leverage at 20 times, Chun Mo ultimately decided. Though he insisted that the pace of establishing the position must remain firmly under our control. Understood. Li Xiangdong exhaled in relief, swiftly transitioning to the next topic. Boss, there are significant developments in intelligence. He opened his tablet, pulling up charts. In the past 48 hours, the situation between the U.S. and Japan has deteriorated rapidly. The U.S. negotiating representatives have suddenly adopted a hardline stance, publicly demanding that Japan significantly increase its defense spending share to 4% of GDP, far exceeding market expectations of 2 or even 2.5. Following this announcement, while the USD-JPY spot exchange rate fluctuations remain manageable, the implied volatility index, VIX related to JPY, which gauges market fear, has surged sharply, indicating that institutional investors anticipate extreme volatility ahead. Chen Mo's gaze sharpened. 4. This figure far surpasses market expectations. It is nothing short of a financial stranglehold. The prophecies of future news are being progressively validated and reinforced by reality. Moreover, Li Xiangdong adjusted his glasses, his tone tinged with an unmistakable hint of anxiety. Based on fragmented intelligence acquired from several prominent international brokerage firms, along with the detection of some anomalous large-scale options trading inquiries, it has become almost certain that we are not the only hunters in this arena. Clear indications suggest that several aggressively renowned macro hedge funds on Wall Street, and even whispers of Soros' quantum fund, are quietly positioning themselves for a bearish stance on the yen. He cast a worried glance at Chun Mo. Mr. Chun, if these international financial titans fully engage, their capital and influence could distort short-term trends. Might our actions become those of a small fish crushed under the weight of giants? Chen Mo, however, took over the conversation with an air of calmness, his face devoid of any tension, replaced instead by a serene smile that conveyed mastery of the situation. Mr. Li, remember, in the financial markets, the seers feast while the latecomers are left with mere broth. Those financial behemoths are, at best, sharks sensing blood, still circling at the periphery, probing the waters. We, however, are the navigators holding an accurate map, fully aware of the storm's precise path and intensity. He stood up and approached the world map, pointing to Tokyo's location. Panic must be cultivated and ignited. What we need now is not to fear the giants, but to leverage our first-mover advantage and become the hand that lights the fuse. He turned around and issued clear operational directives. Starting this afternoon, through various SPV accounts, we shall establish a short position on USD-JPY in batches, utilizing small amounts across platforms. Each transaction will be strictly capped at around $10 million. The movements must be subtle, akin to casting small stones into deep waters. I do not seek immediate tumult, but rather aim to subtly alter the water pressure, causing the fish below to begin swimming uneasily. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Li Xiangdong grasped the intent. This was a classic feint and smokescreen, designed to establish an initial position, reap profits from the preliminary decline of the exchange rate, while simultaneously confounding the market and concealing true strength and intentions, all while observing the reactions of other major players. That afternoon, the vanguard of Point Gold Capital, akin to covert special forces, silently infiltrated the vast foreign exchange market. Several short positions on the yen, each in the tens of millions of dollars, fell into the market with the daily trading volume in the trillions, akin to a few drops of rain in the ocean, unnoticed by ordinary investors. Yet, these orders were precisely captured by international investment banks and hedge funds equipped with advanced monitoring systems. Li Xiangdong fixated on multiple trading screens, watching as the initial shorts, stimulated by the worsening impasse in U.S.-Japan negotiations, caused the USD-JPY exchange rate to slowly descend to around 149.20, with his account quickly reflecting considerable floating profits. Nevertheless, his inner unease persisted, for he simultaneously detected signs of other, more concealed and substantial short positions emerging in the market. From the very outset, this hunt has been fraught with peril, surrounded by formidable adversaries. Meanwhile, Chun Mo stands before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing down upon the city. His eyes seem to transcend the boundaries of time and space, perceiving the gathering storm clouds of a financial tempest brewing across the Pacific. The true battle has only just begun to unfold.